Ning Yechen was once an unparalleled demon lord, unifying the demon realm with his singular might, striking fear into the celestial realm and instilling dread across the 6 worlds. Tired of bloodshed, he ultimately chose to retreat into the mortal realm, living a carefree and leisurely life as a recluse. One fateful night, a celestial empress, poisoned with the seductive essence of harmony, fell from the heavens and landed in his chamber. After a silent departure, what he presumed to be a fleeting dream turned into a reality when, a decade later, she reappeared before him, accompanied by a child who claimed to be his daughter. Under the night sky, a streak of light resembling a shooting star darted across the darkness. Upon closer inspection, the light revealed the silhouette of a woman, unsteady as she descended towards a wooden house nestled within the forest. With a thunderous crash, she shattered the roof and fell into the interior, waking Ning Yechen from his slumber. He sat up, perplexed, gazing at the woman who had unexpectedly landed in his abode. Draped in a phoenix-hued celestial gown, with silver hair and crimson eyes, her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely painted, and her lips reminiscent of cherry blossoms. She was a vision of ethereal beauty. Her delicate visage was tinged with a seductive blush, and her enchanting eyes shimmered with a captivating allure. Even Ning Yechen, who had encountered countless celestial beings and demonic entities, found himself entranced, unable to look away. Judging by her attire, it was evident she hailed from a prestigious celestial lineage, suggesting her status was significant. Had his hidden sanctuary been discovered? Was the celestial realm sending agents to hunt him down? That seemed implausible. He had been in seclusion for nearly a century, and his concealment methods were foolproof. Moreover, the celestial realm lacked the audacity to confront him directly. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. What should he do? Should he eliminate her and discreetly bury her? He had no desire to expose his identity. As Ning Yechen pondered how to address this unforeseen visitor, the woman's enchanting gaze fixated on him. The youth before her possessed a refined and handsome countenance, radiating an indescribable aura. To his surprise, such a striking young man existed in the mortal realm. But this was not the moment for such thoughts. She desperately needed to find a remedy for the poison coursing through her, or she would succumb to its effects. As the seductive venom intensified within her, overwhelming her senses, Luo Ruiying's complexion flushed, her eyes growing increasingly dazed, and her lips exuding a tantalizing fragrance. Struggling to rise, she found herself weakened, and as she stood, her body faltered, causing her to tumble into Ning Yechen's embrace. What was happening? Was this an act of deceit? To prevent any misunderstanding and to embody the virtues of a gentleman, Ning Yechen spread his hands, refraining from touching her delicate form. He gazed down in astonishment at her increasingly beguiling expression. As a former demon lord, he quickly recognized that Luo Ruiying was afflicted with the notorious 1000 demonic lust poison, infamous throughout the demon realm. This poison, a concoction of various lust-inducing herbs from the demon realm, combined with the essence of seductive beasts, was incurable. If one succumbed to it without satisfying its demands within a limited time frame, the effects would be fatal. It was evident that the woman before him was at her limit. Lying in Ning Yechen's arms, Luo Ruiying realized she could no longer suppress the poison raging within her, her body burning with a feverish intensity. The moment she caught a whiff of his potent masculine essence, her body reacted involuntarily, igniting her desire. Lifting her longing gaze to his handsome face, she pressed her lips together, making a resolute decision. At this juncture, she had no choice but to use his body to counteract the poison. It was the only option left to her. With a flick of her wrist, ethereal ropes ensnared Ning Yechen's hands and feet, forcing him to lie on the bed in a vulnerable position. Removing her hairpin, her silvery locks cascaded down her back. With a gentle motion, she shed her celestial gown, revealing her exquisite form, fully exposed before Ning Yechen's eyes. What was happening? Was he to be violated? What should he do? Should he resist? Ning Yechen found himself at a loss, his mind racing with urgency. This was his cherished first experience. Though he had commanded respect across the 6 realms for centuries, he had never engaged with a woman. Abiding by the principle that women would only impede his swordsmanship, he had never allowed himself to grow close to any. Suddenly pinned beneath a woman, he felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, far more intense than any battle he had faced against the celestial realm. If he chose to resist, he could easily break free from the restraints. However, doing so would likely result in the woman succumbing to the poison. While he was no paragon of virtue, the thought of losing such a beautiful creature was undeniably regrettable. If she perished here, it would expose his identity and invite trouble. Thus, he resolved to perform a good deed. Although being bound felt strange, he had no particular inclinations toward such practices. Luo Ruiying exhaled a seductive fragrance, biting her lip as she leaned down onto Ning Yechen. In the next moment, her expression twisted in pain, unable to suppress a soft, alluring moan. After a brief pause, the sounds of their passion filled the room, resonating for 3 consecutive days and nights without respite. On the 4th morning, Luo Ruiying awoke, her bare body resting on Ning Yechen's chest. The room lay in disarray, and the bed beneath them had collapsed at some point. The two lay entwined on the floor, recalling the fervent moments they had shared over the past 3 days. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed with shame, followed by a wave of melancholy. She had given herself to this mortal man. Gazing at the slumbering Ning Yechen, an expression of resolve flickered across her face as she slowly raised her hand. As an empress of the celestial realm, her fall from grace into the arms of a mere mortal could not be revealed. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she sighed and lowered her hand. He had acted under coercion, not of his own volition, and he had saved her life. She could not repay kindness with malice. Besides, their union had forged an undeniable bond. With a weary body, Luo Ruiying rose and donned her celestial gown once more. Before departing, she approached Ning Yechen one last time, her gaze softening as she sighed. Celestial and mortal realms are distinct. This was merely a dream. Let us pretend we have never met. With that, she lightly touched the ground and vanished from the room. At the very moment of her disappearance, Ning Yechen opened his eyes, sat up, and with a wry smile at the corners of his lips, softly murmured, "Is it merely a dream? Perhaps that is for the best." He had awakened long before, yet he remained uncertain about how to confront Luo Ruiying, thus feigning slumber. Seeing her choose to depart quietly was, in fact, in accordance with his wishes. This way, she could continue to be the ethereal fairy of her realm, while he could indulge in his secluded, carefree existence, with neither disturbing the other. Gazing around the disordered room, Ning Yechen scratched his head. Had he perhaps been a bit too fervent? He wondered about her well-being. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression turned alarmed. Oh no, he had forgotten to take precautionary measures. However, she was a fairy of the celestial realm, possessing considerable cultivation. It should not be so easy for her to conceive. Furthermore, upon her return, she would undoubtedly employ her celestial powers to prevent any unwanted pregnancy, so he need not worry. Chapter 1. Mother takes you to find your father. A decade later, amidst the towering mountains of the Demon Domain Forest, a wooden house stood prominently within the expansive woodland. In the courtyard, Ning Yechen lounged in a handmade pair of sunglasses on a rocking chair, a glass of freshly squeezed celestial fruit juice held aloft. His demeanor languid and content. As the chair gently swayed, he relished the warmth of the sun. This was the essence of life. Each day, he awakened at his leisure, free from disturbances, devoid of the obligations of school or work, and unburdened by conflict. When hunger struck, he feasted upon the celestial fruits, herbs, and spiritual medicines he had cultivated. In his spare time, he could fish in the lake where he had raised his own stock. Life was carefree and joyous. In contrast to the relentless battles of the past, this tranquil existence was what he yearned for. The sole imperfection lay in the fact that he had lived alone here for over a century, and indeed, he felt a twinge of boredom. This world lacked phones and other means of entertainment. The monotony of daily routines over 100 years had become somewhat tiresome. Although a few creatures could converse with him, their fear of him rendered the interactions utterly devoid of interest. This inevitably led Ning Yechen to reminisce about that enchanting dream from a decade ago. For the past 10 years, whenever boredom struck, he could not help but recall that night. The growth he experienced that evening remained indelibly etched in his memory, making it impossible to forget. Could it be that his prolonged solitude had fostered a sense of loneliness? Ning Yechen pondered this notion, for it was difficult to explain why he found himself frequently reminiscing about that night. At the time, his intention was solely to save the woman's life, without any desire to disrupt his secluded existence, yet now it haunted his thoughts. Yet, he did not even know her name, and it was unlikely that they would ever meet again. Shaking his head, he cast aside his wandering thoughts and closed his eyes. Having resolved to live in seclusion, he decided not to dwell on such matters. Just then, Ning Yechen suddenly opened his eyes wide. Someone was approaching. His spiritual sense distinctly perceived not one, but 2 figures making their way toward him. It was indeed rare and intriguing for anyone to reach this place. He had dwelled in seclusion for a century, and apart from that woman a decade ago, no one else had ever found their way here. Ning Yechen appeared to have stumbled upon a curious amusement. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he clapped his hands, causing the barrier enveloping the vicinity of the wooden cabin to dissipate instantaneously. He was eager to ascertain the intentions of his unexpected visitor. Amidst the dense thicket, a woman of exquisite grace and unparalleled beauty strolled gracefully through the woods. Her complexion was somewhat pallid, and her expression bore the traces of fatigue. Upon her back rested a charming little girl, no more than 3 or 4 years of age, whose delicate features resembled that of a porcelain doll. The girl sported a cascade of lustrous black hair, her cherubic face adorned with soft roundness and finely sculpted features. With her bright, inquisitive eyes, she curiously surveyed the surroundings, her sweet voice inquiring of her mother, "Mother, where are we going? Didn't Yi say he wanted to see father?" Luo Ruiying turned her head, revealing a gentle and affectionate smile directed at the little girl on her back. Although her face radiated warmth and love, a flicker of sorrow and concern glimmered in her eyes. After a decade, she had not anticipated that she would return to the mortal realm with her child in search of that fateful individual. Strangely, despite her reliance on memory to navigate through the woods for quite some time, she found herself unable to locate the wooden cabin from her past. Had he departed? Indeed. For a mere mortal, 10 years could be an eternity. He may have long since moved on, perhaps even married elsewhere. The thought weighed heavily on Luo Ruiying, her inner turmoil betraying her calm facade. Really? Mother, are we truly going to find father? Luo Hongye exclaimed with uncontainable joy upon hearing her mother's intentions. She pressed her face closer, repeatedly asking for confirmation. Yes, we are going to find father, Luo Ruiying replied, unwilling to shatter her child's blissful imagination. Yet, deep within, she harbored her own uncertainties about the possibility of locating Ning Yechen. After her initial excitement, a profound question began to form in the little girl's mind. Tilting her head, she inquired, "Mother, didn't you say that father passed away when I was born?" Luo Ruiying was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Since Luo Hongye had become more aware, she often tugged at her mother, asking where her father had gone. Luo Ruiying had once deceived her, stating that her father had unfortunately passed away at the time of her birth. Now, to suddenly claim they were going to find him felt rather peculiar. Actually, your father is not completely gone. Luo Ruiying racked her brain and could only conjure this excuse to explain. Luo Hongye blinked her big, sparkling eyes, genuinely believing her mother's words, and innocently asked, "So, father is still alive, right, mother?" "Yes, absolutely," Luo Ruiying hurriedly affirmed. Just when she thought she had successfully evaded further questioning, Luo Hongye continued, "Then why hasn't father come to find Yi and mother? Does he not want us anymore?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, glistening like dew. Luo Ruiying was taken aback and quickly pulled Luo Hongye from her back into her embrace, soothing her as she gently patted her back. "No, my dear Yi. How could your father not want you? He, indeed, sustained severe injuries and has been hiding here to recuperate." He refrained from informing Yi, fearing it would cause her concern. This was the most plausible excuse Luo Ruiying could conjure. She could hardly confess that her father was entirely unaware of her existence. Luo Hongye, without a trace of doubt regarding Luo Ruiying's words, immediately halted her tears, her small face etched with worry. "Is father all right?" "He is fine, truly," Luo Ruiying responded with a gentle smile. At that moment, Luo Ruiying abruptly came to a standstill, her demeanor transforming into one of utmost seriousness and gravity. Her sharp gaze scanning the surrounding woods. There is the presence of a demonic beast. Moreover, the aura seems formidable. When she visited a decade ago, she had not noticed that such powerful beasts roamed these woods. In her current state, she was uncertain if she could confront them. Luo Ruiying tightly embraced Luo Hongye with one arm, while her other hand instinctively reached for the celestial sword at her waist, preparing for a potential ambush. However, in the next instant, the indistinct aura of the beasts vanished entirely, as if they had scattered in fear, leaving no trace behind. Why has the presence dissipated? Could they have sensed her aura and fled? As Luo Ruiying pondered this perplexity, a delicate wooden cottage unexpectedly materialized before her, not far away. How peculiar. She had not noticed the cottage's presence moments ago. It seemed to have appeared out of thin air, despite the uncertainty swirling within her. The sight of the familiar cottage elicited an involuntary smile of joy on her face. "I found it. This is the place." Chapter 2. I never claimed I wouldn't be responsible. Luo Ruiying approached the wooden cottage, cradling Luo Hongye, and gently knocked on the door, her heart a tumult of apprehension. With a creak, the wooden door slowly opened. "May I ask which young lady is seeking someone?" Ning Yechen inquired with a smile at the entrance. For reasons unknown, gazing upon the woman before him stirred a sense of déjà vu within him. Observing her familiar features, Luo Ruiying slightly pursed her lips and lowered her gaze. Momentarily at a loss for words, after a brief hesitation, she tentatively ventured, "Do you not remember me?" Ning Yechen scrutinized the young woman once more. Her inky hair and crimson eyes, along with her exquisite beauty, were undeniably familiar. Yet, he could not quite recall who she was. He had encountered countless beauties, making it difficult to place her. Furthermore, having secluded himself here for quite some time, it seemed improbable that anyone would recognize him. "My lady, who might you be?" After much contemplation, and finding no match in his memory, Ning Yechen awkwardly inquired. Seeing that Ning Changli truly did not recognize her, Luo Ruing could not help but feel a surge of anger and disappointment, her voice rising in gentle reproach. You heartless man. Not only had he taken her first experience, but she had also gone to great lengths to protect this child. After finally escaping from the celestial realm, she had sought him out, only to find that he had forgotten her entirely. She understood that for mortals, a decade could indeed lead to the fading of many memories. Yet, the depth of Ning Yechen's forgetfulness left her feeling both disappointed and enraged. In an instant, Ning Yechen stood there, utterly bewildered by her outburst. To reason, since he traversed into this world and became the unparalleled demon lord of the demon realm for centuries, how could he have never experienced romance and yet be labeled a heartless scoundrel? This is utterly preposterous. A blatant defamation. My dear, could it be that there exists some misunderstanding between us? Have you perhaps mistaken me for someone else? Ning Yechen inquired once more, convinced that the woman before him must have erred in her recognition. Seeing Ning Yechen genuinely unable to recall her, Luo Ruing let out a disappointed sigh. Cradling the child in her arms, Luo Hongya, with a lingering gaze filled with sorrow, she stated, "She is your daughter, and you must take responsibility for both of us." What? Ning Yechen was taken aback. This revelation was simply astounding. Had he suddenly become an unexpected father? He glanced down at the exquisite girl, as delicate as a doll, who appeared timid yet was stealthily observing him. The little girl was undeniably beautiful and charming, evoking an inexplicable sense of closeness and familiarity in him. He was instantly fond of her. However, the sudden revelation of her being his child left him utterly bewildered. Aside from that fateful night a decade ago, he had not been intimate with any woman. As this thought crossed his mind, Ning Yechen suddenly grasped something, pointing at Luo Ruing with astonishment and asking, You were the fairy from that night." Upon witnessing Ning Yechen finally recollecting, Luo Ruing shyly nodded. With the affirmation, Ning Yechen's mouth fell agape in further astonishment. No way. It truly is her. The aura of cultivation surrounding Luo Ruing had diminished significantly compared to before. They seemed to belong to entirely different realms. Her once resplendent silver hair had transformed into ebony, making it difficult for him to connect her with the woman from that night. Ning Yechen found it incomprehensible. After a fleeting night of passion, the celestial being had returned 10 years later with a child, demanding his accountability. A distinguished fairy from the celestial realm, possessing a cultivation level that might even rival that of a Holy Land saintess or empress, had come down to the mortal realm seeking him. What perplexed him further was the well-known truth that the higher one's cultivation, the lower the probability of conceiving a celestial fetus. Some celestial lords would labor tirelessly with multiple partners for years to achieve such a result. How could he have been the one to have succeeded in this endeavor? Moreover, as a cultivator, he could have easily used his celestial power to prevent the conception of a celestial fetus at any moment. He had assumed that after that night, Luo Ruing would surely take measures to avoid becoming pregnant. After all, she was a fairy of the celestial realm, typically unable to easily conceive. Yet here she was, having indeed nurtured a celestial fetus for years and subsequently raising the child. Is she truly my child? Ning Yechen found it difficult to believe as he inquired, more as a means of confirmation than anything else, though he already held a sense of certainty within. However, as soon as the question left his lips, he immediately regretted it. It seemed inappropriate to ask in such a manner. Sure enough, upon hearing Ning Yechen's words, Luo Ruing's expression darkened, her brows furrowing tightly as she retorted with a furious yet delicate voice, "Humph. If you refuse to take responsibility, I shall simply leave with the child. Do not insult me or my child." With those words, Luo Ruing turned away without hesitation, a glimmer of tears shimmering in her eyes. Luo Hongya rested her head on Luo Ruing's shoulder, her large eyes unwaveringly fixed on Ning Yechen, and with a charming tone, she inquired softly, "Mother, does father not want us?" Upon seeing Ning Yechen, Luo Hongya inexplicably felt a sense of closeness. She had always been somewhat shy, yet she felt no fear towards Ning Yechen, leading her to believe he must indeed be the father she had longed for. Her words struck deeply within Ning Yechen, stirring his heart and causing it to tremble. As the supreme ruler of the demon realm, he was certainly not the type to abandon his wife and children. Nor was he a man devoid of responsibility. He was fully capable of shouldering his duties. In a swift motion, Ning Yechen caught up to Luo Ruing, seizing her arm. "Wait, I never said I would not take responsibility. Let go of me," she retorted, anger flaring within her. "I do not require your responsibility." Enraged, she attempted to shake Ning Yechen off, but mindful of his status as a mortal, she restrained her strength, applying only a gentle force. However, even with her diminished effort, it was still sufficient to easily escape the grip of an average adult, yet she could not free herself from Ning Yechen's hold. Before Luo Ruing could express her astonishment, a sudden sweetness filled her throat, leading her to cough violently. Coughing up a spatter of fresh blood into her palm, her complexion paled considerably. You are injured. Ning Yechen grasped her wrist, his expression turning icy. I am fine, let go of me. Luo Ruiying struggled to break free, but found her strength waning. As she took a step forward, darkness engulfed her vision, and she collapsed into Ning Yechen's embrace, unconscious. Mother! Mother! Luo Hongya cried out, tugging at Luo Ruiying's arm. Ning Yechen swiftly wrapped one arm around Luo Ruiying's waist, holding her tightly to him, while with the other, he embraced Luo Hongya. Do not worry, he comforted her gently. With father here, your mother will be fine. In the wooden house, Ning Yechen gently laid Luo Ruiying upon the bed, his hand feeling for her pulse. His expression growing increasingly grave. After a century, a rare surge of murderous intent resurfaced within him. Upon closer examination, he discovered her condition was far worse than he had anticipated. Her meridians were severely damaged, her celestial bone had been extracted, and even her heart was lost. She was merely surviving on a false heart. Her back bore several wounds, seeping blood lightly. It was remarkable that she had endured this long. A sense of guilt arose within Ning Yechen, softening his gaze upon Luo Ruiying. He could only guess at the trials she had faced in the celestial realm over the past decade, but he knew it must have been arduous. Otherwise, a once mighty celestial emperor would not have fallen to such depths. In her moment of despair, she had come to seek him out with her child, and he had nearly cast them away. Tenderly, Ning Yechen caressed Luo Ruiying's cheek, channeling his spiritual energy to safeguard her body. To save her life posed no challenge for Ning Yechen. However, with her meridians damaged, and having lost her celestial bone and heart, the prospect of her ever regaining her former zenith of cultivation appeared grim. Luo Hongya, filled with concern, perched at the edge of the bed, silently shedding tears the size of pearls, displaying remarkable restraint in her quiet sorrow. When his daughter approached, Ning Yechen softened his previously stern demeanor, revealing a warm, affable smile as he beckoned to Luo Hongya. He longed to call her name, but awkwardly realized he did not even know his daughter's name. Not only was he unfamiliar with her name, but he also could not recall his wife's name. Timidly, Luo Hongya took her small steps forward, gazing up at him with her large, watery eyes, and in a sweet, tentative voice, called out, Daddy. This tender utterance nearly melted Ning Yechen's heart. Overcome with emotion, he gathered the petite Luo Hongya into his embrace and gently stroked her adorable little head. What is your name, my daughter? He inquired. Luo Hongya. She replied in a soft, endearing manner. Ning Yechen tenderly repeated her name, committing it to memory. He then smiled reassuringly at Luo Hongya, saying, Do not worry. Your mother is safe now. No more tears. MHM. Luo Hongya nodded vigorously, though her brow furrowed with concern as she looked up at Ning Yechen and asked, Daddy, are you hurt? Huh. Ning Yechen responded, bewildered. He had lost all recollection of the last time he had sustained an injury. It felt like a distant memory. Mother said that you cannot come to see us because you are gravely injured. Is that true? Luo Hongya's hopeful gaze fixed upon him. Realizing that Luo Ruiying had likely fabricated an excuse to placate their daughter, Ning Yechen chuckled helplessly and played along with the ruse, saying, Indeed, I have been here recuperating. Which is why I could not visit you. Daddy, I miss you so much. Luo Hongya exclaimed. Seeing you will make Daddy's injuries heal instantly. Is that so? She asked, her innocent smile lighting up her face. Then you want to abandon me and mother, right? Ning Yechen felt waves of affection surge within him as he tightened his embrace around Luo Hongya, gently caressing her small head and assuring her, never. From now on, I will always be by your side, protecting you both. Yes. Luo Hongya joyfully pressed against Ning Yechen's chest, clutching his clothing tightly. I finally found Daddy. Now tell me, where did you and mother live before? How was your life? Ning Yechen inquired with a smile, though his expression masked a deeper intent. He was determined to uncover what had transpired over the past decade. Who dared to extract his wife's celestial bone and heart and inflict such harm upon her? Luo Ruiying, naively believing that Ning Yechen was simply curious about her and her mother's past, began to recount her story with unbridled enthusiasm. Since her birth, and from the moment she became aware, she had spent most of her time hidden away in a small cupboard. Her mother often claimed it was a game of hide and seek, instructing her to remain silent and concealed. Only after her mother returned would she be held and spend time with her. One day, she hid in the closet for several days, and her mother did not come looking for her. Bored and restless, she couldn't resist sneaking out, only to be discovered by others, leading to her confinement in a pitch-black iron cage. Alone in the darkness, she felt an overwhelming fear. Occasionally, some people would come to see her, but they only berated her as a wretched child. Those individuals appeared terrifying, and she despised their presence, curling up in the corner to hide. It was only when her mother finally came to find her, releasing her from that dark cage, that she was taken away. However, no matter where they went, They were pursued by many. Those villains had injured her mother. She loathed them. At this point, Luo Hongye raised her angry little face and exclaimed indignantly. Ning Yechen, upon hearing this, felt a chill settle over him, his heart nearly bursting with rage. How formidable the celestial realm was. They dared to bully both his wife and daughter. From Luo Hongye's words, one could surmise the hardships she had endured. Luo Ruiying had secretly given birth to Luo Hongye, hiding her away in the closet and tricking her into playing hide and seek to avoid detection. Eventually discovered, she had to break free from her confinement and forcibly escape the celestial realm with Luo Hongye. She must have suffered greatly during that time, enduring many hardships. Ning Yechen longed to storm into the celestial realm and eradicate those who had harmed his wife and daughter. Unfortunately, Luo Hongye did not know where in the celestial realm she had lived, only that it was a vast and beautiful palace. Such magnificent structures were abundant in the celestial realm, making it impossible to locate her origins. Should he annihilate the entire celestial realm? It was not out of the question. The mere fact that they insulted his precious daughter was sufficient justification. Daddy, you look so frightening, Luo Hongye said, gazing at Ning Yechen's fierce countenance, shrinking her head in a mix of fear and innocence. Do not be afraid, my dear. Father is merely contemplating how to deal with those who bully you. Shall I seek vengeance for you in the future? Ning Yechen quickly suppressed his murderous intent and offered a warm, gentle smile. All right, father should also avenge mother. Those villains always bully her. Luo Hongye nodded, her tiny fists clenched in indignation. Rest assured, none of those scoundrels will escape, Ning Yechen assured, ruffling Luo Hongye's hair with a smile, already plotting where to begin. It seemed a journey was imminent. Just then, lying on the bed, Luo Ruiying's eyebrows fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, awakening. Chapter 4. My wife is quite charming, mother. Luo Hongye swiftly leaped into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Luo Ruiying tenderly stroked Luo Hongye's head, her eyes filled with love and warmth. Ning Yechen smiled gently and rose to prepare medicine. When he returned, he found Luo Hongye peacefully sleeping in her mother's arms. Come, it's time for your medicine, Ning Yechen said, sitting on the edge of the bed, one hand holding the medicine while the other gently helped Luo Ruiying sit up. The frail Luo Ruiying found it arduous to sit upright, relying entirely on Ning Yechen's embrace. By the way, what is your name? She inquired, her voice weak and tinged with shyness. It was she who had brought the child and sought the man's responsibility. Yet she remained unaware of his name, Ning Yechen. And you, my lady? Ning Yechen replied with a smile. My lady? Upon hearing this term of endearment, a faint blush crept onto Luo Ruiying's pale cheeks, and her demeanor became rather awkward. She was unaccustomed to such a title. Once a sovereign of the celestial realm, she felt an odd sensation at being addressed in this manner. Was it not appropriate? Since we share the bonds of marriage and have a child together, should you not call me my lady? You may also refer to me as husband, Ning Yechen proclaimed with a natural audacity, as she was now his woman. From this moment forth, she would be his lady, though the situation was somewhat abrupt. A sense of unexpected joy filled him at the thought of having a wife and suddenly becoming a father. Luo Ruiying found herself at a loss for words to counter this declaration, ultimately acquiescing to Ning Yechen's form of address. After all, she feared her time was limited. What harm was there in allowing him to call her his lady for a few days? Yet, she simply could not bring herself to address him as husband. I am called Luo Ruiying. She instinctively began to assert her former title, but then gently corrected herself to provide her name. She was no longer the Empress of the celestial realm. From this moment onward, they had truly become acquainted. Ning Yechen smiled faintly, scooping a spoonful of medicinal broth, cooling it before offering it to Luo Ruiying. My lady, it is time for your medicine. Luo Ruiying hesitated, gazing at the child nestled in her arms, her expression contemplative. She then looked up earnestly at Ning Yechen and instructed, if I am no longer here, I entrust this child to you. She wished to take advantage of her currently stable condition to entrust everything to Ning Yechen. She was all too aware of her injuries. Her meridians were damaged, and her heart was affected. Mere mountain yam from the mortal realm would be utterly ineffectual in healing her wounds. Hence, whether she consumed the medicine was inconsequential. Very well. I understand. Please, take your medicine first, Ning Yechen replied dismissively, eager for Luo Ruiying to drink. Her earnest request seemed to fall on deaf ears, for she believed that once she ingested the medicine, all would be well. Noticing his nonchalant response, Luo Ruiying frowned, her expression one of displeasure and disappointment. Here she was, in such a fragile state, addressing her final wishes, yet he appeared utterly indifferent. Did you hear? Just as she was about to continue, Ning Yechen seized the opportunity to place the spoon in her mouth. The concoction he had meticulously prepared was exceptionally rare, even within the celestial realm. The medicinal properties dissipated quickly and could not be wasted. Suddenly forced to swallow the medicine, Luo Ruiying was initially taken aback, but then sensed something amiss. She could feel the powerful essence of the medicine spreading throughout her body. It was as if she were enveloped in a warm current. Her injuries miraculously healing in an instant, and even her internal meridians were rapidly mending themselves. What kind of potion is this, brewed from what ingredients? Why does it possess such overwhelming and astonishing potency? Even in the celestial realm, she has never encountered a medicinal concoction brimming with such vigor. How could there be such precious herbs in the mortal realm to create this elixir? What is this medicine? Luo Ruiying could not help but inquire. It's merely a wild yam I casually gathered in the mountains. Come, don't waste it. Drink it while it's warm, Ning Yechen replied. His heart slightly unsettled as he continued to ladle the potion to her lips. It was indeed difficult to explain how a mere mortal had concocted such a treasure trove of celestial herbs. Luo Ruiying, half convinced, pondered how an ordinary forest could possibly yield such invaluable yams, based solely on her taste. There were at least several varieties of celestial herbs aged a millennium or even 10,000 years. However, in order not to squander the precious effects of the potion, she chose to forego further inquiries and obediently opened her mouth to receive each spoonful of the elixir that Ning Yechen offered. It was her first experience being cared for in such a manner, especially by someone of mortal status. Ning Yechen, too, relished the process of administering the potion. As if life had suddenly blossomed with newfound joy, Luo Ruiying gently parted her cherry-hued lips to take the spoon, greedily savoring every drop without waste. To her surprise, she found the act of being fed rather delightful. Noticing Ning Yechen's gaze upon her, she raised an eyebrow in curiosity and asked, What is it? Nothing. I merely find my wife quite enchanting, Ning Yechen candidly complimented. How rude. The directness of his words caught Luo Ruiying off guard, uncertain if it was the potion's influence. A faint blush adorned her cheeks as she pursed her lips and cast her eyes downward. In the past, she would have scolded anyone daring to speak so lightly to her, and would have meted out punishment. Yet, in this moment, an indescribable sensation stirred within her heart. She was not particularly angry. My dear wife, may I inquire about what transpired? After feeding her another spoonful, Ning Yechen seized the opportunity to ask. If he could glean any clues from Luo Ruiying, it would greatly aid him. Luo Ruiying's expression darkened as she resolutely shook her head. Please, do not press me on this matter. The less you know, the better. It would be dangerous for you otherwise. She did not wish for Ning Yechen to become embroiled in her affairs. Even if he were to learn of it, what could he do? She sensed no trace of spiritual power within him. A mere mortal could not contend with the forces of the celestial realm. Her silence was a means to protect him from danger. Though aware that Luo Ruiying might not divulge anything, Ning Yechen felt a pang of regret. If he knew which faction of the celestial realm was involved, he could strike with precision. The celestial domain is vast, filled with innumerable holy sites, divine palaces, and hidden clans. The search would be arduous. It appeared he would have to venture into the celestial realm himself. After administering the potion, Ning Yechen gently laid Luo Ruiying down on the bed and drew the covers over her and Luo Hongya, ensuring they were warm and comfortable. Upon consuming the potent elixir, Luo Ruiying swiftly succumbed to weariness, drifting into a deep slumber, her body continuing to absorb the essence of the medicine within. Ning Yechen, filled with tenderness, caressed her cheek before rising and stepping outside, leaping into the air, transforming into a dark divine rainbow that soared into the celestial heavens. At that moment, the barrier between the mortal realm and the immortal realm was shattered. After a century, I have returned to the celestial realm. Chapter 5. That man has returned. In the eastern immortal domain, at the Ascension Gateway, towering ascension portals loomed above the clouds of the immortal realm, majestic and grand, radiating an aura of splendor. This location served as the junction between the mortal realm and the celestial realm, the first destination reached upon ascension. Each domain within the celestial realm possesses a similar ascension gateway, essentially a reporting station for the celestial realm. Whenever an individual from the mortal realm ascends, the ascension portal automatically opens. A group of guards clad in celestial armor gathered near the portal, engaging in lively conversation and merriment. Did you know? Hundreds of years ago, the supreme of the demon realm, Ning Yechen, led an army against our celestial realm, igniting a tumultuous storm of bloodshed. The entire celestial realm united, battling fiercely, yet nearly succumbed to the destruction wrought by that demon lord. Not even a coalition of numerous celestial emperors could subdue him. After demolishing a significant portion of the celestial realm, he ultimately retreated with his forces, albeit begrudgingly. That was the third battle between the celestial and demon realms, the most devastating conflict our realm has ever faced. One corpulent captain vividly recounted the extraordinary battle that transpired over a century ago, captivating the attention of his fellow guards. The others listened intently, engrossed in his narrative. It had been ages since any turmoil had beset the celestial realm. It was now exceedingly tranquil. The daily task of guarding the portal had become not only pointless, but excruciatingly dull. What became of that demon lord? Why have we heard nothing of him lately? Has he perished? One guard inquired with curiosity, echoing the sentiments of his companions as they awaited the captain's response. Puffing out his chest with pride, the captain replied, "It is said that after clashing with several celestial emperors, the demon lord returned to the demon realm, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Some speculate he suffered grave injuries and met his demise. The demon realm deliberately suppresses news of him, hence the silence surrounding his fate." "Oh, it seems our celestial realm prevails after all," one guard exclaimed. "Indeed, our celestial realm is not to be compared with the wretched minions of the demon realm." Ha ha ha. The group erupted into boastful laughter, their pride swelling. "By the way, you haven't described what that demon lord looked like." Another guard interjected after their mirth subsided. Just as the captain was about to respond, the ascension portal suddenly activated, emitting intense fluctuations. What is happening? Why is the portal reacting so violently? Unfathomable, for they had never witnessed such a tumultuous upheaval at the celestial gate. The guards were momentarily taken aback, rising quickly to investigate. It was as if someone were forcibly breaching the celestial gate to ascend to the celestial realm. Who possessed such audacity to intrude upon the celestial domain? The guards stood ready, their long spears aligned towards the gate. Moments later, the gate overloaded, and spiritual light erupted. Unleashing a tempest of mist, a figure emerged, stepping through the shattered portal. The guards were astounded, their mouths agape at the sight of someone capable of fracturing the celestial gate. Upon the appearance of this figure, they swiftly closed in, weapons drawn. The lead guard, a portly man, shouted in indignation, "Who dares trespass into the celestial realm and vandalize the celestial gate?" As the mist dissipated, the figure of Ning Yechen materialized before the onlookers. He surveyed his surroundings with a languid stretch, remarking on how long it had been since he had traversed the celestial realm, nearly forgetting the way. After over a century, the celestial realm remained remarkably unchanged, with all he had previously dismantled seemingly restored. "How delightful! Chief guard, shall we apprehend him?" The vigilant guards observed Ning Yechen intently, inching closer. However, the portly chief guard stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably, his expression filled with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. It was him, that man. He had not perished. He had returned. Noticing the chief guard's distress, a nearby guard leaned in and whispered, "Sir, what troubles you? Everyone awaits your command. Shall we take him down?" "Take." The chief guard stammered, barely able to utter the words. Before he could finish, a nearby guard nodded in understanding and immediately directed the others to advance. By order of the chief guard, "Seize him." The guards surged forward with their weapons brandished. Ning Yechen cast a cold glance at the advancing guards. With a mere flick of his sleeve, black flames engulfed them, and before they could utter a sound, they were reduced to ashes. Though he had little desire for violence, he would show no mercy to those who dared provoke him. In an instant, the commanding guard was left speechless. The only ones remaining were him and the portly chief guard. Finally, the chief guard managed to articulate the words he had left unspoken. "Seize! Seize that monstrous fiend!" The guards collapsed in terror, their legs giving way beneath them. Ning Yechen was astonished. After over a century, someone still recognized him. "You know me? Your esteemed name has long echoed throughout the celestial realm. I had the fortune of encountering you over a century ago." The chief guard quavered, kneeling before Ning Yechen, trembling. Ning Yechen nodded with a benevolent smile, inquiring, "It has been so long since I visited the celestial realm. Which way to the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace?" "That way." The chief guard shakily raised his hand, pointing in the indicated direction, not daring to conceal anything. To him, Ning Yechen's smile was akin to death beckoning him forth. He merely hoped that when death approached, it would be as painless as it was for those guards moments before. Grateful. Ning Yechen expressed his thanks to the corpulent head guard, then transformed into a dark, ethereal streak, racing towards the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. As he watched Ning Yechen vanish into the distance, the stout head guard and another attendant collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. The heavenly Tao Imperial Palace, a magnificent assembly of resplendent halls, stood atop the celestial realm, its golden splendor shining brilliantly, embodying grandeur and majesty. This was one of the 9 pinnacle powers of the celestial world, the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. In the blink of an eye, Ning Yechen arrived above the vast expanse of the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace and bellowed, "Old man, surely you are not dead yet. If you are still alive, come forth and face me." His voice, imbued with an ominous resonance, reverberated throughout the palace, causing all within to feel a jarring explosion in their minds. Many instinctively clutched their ears and crumpled to the ground. Those of lesser cultivation even bled from their orifices, collapsing on the spot. The sudden upheaval startled everyone within the heavenly Tao imperial palace. Who dared to speak so brazenly against the palace in the celestial realm? What audacious youth dares to intrude upon the heavenly Tao imperial palace and show such disrespect to its people? Chapter 6. How has he returned again? A middle-aged man, draped in golden robes and exuding an air of dignified authority, bellowed as he soared from the main hall of the heavenly Tao imperial palace. Hovering in midair before Ning Yechen. Upon seeing Ning Yechen, Tian Dao Chongrong furrowed his brow, as the figure appeared strikingly familiar, yet he could not immediately recall who he was. Who are you? Where is that old fool Tian Dao? Ning Yechen inquired, hands clasped behind his back, regarding Tian Dao Chongrong with a perplexed expression. Had he been away from the celestial realm for so long that the heavenly Tao imperial palace had undergone such changes? Ning Yechen's arrogant demeanor, imperious even among the celestial beings, left few daring enough to speak so freely to one from the heavenly Tao imperial palace. Tian Dao Chongrong examined him more closely, an unsettling familiarity dawning upon him as he gradually recalled Ning Yechen's identity, his expression shifting dramatically. It is you, the supreme of the demon realm, Yi Machen. Tian Dao Chongrong was taken aback, terror flooding his eyes, as long-buried fears, dormant for over a century, resurfaced in an instant. More than 100 years prior, he had witnessed the figure in secret. Compared to the demon lord of old, the Ning Yechen before him now appeared benign, resembling an unassuming mortal, which explained his momentary failure to recognize him. Indeed, it seems someone at the heavenly Tao imperial palace remembers me. However, you are mistaken about one thing. I am the former supreme of the demon realm, now retired, Ning Yechen corrected, shaking a finger lightly. Yi Machen, you dare to intrude upon the celestial realm once more, disturbing our peace and injuring the heavenly Tao imperial palace? Do you truly believe us to be so easily bullied? Although fear gripped his heart, Tian Dao Chongrong, the current master of the heavenly Tao imperial palace, steadied himself and frowned as he admonished Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen's brow furrowed slightly, displeasure evident on his face. The skies have cleared, the rain has ceased. Do you in the heavenly Tao imperial palace believe yourselves formidable again? It appears the last time your palace was dismantled was not thorough enough. Humph. Yi Machen, do you truly believe that the celestial realm has remained unchanged over the past century? Today, I have ascended to the ranks of the celestial emperors, driven by the desire to avenge the destruction of my heavenly Tao imperial palace a century ago. Tian Dao Chongrong's expression was icy, and with a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura of the celestial emperor erupted, soaring into the heavens. The immense pressure shattered palatial structures within 100 miles, forcing countless individuals to the ground, gasping for breath. Those with even a modicum of strength could only manage to lift their heads, cheering for the formidable presence of their palace master, truly, our esteemed master of the heavenly Tao imperial palace, a paragon of the younger generation. In just over a century, he has transitioned from celestial sovereign to celestial emperor. This is the first time I have witnessed our master in his full glory. How majestic and powerful he is. Within the celestial realm, the strength of our master is among the most formidable. Humph. The master is enraged. It's time to teach this reckless young man a lesson. Ning Yechen sighed helplessly, casting a glance at Tian Dao Chongrong with his deep, obsidian eyes. With a casual gesture, he summoned an enormous, pitch-black, demonic hand that tore through the fabric of space, descending upon Tian Dao Chongrong's head. The shadowy hand loomed over a significant portion of the heavenly Tao imperial palace. All the inhabitants of the palace, including Tian Dao Chongrong, trembled, unable to move an inch. With a thunderous crash, the entire celestial realm trembled, as a large part of the heavenly Tao imperial palace was reduced to dust. Beneath the weight of the demonic hand, Tian Dao Chongrong coughed up blood, his body embedded in the ground, feeling as though all his bones had shattered. His countenance filled with horror and dread. How could this be possible? He had already ascended to the rank of celestial emperor. Why was he reduced to the helplessness of a mere chick in the presence of the demon lord? One strike, and he nearly lost his life. Ignorance leads to peril. It seems the heavenly Tao imperial palace has no reason to exist any longer. Ning Yechen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, walking through the air while calling out softly towards the depths of the heavenly Tao imperial palace. Old man, I know you're not dead. If you do not emerge soon, I shall flatten your palace, leaving not a trace. I shall count to 3. No sooner had he finished speaking than a blue streak shot out from the depths of the palace, followed closely by several other streaks of varying colors. An elder, exuding an aura of celestial grace and sporting a 3-foot-long white beard, hurriedly arrived before Ning Yechen. Accompanying him were several elders of the celestial emperor rank from the heavenly Tao imperial palace. Wonderful. The ancestor of the heavenly Tao has emerged from seclusion. and several elders have concluded their own retreats as well. Now, we need not fear that fellow. Could he possibly stand against the entirety of the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace alone? Beneath the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace, countless disciples gazed upward with anticipation at the ancestor of the heavenly Tao and the accompanying elders. They represented not only the true strength of the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace, but also stood among the pinnacle powers of the celestial realm. Old man, you have finally decided to show yourself. Ning Yechen smiled faintly at Tian Dao Wenyi, the ancestor of the heavenly Tao. Tian Dao Wenyi looked at Ning Yechen, his eyes trembling, his expression paling in fear even more than that of Tian Dao Chongrong. The god of death has truly defied fate and returned. Who could have summoned him back from the abyss? Reflecting on the cataclysmic battle between gods and demons over a century ago, Tian Dao Wenyi trembles with trepidation. If given the choice, he would rather marshal the full might of the Imperial Palace to confront the other 8 forces of the celestial realm than face this demon lord again. Upon hearing the stirrings of the Tian Dao Imperial Palace and the voice of Ning Yechen, he instinctively surmised that the demon lord had arrived. He intended to evade. But the thought of inaction struck fear into him. The very existence of the Tian Dao Imperial Palace hung in the balance. What audacity, bringing so many with him. Does he intend to engage in a contest with me? It has been over a century since I last wielded my power. Perhaps it is time for a warm-up. Ning Yechen remarked with a radiant smile. Their exchange resembled that of close friends, yet each utterance sent chills down Tian Dao Wenyi's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily shook his head, offering a sycophantic grin. Tian Dao Wenyi pays his respects to the demon lord. Surely you jest. The Tian Dao Imperial Palace would never dare oppose you. The disciples beneath Tian Dao Wenyi gazed at him in disbelief, their faith crumbling in an instant. Was this truly the venerable ancestor they had revered? Now so eager to ingratiate himself? Might the demon lord consider sparing my grandson? Tian Dao Wenyi inquired, his eyes darting to Tian Dao Chongrong, who still clung to life. He felt a wave of relief and adopted an exceedingly courteous demeanor. Numerous celestial emperors had failed to subdue this demon lord. Thus, the Tian Dao Imperial Palace had no need to provoke him further. If the palace were to be destroyed, it could be rebuilt. The foundation remained intact. Ning Yechen cast a sidelong glance at Tian Dao Chongrong, and, with a swift motion of his arm, the colossal demonic hand dissipated into the ether. Ancestor, you must seek justice for the Tian Dao Imperial Palace. Tian Dao Chongrong, having narrowly escaped death, rushed to Tian Dao Wenyi's side, pointing at Ning Yechen. The response was a resounding slap. How foolish. For daring to offend the demon lord, you are sentenced to a century of seclusion. Tian Dao Wenyi fumed. Tian Dao Chongrong, still contemplating a confrontation with the demon lord, seemed intent on provoking calamity upon the Tian Dao Imperial Palace. He displayed a complete lack of self-awareness. If he were capable of action, he would not need to resort to flattery. Sent flying 100 meters by the slap, Tian Dao Chongrong was left dazed and bloodied, unable to fathom that his usually affectionate ancestor could be so wrathful. A century prior, he had been shielded from direct confrontation with the demon lord and remained blissfully ignorant of his true power. Tian Dao Wenyi, however, had experienced firsthand the futility of the Tian Dao Imperial Palace against such might. This slap and subsequent punishment were, in essence, a means of salvation for him. I hereby strip Tian Dao Chongrong of his title as the palace master of the Tian Dao Imperial Palace. He is to be cast into seclusion for a century. Guards, take him away. Several attendants stepped forward to escort the seated Tian Dao Chongrong away. Observing this, Ning Yechen merely smiled in silence. It was but a show for his benefit. This time, he approached the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace for a purpose other than its destruction. Thus, it is to be overlooked. Otherwise, he would have already struck down the esteemed Chongrong of the heavenly Tao with a mere gesture. Might I inquire the reason for your esteemed presence at our humble palace? Tian Dao asked with a courteous bow, his heart racing to expedite the departure of this harbinger of death. The mere presence of this being instilled an immense pressure upon him. Countless disciples of the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Their ancestral figure, a renowned powerhouse within the celestial realm, had never displayed such deference to anyone. Yet, before this demon lord, he exhibited such subservience, even going so far as to punish the current palace master, Chongrong, by confining him to the forbidden grounds. I have come with a request for the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace, Ning Yechen stated calmly. What is it that the demon lord desires? Tian Dao inquired, perplexed. What could compel this formidable figure to re-emerge after a century? I require you to gather information regarding a woman named Luo Ring from the other 8 major forces within the celestial realm, particularly concerning her familial background. Do you understand? Ning Yechen articulated the purpose of his visit. rather than embarking on a protracted search throughout the celestial realm. It would be far more convenient to enlist the assistance of its inhabitants. Tian Dao was taken aback by the notion that Ning Yechen had returned to the celestial realm solely to inquire about a woman and her lineage. Might this woman have offended you, my lord? If so, the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace is willing to assist you. His eyes narrowed, harboring a hint of menace. Ning Yechen slowly shook his head, yet his gaze bore a chilling intensity. No, you need only provide me with the relevant information. The rest I shall handle myself. Understood. Tian Dao replied, his heart pounding, sensing the palpable killing intent emanating from Ning Yechen, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Internally, he cursed the forces allied with Luo Ruiying. Cursed be those who provoked this harbinger of death. Why did they choose to entangle with such a formidable foe? They have brought him back to the celestial realm and caused him to dismantle a significant portion of the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace. Had it not been for Ning Yechen's restraint, he would have already sought to eliminate the opposition. Very well, I shall return in 3 days. Should I not acquire the information I seek, the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace will face obliteration. With this ominous proclamation, Ning Yechen transformed into a shadowy bolt of lightning, vanishing from above the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace in the blink of an eye. As the departure lingered in the air, Tian Dao let out a sigh of relief, only to be plagued by the thought of Ning Yechen's impending return in 3 days, filling him with dread. If the desired information remained elusive, he had no doubt that the palace would be eradicated from the celestial realm. All disciples of the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace, heed my command. Henceforth, abandon all cultivation and proceed to every celestial domain to seek information concerning Luo Ruiying. Investigate anyone bearing the surname Luo. Furthermore, notify the Wujideo Palace and other celestial forces to assist in the search. Inform them that the demon lord has returned. Indeed, we shall honor the name of our ancestor. The disciples of the Tiandao Imperial Palace, witnessing such a grave and tense atmosphere for the first time, dared not exhibit any negligence, swiftly transforming into radiant beams of light as they dispersed throughout the realms of the celestial world. In an instant, the news of the demon lord Yi Machen's return spread across the entire celestial realm. What? The demon lord Yi Machen has returned to the celestial realm. Could it be that the demon realm is poised to invade us once more? This is dire. Hurry and notify the ancestor. Alas, the ancestor has already fled. Upon hearing of the demon lord's return, the entire celestial realm was thrown into a state of turmoil, with countless individuals unable to find sleep through the night. As a palpable atmosphere of fear enveloped the skies above the celestial realm, this night in the celestial realm was destined to be a sleepless one. Meanwhile, within a dark palace in the demon realm, several figures were seated around an enormous round table, their distinct demonic eyes radiating piercing light. The demon lord has manifested. Humph, I knew it. How could the great demon lord be dead? Yet, why has the demon lord not returned to the demon realm? What is the purpose of the demon lord's presence in the celestial realm? Why did he not summon us for the assault on the celestial realm? I shall lead a force to strike at the celestial realm. Hold your horses. According to reports, the demon lord has long since departed from the celestial realm. Regardless, having news of the demon lord makes matters considerably easier. Search. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we must ensure the demon lord is found. In the human realm, in the depths of the demon domain forest, within a quaint mountain cottage, Luo Ruiying slowly opened her eyes. After taking a celestial elixir and resting for a night, she could distinctly feel that her internal injuries were nearly fully healed. Although her cultivation could not be restored, her bodily wounds were largely mended, with only a period of careful recuperation required. She was astonished and delighted to discover such miraculous elixirs in the human realm. Seeing Luo Hongya, curled up in her embrace, still fast asleep, she lovingly stroked the child's head. She had prepared herself to bid farewell to the child at any moment. Yet now she could continue to stay by her side. Not wishing to disturb the slumbering Luo Hongya, Luo Ruiying gently propped herself up and surveyed the room, but did not see Ning Yechen's figure. Just as she was about to rise to search for him, the door creaked open softly. Ning Yechen entered, carrying a pot of steaming medicinal porridge. Noticing Luo Ruiying awake and leaning against the headboard, he smiled and greeted her. Good morning, my dear. Wake up and have some porridge. Did you wake up early just to prepare porridge? Luo Ruiying inquired. Through the window, she glanced outside, where a soft morning fog lingered, and the sun had yet to fully rise. I took a stroll outside first and made the porridge in passing, Ning Yechen replied, moving to the bedside. He scooped up a spoonful of the porridge, blowing on it before offering it to Luo Ruiying, reminiscent of how he had fed her the medicine the previous night. I am fine now. I can manage it myself, Luo Ruiying expressed, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with such intimacy and being fed, as it had been necessary only due to her serious injuries the night before. Now that her condition had improved significantly, she wished to reach out and take the porridge herself. However, Ning Yechen did not grant her this opportunity. As her hand reached out, he deftly withdrew the bowl of medicinal porridge, declaring with righteous conviction, "No, your body has yet to recover. I shall feed you." "I truly feel fine," Luo Ruing explained. "Not possible. I believe you are still unwell." "Come now," Ning Yechen insisted, completely disregarding her words as he once again brought the spoonful of porridge to her lips. His gaze warm and attentive, Luo Ruing felt a surge of indignation within her, as if this man was deliberately intent on feeding her. Chapter 8. This is far more entertaining than being the demon lord unable to resist Ning Yechen's kind intentions. Luo Ruing reluctantly parted her crimson lips to accept the spoonful of medicinal porridge. Despite being over 400 years old, she felt like a child being fed. The fact that he was merely immortal made her feel embarrassed at the thought of others discovering this. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she savored the porridge. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. The porridge dissolved in her mouth, releasing a rich aroma of herbs and ingredients that enveloped her senses, a warm, soothing sensation flowing through her body, nourishing her meridians. This was no ordinary porridge. It contained many celestial herbs and spirit medicines, as well as the exquisitely tender silver-scaled spirit fish, devoid of any unpleasant taste. She had often dined on this in the celestial realm and recognized it immediately. The silver-scaled spirit fish not only healed residual injuries within the body, but also opened meridians and replenished one's spiritual energy. Even in the celestial realm, such fish were not commonly encountered. And yet, she was consuming a porridge made with silver-scaled spirit fish in the mortal world. The flavor was exquisite. "Did you make this porridge?" Luo Ruing asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Indeed, is it delicious?" Ning Yechen replied with a smile. "Delicious," Luo Ruing instinctively responded, then quickly shook her head. Now was not the time to ponder its taste. Rather, she needed to understand how silver-scaled spirit fish could possibly exist in the mortal realm. "Where did you procure the fish?" Not far from the back of the house. There is a pond. I caught the fish from there." "Caught them from the pond?" Luo Ruing asked, her expression incredulous as she scrutinized Ning Yechen. The silver-scaled spirit fish thrived under very specific conditions, requiring an abundance of spiritual energy to survive. Otherwise, they would perish in an instant. How could they possibly thrive in a mortal pond? She suspected he was deceiving her. First, he mentioned celestial herbs, and now silver-scaled spirit fish. How could such rare treasures exist in this small forest? "I did not deceive you. They were truly caught from the pond. If you do not believe me, I can take you to see for yourself." Ning Yechen earnestly met her scrutinizing gaze, explaining. He spoke the truth. The celestial herbs were gathered from the mountains, cultivated by him a century ago. The silver-scaled spirit fish were also caught from the lake, but he had raised them himself. "Very well," Luo Ruing conceded, noting that Ning Yechen seemed genuinely honest and refraining from further inquiries. Despite her lingering doubts, she chose to trust his words. After all, he is merely an ordinary mortal, incapable of conjuring such celestial herbs, spiritual medicines, or silver-scaled fish from thin air. She would later verify this for herself. As she ceased her inquiries, Ning Yechen continued to spoon the medicinal porridge to her lips. Luo Ruing opened her mouth and gradually set aside her earlier concerns. Thus, the two engaged in a tender exchange of feeding, oblivious to the fact that a small creature had already awakened, gazing at them with wide, innocent eyes. When Luo Ruing noticed Luo Hongya watching her as she was fed, she immediately flushed crimson, and in her fluster, she choked slightly, coughing a few times. The sight of being fed in front of the child was utterly mortifying. "Cough, cough, you're awake." Luo Ruing steadied herself and picked up Luo Hongya, her cheeks still glowing with embarrassment. "Daddy is feeding mommy just as mommy feeds ye," Luo Hongya remarked, glancing at Ning Yechen, then looking up at Luo Ruing with a smile. Luo Ruing felt a wave of shyness wash over her and playfully glared at Ning Yechen. It was all his fault. She had insisted she could eat on her own, yet he insisted on feeding her, and now the child had witnessed it. Luo Ruing's captivating demeanor only prompted Ning Yechen to steal another glance. He found her slightly irked expression rather endearing. It seemed that women possessed a charming side, even when they were vexed. "Daddy, you wants Daddy to feed her too." Luo Hongya, unbothered by the intimacy displayed between her parents, expressed her desire with delight, opening her mouth and stretching her neck for a bite. Ning Yechen gently ruffled Luo Hongya's little head and scooped a spoonful of medicinal porridge to feed her. This rare concoction was immensely nourishing for the growing Luo Hongya. Luo Ruing squinted her eyes in delight, puffing up her adorable cheeks as she gently rocked in her embrace. In a sweet, childish voice, she exclaimed, "It's delicious. Daddy's cooking is better than Mommy's." Luo Ruing's face instantly reflected embarrassment and melancholy. Did that mean her previous attempts at cooking had been unsatisfactory? As an empress of the celestial realm, was it not natural for her to be unskilled in the kitchen? Yet, hearing that she fell short compared to an ordinary mortal, even in culinary matters, left her with a profound sense of defeat. If it's delicious, then you should eat more, Ning Yechen said, pleased to hear the child's enjoyment, and once again offered a spoonful of porridge to Luo Hongya. For some reason, his heart swelled with pride and satisfaction, a feeling 1,000 times more fulfilling than vanquishing a celestial emperor. All those years spent honing his culinary skills in seclusion were not in vain. It seemed that this serendipitous talent had finally found its purpose. Noticing Luo Ruiying's despondent expression, Ning Yechen found it amusing and again brought the porridge to her lips. Darling, it's your turn now. Luo Ruiying felt as if she were being treated like a child, which only intensified the look of displeasure on her face. However, upon seeing Luo Hongya gazing at her with eager anticipation, she silently accepted the medicinal porridge that was offered. In her heart, she could not help but admire the fact that it appeared to be prepared with a touch more finesse than her own efforts. Observing Ning Yechen diligently feeding them while neglecting his own meal, Luo Ruiying could not refrain from inquiring, "Aren't you going to eat?" "I am not hungry. You and the child should partake," Ning Yechen replied with a smile. He relished the act of feeding, and as the demon lord, he could easily forego food indefinitely. An occasional meal, he mused, was merely a matter of culinary desire. Luo Ruiying, however, was unaware of Ning Yechen's infamous identity as the demon lord and regarded him merely as a mortal. She had heard that sustenance in the human realm was particularly precious, especially for those impoverished families living in the mountains who might resort to consuming tree bark. Casting a glance around the room, it appeared that there was a lack of provisions, leading her to believe that Ning Yechen was sacrificing his own sustenance for their sake, which deeply moved her. With a slight blush, she boldly took the remaining porridge from his hands and, somewhat shyly, offered it to him, saying, I have had my fill with Yi, the rest is for you." As a former empress of the celestial realm, her action of feeding a mere mortal might seem incredulous to others, yet it was a way to express her gratitude for his kindness. Besides, he was, after all, her husband, and such an act seemed only fitting. Ning Yechen was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Luo Ruiying would choose to feed him. With a gentle smile, he willingly accepted her offering. This sensation of being fed was not entirely new to him, as his subordinates had done so in the past. Yet the experience was distinctly different. It was far more delightful than during his time as the demon lord. Chapter 9, My dear. Your happiness is sufficient. The trio enjoyed a harmonious morning, feeding one another with joy. After finishing the medicinal porridge, Luo Ruiying felt that her body had sufficiently recuperated, her strength gradually returning. She then expressed her desire to take a stroll, since this would be her and her child's home from now on. She needed to ensure that it was adequately secluded and secure. Additionally, she was curious to see if the celestial herbs and spiritual medicines Ning Yechen mentioned were truly found in the back mountains. With her injuries healed, Luo Ruiying wished to venture outside, and Ning Yechen readily accompanied her. As they stepped out of the wooden cabin, she carefully surveyed her surroundings. The cabin was situated in a clearing among the trees, enveloped by dense foliage. Looking up, the towering mountains surrounded them, rendering this location quite secluded. The only drawback was its isolation, as there was no sign of civilization nearby, no towns or any hint of human presence. For Luo Ruiying, this was not necessarily a disadvantage. A tranquil existence in such a hidden realm could indeed be appealing. "My dear, allow me to take you to the back mountains." Ning Yechen extended his hand invitingly to Luo Ruiying. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her hand in his, while cradling Luo Hongya in her other arm. Together, they strolled towards the back mountains, Ning Yechen guiding her with a gentle grasp of her delicate hand. In the woods behind the mountain, an extraordinary spectacle unfolds before one's eyes. Bound by two towering trees, the inner side is lush and verdant, revealing a myriad of shimmering spiritual herbs and elixirs at a glance. In stark contrast, the outer side resembles an ordinary forest, where only the most commonplace weeds and shrubs grow. The immense disparity leaves Luo Ruiying utterly astonished. Within the same grove, two entirely different scenes coexist. Ning Yechen smiles faintly as he takes Luo Ruiying's hand, guiding her across the boundary marked by the colossal trees. The moment she steps over, Luo Ruiying distinctly senses that she has traversed an invisible barrier. Within this realm, the ground is strewn with spiritual herbs, numbering in the tens of thousands, while the air is suffused with visible particles of spiritual energy, dazzling like countless stars and teeming with vitality. It feels as though she has immersed herself in a cleansing essence, bathing in the abundant spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes widen in shock. The richness of spiritual energy here rivals that of the celestial realm. No wonder such a plethora of rare spiritual herbs can thrive. How could such a place exist in the human world? After the initial astonishment, a profound question arises in Luo Ruiying's mind. Given the sensation of crossing an invisible boundary, it seems that this realm was established by some elder, a barrier meant to nurture the spiritual herbs with concentrated energy. This barrier specifically gathers and preserves the energies of heaven and earth, allowing energy to enter but not escape, while humans and beasts can freely come and go. To create such an extensive gathering barrier, the elder's cultivation must be remarkable. Strangely, however, the elder has only established a gathering barrier without any defensive measures. There seems to be no precaution at all. Is it possible that this elder is unconcerned that their carefully arranged herb garden might be exploited by others or by beasts? Luo Ruiying is baffled. Who could this elder be that has laid out this garden in the human realm? My dear, I have not deceived you, have I? All these herbs were gathered right here. Ning Yechen proudly introduces to Luo Ruiying. This herb garden is a testament to his efforts. Having transplanted numerous spiritual herbs and buried tens of thousands of seeds over a century, resulting in the present landscape teeming with spiritual flora. Luo Ruiying nods. Now fully convinced of Ning Yechen's words, she had not anticipated that the woods behind the wooden house would lead her to this spectacular garden of spiritual herbs. Curiously, her beautiful eyes scan the abundant array of spiritual herbs, sparkling with excitement. Many of them are exceedingly rare, even during her time in the celestial realm. The millennium-old Tianshualingji, the ice cicada herb, the drunken immortal flower. Oh my, there is even the 7-colored glazed flower. Luo Ruiying approaches a particularly resplendent bloom. Her eyes filled with wonder. The flower's 7 colors intertwine, its petals shimmering with a glass-like brilliance, hues flowing across the petals like liquid, utterly enchanting. The 7-colored glazed flower possesses the profound ability to cleanse and strengthen one's foundation. Consuming it will facilitate rapid progress in cultivation, rendering most obstacles seemingly trivial to overcome. Even in the celestial realm, countless sects strive to procure a magnificent 7-colored glass flower for their offspring. Yet here stands a pristine specimen in its entirety. Luo Ruiying glanced at the endearingly innocent Luo Hongya cradled in her arms, her hand reaching out to pluck the exquisite flower, only to hesitate. Though her desire to present it to Luo Hongya was palpable, she refrained from doing so. This precious celestial herb might have been cultivated with care by a venerable predecessor. To take it would be to offend that esteemed individual. In the very moment of her indecision, Ning Yechen stepped forward and plucked the 7-colored glass flower. He presented the flower to Luo Ruiying, saying, "My dear, this is for you." "You? How could you dare to take this flower?" Luo Ruiying gasped, her complexion paling. This was the 7-colored glass flower, which could not survive for more than 3 days once plucked. After that, it would wither and dissolve into nothingness. Even if the roots were left intact, who could say how long it would take for another to bloom? Oh no, this is disastrous. While Luo Ruiying was consumed by panic, Ning Yechen remained composed, a gentle smile adorning his face. "My dear, do you not desire this flower?" I do wish for it, but..." Luo Ruiying faltered, uncertain of how to convey her thoughts to Ning Yechen. He was merely a mortal, unaware of the flower's true worth, a forgivable ignorance. Moreover, he had plucked the flower solely for her sake. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon her for not noticing sooner. "Since you cherish it, that is all that matters," Ning Yechen reiterated, extending the 7-colored glass flower once more to Luo Ruiying. In comparison to the joy of his beloved wife and the future of their child, a mere flower held little significance for him. With a soft sigh, Luo Ruiying accepted the flower and fed it to Luo Hongya. At this juncture, with the flower already plucked and irrevocable, not consuming it would only result in waste. Should that esteemed predecessor inquire, she would find a way to make amends with some celestial treasures. Once Luo Hongya had consumed the 7-colored glass flower, her body radiated a dazzling 7-colored light that gradually faded, revealing a complexion as smooth and flawless as ice and jade. This was merely the initial effect. In time, the flower's properties would work wonders throughout her meridians and bones. After finishing, Luo Hongya playfully stuck out her tongue, pouting in a manner both adorable and pitiful. Addressing her parents, "Daddy, Mommy, this tastes awful." Luo Ruiying was left between laughter and tears at her child's words. Little did she know, this was a coveted flower sought after by countless in the celestial realm, and yet her daughter found it distasteful. "Daddy will find you something delicious." Ning Yechen affectionately ruffled Luo Hongya's small head as he expertly led her to a cluster of lush vines. The vines were laden with glimmering grapes, sparkling like crystals. Each grape was the size of a child's hand, translucent and with the flesh clearly visible. "Is this crystal grapes? So many of them," Luo Ruiying exclaimed, astonished by the abundant and flourishing display before her. though crystal grapes are commonly found in the realm of immortals, serving as a daily fruit delicacy. Their succulent flesh is infused with a rich essence capable of restoring one's spiritual energy. In the mortal world, each vine of crystal grapes ought to be considered quite precious and rare. This expansive orchard of crystal grapes has profoundly altered her perception of celestial fruits in the human realm. Ning Yechen casually plucked a single crystal grape and fed it to Luo Hongya, inquiring with a smile, "Is it delicious? So sweet." Luo Ruiying replied with a bright smile as she savored the fruit. Elated, Ning Yechen then picked an entire bunch of crystal grapes, feeding them one by one to Luo Hongya. Although Luo Ruiying contemplated intervening, considering that this might belong to a senior's medicinal garden, they had already unwittingly taken the 7-colored glazed flower. It would be inappropriate to take any more celestial herbs or fruits. However, witnessing the joy on Luo Hongya's face, she found it difficult to voice her concerns. Surely, the elder would not mind them consuming a few grapes, she reassured herself. At that moment, as Ning Yechen prepared to indulge in a grape himself, Luo Ruiying, suddenly alarmed, grasped his arm tightly. "You cannot eat that." Although the spiritual essence within the crystal grape juice may be minimal, it could be lethal for an ordinary mortal lacking any cultivation. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Ning Yechen, perplexed, wondered why he could not partake in the fruit he had cultivated. However, he soon recalled that in Luo Ruiying's eyes, he was merely a mortal and indeed should refrain from consuming such celestial fruits. He was accustomed to eating them by the pound, yet now he could not even indulge in a single grape. If he did, she might uncover his true identity, inadvertently exposing himself. Despite the slight disappointment, Ning Yechen felt a surge of happiness at Luo Ruiying's evident concern for him. To maintain the facade, he feigned ignorance and asked, "My dear, why can I not partake?" Luo Hongya gazed at Luo Ruiying with wide eyes, as if questioning why she could eat while her father could not. Because these fruits are, in fact, celestial. Consuming them poses a great danger. Many things here are not safe for direct consumption. You must promise me that you will not recklessly consume anything from this place in the future, Luo Ruiying solemnly cautioned Ning Yechen. She was astonished that he had managed to survive thus far. Using some celestial herbs to brew porridge for breakfast had already wasted a significant amount of spiritual energy. Had he consumed them directly, he might have perished long ago. "Very well, as you wish, my dear. Thank you for your concern," Ning Yechen replied with a smile. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her gaze away, unsure of why she felt such worry for him. Perhaps it was because this fellow was the father of her child. Meanwhile, the little one holding the crystal grapes had overheard Luo Ruiying's warning and, with wide, teary eyes, appeared on the verge of tears. "My dear mother, is it dangerous for Yi every night? Yi, after all, will no longer indulge in excessive eating. Do not cry, my child. There is nothing to fear as long as you do not overeat. Yi will be just fine. My dear, your mother will ensure that Yi remains safe." Luo Ruiying comforted her softly. With her unique bloodline, Luo Hongya was unlike ordinary mortals. She would naturally be unharmed. With that, Luo Hongya ceased her sobbing and nestled contentedly in Luo Ruiying's embrace, quietly asking, "Then, mother, can Yi still eat?" "Of course. Yi may eat as much as she desires," Luo Ruiying began, but before she could finish, Ning Yechen, with a tender smile, interjected. He offered a crystal grape to Luo Hongya, who instantly transformed her earlier fear into joy. Luo Ruiying smiled, a mixture of exasperation and affection gracing her features. After all, as long as the child was happy, nothing else mattered. Once Ning Yechen had fed Luo Hongya, he plucked another grape and brought it to Luo Ruiying's lips, his expression still radiating that doting charm. Her cheeks flushed, Luo Ruiying parted her lips slightly to accept the offering. It seemed she was gradually growing accustomed to being fed. Under Ning Yechen's guidance, the trio ambled along, indulging in the celestial fruits and herbs they encountered along the way. Most of the time, it was Ning Yechen who fed the mother and daughter duo. Before long, they arrived at a vast, serene lake. The water was crystal clear, rippling gently, and the sunlight danced upon its surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. Occasionally, silver-scaled spirit fish leapt from the water. As Luo Ruiying approached the lakeside, she was struck by the overwhelming purity of spiritual energy emanating from the lake. Upon closer inspection, she realized the entire lake was composed of natural spiritual liquid. Such a magnificent natural spirit lake was exceedingly rare. Even a sip would greatly enhance one's cultivation. It was no wonder that so many silver-scaled spirit fish thrived here. The wonders of this celestial herb garden left her astonished, making her ponder deeply about the identity of the senior who had cultivated such a place. Not far from the spiritual lake lay an expansive field, intricately divided into several sections, each flourishing with various crops. Luo Ruiying, wide-eyed with astonishment, wandered into the field and plucked a stalk of rice, inhaling its fragrant aroma. The rice was translucent and imbued with a faint spiritual energy, a gentle essence wafting into her nostrils. "This is rice grown with the essence of spiritual liquid," she exclaimed, turning to Ning Yechen with curiosity. The robust growth of these crops indicated they had been regularly nourished with spiritual liquid. An ordinary person would never squander such precious resources on farming. The esteemed elder would certainly not engage in such wasteful practices. Thus, it could only be Ning Yechen, residing nearby, who tended to this land. Ning Yechen nodded with pride. "My dear, do you not think my crops are splendid? This grain has been meticulously cultivated by me. I even planted a variety of crops to satisfy our culinary desires." Observing Ning Yechen's proud expression as he awaited praise, Luo Ring could not help but feel a twinge of pity, her cheeks twitching slightly. After all, that was a precious natural spirit liquid. To think he would use it for growing crops was nothing short of wasteful. Luo Ring sighed helplessly, repeatedly reminding herself that he was merely a mortal, unaware of the value of the spirit liquid. She could not hold it against him. Chapter 11. Your husband would not consume you. Luo Ruing, cradling Luo Hongya, wandered curiously through the enchanting medicinal herb garden. Suddenly, Ning Yechen was struck by an idea and discreetly made his way to an adjacent expanse of open grass. Initially intended for cultivating various crops, he now envisioned something new. With a flourish of his sleeve, thousands of seeds scattered like raindrops across the lawn. With a crisp snap of his fingers, an explosion of blossoms erupted, transforming the landscape into a vibrant tapestry of flowers. The floral sea flourished, and the rich fragrance wafted for miles. Luo Ruing was unexpectedly drawn in by the intoxicating scent, gazing in awe at the breathtaking panorama of blooming flowers. As a gentle breeze swept through, it stirred a cascade of colorful petals like a rain of hues. Luo Hongya joyfully leaped from Luo Ruing's embrace, bouncing into the floral thicket. "What do you think, my dear? Do you like it?" Ning Yechen inquired with a smile as he approached her side. Luo Ruing turned to him, disbelief etched across her face. "Did you cultivate all of this?" Ning Yechen nodded affirmatively. The sheer beauty of this floral expanse left Luo Ruing utterly astonished. How long must it have taken to create such a magnificent spectacle? Ning Yechen guided Luo Ruing to sit amidst the blossoms, reveling in the gentle breeze and the soul-soothing aroma. Ever since their escape from the celestial realm, Luo Ruing had been on high alert, constantly fearing that pursuers might come after them. Yet, at this moment, her taut nerves began to ease. With delicate fingers, she brushed away a few strands of hair that the wind had tousled, a crescent-shaped smile gracing her lips, revealing her exquisite beauty. She gently called out to Luo Hongya, who was frolicking among the flowers. "Yi, be careful, don't run too fast or stray too far." Ning Yechen gazed dreamily at the stunning profile of Luo Ruing. His heart stirred by an inexplicable emotion. He could not help but wrap his arm around her slender waist. Despite having seen countless celestial beings and sorceresses before, none had ever evoked such feelings within him. Could it be because she was his first woman, now his wife? Feeling his sudden embrace around her waist, Luo Ruing's body trembled lightly, a flicker of panic crossing her beautiful eyes, yet she felt no inclination to resist. Instead, she remained tense, her body rigid. With her current cultivation at the human realm, she could easily break free, but she chose not to. On one hand, she worried about accidentally harming Ning Yechen. After all, mortals were fragile compared to cultivators. On the other hand, she did not actually dislike him and had never looked down upon him for being an ordinary man. Although she had once reproached him for taking her body, now that the child had been born, they could be considered true spouses. It was only natural for a couple to embrace each other, was it not? Ning Yechen observed Luo Ruing's body, rigid and stiff as a plank, and couldn't help but chuckle. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "My dear, relax. I assure you, I will not devour you. I am not nervous," she retorted. His words flushed Luo Ruing's cheeks crimson, and she shot him a coy glare. How dare this mere mortal tease her? Unfazed by her playful ire, Ning Yechen found her anger particularly endearing, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Frustrated, Luo Ruing turned her head away, her face still aflame. This insufferable man, fully aware of her cultivation as a practitioner, dared to jest with her. Had it been anyone else, she would have long since struck him down. As Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing enjoyed their time together, Luo Hongya, nestled among the blossoms, spotted a vividly colored butterfly fluttering past. Never having seen such a creature before, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she took off in pursuit, her little feet pattering excitedly. Unbeknownst to her, she had ventured to the edge of the flower patch, where the butterfly finally alighted upon a bloom. Curious, she leaned closer, intent on touching the butterfly, but it startled and flitted into the thicket. "Wait, knight," Luo Hongya called as she chased after it. only to find the butterfly vanished amidst the trees. The surroundings felt eerily silent, the dense woods looming around her. A sudden wave of fear washed over Luo Ruiying as she realized how far she had strayed from her parents. Just as she contemplated returning, a massive, shadowy figure loomed behind her, eclipsing her small frame. Turning around, she beheld a colossal dragon, its scales sharp as blades, emerging from the underbrush. The creature's obsidian eyes fixated on her, glimmering with a mix of surprise and greed, drool pooling at its maw. "Look what I've stumbled upon. A human. It has been ages since I tasted human flesh." It hissed, its voice a low growl. Luo Hongya trembled in fright, retreating step by step until she stumbled and fell, bursting into tears. "Mama! Papa!" Her cries echoed, reaching the ears of Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Unable to locate her daughter, Luo Ruiying was overcome with panic and swiftly darted towards the sound. "Ha ha ha! Calling for your parents is futile. Come here, and let me feast on you. Fear not. You shall feel no pain." The dragon opened its gaping maw, ready to snatch Luo Hongya. At that critical moment, Luo Ruiying surged forward, her sword slicing across the dragon's face with deadly precision. "Begone, monster! What do you want with my child?" Luo Ruiying brandished her sword, positioning herself protectively before Luo Hongya. Her expression as frigid as ice. Blood streamed from the dragon's wounded visage, and its fury intensified as it glared at her. "Damnable human! How dare you mar my face? Aside from that esteemed individual, no one else dares to treat me in such a manner." With that, the azure-scaled dragon extended numerous steel blades from its body, an astonishing aura of spiritual power surging forth. The azure-scaled dragon, a creature of the celestial realm, is indeed a beast of the Demon King level. A flicker of surprise and vigilance appeared in Luo Ruiying's eyes. The azure-scaled dragon represents the pinnacle of strength in the human realm. Who would have anticipated its presence here? Could it have been drawn by the aura of the celestial herbs and fruits? She chastised herself for not being more cautious. It was her negligence that nearly put the child in danger. Had it been in the past, with her previous strength, she could have easily slain this azure-scaled dragon with a mere strike. But now, her power had diminished to that of the human realm. Engaging the azure-scaled dragon in combat would not necessarily lead to her defeat, yet she feared she could not ensure Luo Hongya's safety. What should she do? Should she flee with the child? As Luo Ruiying contemplated her course of action, Ning Yechen's figure slowly approached from behind. Upon seeing him arrive, Luo Ruiying's expression turned anxious. This was dire. If she were only carrying Luo Hongya, she would have had sufficient confidence to retreat unscathed. However, with Ning Yechen in the mix, escaping from the azure-scaled dragon became uncertain. Luo Ruiying found herself in a dilemma. Chapter 12. Just be careful in the next life, you take the child and leave. I will hold it off. After much deliberation, Luo Ruiying whispered her instructions to Ning Yechen. This was indeed the best course of action. By having Ning Yechen take the child away, she could fully commit herself to confronting the azure-scaled dragon. Ning Yechen did not respond to Luo Ruiying. Instead, he gently lifted the terrified Luo Hongya from the ground, softly patting her back to console her. "Do not cry, my dear. Father and mother are here. Everything will be all right." Luo Hongya ceased her weeping, fearfully curling into Ning Yechen's embrace. He tenderly caressed her head, and then raised his gaze, coldly regarding the azure-scaled dragon. Upon seeing Ning Yechen, the azure-scaled dragon's expression turned to one of sheer terror, its imposing aura dissipating in an instant. "It is him. That child is his. This is the end." The azure-scaled dragon turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Its massive form darted through the treetops with astonishing speed. Luo Ruiying was left in a state of confusion. How could the once ferocious azure-scaled dragon suddenly take flight? Was it capable of such swiftness without transforming into human form? Given its terrified expression, could it have been frightened by her aura? Luo Ruiying pondered this, finding it to be the only reasonable explanation. Regardless, the azure-scaled dragon's voluntary retreat allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. "Hongya, are you all right?" Luo Ruiying sheathed her celestial sword and hurriedly rushed to check on the child, her heart filled with concern. Thankfully, she had only stumbled and twisted her ankle, suffering just a minor scrape. Just as Luo Hongya had begun to calm down, she once again burst into tears, leaping from Ning Yechen's arms into Luo Ruiying's embrace. "Wowo, mother, do not cry, my dear, for your mother is here." Luo Ruiying gently soothed as she comforted Luo Hongya, who had been frightened. She felt a pang of guilt, realizing that if she had been more observant, such a perilous incident might have been averted. "Let us return home. This place is fraught with danger," she advised Ning Yechen, recognizing that the child, still shaken, had no desire to continue their outing. Encountering other beasts could pose a significant threat. "My dear, take the child home. I shall first attend to the pests near the orchard," Ning Yechen instructed softly before turning and striding into the woods. Luo Ruiying wished to call him back, urging him to disregard the pests, for the presence of beasts indicated a grave danger. An ordinary person would face considerable peril should they encounter a beast. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Ning Yechen had vanished into the forest. Above the mountains, a massive, shadowy figure darted through the air. The Xianlin giant dragon frantically beat its wings, casting a terrified glance behind. Having inadvertently provoked a powerful entity, it realized that remaining in the demon realm forest was no longer tenable. If it did not escape, its demise was certain. Where do you think you are going? A chilling voice echoed as the Xianlin giant dragon turned its head. The voice, reminiscent of death's greeting, enveloped the dragon in an icy dread. My lord, this is a misunderstanding. I had no idea she was your child. The dragon knelt before Ning Yechen, its colossal form trembling as it begged for mercy. Do not worry. Just be more cautious in your next life, Ning Yechen said, raising a hand and effortlessly compressing the dragon's immense body into a sphere no larger than a palm. My lord, no. The dragon's pleas were cut short as its once formidable body was reduced to a mere ball. You frightened my daughter and made her cry. For that, your death would be a mercy, Ning Yechen remarked coolly, casting the now condensed sphere into ashes. He then called out, Chaos Bull Demon, Titan Great Ape, Devouring Heaven Serpent. Come to me. His voice, though not loud, rippled outward like a gentle wave. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures hastened from various directions to stand before Ning Yechen. My lord, they greeted, bowing deeply, sweat beading on their foreheads, unable to meet his gaze. They were acutely aware that the man before them was not one to be trifled with. Once, the depths of the demon realm forest had hosted nearly 100 demon kings, but after his arrival, only 4 remained. No, now reduced to 3. As they had silently observed Ning Yechen crush the Xianlin giant dragon, sensing that he was not in a favorable mood today, the 3 trembled, their legs quaking with fear. Fearful that he might inadvertently crush them in a fit of displeasure, the onlookers cursed the now-deceased azure-scaled dragon for provoking such a formidable being. Little did they know, this unfortunate fate was a direct consequence of the dragon's actions. Ning Yechen cast a cold glance over the assembly and spoke with a nonchalant tone. My wife and daughter have returned recently. The azure-scaled dragon not only frightened my daughter, but also nearly devoured her. Hence, I took his life. How dare that wretched creature lay a hand on your daughter? My lord, he deserves nothing less than death. The Titan ape, with its thick, silvery hair, exclaimed furiously. Indeed, had I known, I would have dispatched him myself. Without needing your intervention, the imposing Chaos Bull Demon, standing nearly 2 meters tall, echoed in agreement. Another slender woman, resembling a sinuous serpent, nodded vigorously, affirming, Yes, yes. You have done him a favor by ending his life. It seems you all are in accord with my actions against him, Ning Yechen inquired. Absolutely. The 3 demon lords responded in unison. Very well. I was concerned that you might also frighten my daughter or pose a threat to her. Should I consider eliminating you as well? Ning Yechen said with a slight smile, his words light and devoid of any overt menace. Yet, to the 3 demons, those words struck like thunder, leaving them icy with dread. With a plop, they hastily knelt on the ground, trembling as they pleaded for mercy. My lord, spare us. We would not dare to offend you or your family, even if given 10 times the courage. Ning Yechen contemplated in silence, offering no response. The 3 demons remained motionless, anxiously awaiting his decision. Each passing second felt interminable, as if it were their final moments in this world. After a lengthy pause, Ning Yechen addressed them. Remember your words and manage your subordinates well. If even a single demon frightens my daughter, prepare to vanish from existence. With that, he vanished in an instant. Yes, the 3 demons remained prostrate, too terrified to move. It wasn't until a considerable time had passed that they cautiously lifted their heads, exhaling a sigh of relief upon confirming that Ning Yechen had truly departed. They felt an overwhelming sense of having escaped death. Vowing never to approach that wooden cabin again, it was simply too terrifying. Chapter 13. It truly is for the child. Upon returning to the cabin, Ning Yechen noticed a graceful figure racing towards him. He smiled lightly and descended from the air into the woods, opting for a leisurely stroll. Soon enough, Luo Ruiying appeared before him in a flurry. Thank goodness, I finally found you. Relief washed over her as she beheld Ning Yechen unharmed. However, upon witnessing his calm and carefree demeanor, her irritation flared. Concerned about other nearby demons, she had first escorted Luo Hongya home before hastily seeking him out. Yet, here he was, exuding an air of tranquility, completely devoid of any sense of impending danger. Luo Ruiying cast a reproachful glance at Ning Yechen and said, Do not rush off to deal with any creatures next time. This area is perilous. Is my beloved truly so concerned for my well-being? Ning Yechen feigned ignorance, a playful glint in his eyes. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she glared at him in mock indignation. I merely wish to ensure that the child does not lose her father. Oh, is it truly only for the child's sake? Ning Yechen leaned closer to Lo Ruing, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The two were mere inches apart, their gazes locked. A single step forward would bring them into contact. Lo Ruying's heart raced uncontrollably, prompting her to take a small step back, her face growing even warmer. She shot him an irritated look. How could this scoundrel, even at such a moment, find amusement in teasing her? As a dignified empress of the celestial realm, she should not be trifled with by a mere mortal. It is indeed solely for the child. Enough, let us return, Lo Ruing huffed, flustered and annoyed. Turning to leave. Watching her proud, angry silhouette retreat, Ning Yechen smiled faintly. Lowering his gaze, an idea struck him, and he gently twisted his right foot, pretending to injure it. My dear, it seems I have inadvertently hurt my foot, and may not be able to walk back, he lamented, taking a couple of steps while cradling his foot. Lo Ruing, upon hearing this, turned back, her expression flitting to one of panic. She quickly returned to his side and knelt to inspect his right foot. The bone was indeed fractured, the injury quite severe. Just moments ago, he had appeared fine. Why did you not mention this sooner? How careless of you. What if I had not come to find you? Lo Ruing scolded Ning Yechen. Her eyes filled with concern. With a broken foot, should he encounter a beast in the woods, his fate would be dire. I apologize for causing you worry, Ning Yechen said, secretly pleased to see her genuinely upset over his well-being, a smile lingering on his lips. Lo Ruing, feeling helpless, quickly bandaged his foot, then turned her back to him. Climb on, I will carry you back. We cannot know how many formidable beasts lurk nearby. The safest and swiftest option was for her to bear him back. Ning Yechen, reveling in his scheme's success, unceremoniously leapt onto her back, wrapping his arms around her delicate neck. Lo Ruying's back was warm, and a subtle, enchanting fragrance wafted from her. Ning Yechen pressed his cheek against her back, delighting in the moment. Though her face flushed with embarrassment, Lo Ruing refrained from protesting, considering his injury. With a powerful leap, she swiftly traversed the forest towards their wooden abode. In mere moments, she returned with Ning Yechen to the cabin, gently seating him on the bed. Daddy, I was so worried about you. Upon seeing Ning Yechen, Luo Hongyi immediately flew into his embrace, nuzzling against his cheek. The anxiety of our household has lingered each night. Ning Yechen tenderly embraced Luo Hongyi, gently ruffling her little head. He had not returned with them, which had caused this little one to worry. Luo Ruing gazed at this scene with a sense of comfort, a faint smile gracing her lips as she advised Ning Yechen not to roam aimlessly before turning away from the wooden cottage. She needed to return to the medicinal herb garden to gather some herbs to concoct a healing ointment for Ning Yechen. Additionally, she intended to thoroughly inspect the vicinity for any lurking beasts, establishing a protective barrier around the cottage. A solitary wooden cabin offered little security. There were no early warning measures in place. It was perplexing how that fellow managed to survive here for so long. If he had encountered even a single beast, they would likely have never returned. It seemed she alone bore the responsibility of safeguarding this home. The herb garden was abundant with medicinal plants, and Luo Ruing quickly gathered the necessary herbs. Subsequently, she commenced a patrol centered around the cottage, ensuring there were no traces of beasts within a 50-mile radius. As she completed most of her circuit, an unsettling feeling began to gnaw at her. Not a single beast was to be found, nor even a hint of their presence. Previously, she had sensed numerous entities. How had they vanished so suddenly? With such a vast medicinal garden and the rich spiritual energy and fragrant herbs, it was utterly illogical that no beasts were drawn here. The earlier presence of the Xianlin dragon had also completely dissipated. How peculiar. This anomaly caused Luo Ruing to furrow her brows. However, the absence of beasts aligned with her intentions, sparing her the trouble of dealing with them. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Ruing buried spiritual stones at various points within a 50-mile radius, arranging them to form a protective array. The spiritual stones interconnected, creating a grand barrier that enveloped the entire cottage. Once the barrier was formed, it faded into transparency, making it nearly impossible to detect even upon close inspection. With everything in place, Luo Ruing felt a significant sense of relief. Although the barrier she had established was not particularly formidable, it was more than sufficient to deter entities below the divine realm. By the time Luo Ruing returned, dusk had gradually fallen. Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye were still playfully engaging in a game of Lift the Child. Upon seeing Luo Ruing's return, they greeted her in unison. Mother is back. With a smile, Luo Ruing nodded in acknowledgement. Her beautiful eyes scanned the interior of the cottage, and after a moment's hesitation, she shyly inquired, "How do you bathe here?" Since escaping from the celestial realm, she had not had the opportunity to bathe, a ritual she had adhered to daily while in the celestial realm. The lack of bathing for several days had become quite a torment for her. She could forego food and drink, but not the cleansing ritual. Yet, upon meticulous inspection, she found no bathing tub within the cottage, nor any facilities for heating water outside. This predicament left Luo Ruiying in a quandary regarding her desire to bathe. Hearing her wish, Ning Yechen instantly perked up. My dear, you wish to bathe. I know of a splendid location. Chapter 14. Just a bit flustered having gone several days without a bath, I yearn for a refreshing cleanse. Luo Ruiying, blushing slightly, nodded gently and eagerly inquired. Where's this splendid place? My dear, if you head southwest from the rear mountain for about 2 or 3 miles, you will find a hot spring nestled within a cliff, Ning Yechen replied, cradling Luo Hongye with a smile. A hot spring? Upon hearing the words, Luo Ruiying's eyes sparkled with excitement, and an expression of eager anticipation graced her face. She had merely hoped for a warm bath, as this place could not possibly compare to the heavenly palaces of the divine realm. Yet, she had not expected to discover a hot spring amidst the mountains. Ning Yechen nodded affirmatively. He had specifically unearthed that hot spring. The purpose of their secluded existence here was to save her life, and naturally, all essential comforts must be provided. A former demon lord should not deprive himself of such pleasures. Come, my dear, let us go bathe. Luo Ruiying exclaimed joyfully as she accepted Luo Hongye from Ning Yechen's hands. My dear, may I join you in the bath? Ning Yechen asked with a serious expression, a rare fervor underpinning his inquiry. Regrettably, Luo Ruiying decisively rejected him without hesitation. No. Blushing fiercely, she took Luo Hongye and swiftly vanished from sight. Ning Yechen, left alone in the room, shook his head in disappointment, contemplating whether to follow. Would it not be considered perverse to secretly observe his wife bathing? Yet, upon reflection, would a husband peeking at his wife in such a manner truly be deemed inappropriate? In the woods, Luo Ruiying soared with excitement while cradling Luo Hongye. The little one, peering up with wide eyes, curiously asked, Mother, why can't we let father join us in the bath? It's so lonely for him to stay at home. Caught off guard by Luo Hongye's innocent question, Luo Ruiying found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to explain. Although she had accepted Ning Yechen as her husband, it did not mean she was prepared for complete openness with him. The very thought of them bathing together, unclothed, made her cheeks flush crimson, prompting her to shake her head vigorously. Even when she had been the Empress of the divine realm, she had never allowed any maidservants to attend her during her baths, let alone share such an experience with a man. Under the inquisitive gaze of Luo Hongye, Luo Ruiying forced a smile and explained, It's because your father has injured his foot and cannot join us. But mother, you can carry father just like you carry me. Luo Hongye innocently persisted. Luo Ruiying, left without a counterargument, had no choice but to offer a different explanation. Tonight, mother must focus on giving you a thorough bath, so we cannot bring father along. Is that so? Luo Hongye lamented. Seeing that Luo Hongye seemed to accept this reasoning, Luo Ruiying quickly nodded. Yes, mother will ensure that you are thoroughly cleaned, and it will take quite a while. Luo Hongye's delicate face appeared contemplative. After a moment of silence, she lifted her head with resolute eyes and softly addressed Luo Ruiying. Mother, let's not wash tonight. Let mother and father wash together. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying nearly stumbled, almost falling from midair. This child. Next time, mother will wash with your father, all right? Tonight, mother will help you wash first, Luo Ruiying said, unable to persuade Luo Hongye, and reluctantly agreed. All right, then next time I want to wash with mother and father, can I? Luo Hongye looked at her expectantly. Fine. Luo Ruiying could do nothing more than smile wryly and acquiesce. Hopefully, the child will forget in a few days. As they conversed, Luo Ruiying leaped onto a precipice. The cliff was densely forested, with a narrow path leading into the woods. Following the path deeper into the thicket, a steaming hot spring, vast enough to accommodate several people, soon came into view. There really is a hot spring. Luo Ruiying's face lit up with delight as she swiftly helped Luo Hongye out of her clothes and into the warm water. Mother, the water is so warm. Come in. Luo Hongye joyfully splashed about in the spring, waving at Luo Ruiying on the bank. Luo Ruiying smiled gently, lifted her hand, and shed her ethereal gown and form-fitting garments. Her exquisite, graceful figure, with flowing black hair cascading down, was bathed in the silvery moonlight, standing amidst the rising mist, subtly visible, concealed among the trees. A certain individual gazed in rapt attention. After much contemplation, Ning Yechen had decided to follow discreetly. However, let there be no misunderstanding. He was not there to spy. He had come to protect Luo Ruiying and her daughter from the shadows. Should any danger arise, he would be ready to intervene, right? Just as Luo Ruiying was about to step into the hot spring, she suddenly turned her head sharply to look behind her, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings intently. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but she felt as if she were being watched. She had established a barrier within a 50-mile radius, ensuring that neither beasts nor other individuals could intrude. Could it be that fellow? Luo Ruiying's first thought was of Ning Yechen, but she quickly shook her head in denial. It was improbable that he could have followed her so soon after sustaining an injury. It could not be him. Surely, it was merely her imagination. With that, Luo Ruiying dismissed her concerns and submerged herself in the warm waters of the spring, a look of serene comfort crossing her face, as if she had been rejuvenated. Luo Hongya swam over to her embrace, sitting before her as she gently wiped her body and hair, her face radiating joy. Ning Yechen, perched on a branch, silently observed the bathing mother and daughter with a contented smile, his mind devoid of any extraneous thoughts. However, when Luo Ruiying rose from the hot spring, Ning Yechen could not help but bleed from his nose. After centuries, no one had ever caused him to bleed. Yet he found himself wounded in such a manner once again. After nearly half an hour, a satisfied Luo Ruiying returned to the wooden cabin with Luo Hongya after her bath. Her long, damp hair glistened as it cascaded down to her waist, and her delicate features radiated a rosy glow. Upon witnessing this, Ning Yechen inadvertently recalled the alluring scene he had just glimpsed, causing his nose to bleed anew. "Why are you bleeding?" Luo Ruiying inquired with concern as she approached Ning Yechen, fearing he might be hiding other injuries from her. Ning Yechen, feeling embarrassed for the first time, turned his head away and explained, "I am fine. Do not worry. It is merely a bit of heat." Chapter 15. I have always slept bare. Mortals are indeed fragile. Just a little heat, and so much blood is shed. Luo Ruiying took out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood from Ning Yechen's nose, then knelt down to grasp his right foot. She retrieved various herbs from her bosom, chewed them, and applied the mashed remnants directly to his injured foot, finally bandaging it. These celestial herbs possessed strong medicinal properties for treating fractures and injuries. No special preparation was required, as chewing and applying them would suffice. Do refrain from moving about recklessly for the next few days. Your foot will heal in no time. There is no need for concern, Luo Ruiying said with relief. This was all thanks to the abundant medicinal garden on the back mountain. Otherwise, she would have had no means to treat Ning Yechen's broken foot. "Thank you, my dear wife," Ning Yechen replied with a grateful smile. In truth, if he wished, he could restore his foot to its original state in an instant. However, being cared for by such a lovely person made him in no rush to recover. Luo Ruiying, blushing slightly from his gratitude, said, "It is getting late. You should rest early. Okay, time for bed." Upon hearing about sleeping, Luo Hongya joyfully leaped onto the soft couch, burying her head in the blankets. Peeking out with an expectant smile at Luo Ruiying standing by the bed, she said, "Mother, let us sleep together." While Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yechen sitting at the edge of the bed and, feeling shy, replied, "Hongya, the bed isn't very big. How about you sleep with your father tonight?" "Mother can sleep below," Luo Hongya insisted, having already climbed onto the bed. To sleep with her meant sharing the bed with Ning Yechen. She had never shared a bed with any man before, and though he was her husband, she felt unprepared in her heart. This home belonged to Ning Yechen, and since he was injured, she certainly wanted to give him the bed. She could not bear the thought of Luo Hongya sleeping on the ground with her, so she had no choice but to let Luo Hongya sleep with Ning Yechen. "Doesn't mother want to sleep with father?" Luo Hongya asked, disappointment evident in her large, expressive eyes as she looked at Luo Ruiying. Gazing into the hopeful eyes of Luo Hongya, Luo Ruiying found herself unable to utter any words of refusal. She reluctantly compromised, smiling as she replied, "Very well. Mother will sleep with Father Ningyi." Immediately, Ning Yechen cast an approving glance at Luo Hongya, silently giving her a thumbs up. "Well done, my precious daughter." A sly smile graced Luo Hongya's delicate face. Luo Ruiying removed her outer garments and donned a form-fitting, sheer white silk nightgown, which accentuated her elegant and alluring figure. You should sleep inside," she suggested bashfully, pointing to the inner side of the bed. With the child nestled between them, her anxiety began to dissipate. "Very well," Ning Yechen replied with a smile. However, he did not hasten to climb into bed. Instead, he stood up and removed his outer clothing as well. Beneath it, he wore nothing but a pair of white shorts, revealing a robust and graceful physique, smooth and nearly flawless, laid bare before Luo Ruiying's gaze. What a perfect form! Luo Ruiying found herself momentarily entranced. Could this truly be the physique of an ordinary mortal hunter? How could it be so flawless, exuding such a sense of power? Was it possible that years of hunting in the mountains and consuming various spiritual herbs and elixirs had sculpted such a body? Luo Ruiying mused internally. This hypothesis seemed plausible. After all, celestial herbs and elixirs are known for their ability to cleanse the body of impurities, and it was not surprising that a life spent in the wilderness would yield such a physique. "My dear, what are you staring at?" Ning Yechen teased as he noticed Luo Ruiying lost in thought. Startled back to reality, She realized she had been gazing intently at a man's body, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Quickly averting her gaze, she reproached him softly. Why did you suddenly take off your clothes? Because I have always slept in the nude, Ning Yechen replied innocently. In nude sleeping? No, that won't do, Luo Ruiying exclaimed, her expression a mix of panic and shyness. Why not? Ning Yechen inquired, puzzled. The child is still here. Luo Ruiying pressed her lips together, her face burning as she glared at him. Ning Yechen, as if struck by a revelation, broke into a knowing smile and nodded, silently donning his clothes once more. All right. I understand that the child is present, he said. Luo Ruiying's face was filled with confusion. What exactly did he understand? Luo Hongya, seated on the bed, looked on with curious eyes, puzzled by the interaction. Why can't mother allow father to sleep without clothes? Ning Yechen gently ruffled Luo Hongya's little head, then lay down on the inner side of the bed, wrapping her in his embrace. Her petite form felt as if he were cradling a delicate doll. Luo Ruiying softly extinguished the oil lamp in the room and lay down beside them, encircling Luo Hongya from behind. The room fell into darkness and tranquility, with Luo Hongya nestled comfortably between Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, each holding her close, her face aglow with a smile of bliss as she drifted into a peaceful slumber. Luo Ruiying quietly gazed at the sleeping Luo Hongya, a sweet smile gracing her face as she tenderly caressed the child's cheek. Since giving birth to Luo Hongya, she had often hidden her away in the closet to prevent detection, living in constant anxiety even when wishing to share a peaceful slumber. After escaping the celestial realm, she had been in relentless flight, with the pursuit never ceasing. Now, she finally had the opportunity to let the little one sleep soundly, a thought that brought her great comfort. At that moment, in the darkness, a hand suddenly brushed against her back. Startled, Luo Ruiying quickly identified the source of the hand. Aside from herself and the child, there was another person in the bed. The bed was small, barely accommodating 3 lying down. Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen were both turned on their sides, embracing Luo Hongya in close proximity. With a slight stretch, their foreheads could almost touch. Suddenly, Ning Yechen's arm crossed over Luo Hongya, wrapping around her waist. Luo Ruiying, taken aback, quietly turned her gaze towards Ning Yechen. He appeared peaceful, his breath steady, seemingly lost in deep slumber. Had he inadvertently brushed against her while asleep? A sigh of relief escaped her. However, the moment Ning Yechen's hand made contact, her heart raced unexpectedly, startling her. Just as she began to relax, Ning Yechen's foot slid onto her, and his embrace tightened around her waist. Unable to suppress her annoyance, Luo Ruiying shot a glare at the sleeping Ning Yechen. How could he have such poor sleeping posture? The next morning, Luo Ruiying leisurely opened her eyes to find a handsome face mere inches from her own. Ning Yechen, still asleep, was so close that she could feel his gentle breath. One of his arms served as a pillow for the sleeping Luo Hongya nestled between them, while the other hand rested on Luo Ruiying's hip. One foot had remained perched on her throughout the night. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow, her hand clenched into a fist, tempted to give this poor sleeper a lesson. She had lost count of how many times she had nudged Ning Yechen's foot off her, only for it to return moments later. After much tossing and turning, she ultimately resigned herself to the situation. Not only that, but his hands were also restless. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Ruiying reluctantly unclenched her fist. She would let him off this time. He was asleep, not doing it intentionally, so it was forgivable. Besides, she and the child had managed to enjoy a rare, restful night. Gently, she shifted Ning Yechen's hand and foot aside, carefully getting out of bed. With a hairpin clenched between her teeth, she sat on the edge of the bed, gathering her hair into an elegant updo. Unbeknownst to her, Ning Yechen had cracked open an eye, admiring her graceful form, and could not help but smile. His wife looked truly beautiful when styling her hair. When Luo Ruiying turned back after finishing her hairstyle, Ning Yechen hastily closed his eyes, observing the sleeping figure with a smile still gracing his lips. Luo Ruiying felt both curious and amused. What delightful dreams must this fellow be having, to smile so blissfully in his slumber? As Luo Ruiying glanced down, she noticed that Luo Hongya's cherubic face was adorned with a sweet smile, prompting her to smile back in a resigned manner. This child is just like her father. With an affectionate glance at the two sprawled upon the bed, Luo Ruiying chose to remain silent, donning her clothes before making her way to the kitchen to busy herself with preparations. Although she could forego food and drink, the child was still small, and Ning Yechen was merely immortal. As a devoted wife, she naturally bore the responsibility of caring for the two. While Luo Ruiying was preoccupied, Ning Yechen squatted at the doorstep, holding the awakened Luo Hongya as they brushed their teeth. Though Luo Hongya was unaware of the purpose behind this activity, she gleefully emulated her father, clutching the slender brush with curiosity. Luo Ruiying cast a curious glance at the two at the door, shaking her head in mild exasperation. One could only wonder what that fellow was teaching the child. However, seeing the joy shared between father and daughter, she chose to overlook it. After a while, Luo Ruiying had prepared a sumptuous feast and called out to the two, who were still frolicking outside. Time for dinner. Yay, mother, we're coming, exclaimed Luo Hongya. Perched atop Ning Yechen's shoulders, a flower amusingly lodged in his hair. Yechen, no more mischief. Luo Ruiying could barely stifle her laughter at the sight of Ning Yechen adorned with a bloom and hurriedly lifted Luo Hongya from his shoulders. Ning Yechen, unfazed, felt quite pleased and chuckled as he took a seat at the table. The dishes before them were crafted from crops and herbs harvested from the celestial herb garden. Concerned that his constitution might not withstand the potency of the more potent celestial herbs, Luo Ruiying had chosen only those that were either of lesser potency or safe for mortals to consume. One could say she was quite considerate, though in truth, he could have eaten anything without consequence. Due to her tender age, Luo Hongya could only sit in Luo Ruiying's lap, burying her head in the bowl and emerging with grains of rice adorning her face. With a tender expression, Luo Ruiying took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and began to feed her more actively. Come, eat more, my dear. You've worked hard too, my love, Ning Yechen remarked, serving dishes into the bowls of both Luo Hongya and Luo Ruiying. A subtle smile curved Luo Ruiying's lips as she picked up a dish and offered it to Ning Yechen. You too, she said. My cooking may not be that great, but do give it a try. Her intention was to place it in his bowl, but to her surprise, Ning Yechen leaned in and took a bite directly. After finishing, he beamed and praised. My dear's culinary skills are quite remarkable, beyond my expectations. This was Ning Yechen's sincere thought. He had anticipated that Luo Ruiying, a celestial being from the heavens, would possess such culinary prowess. She was already embodying the essence of a devoted wife and mother. What began as feeding transformed into hand-to-mouth feeding, leaving a faint blush upon Luo Ruiying's cheeks. As she observed the scene, Luo Hongya raised her head and gazed at Luo Ruiying, her mouth agape, and playfully exclaimed, I want some too. With a gentle smile, Luo Ruiying picked up a morsel and fed it to Luo Hongya. Ning Yechen, with a doting demeanor, alternately fed Luo Hongya as well. Unfazed, Luo Hongya accepted the offerings, her cheeks puffed up and her face beaming with joy, watching the serene and blissful tableau of the three of them gathered around the table. A satisfied smile blossomed on Luo Ruiying's face. This was a feeling she had never experienced even during her reign as Empress. If only she could remain here, secluded with him and their child for a lifetime, forsaking her identity as the Empress of the celestial realm. At the outskirts of the demon domain forest, four figures congregated, their eyes fixed intently on the vast expanse of the forest. Old ghost, are you certain they are hiding in this demon domain forest? Inquired a man clad in a green robe, furrowing his brow as he addressed a stooped elder with a speckled visage. Ha ha ha. Does the esteemed Lu Jianxian doubt my ghost puppet soul pursuit technique? The elder cackled, holding a terrifying puppet resembling an infant with an eerie visage. The ghostly infant puppet clutched a strand of hair in its mouth, its gaze unwaveringly fixed on the depths of the demon domain forest. The prowess of the elder's soul-tracking technique was renowned. By obtaining a personal item from an individual, one could locate them across great distances. It appeared that the celestial maiden indeed sought refuge within this forest. A robust man, bare-chested, let out a hearty laugh. The demon domain forest is teeming with demon kings. If they truly are hiding within, retrieving them will not be so simple. A scholarly figure, adorned in traditional robes, frowned slightly. Is the lord of the Confucian palace afraid? He chided, turning his gaze towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng, his brow furrowed, cast a sharp look at the robust man. Humph. If the lord of the martial god hall is unafraid, why would the Confucian palace fear anything? Absurd. Is that to imply, Su Gongzhu, that you wish to engage in a contest with me? Wu Kuang's eyes gleamed with fervor, his aura radiating an overwhelming intensity. Su Sheng, undeterred, unleashed a formidable presence that matched Wu Kuang's. Enough. Lu Jian interjected, positioning himself between Su Sheng and Wu Kuang, his expression stern. Our purpose in gathering here is not to measure strength. Let us not forget our mission. At the mention of their true objective, both Su Sheng and Wu Kuang immediately subdued their energies. Their presence here was driven by a critical mission, to capture the mother and daughter duo known as Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya, by any means necessary. Chapter 17. More intruders arrive. Lu Jian, Su Sheng, Old Ghost, and Wu Kuang were all leaders of the most esteemed sects in the realm. Arguably the four most powerful individuals approaching the brink of ascension. Their congregation here was for a singular purpose, a promise made by a higher celestial authority. Should they succeed in capturing the fugitive mother and daughter from the celestial realm, not only would they be granted the means to ascend, but they would also be welcomed into their ranks. Upon ascending to the celestial realm, the allure of joining such a formidable faction is unparalleled. They have also acquired information regarding Luo Ruiying and her daughter. Luo Ruiying, once a revered empress of the celestial realm, now bears grievous wounds. Her cultivation diminished to beneath the realm of humanity. For these 4 individuals, masters of unparalleled prowess, this endeavor poses no challenge whatsoever. Let us proceed swiftly and decisively. It would be ideal if the opposition cooperates. Should they resist, we shall eliminate them without hesitation. Remember, the girl must not be harmed. She is to be brought back. Lu Jian's countenance was stern as he transformed into a radiant beam and sped towards the depths of the demon domain forest. Confronting a being of the human realm was exceedingly simple for him. The other 3 exchanged glances, each displaying a smirk of satisfaction, and promptly followed suit as beams of light. Moments later, Lu Jian and his companions arrived at the heart of the demon domain forest. Even at the periphery, they could sense a multitude of demonic beasts, with some foolish enough to launch attacks against them. Strangely, upon reaching the depths of the forest, not a single beast was in sight. The depths of the demon domain forest are renowned as the territory of hundreds of demon kings. Any who dare to enter are fated to meet their demise. Yet, they had yet to encounter even one demon king. The eerie silence was decidedly unsettling. Suspended in midair, Lu Jian and his companions scanned the surroundings of the forest, yet no figures emerged. Gui Lao, hasten to employ your ghostly infant puppet to track their precise location. Lu Jian urged, furrowing his brow at Gui Fu. Without a specific location, it would be exceedingly challenging to locate 2 individuals in the depths of the demon domain forest. Gui Fu's grotesque visage contorted into an awkward grin as he sheepishly replied, my ghostly infant puppet can only sense the vicinity. The exact location remains elusive. TSK. The so-called soul-chasing puppet from 1,000 miles away is rather underwhelming, Su Sheng remarked dismissively. Gui Fu merely forced a smile, refraining from retorting. Wu Kuang paid no heed to the others, seemingly having made a discovery. He descended swiftly into the woods, uncovering a leaf stained with a trace of dried blood. His sensitivity to the scent of blood was acute. Even the faintest whiff could not escape his keen senses. Upon arrival, he had caught a whiff of a distinctly different blood aroma. Wu Kuang plucked the bloodied leaf and savored it with increasing excitement. Indeed, the blood of a celestial maiden is unparalleled in flavor. This taste is utterly intoxicating. The others regarded Wu Kuang's fervent enthusiasm with evident distaste. Rumor has it that he possesses an insatiable thirst for blood, particularly that of the strong. He would invariably consume the blood of those he slays. However, it was precisely due to him that they had finally discerned Luo Ruiying's whereabouts. One certainty remained. The woman was undoubtedly hiding within this demon domain forest. With this confirmation, it was merely a matter of time before they located her. Let us separate and search. Whoever finds her first shall signal. Lu Jian instructed the remaining 3. Though the 3 individuals were displeased with Lu Jian's authoritative demeanor, they refrained from voicing their grievances and quietly dispersed. After all, the orders from that esteemed figure in the upper realm were paramount. Failing to retrieve Luo Ruiying and her daughter would not only thwart their ascension to the celestial realm, but could also incite the wrath of that upper realm figure, resulting in their annihilation. Within a certain cave, the chaos bull demon, the titan giant ape, and the sky-swallowing serpent silently observed as Lu Jian and his companions separated. Another group is approaching. Their reckless rampage through our demon territory is utterly intolerable. Should we not intervene? The titan giant ape suggested indignantly to the other 2. Have you lost your mind? What if they are also affiliated with that esteemed figure? You've witnessed the fate of Xianlin. The sky-swallowing serpent replied, her expression filled with dread. Each time she recalled Ning Yechen's visage, an involuntary shudder coursed through her. The chaos bull demon and the titan giant ape fell silent as well. If it were a century ago, they would have unhesitatingly dealt with those intruders. Yet now, they dared not take such risks, not out of fear of the 4, but out of fear of that esteemed figure. Let us just pretend we didn't see anything, one suggested. Indeed, let us go play cards. Another chimed in. Very well. The 3 demons, in perfect unison, linked arms and strolled back into the cave. It was quite remarkable that amidst the perpetual strife for territory among demon kings, these 3 would coalesce so harmoniously. On the other side, after parting ways with Lu Jian and the others, the ghost husband wore a cunning smile as he discreetly produced the ghost infant puppet, hastening toward the direction indicated by the puppet's gaze. This puppet was indeed capable of tracking specific locations. The reason he withheld this information from Lu Jian and the others was to claim the glory for himself. If he could single-handedly capture Luo Ruiying and her daughter to present to that esteemed figure in the upper realm, he would undoubtedly receive bountiful rewards. Perhaps he might even realize the dream of ascending to the celestial realm. The prospect of effortlessly eliminating the other 3 major sects was simply exhilarating. However, shortly thereafter, the ghost husband's expression shifted as he halted, his gaze fixed ahead, extending his withered hand. His palm pressed against what felt like an entirely transparent, intangible barrier, preventing him from advancing even an inch. A barrier. Aha, I found it. He cackled, tilting his head, delight radiating from his features. The presence of a barrier here indicated that she must be inside. This meager barrier would not impede my advance. As he pressed his palm against the barrier, a thick, viscous black liquid began to seep forth. The liquid trickled down the barrier, which appeared to dissolve, creating a substantial breach. The ghost husband effortlessly crossed the barrier, entering without a sound. He needed to act quickly before Lu Jian and his foolish companions realized what was happening. At that moment, in the wooden house, as Ning Yechen frolicked with Luo Hongya, he suddenly furrowed his brow, displaying a look of displeasure. What now? Someone else is coming. And they've disrupted the barrier my wife painstakingly set up. He is now most displeased when someone intrudes upon his precious moments with his wife and children. Chapter 18. Then today, you shall surely perish. Outside the wooden cabin, after finishing the meal, Luo Ruiying emerged from the room, cradling the clean dishes. Observing the pile of utensils at her feet, she furrowed her brow slightly and bent down to wash them like an ordinary person. Realizing the inefficiency of this method, she swiftly employed her spiritual power to levitate all the dishes along with clean water into the air, causing them to spin rapidly. In the blink of an eye, every dish was sparkling clean, with the dirty water expelled. Subsequently, she utilized the same technique to chop wood and wash clothes, completing all tasks in mere minutes. With her hands on her hips, Luo Ruiying nodded in satisfaction, secretly praising herself. Although this was my first time undertaking such chores, I am rather impressive. From now on, she could handle these tasks, allowing that fellow to have a bit more ease. At that moment, an unpleasant, raspy voice suddenly broke the tranquility. Hee. I never expected that the celestial maiden would stoop to performing such menial tasks like a common woman. Luo Ruiying turned abruptly to face the approaching stooped elder, her heart racing with alarm as a sense of impending danger washed over her. Someone had breached the barrier she had set. She had not sensed it at all. The intruder appeared to be a peak celestial realm expert, seemingly intent on seeking her out. Having fled here, would they truly not relent? A mixture of sorrow and anger surged within Luo Ruiying as she clenched her fists. All she desired was to live a tranquil life, yet that seemed an unattainable dream. Dare I ask if the celestial maiden will obediently accompany this old man, or shall I escort you back personally? The sinister figure extended his palm, a terrifying, malevolent energy emanating from him, causing the grass and trees beneath him to wither instantly, the ground darkening ominously. A thick miasma enveloped his form. Luo Ruiying's expression grew solemn, her heart wavering. If it were merely him, she could have potentially struck him down right here. Yet to fight in this place would inevitably endanger her child and her mother. At that moment, Luo Hongya, with her little legs, joyfully ran to her mother seeking a hug. Upon seeing the sinister figure, she instinctively recoiled behind Luo Ruiying in fear. Ning Yechen leisurely emerged from the cabin, his icy gaze fixed upon the intruder. The malevolent figure was overjoyed to see Luo Hongya. The esteemed figure from the upper realm had specifically requested this child. However, he was somewhat taken aback to discover not only Luo Ruiying and her daughter, but also another man present. The intelligence had not mentioned the existence of a man. The newcomer exuded no discernible spiritual energy, appearing to be merely a lowly mortal. He posed no threat. He, who would have thought that the proud celestial maiden, having fallen to the mortal realm, would immediately seek solace in the arms of a man. The sinister figure deduced that this wooden cabin belonged to Ning Yechen and could not help but mock. It is truly absurd for a celestial maiden to wed a mortal. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brows deeply, not succumbing to anger, but instead spoke in a solemn tone. I will return with you, as long as you release the child in him. After much contemplation, Luo Ruiying ultimately resolved to sacrifice her own safety to protect her child and Ning Yechen. Her heart was filled with reluctance, yet she found no alternative. Even if she were to vanquish the foe before her, those from the celestial realm would undoubtedly not spare her. The next adversaries would only be stronger. What awaited her was a ceaseless cycle of evasion and pursuit. She could not continue fleeing with her child, nor could she embroil Ning Yechen in this turmoil. If her sacrifice could ensure the safety of both her child and Ning Yechen, she would gladly embrace it. Mother, Wu, don't leave me, mother. Upon hearing Luo Ruiying's intention to leave willingly, Luo Hongya burst into tears, clutching tightly to her dress. Luo Ruiying gazed down at Luo Hongya, her eyes brimming with profound love and reluctance, and her own eyes became moist. If it were possible, how could she bear to part from her child? Such a poignant display of maternal affection. Rest assured, fairy, you shall accompany me, and that girl must come along too. As for the man, I shall dispose of him effortlessly, The ghostly figure interrupted with a sinister chuckle. You. Luo Ruying's countenance turned icy at his words, her fury boiling over. Her nails digging into her palm, drawing blood. She had already made such concessions, yet they still refused to release her child and husband. Bending down, Luo Ruying lifted Luo Hongye and placed her into Ning Yechen's embrace, her solemn gaze revealing a glimmer of tenderness. Leave this to me. You take the child and escape into the woods. She implored. Promise me, do not let the child come to harm. Once I resolve this, I will come after you. If you do not hear from me for a long time, do not wait for me any longer. With that, Luo Ruying did not grant Ning Yechen the chance to respond, rising slightly on her toes to plant a gentle kiss upon his lips. It was their first kiss in a state of clarity. Ning Yechen's eyes widened in surprise. My husband, I entrust the child to you. As their lips parted, Luo Ruying whispered tenderly in his ear. This was also her first time addressing him in such a manner, for it may very well be the last. Their time together had been less than 3 days. Though there were moments of discontent, he had treated her and the child with great kindness. The child also held a fondness for him and had accepted him as her husband. Thus, she wished to muster the courage to call him this. A final reassurance in entrusting Luo Hongye to his care. Ning Yechen felt a mix of joy and helplessness. Why did it feel akin to a tragic farewell? Quickly take the child and go. Luo Ruying summoned a gust of wind, sending Ning Yechen and the child soaring into the air, landing far into the woods of the back mountain. To think you could escape from my grasp. How naive. The ghostly figure flicked his sleeve, and 4 grotesque puppets emanating a foul miasma surged forth towards the back mountain in pursuit. Luo Ruying would not allow these puppets to follow. She hastily drew her celestial sword, soaring to intercept the puppets, and with a gleaming strike, shattered one into oblivion. 3 puppets swiftly traversed past her, utterly disregarding her presence. With urgency coursing through her veins, Luo Ruying's figure flickered, and she wielded her celestial sword, unleashing 3 formidable beams of sword light. The radiant light cleaved through the puppets, severing them in half. Seizing the moment of her distraction, the ghostly husband struck down heavily with his poisoned palm from behind her. Blood trickled from the corner of Luo Ruying's mouth. Despite the excruciating pain, she resolutely swung her sword to shatter the remaining 3 puppets. No matter what, she could not allow any of these puppets to escape her grasp. Otherwise, both Ning Yechen and her child would be in peril. Cackling ominously, he declared that he would rather endure a strike from her than let his puppets perish. It seems you are quite attached to them. Fear not. Once I eliminate you, none shall flee. The ghostly husband chuckled with a sinister glee. With Luo Ruying wounded and poisoned, he felt victory was within his grasp. The dream of ascension loomed tantalizingly close. Luo Ruying's countenance turned frigid, her gaze resolute and brimming with murderous intent as she positioned her sword before the ghostly husband. Is that so? Then today, you shall surely perish. Chapter 19. Father cast a spell for Yi Yi in the forest. Ning Yechen gently descended from the air, landing heavily on the ground while cradling Luo Hongye. Not far away, a fierce battle erupted in a wooden house, with sword light clashing against ominous black fog. This little girl, always so self-sacrificing to protect her child. As Ning Yechen stood with Luo Hongye in his arms, he pondered how to eliminate these insolent ants without revealing himself. As the former demon lord of the demon realm, he was the sworn enemy of the celestial realm. Luo Ruying belonged to the celestial realm, and should he unveil his identity by confronting them directly, her attitude towards him would undoubtedly shift. He feared she might take the child and leave his side, so it was imperative to remain incognito for now. Daddy, please don't leave mommy behind. Luo Hongye whimpered. Her big eyes reddened with tears as she implored Ning Yechen. Do not cry, my dear. I assure you, your mother will be safe. I will not abandon her. Ning Yechen replied, his heart aching as he wiped the tears from her cheeks, soothing her gently. Yet, a chilling aura of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Those who made his daughter weep would not leave this place alive. Is what you said true? Luo Hongye paused her sobbing, her expression earnest as she inquired. Ning Yechen smiled and nodded. How could I possibly deceive you, my dear? Then let us hurry to find mommy. Luo Hongye exclaimed eagerly. Just as the words left her lips, a deep voice suddenly resonated from the depths of the forest. Where do you think you are going? Wu Kuang emerged slowly from the dim thicket, a mocking expression on his face as he regarded Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye. His gaze lingered primarily on Luo Hongye, revealing a row of gleaming steel teeth in a wide grin. I knew that old ghost intended to claim the credit for himself. Fortunately, I had the foresight to follow stealthily. This is going to be effortless. Ha ha ha. Wu Kuang laughed maniacally, then extended his palm, casting a disdainful gaze upon Ning Yechen. Boy, obediently hand over that child to me. I shall grant you a swift death. Luo Hongye, trembling with fear, nestled closer into Ning Yechen's embrace, lifting her eyes timidly to gaze at him. as if she feared that he might truly abandon her, surrendering her to this brutish villain. Perceiving Luo Hongye's trepidation, Ning Yechen offered a gentle smile, stroking the back of her head and softly murmuring in her ear, "Yi, would you kindly close your eyes and cover your ears for a moment? Father will perform a little magic for you." Luo Hongye's large eyes brimmed with confusion. Yet she obediently shut her eyes, her tender hands pressing against her ears. "Such a good girl," Ning Yechen remarked, his expression shifting to one of icy coldness as he turned his gaze towards Wu Kuang, as if regarding a lifeless entity. For reasons unknown, a chill coursed through Wu Kuang's body, instilling a sense of dread within him. He could not recall the last time he had felt fear, and yet here he was, terrified by an utterly unremarkable mortal. Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. His proud ego would not permit it. He was determined to crush the person before him. How dare this insignificant insect look at me with such defiance? With legs bent, Wu Kuang propelled himself forward, transforming into a blur, and in an instant, he was before Ning Yechen, his heavy iron fist slicing through the air, propelled by a fierce wind aimed at Ning Yechen's face. This punch was capable of shattering his skull. A resounding bang reverberated, yet the anticipated explosion of a shattered head did not transpire. The seemingly unstoppable fist was effortlessly intercepted by a slender hand. Wu Kuang stood in a daze, eyes wide with disbelief. Although he had not exerted his full strength, that punch was potent enough to split mountains, yet it had been easily blocked by this mere mortal. This man was certainly no ordinary human. Panic gripped Wu Kuang as he realized Ning Yechen was undoubtedly a concealed practitioner of formidable strength, one whose prowess was certainly on par with his own. Who are you? Wu Kuang attempted to retract his hand, but found that no matter how hard he struggled, his fist remained firmly grasped by Ning Yechen, unmoving. Ning Yechen's eyes gleamed with disdain and murderous intent, offering no response to Wu Kuang's inquiry. Instead, he calmly stated, "I do not wish for my daughter to witness the brutalities of bloodshed, hence I shall grant you this mercy. You may vanish from this world." With that, Ning Yechen's grip on Wu Kuang's hand suddenly erupted with a surge of pitch-black flames. The dark fire spread along Wu Kuang's arm, engulfing his entire being, consuming him completely. Wu Kuang began to disintegrate, his body melting away, unable to suppress a heart-wrenching wail of despair. The torment of his very soul was seared by the black flames until, moments later, nothing remained of him. Concerned that Wu Kuang's agonized cries might frighten Luo Hongye, Ning Yechen casually conjured a soundproof barrier to enclose Wu Kuang within. The entire ordeal transpired within mere seconds, and Wu Kuang was thus erased from existence, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. As Ning Yechen released Luo Hongye's ears, she slowly opened her eyes, curiously surveying her surroundings, but found no trace of Wu Kuang. She looked up at Ning Yechen with curiosity and asked, "Father, where has that wicked man gone?" "Father cast a spell and made the bad man disappear," Ning Yechen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongye's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Father is so amazing. Please, don't tell anyone else about how you made the bad man vanish, okay?" Ning Yechen knelt down, setting Luo Hongye down and holding her hand. "Not even mother?" Luo Hongye tilted her head, puzzled. "No, not even your mother," Ning Yechen nodded. This left Luo Hongye's little face filled with confusion. "Why can't I tell mother, father?" "Because father wants to share a little secret with you. This is our special secret that must not be shared with anyone else." Ning Yechen quickly thought of an excuse. Upon hearing this, the look of confusion vanished from Luo Hongye's face, replaced by a joyful smile. "Father, and my little secret. I won't tell mother or anyone else." "Oh, our little Hongye is so obedient," Ning Yechen praised, gently rubbing her cheek. "Indeed, children are easily swayed. Now, Hongye, you wait here for a moment. Father will go help your mother with the bad man, and will return shortly." Ning Yechen led Luo Hongye to a tree and drew a protective barrier around her. Luo Hongye obediently nodded but expressed concern. "Father, please be careful when dealing with the bad man." Ning Yechen flashed a confident and reassuring smile. "Don't worry. No one in this world is a match for your father." Chapter 20. Before that, I shall kill you first. Meanwhile, outside the wooden cabin, Luo Ruiying, afflicted by toxic miasma, was desperately attempting to slay the ghostly husband. Unfortunately, the poison continued to spread within her, leaving her body increasingly weak and her vision gradually blurred. It seems the daughter of the celestial realm is not so formidable after all. If you continue to forcefully use your inner spiritual power, the miasma will consume your entire body, and you will rot and die from within, the ghostly husband taunted with a triumphant smile. Seeing Luo Ruiying's complexion turn green and her once formidable presence fade, he realized the poison had begun to take effect. Luo Ruiying posed no threat to him now. Before that, I shall kill you first." With great effort, Luo Ruiying steadied her weakened body, taking a swift step forward, once again lunging at the ghostly husband with her sword. For a peak celestial realm powerhouse, to pursue a mere mortal with a child was far too easy. For the safety of Ning Yechen and the child, she had to eliminate this man, even if it meant sacrificing herself. The ghostly husband was taken aback by Luo Ruiying's rapid approach, her fierce sword light slicing down upon him. It was indeed the first time he had seen someone afflicted by such pervasive miasma, daring to recklessly utilize their spiritual power. This madwoman truly intended to take him down with her. At the moment when Luo Ruiying's sword light struck, the ghostly husband was enveloped in miasma. The radiant sword light cleaved through the noxious fog. Yet the figure of the ghostly husband had vanished. Meanwhile, the miasma that Luo Ruiying had severed continued to spread, enveloping her entirely, leaving her surrounded by the dense and invisible poison. Hastily, she covered her mouth and nose with her hand, her gaze darting through the misty haze. She sensed that the ghostly husband was concealed within this shrouded fog. Suddenly, a figure darted swiftly through the mist. Found it. With her eyes blazing like torches, Luo Ruiying wielded her celestial sword, unleashing a lethal strike the moment the figure re-emerged. The brilliant sword light cleaved the shadow in two. Success! Luo Ruiying felt a surge of joy. However, in the next instant, a hand shot out from the mist behind her. Luo Ruiying instinctively turned, raising her sword to defend, only to be caught off guard as another hand emerged from the fog and struck her abdomen with tremendous force. Gasp! Blood spurted from Luo Ruiying's mouth as she was sent flying out of the miasmic haze, clutching her abdomen as she collapsed to the ground. Hee, you've fallen for it. My lady, the ghostly husband emerged leisurely from the miasma, a sinister and triumphant smile adorning his face. Behind him trailed dozens of ghostly corpse puppets he had refined and transformed. The one that struck Luo Ruiying's chest was among them, and the figure she had slain was merely a puppet as well. His principle was to never expose himself to danger. He would employ the ghostly puppets and miasma rather than take personal risks. Luo Ruiying, her celestial sword plunged into the ground, struggled to rise. Her complexion now a deep green, yet her gaze remained resolute as she stared at the ghostly husband. My lady, cease your futile struggle and surrender willingly. I assure you, your death will not be too unpleasant. Perhaps you could even become my destined ghostly corpse puppet. The ghostly husband's gaze greedily roamed over Luo Ruiying's graceful form, a gluttonous smile curling upon his lips. He was not coveting her beauty, but rather her very essence. Typically, a cultivator of the heavenly realm would have succumbed to his miasma and perished long ago, yet Luo Ruiying showed no signs of decay, her divine physique exhibiting an unparalleled resilience. The esteemed figure from the upper realm had stated that Luo Ruiying's fate was inconsequential. Perhaps he could even claim this divine body for himself, perfectly suited for crafting his own ghostly corpse puppet. Luo Ruiying turned slightly to glance at the woods behind her, a flicker of reluctance in her beautiful eyes, before her gaze resolutely shifted back to the ghostly husband. A dazzling surge of golden spiritual energy erupted from her, her dark hair transforming into a lustrous silver hue, while her crimson eyes radiated with brilliant golden light. Goddess of Luo, she cried out, as a towering figure cloaked in golden armor materialized behind her. The ethereal woman opened her jewel-like golden eyes, raising her celestial sword high, and with a seemingly casual stroke, she directed her blade towards the ghostly husband. The ghostly husband felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from the divine figure, and the descending sword strike filled him with dread. The sword light, spanning dozens of feet, descended like a beam of light, leaving him no time to evade. The ghostly husband hastily commanded all the corpse puppets to shield him, enveloping himself in a barrier of miasma. Soon, the radiant sword light consumed and shattered all the corpse puppets, and the miasma barrier that protected the ghostly husband offered little resistance, being cleaved apart as well. A piercing scream echoed amidst the sword light. The blade extended for dozens of miles, tearing everything in its path as the ground was left marred by an astonishing sword might and a profound chasm. After wielding that strike, Luo Ruiying could no longer sustain herself and half-kneeled on the ground, propping herself up with her sword. The exertion of using the Luo god with her celestial being's cultivation had drained an immense amount of spiritual power, and the miasma had already infiltrated her body, causing a searing pain within. Yet, a poignant smile graced Luo Ruiying's face. Her child, and he should be safe now. She might not be able to find them again. However, at that moment, a voice filled with despair pierced through the air. Indeed, she is the daughter of the celestial realm. I nearly met my demise. The ghostly husband, covered in sword wounds and blood, slowly crawled out of the chasm. His gaze toward Luo Ruiying was filled only with malice and resentment. Had it not been for the timely manifestation of the celestial grade treasure, the celestial silkworm armor, within the miasma barrier, he would have truly perished beneath that strike. Even his celestial silkworm armor had been shattered by the sword. Faced with beings from the celestial realm, even with her cultivation reduced to mere celestial being, one must never let down their guard. Seeing that the ghostly husband had survived, Luo Ruiying was taken aback. He is still alive? What should I do? In her current state, she could hardly muster the strength for a second strike, let alone move. Yet, the ghostly husband seemed to be in no better condition. Perhaps there was still a chance to strike him down. Otherwise, once he regained his breath, Ning Yechen and the child would be in grave danger. Just as Luo Ruiying prepared to make one last desperate attempt, even more despairing events unfolded. Two figures soared down from the heavens above. Su Sheng and Lu Jian looked down upon the ghostly husband with expressions brimming with mockery and derision. Old ghost, did I not say to signal first upon discovery? Surely, you did not intend to claim all the credit for yourself? It appeared that not only had he failed to secure the glory, but he had also suffered a severe beating. In the face of Su Sheng and Lu Jian's scornful taunts, the ghostly husband seethed with fury, yet felt utterly helpless. Given his current injuries, it was utterly impossible for him to subdue Luo Ruiying alone. There was a real possibility that these two would take advantage of his weakness to eliminate him. Luo Ruiying, upon seeing Su Sheng and Lu Jian, felt a surge of despair. These two were also allies of the ghostly husband. Chapter 21. You have touched the reverse scale of this deity. What to do? She could no longer hope to impede two fully powered celestial beings. Luo Ruiying's heart felt like ash. The miasma had nearly spread throughout her body, and she was enduring excruciating pain in her organs, lacking even the strength to lift her sword. Even the mere act of stalling for a little more time was beyond her capability. This must be the celestial realm's appointed daughter, Luo Ruiying. Her ethereal beauty was indeed extraordinary. But where were her children? Su Sheng's gaze fell upon Luo Ruiying, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Upon noticing she was alone, he couldn't help but furrow his brow and inquired of the ghost husband. The task assigned to them by the esteemed figure from the upper realm was to bring both Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye back. It was expressly emphasized that Luo Hongye must be returned alive, indicating her significance far surpassed that of Luo Ruiying. Irritated by Su Sheng's accusatory tone, the ghost husband pointed towards the woods behind Luo Ruiying, his impatience evident as he replied, "A mortal man has taken that girl into the woods. You not only nearly fell victim to a celestial being, but also allowed the child to escape right before your eyes?" The rumored corpse puppet ghost sovereign seems to have been overly glorified. Lu Jian cast a cold glance at the ghost husband, openly mocking him for allowing the child to flee. You, humph. The ghost husband, infuriated, could only scoff, choosing to swallow his pride. He was severely injured and dared not provoke Su Sheng and Lu Jian. First, deal with this woman, then hasten to pursue that child. Lu Jian unsheathed his spirit sword, unleashing a radiant sword light that surged towards Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying watched helplessly as the sword light approached, unable to lift her own celestial sword, staring directly into the face of death. Just as the sword light was about to reach her, a silhouette suddenly appeared before her, silent as a whisper. Dressed in a black robe and facing away, the figure's visage was obscured. The robed figure merely extended a finger, gently touching the sword light, which promptly dissipated into nothingness. This spectacle left everyone present utterly astonished. A peak sword strike from a divine being was so effortlessly neutralized. Lu Jian's brows knitted deeply. Renowned as the greatest sword immortal, he possessed unparalleled mastery over the sword, unmatched by any. Yet, he was thwarted by a mere fingertip. His pride would not permit such humiliation in public. With a fierce determination, Lu Jian summoned all his spirit energy, his formidable aura resembling an invisible sword thrusting towards the heavens. He unleashed a sword beam, dozens of feet long, swirling with a tempestuous wind. Ning Yechen once again raised his finger, lightly tapping the tip of the sword beam, which dispersed like a gentle breeze. Once more, the crowd was left in shock. The ghost husband and Su Sheng both understood the terrifying power of Lu Jian, yet in the presence of this individual, they were utterly incapable of inflicting any harm. Lu Jian could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor, his face now a canvas of astonishment. His full power strike, capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas, was so effortlessly countered? Who exactly are you? Lu Jian questioned in disbelief. Ning Yechen paid him no mind, instead turning to Luo Ruiying, adorned with a menacing mask depicting fangs. He had no fear of being recognized. Observing her face, tinged with a sickly green and twitching under the agonizing effects of poison, he felt a pang of deep sympathy. How foolish. One should not feign strength when it's clearly lacking. Ning Yechen cast a luminescent pill imbued with spiritual energy into Luo Ruiying's hand, his voice resonating with an ancient depth This elixir will purge the miasma within you and aid in your recovery. Consume it without delay. Thank you, esteemed elder. Luo Ruiying did not hesitate and promptly ingested the pill. The rich spiritual essence enveloped her entire being, swiftly banishing the toxins from her body, relieving her from the agonizing sensation of being scorched and eroded. The potency of the medicine was nothing short of astonishing. Noticing the color returning to Luo Ruiying's face and her condition improving, Ning Yechen exhaled softly, his gaze shifting towards the ghostly figures surrounding him, his murderous intent palpable. The terrifying aura of death sent shivers down the spines of the ghostly beings, rendering them utterly motionless. This was a fear they had seldom experienced, a dread so profound that it was almost unimaginable. Who was this individual, capable of emanating such formidable malice? A question arose in the minds of the ghostly figures, for they had never before encountered such a being. Ning Yechen extended his hand towards the ghostly leader, subtly twisting his palm. In an instant, the leader's body and limbs began to contort involuntarily, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air, as excruciating pain forced a blood-curdling scream from the leader's lips. "Ah, esteemed elder, have mercy." Without a moment's pause, Ning Yechen continued his relentless assault, twisting the ghostly leader into a grotesque shape, culminating in a gruesome demise, his very soul distorted and dissipated. This shocking spectacle left Lu Jian and Su Xing utterly aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief. The ghostly leader, a figure of their own renown, had met such a tragic end. Ning Yechen then turned his gaze towards Lu Jian and Su Sheng, a chilling aura of death enveloping them entirely. "Elder, wait. Why must you turn against us? Have we unknowingly offended you?" Su Sheng exclaimed, raising his hand in desperation. He felt a profound certainty that even in unison, he and Lu Jian were no match for this formidable individual. "My reasons for ending your lives are simple. You have touched upon my forbidden scales." Ning Yechen replied coldly. "Forbidden scales?" Lu Jian and Su Sheng looked at each other, bewildered. What had they done to provoke such wrath? This time, Ning Yechen chose not to entertain their questions. He brought his hands together, forming a blade-like gesture, and swung towards Lu Jian. Panic-stricken, Lu Jian swiftly raised his sword to defend himself. Yet the invisible sword energy severed his weapon and pierced through his body. How is this possible? Lu Jian maintained his defensive stance, disbelief etched across his features. But soon a thin line appeared at his neck, blood gushing forth as he plummeted towards the ground. Thus fell the once revered sword immortal. Even Lu Jian's soul could not escape, cleaving along with his body. At that moment, Su Sheng's terror reached its zenith, as he directed his gaze at Ning Yechen. Cold sweat cascaded down his back. In a frantic bid, he flung a celestial talisman into the air. The talisman erupted with radiant light, and in an instant, Su Sheng vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was already 1,000 miles away in the heavens. Yet he dared not linger even for a moment, transforming into a divine rainbow as he sped away into the distance. His instincts urged him to flee with utmost urgency, for failure to do so meant certain death. He regretted ever succumbing to the temptations of those from the upper realm, dreaming of ascending to the celestial domain. Now, not only had that dream shattered, but his life, painstakingly cultivated over hundreds of years, also hung in the balance. A profound sense of remorse filled his heart, leaving only one thought in his mind: to escape this place at all costs. To this end, he did not hesitate to employ his most treasured talisman for survival, the 1,000-mile divine escape talisman. Ning Yechen gazed at Su Sheng's retreating figure but did not rush to pursue him. Instead, he turned and approached Luo Ruiying, placing a reassuring hand upon her forehead. Once he confirmed her safety, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. This intimate gesture startled Luo Ruiying, prompting her to take a step back and maintain her distance. She clasped her hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your intervention." Having witnessed the black-robed man effortlessly annihilate the ghost husband and Lu Jian, Luo Ruiying realized that he was undoubtedly not a cultivator from the human realm. From his words about touching the reverse scale, she had already surmised his true identity. Chapter 22. This elder is quite kind. He was undoubtedly the venerable being who had established the medicinal herb garden within this forest. The reverse scale he referred to was indeed the garden he had cultivated. The miasma from the ghost husband and the sword aura from Lu Jian had nearly destroyed the precious garden, which was why the elder had suddenly appeared, seething with rage as he dealt with them. Luo Ruiying speculated within her heart. Ning Yechen, unaware of her thoughts, assumed her step back was due to being startled by him and spoke gently. "The miasma within you has been eradicated, with a few days of rest. You shall heal completely." "Thank you, esteemed elder," Luo Ruiying replied with a slight bow, filled with gratitude. The elder had acted with unyielding resolve, yet unexpectedly revealed a gentle and kind-hearted nature. Seizing the opportunity while the elder was still present, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment before candidly confessing, "Esteemed elder, there is something I must disclose to you." "Indeed? What is it?" Ning Yechen inquired with curiosity. Luo Ruiying's expression turned remorseful as she spoke. "Esteemed elder, my husband and I inadvertently discovered your medicinal herb garden and harvested quite a number of your revered herbs, including the 7-colored glazed flower. If permissible, I am willing to offer some treasures in exchange as a form of atonement. Should you wish to impose any penalties, I shall accept them without protest. However, please do not hold my husband accountable. He is but a mere mortal, with no intention to offend." Having spoken, Luo Ruiying felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, her gaze furtively assessing the elder's response. She was deeply anxious about the casual harvesting of the medicinal garden, particularly about the taken glazed flower, fearing that in a fit of anger, he might choose to eradicate them. After all, the garden was the elder's reverse scale. In the midst of her anxious waiting, Ning Yechen let out a light chuckle and waved his hand nonchalantly. "No need for concern. As long as you cherish them, feel free to take whatever herbs you desire. Those so-called treasures of yours hold no value to me. It would be best to keep them." Luo Ruiying seemed to regard him as a senior figure responsible for cultivating the celestial herb garden. Nevertheless, this perception was advantageous, as it spared him the need to concoct further excuses. Even now, she continued to show concern for him, favoring him by shouldering the blame alone, which deeply moved him. When Luo Ruiying learned that she could freely harvest without any exchange, she was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. Those precious celestial herbs and spiritual medicines were indeed invaluable. Was she truly permitted to harvest at will? Even when she plucked the glazed 7-colored flower, there was no hint of anger or reproach. She sensed no surprise, as if she had known all along that the flower was taken. Was this senior not exceptionally kind? "May I inquire your esteemed name, venerable one? Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly come to express my gratitude." Luo Ruiying bowed once more, sincerely appreciative. However, when she lifted her head, there was no trace of the figure before her. The senior had vanished as quietly as they had arrived. Perhaps this reclusive master preferred to keep their name concealed. Luo Ruiying paid it little mind, feeling a sense of relief in her heart that she had survived. Although she had long resigned herself to sacrifice, when Lu Jian's sword energy nearly struck her down, she felt an involuntary surge of reluctance and despair, her mind conjuring images of that man and the child. Indeed, she did not wish to depart from them so abruptly. She must hurry to find them. Otherwise, encountering other beasts in the woods would be perilous. Remembering Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya, who had fled, urgency gripped her heart, and she dashed towards the forest. Meanwhile, after parting from Luo Ruiying, Ning Yechen swiftly appeared outside a cave, coldly sending a message within, "Come out at once." The next moment, a cacophony erupted from the cave as 3 figures swiftly emerged, one sliding to his knees before Ning Yechen. "Master, why you called for us?" the heavenly swallowing python stammered, a cold sweat trickling down its forehead. It had barely been a short while, yet they had already been summoned by Ning Yechen twice, nearly scaring them to death. They had been enjoying a game, but upon hearing that voice, they were left trembling in fear. Observing Ning Yechen's frosty countenance, they fell silent. They could only wonder which oblivious individual had irked this formidable figure. Ning Yechen regarded them coolly and inquired, "What were you doing just now?" "Reporting to you, master." "We were playing cards," the chaotic demon bull replied weakly. "Just a game. Surely it wouldn't warrant your wrath, would it?" "Playing cards? Someone has entered the demon domain forest, disturbing my peace, and you choose to play cards here? You truly do not understand the reason I keep you around, do you?" Ning Yechen's brow furrowed slightly, his tone laced with displeasure. His words sent shivers down the spines of those present, who hastily bowed their heads in frantic explanation. "Master, you misunderstand. We thought those people were also your subordinates." The chaotic demon bull and the others were on the verge of tears, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. The enormous dragon met its demise due to its reckless aggression towards those incapable of defending themselves. Consequently, the trio learned their lesson, retreating obediently into their cave. However, they soon realized that even in hiding, they would face repercussions. Observing the forlorn expressions of the crowd, Ning Yechen chose not to pursue further blame. Instead, he pointed towards the direction from which Su Sheng had escaped, his gaze icy as he commanded, "One person fled in this direction. You know what to do." "Understood. We shall ensure his demise. For the offense of disturbing you, he deserves to perish 1,000 times." The Chaos Bull declared earnestly, thumping its chest in assurance. The others nodded in agreement. Ning Yechen shot them a disapproving glance and calmly stated, "I require him alive. Should he die, you need not return either. Is that clear?" "Understood," they replied obediently. "Then why do you remain kneeling here? If you allow him to escape, do not expect to return." Just await my arrival to find you. Ning Yechen's gaze fell upon the trio still sitting docilely, and his brow furrowed in discontent. Were it not for his urgency to reunite with his wife and daughter, he would not have entrusted them with the task of capturing him. The three demons, jolted into action by fear, scrambled to their feet, their legs trembling uncontrollably, almost causing them to stumble, which only deepened Ning Yechen's frown. Was it truly wise to leave this task to them? Perhaps he should simply release his apostles instead. Under the weight of Ning Yechen's scrutinizing gaze, the three chaos bulls transformed into streaks of divine light, racing into the distance with all their might. For their lives depended on this pursuit. Once the crowd had vanished from view, Ning Yechen turned his attention to the other side of the forest. It was time for him to hasten back to his beloved daughter and wife. Otherwise, discovery would lead to dire consequences. Chapter 23. For heaven's sake. Speak up. As the danger subsided, Luo Ruiying hurried into the woods, searching for the figures of Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya, her voice echoing with urgency as she called out. Moments later, the rustling of leaves heralded their approach. Ning Yechen emerged from the trees, cradling Luo Hongya in his arms. Upon seeing them unharmed, Luo Ruiying exhaled a sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally at ease. Mother! Mother! Luo Hongya cried, tears streaming down her cheeks as she reached out with her tender arms, longing for an embrace. As Ning Yechen stepped forward, Luo Ruiying instinctively extended her arms. Taking Luo Hongya into her embrace, she held her tightly, gently stroking her back, soothingly whispering, Mother is here, dear Yi, do not cry. Overwhelmed with gratitude at the sight of her child and husband reunited, Luo Ruiying's eyes glistened with tears, nearly spilling over in joyous relief. Ning Yechen stood by, watching the tender scene unfold, a smile gracing his lips as he opened his arms, seemingly inviting her to step into his embrace. However, Luo Ruiying raised her eyes. A reproachful glare directed at Ning Yechen as she questioned, I asked you to take the child away. Why have you returned with her? What would have happened had something gone awry? What was anticipated to be a poignant reunion turned into a moment of reproach. She, who appeared elated, instead met him with a scolding. Ning Yechen stood awkwardly with open arms, unable to elucidate that he had long known the conclusion of their affair, and thus could only meekly admit his fault. It is indeed my failing. However, how could my wife abandon both me and our child? Please, mother, do not leave us. Little Luo Hongya insisted with a naive yet resolute tone. Luo Ruiying felt a tremor in her heart, deeply moved, yet she cast a disapproving glare at Ning Yechen. She understood that both he and Luo Hongya returned out of concern for her, just as she could not bear to part from them. Yet, she would never place them in jeopardy. Should there be another occasion, she would still choose to send them away, fighting for their time herself. Fortuitously, a senior master had intervened this time. Otherwise, the consequences of Ning Yechen returning with the child would have been dire. The time she sacrificed for their safety would have been in vain, which was why she felt a tinge of anger. Next time, this must not happen again. It is far too dangerous. I shall forgive you this once. Yes, I understand, my lady, Ning Yechen replied dismissively, a smile gracing his lips as he continued to open his arms to Luo Ruiying. Displeased by his nonchalant tone, Luo Ruiying pouted, hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward, drawing Luo Hongya closer into his embrace. Observing his eager expression, they had finally reunited. A mere hug would suffice. Ning Yechen tightened his hold around Luo Ruiying's waist, drawing her closer still. Her cheek pressed against his chest, a flush of warmth crept across her face, yet she offered no protest, tacitly accepting his gesture. It was her first experience of being held in such a manner, and unexpectedly, his embrace enveloped her in a profound sense of warmth and security. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually closed her eyes, fatigue overcoming her from excessive exertion of her spiritual energy. Still, she clutched Luo Hongya tightly in her arms. At some point, Luo Hongya nestled into her mother's embrace, finding solace in sleep. Observing the two slumbering figures, Ning Yechen smiled indulgently, a pang of tenderness overwhelming him as he gently caressed Luo Ruiying's cheek. Despite his shortcomings, he felt compelled to demonstrate strength, recklessly exhausting his spiritual energy to perform celestial arts beyond his current capabilities could jeopardize his fundamental foundation. A moment's carelessness could cost him the remainder of his cultivation. Fortunately, he was there. Ning Yechen infused spiritual energy to safeguard Luo Ruiying's meridians, and with a swift motion, he returned to their quarters, gently placing the mother and child on the bed and tucking them in. He took his place at the bedside, vigilantly watching over them. Just then, a voice reached him. My lord, we have captured the individuals you requested. Upon receiving the news, Ning Yechen's expression turned icy. After casting a glance at the sleeping mother and daughter, he vanished from the room once more. In a dimly lit cave within the enchanted forest, anguished groans echoed from the depths. Muffled sounds of distress emerged as Su Sheng found himself tightly bound to a stone pillar, a wooden stick forced into his mouth, enduring relentless and savage beatings. The once poised and elegant scholar was now a pitiful sight, bruised and battered, his garments in tatters, his body marred with contusions. "Speak. Who sent you?" bellowed the chaotic demon bull, towering before Su Sheng, his massive fists pummeling him mercilessly. "Damn it. Why won't you talk? Step aside, let me take over," roared the Titan great ape, rolling up his sleeves and taking the place of the chaotic demon bull, his colossal fists crashing down upon Su Sheng with ferocity. Each strike reverberated through the cave, the stone pillar swaying perilously. "Stubborn mouth. I'll make you talk," the Titan great ape continued, and with each blow, blood spilled from Su Sheng's lips, tears welling in his eyes as he struggled to emit muffled cries. Once one of the strongest beings in the mortal realm, he now found himself reduced to this state of anguish, tears streaming down his face. After employing the 1,000-mile divine escape talisman to flee, he had believed himself safe, only to be relentlessly pursued by these three demon lords, who seemed frenzied in their chase. Ultimately, he was caught, forced to confront them and, regrettably, fell victim to defeat and capture. They had silenced him and brought him to this cave, immediately subjecting him to brutal interrogation. He yearned to plead for mercy, to divulge all he knew and beg for his release, but his mouth was obstructed, rendering him unable to speak. The two demon lords, engrossed in their assault, appeared oblivious to his plight, leaving him in a state of silent suffering. Observing from the sidelines, the devouring serpent watched in silence, bemused as it regarded the chaotic demon bull and Titan great ape. Were these fools truly unaware of his inability to speak, or was it a deliberate oversight? The serpent, having recognized the situation, chose not to intervene, driven by a desire for retribution. The arrival of these wretched beings had nearly brought the ire of their master upon them, putting their very lives at risk. Thus, delivering a few more blows seemed insufficient to assuage their pent-up frustration. "Now it's my turn," declared the Titan great ape, continuing to pummel Su Sheng as the chaotic demon bull eagerly prepared to join in. What had begun as an interrogation devolved into a contest of who could force Su Sheng to speak first. Realizing that Su Sheng might perish if the onslaught continued, the devouring serpent interjected, "Enough? If you keep this up, he will die. If he perishes, our master will not spare us." It had already sent a message to their master, who was likely on his way. "Let us wait for the master's arrival to decide his fate." At these words, the chaotic demon bull and Titan great ape were seized by a sudden chill, and they reluctantly ceased their assault. Instead, concern arose for Su Sheng's injuries. There was a palpable fear that he might inadvertently succumb to his wounds, which would spell doom for them. The chaotic demon bull seized Su Sheng by the collar, glaring with his large, copper-like eyes, and sternly warned, "Listen well, you shall not die now. Otherwise, I shall end your life myself. Do you hear me?" With that, the chaotic demon bull delivered 2 resounding slaps to Su Sheng's face, rousing him from his near unconscious state. With a face swollen and distorted, tears welling in his eyes, Su Sheng nodded weakly, his mind racing with speculation about the identity of the lord mentioned by the 3 demon kings. These 3 kings, all at the pinnacle of celestial power, were each his equal, ranking among the world's most formidable beings. He had long heard whispers of several demon kings within the demon domain forest possessing terrifying strength. Yet, he never anticipated they would obediently heed another's command. Who, indeed, could compel such powerful demon kings? And why would they target him without provocation? The first thought that crossed Su Sheng's mind was of the enigmatic old man in the black robe, who had effortlessly dispatched both the ghost husband and Lu Jian. A shudder of fear coursed through him. If it were that mysterious figure, everything would fall into place. Only he could command these 3 demon kings to bow in submission. At that moment, Ning Yechen strolled into the cave, hands clasped behind his back. He no longer concealed his identity, but instead appeared before them in his true form, exuding an air of confidence. Upon seeing Ning Yechen's arrival, the chaotic demon bull and his companions hastily knelt, bowing their heads in deference. "We have seen the Lord." Su Sheng's gaze was fixed intently on Ning Yechen, his expression a mixture of curiosity and dread. The man before him appeared to be in his early 20s, strikingly handsome. Yet Su Sheng felt no trace of his cultivation. Nevertheless, he radiated an aura of cold arrogance that seemed to look down upon the world. Were it not for his bindings to the pillar, he might have found himself kneeling as well. Observing Su Sheng's near-death state, Ning Yechen furrowed his brow and inquired of the chaotic demon bull and the others, "Why does he look on the brink of death? Have you tortured him?" "And no, my lord. We swear, when we captured this fellow, he fought desperately, and in our inadvertent fervor, we may have been a tad too forceful. We absolutely did not strike him even once." The chaotic demon bull stammered, his tone earnest, with no trace of color in his cheeks. The sky-swallowing python and the titan great ape exchanged astonished glances at the chaotic demon bull's fervent assurances, as if he spoke the truth. Gazing at the barely breathing Su Shang, Ning Yechen chose not to pursue the matter further. He strode forward, his icy gaze fixed upon Su Shang as he removed the wooden stick lodged in his mouth, asking, "Now speak. Who are you, and who sent you here? Esteemed senior, I am Su Shang, the current master of the Confucian Palace. I inadvertently stumbled into this place, and, in doing so, have offended you. I implore you to show mercy and spare my life. In time, I shall offer you ample reparations. I am asking who sent you here. Do you not comprehend?" Ning Yechen's gaze turned frigid as he grasped Su Shang's arm, and, with a gentle squeeze, shattered it instantly. The loss of an arm elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Su Shang, blood gushing forth. The three chaos demonic bulls, kneeling at the side, could not help but tremble, obediently lowering their heads even further. Their actions were considerably gentler compared to those of their elder counterparts. "I shall inquire once more. Who sent you?" Ning Yechen's voice was cold as he reiterated his question. It was a certain esteemed figure from the upper realm. He concealed his identity, and I have never seen his visage. He merely instructed me to bring the mother and daughter named Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye to him, promising to assist us in ascending to the celestial realm. That is all I know. I beseech you, senior, to spare me this once." Su Shang cried out, suppressing his excruciating pain, his pallid complexion betraying his fear. He comprehended that the person before him was no benevolent being, and this time, he dared not hesitate in the slightest. "How did you come into contact with that individual?" Ning Yechen inquired coldly. "We have no means of contacting him. It was he who sought us out," Su Shang replied weakly. Ning Yechen frowned in dissatisfaction, having hoped to capture that individual directly. It seemed that such a task was far more arduous than anticipated. "Now, speak of your origins," he demanded, turning his attention to Su Shang and the other three whom he had slain. It was then that Su Shang realized that Wu Kuang had also met his demise at Ning Yechen's hands, and, with no choice but to divulge the truth, he revealed everything. "I am Su Shang, the head of the Confucian Academy. Lu Jian, the leader of the Qingfeng sword sect. Wu Kuang, the master of the martial god temple. Gui Fu, the lord of the human puppet ghost cave." The sects to which they belonged were among the foremost in the world, standing alongside the four great sects of the realm. 3 days prior, the four had fortuitously encountered a mysterious visitor who requested their collaboration in retrieving Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye, assuring them that, should they succeed, he would aid them in ascending to the celestial realm and subsequently introduce them to premier sects therein. Faced with such temptation and believing it merely required capturing a celestial being from the realm, they eagerly accepted. They then followed Gui Fu's tracking to the forest of demonic beasts, leading to the events that transpired thereafter. "Senior, I have divulged all that I know. Please, spare me. I, Su Shang of the Confucian Academy, am willing to serve you," Su Shang pleaded, his expression filled with terror. Ning Yechen smiled lightly, shadows at his feet stretching towards Su Shang, as a swarm of dark golden insects emerged from the abyss, climbing upon him. What are these?" "Oh, stop, cease at once. Senior, I implore you, spare me." Su Shang felt as if his entire body was being incessantly gnawed upon, countless insects burrowing into him, devouring him whole. The torment and dread pierced his very soul, prompting him to wail for mercy. Before long, Su Shang was completely engulfed by the insects, his cries swiftly fading into silence, his body ceasing its struggles. Once the insects receded from the stone pillar, nothing remained upon it. Ning Yechen had never intended to spare any of them, nor their sects, for their transgressions against his loved ones. Chapter 25. Master, we cannot inject any further. After devouring Su Shang, the insects surged like a tide toward the trembling chaos demonic bulls kneeling nearby. "And Master, your little creatures are approaching." The three chaos demonic bulls, gripped by fear, huddled together and cried out. They were uncertain if they could withstand even these insects. With a mere gesture from Ning Yechen, the swarming insects that were about to reach the chaos demonic bulls immediately turned back, retreating to Ning Yechen's feet and burrowing into his shadow once more. These insects were soul-eating bugs from the demon realm, capable of consuming everything, with a particular fondness for items imbued with spiritual energy. Anything containing such energy would be devoured entirely. What was most terrifying was that these soul-eating bugs initially hatched with the strength of the spirit connection realm. Yet they could enhance their cultivation by incessantly feasting. The batch of soul-eating bugs that Ning Yechen commanded had even consumed numerous celestial remains of the immortal emperors. And now each one surpassed the strength of the chaos demonic bulls. If he had not intervened to summon them back, in just a moment, the three chaos demonic bulls would have been entirely consumed. Seeing the insects returning, the chaos demonic bulls let out a sigh of relief, almost believing their master intended to eliminate them alongside the bugs. Ning Yechen had deliberately allowed the soul-eating bugs to approach them to instill fear, ensuring their obedience. I have tasks for you, Ning Yechen stated, gazing down at the trio. Master, please command us. We are at your service. The sky-eating python spoke earnestly, leading the others, the chaos demonic bull and the titan giant ape, to bow in agreement. Ning Yechen was pleased with their obedient demeanor and raised his hand, enveloping them in a swirling darkness of spiritual energy that lifted them into the air. Master? The sky-eating python queried, perplexed. In the next moment, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy surged into their bodies, catching them completely off guard. The terrifying force continually flooded their meridians, filling their spiritual seas, and the century-old bottleneck in their cultivation began to crack open at that very instant. Ah, Master, it's too much. I can't take any more, they exclaimed. The influx of spiritual energy expanded their meridians, creating an overwhelming sensation as if they might burst. The sky-eating python and the others were caught in a tumultuous mix of pain and the ecstasy of energy flooding their beings, truly experiencing a bittersweet moment. If you wish to break through, you must endure, Ning Yechen admonished, raising an eyebrow at the sky-eating python's plaintive cries, finding the sound somewhat peculiar. Upon hearing this, the sky-eating python and the others gritted their teeth and bore through the ordeal. This was an extraordinary opportunity, a once-in-a-millennium chance. Their master was forcibly aiding them to break through to the celestial god realm, entering the realm of immortals, with 3 resounding roars echoing towards the heavens. The sky-eating python and its companions unleashed their spiritual energy, a colossal force erupting from within, radiating with scintillating spiritual light like stardust. This signified their successful breakthrough into the immortal realm. Had it not been for Ning Yechen shielding the cave with a barrier, isolating them from worldly rules, their ascension would have surely drawn a cataclysmic celestial tribulation. However, there is no fear of the troublesome celestial thunder tribulation. It is merely the excessive commotion that might attract the attention of Luo Ruiying and others in the world. Most importantly, his wife and child are currently in slumber. What if the thunder disturbs their peace? Having successfully transcended to the realm of celestial beings, the group, immersed in the baptism of spiritual energy, could not help but display expressions of comfort and contentment. Once they landed, the chaos demon ox opened its eyes, which sparkled with ethereal light, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through its being. In that moment, it sensed that there were no rivals left in the world, until the voice of Ning Yechen resonated beside them once more, asking, "Do you not feel invincible?" Indeed, the chaos demon ox instinctively replied, only to be struck with fear as it regained its senses, hurriedly shaking its head like a rattle drum. No, 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 I cannot compare to you, my lord. Even after breaking through to the celestial realm, I believe I would not survive even a moment in your grasp. Our current achievements are all thanks to your generous bestowal of opportunities. The Tunshin divine python and the titan giant ape quickly echoed in agreement, their hearts brimming with joy. They had not anticipated receiving such immense fortune at the hands of this esteemed individual. Had they been left to their own devices, who knows how long it would have taken to succeed in their breakthroughs. Yet this master had forcibly channeled spiritual energy, assisting them to break through in mere moments. The prowess of this individual far exceeded their imagination. The crowd felt both fear and deep reverence for Ning Yechen. With a wave of his hand, 3 celestial artifacts were bestowed upon the chaos demon ox and its companions. A crimson battle axe, a pair of gauntlets that shimmered like gemstones, and a serpentine sword. What is this, my lord? The 3 gazed at the celestial artifacts with wide, longing eyes, nearly inscribing their desire on their faces. These were rare celestial artifacts indeed. Observing the brilliant celestial light emanating from the artifacts assured them of their high grade. They had roamed the demon domain forest for centuries and had never laid eyes on a celestial artifact before. Ning Yechen regarded them coolly and proclaimed, "The task I entrust to you during my absence is to ensure the safety of my wife and child. Your cultivation is insufficient. Hence I have aided you in your breakthrough to the celestial realm, and I bequeath these 3 celestial artifacts to enhance your power." By assisting the chaos demon ox and its companions in their breakthrough and granting them celestial artifacts, Ning Yechen effectively took them under his wing as loyal subordinates. In times of necessity, they could be called upon to act. However, even with their elevation to the celestial realm, their strength still paled in comparison to his former subordinates. The chaos demon ox and its companions were in disbelief. Did the master truly bestow celestial artifacts upon them so easily? After the initial shock, they were filled with overwhelming joy and hurriedly bowed, pledging their allegiance. "Thank you, my lord, for your generous gift. We are willing to sacrifice everything to protect your wife and the little princess. The chaos demon ox stood tall, fist pressed to its chest, solemnly declaring, "From this day forth, your wife and child shall be my wife and child." Ning Yechen felt that this statement was somewhat amiss, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the chaos demon ox. The chaotic demon ox felt he had misspoken, and hurriedly clarified, No, what I meant was, I will regard your esteemed wife and children as my own. That seems somewhat incorrect as well. Ning Yechen silently approached the chaotic demon ox, a smile gracing his face. Then, with a resounding thud, he delivered a punch to the ox's head, causing half of its body to plunge into the ground. Although he understood the foolish creature had not intended to speak so clumsily, he could not resist the urge to strike. The sky-swallowing divine python and the titan great ape exchanged glances at the sight of the chaotic demon ox, half buried and unconscious in the earth. Indeed, even upon entering the realm of the immortals, he remained remarkably vulnerable before his master. Chapter 26. Your ancestor will not return in the western regions. At the human puppet ghost cave, a temple constructed entirely from various remains loomed ominously atop a cliff. Surrounding the cliff were countless caverns, each serving as the abode of a practitioner from the human puppet ghost cave. The sheer number of caves dotted the cliffside, with numerous cultivators flitting between them. Beneath the tranquil night sky, the bright moon hung high, shrouded by dense clouds. Ning Yechen's figure silently arrived above the human puppet ghost cave. Gazing down at this premier sect perched on the cliff, softly murmuring, "Let it begin here." He was a man of principle. Should anyone strike at those dear to him, he would show no mercy. Since they had harmed his wife and attempted wrongdoing against his children, the four great sects of this world could very well vanish from existence. While he could leave the task to the chaotic demon ox and the others, their efficiency would inevitably be too sluggish. Therefore, Ning Yechen resolved to personally handle the matter. Swiftly and decisively, he had to hurry to the next scene. Raising his arm high, a small flame suddenly erupted from his palm. The tiny flame rapidly expanded, and in an instant, a colossal fireball, several dozen meters in diameter, materialized in his grasp. The fireball blazed with the intensity of the sun, distorting the surrounding air, while fiery tendrils danced across its surface like dragons. Its radiant light illuminated the entire night sky. The temperature surrounding the human puppet ghost cave surged dramatically, and its practitioners sensed the anomaly, emerging from their caves in shock to gaze skyward. What is happening? Is it dawn? I thought I had merely closed my eyes for a moment. Why is the sun so close today? No, look, that is a person. Someone is casting an immortal technique. Upon discovering Ning Yechen's presence, the individuals from the human puppet ghost cave turned pale with fright. How could someone wield such terrifying power in an immortal technique? If that fireball were to fall, the entire human puppet ghost cave would be obliterated. Several figures swiftly leapt from the main hall of the cave, urgently approaching Ning Yechen. "May I inquire who you are, esteemed one? What brings you to our human puppet ghost cave at this late hour? If you have something to say, might you first retract your immortal technique?" The elders of the human puppet ghost cave ascended gracefully, addressing Ning Yechen with utmost politeness. As they drew closer, they were struck by the sheer terror emanating from the fireball in his hand. The intense heat radiated a pressure so formidable that it left them gasping for breath, their bodies drenched in sweat, and their skin beginning to sizzle and dissolve. Most alarming was the fact that the fireball continued to expand. "Esteemed senior, may I inquire if our human puppet ghost cave has inadvertently offended you? I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. Upon my ancestral lord's return, I shall ensure he personally apologizes to you," said the Grand Elder Gue Ke, bowing respectfully. In his heart, he resolved to delay any confrontation until their ancestral lord returned. Otherwise, this fireball alone could annihilate the entire human puppet ghost cave. Ning Yechen cast a disdainful glance at the assembly, seeking to impart a final understanding before speaking in a calm, yet chilling tone. "Your ancestral lord will not return. From this day forth, the human puppet ghost cave shall vanish from this world." What? The elders of Gue Ke were taken aback, their faces pale with shock. Had their ancestral lord Gue Fu been slain? Was this person truly intent on obliterating their entire sect in one fell swoop? "Attack! Stop him!" Gue Ke shouted fiercely. Several elders simultaneously unleashed their innate treasures in an attempt to thwart Ning Yechen. However, Ning Yechen remained unfazed, raising the fireball in one hand while casually resting the other behind his back, his stance unyielding. Suddenly, multiple fire dragons erupted from the fireball, charging towards the gathered crowd. In an instant, the fire dragons consumed everyone, including their innate treasures, leaving them utterly defenseless. With a series of anguished cries, the esteemed elders of the top sect were reduced to mere ashes. The disciples of the human puppet ghost cave stood frozen in disbelief, unable to grasp the unfolding events. They belonged to one of the most prestigious sects in the world, with each elder possessing divine-level prowess, yet they had been exterminated without a trace of resistance. Those who quickly regained their composure immediately scattered in panic. Ning Yechen casually released the fireball, which swiftly enveloped the entirety of the human puppet ghost cave, leaving no avenue for escape. Before the fireball could fully descend, the scorching wave of heat had already turned countless individuals to cinders. With a thunderous crash, as the fireball struck the ground, the human puppet ghost cave was instantaneously obliterated, along with everything within a 100-foot radius. All that remained was a vast, bottomless pit. Hot air surged from the gaping chasm, and the residual heat was so intense that it deterred all nearby creatures from approaching even slightly. Thus, the human puppet ghost cave vanished from existence. Simultaneously, the Confucian palace of the eastern continent was razed to the ground by a myriad of celestial thunders, and the Qingfeng sword sect of the central continent was annihilated by a single sword strike, leaving only a vast sword ravine in its wake. The martial god hall of the southern continent met a similar fate, completely crushed beneath an immense mountain, which replaced the entire hall. In a single night, the four great sects of the world were utterly destroyed. 3 divine souls returned from various locations, merging back into Ning Yechen's being. At that moment, as darkness enveloped the land, dozens of celestial thunders struck Ning Yechen without warning. Each bolt carried the power to rend the very fabric of the void. This is a constraint and punishment imposed by the rules of the human realm, which can also be described as the balance of celestial law. Within the human realm, one's cultivation can only reach the pinnacle of immortality. Even if individuals from the other 6 realms enter, they must voluntarily suppress their powers. Should anyone exceed the limitations of the pinnacle of immortality, celestial law will unleash heavenly tribulation to annihilate them. Ning Yechen's methods have already far surpassed the pinnacle of immortality, and upon being sensed by celestial law, annihilation ensues. However, there exists an absolute premise. The might of celestial law is only effective against those who acknowledge it. If an individual possesses no fear of celestial power, the constraints become utterly ineffective. For Ning Yechen, facing dozens of heavenly tribulations has become customary. Nearly every time he engages in combat, celestial law delivers a few strikes as a form of ritual, enveloping himself in a dark shield of spiritual energy. Ning Yechen endured the onslaught of heavenly tribulations, which failed to shatter his protective barrier. Once the tribulations ceased, he leisurely retracted the shield. Perhaps due to simultaneously manifesting his divine soul avatar and employing for celestial arts, he sensed that the potency of this round of tribulations was significantly greater than before, yet it still fell slightly short of expectations. After resolving matters with the 4 major sects, Ning Yechen gazed towards the heavens, transforming once more into a divine rainbow as he ascended into the clouds. It was nearly time to return to the celestial realm for another visit. Chapter 27. I will seek you again when needed in the celestial realm, at the palace of celestial law. Ever since Ning Yechen casually struck down half of the palace, the disciples within have been preoccupied with gathering intelligence across the celestial domain and reconstructing the palace. Rumors abound that the demon lord, Yechen, is expected to return soon, causing great unease among the disciples. As Ning Yechen descended gracefully, he strolled towards the main hall of the palace with the familiarity of returning home. Given his previous encounter, the disciples of the palace recognized him immediately, their expressions shifting dramatically as they scurried away in fright. The guards stationed at the entrance, upon witnessing Ning Yechen ascend the jade steps, fled into the main hall in a panic, exclaiming, "Ancestor, the demon lord has returned." In a flurry, the elders of celestial law swiftly emerged to welcome him at the entrance, eager to pay their respects. "Welcome, demon lord." Less pleasantries, more results, Ning Yechen thought. Disinterested in wasting time, he proceeded into the main hall and seated himself, casually picking up fruits from a nearby table. Ever since he decided to conceal his identity from Luo Ruiying, he had not tasted celestial fruits. Taking advantage of his time in the celestial realm, away from his wife, he intended to indulge himself before returning, where such luxuries would be scarce. The elders of celestial law, eager to expedite the departure of this harbinger of death, approached and bowed, reporting on their recent investigations. "Demon Lord, concerning the woman Luo Ruiying you seek and the forces behind her, we have conducted a thorough investigation with other factions within the celestial realm. Luo Ruiying is the daughter of a power known as the Luo Temple in the Beiming Divine Realm, yet no news regarding her has spread within the celestial realm. More than a century ago, she departed from the temple of the goddess, her whereabouts unknown. Even within the temple, no information regarding her could be found." After Tian Dao, when Tian finished speaking, he cautiously observed the expression of Ning Yechen, fearful that he might be dissatisfied with the results of their investigation. They had nearly scoured the entire realm of immortals, and this was the only useful information they could uncover. Ning Yechen, upon hearing this, rested his chin on one hand, deep in contemplation, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Although he was not entirely pleased with the findings, he did not impose any undue pressure on Tian Dao and Tian and the others. He understood that they must have exerted their utmost effort in the investigation, and the scant information they had managed to find indicated that this was all there was. At the very least, they had identified the faction behind it, which could be deemed somewhat useful intelligence. Well then, I appreciate your hard work, Ning Yechen remarked as he rose, casually gathering all the celestial fruits from the table into his possession and walked towards the main hall's exit, waving his hand in farewell to Tian Dao and Tian and the others. Upon seeing Ning Yechen's departure, Tian Dao and Tian and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, their faces lighting up with joy as they cheerfully exclaimed, "It is our utmost pleasure to alleviate the burdens of the demon lord. Is that so? It is rare to find such thoughtfulness. I shall seek you out again when the need arises," Ning Yechen replied with a smile, aware that this was merely a polite expression from Tian Dao and Tian. The latter secretly wished he would not return. The more they expressed such sentiments, the more Ning Yechen felt compelled to seize the opportunity to visit frequently. At these words, Tian Dao and Tian's face twitched slightly, akin to having swallowed a fly, wishing he could slap himself. Why did he have to utter those words? Being under the gaze of the demon lord was truly perilous. The elders behind Tian Dao and Tian wore expressions of despair, unable to chastise their ancestor. Ancestor? Why must you say that extra line? He took it seriously. In the northern underworld immortal domain, the temple of the goddess stood with its intricately arranged structures. A grand edifice that featured a towering statue of a goddess, 100 feet tall. The stone statue, clad in armor and wielding a sword, stood tall with a proud demeanor, its blade pointed forward, exuding an air of valor and strength, reminiscent of a gallant woman. At this moment, the temple of the goddess was filled with anxiety and restlessness, each individual on edge, with many having already fled in fear. This was due to the recent rumor that the supreme lord of the demon realm, Yechen, had returned to the realm of immortals, specifically seeking a woman named Luo Ruing, and that very Luo Ruing belonged to their temple of the goddess. Many believed that she had offended the demon lord, who had come seeking revenge, prompting widespread panic and unrest. Little did they know, the very person they feared the most had indeed arrived. After departing from the Tian Dao imperial palace, Ning Yechen swiftly ascended above the temple of the goddess. The scale of the temple paled in comparison to that of the Tian Dao imperial palace, ranking at best as a third-rate sect within the realm of immortals. It was indeed rare for such a small sect to produce an immortal emperor like Luo Ruing. Alas, they did not know how to cherish her. What should be done? Should it be eradicated directly? Ning Yechen gazed down upon the temple of the goddess of Luo, his expression momentarily beset by difficulty. It would be a simple matter to obliterate it with a mere gesture. However, this was, after all, the familial home of his wife. If he were to annihilate it outright, would he not be extinguishing an entire lineage of his beloved? Such an act would be rather inappropriate. After much contemplation, Ning Yechen resolved to first probe the situation before making a definitive decision. In an instant, he vanished from the heavens, within the temple of the goddess of Luo. In a study, a composed middle-aged man sat engrossed in a tome. Just then, as the flickering light within the room danced gently, Luo Tianya's pupils constricted in shock. He realized that someone stood behind him in the shadows, and as a celestial sovereign, he had failed to sense the presence of this individual. Had the stranger not chosen to reveal his aura, he might have remained oblivious to their presence altogether. Once Luo Tianya regained his composure, he gently closed the book, set it aside, and without turning, addressed the intruder with a measured greeting, "Your Excellency. It is indeed an honor for the temple of the goddess of Luo to receive a visit from the esteemed demon sovereign at such a late hour." Given the visitor's formidable strength and the recent tumult surrounding rumors of the demon sovereign, Luo Tianya quickly deduced the identity of the newcomer. Ning Yechen no longer concealed himself. Boldly stepping out from behind Luo Tianya and taking a seat before him, Luo Tianya displayed no inclination to resist or summon aid, for he understood that before the demon sovereign, the entire temple possessed no capacity for opposition. Is the esteemed demon sovereign here to destroy the temple of the goddess of Luo? Luo Tianya inquired directly, seemingly prepared for the worst. That depends on your subsequent response, Ning Yechen replied, crossing his legs and resting his chin in contemplation, his cold gaze fixed upon Luo Tianya. This statement indirectly suggested that there might still be hope, prompting Luo Tianya to express his willingness to atone. "May I inquire where my daughter has offended the esteemed demon sovereign?" "The temple of the goddess of Luo is prepared to make full reparations." "Ah, she has not offended me. Rather, it is you who have wronged me." Ning Yechen retorted coldly, pointing a finger at Luo Tianya. Luo Tianya furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed, unable to fathom how the temple of the goddess of Luo could have incurred the ire of the demon sovereign. After all, this was their first encounter. Please clarify. Esteemed demon sovereign, Luo Tianya implored, genuinely confused. He had racked his brain, but could not recall any transgression against the demon sovereign. I ask you, did you send someone to pursue Ruing? Ning Yechen inquired, his gaze steely and voice frigid. Luo Tianya's brow knitted tightly, his expression increasingly bewildered. Esteemed demon sovereign, are you jesting? Ruing is my daughter. Why would I send someone to harm her? Is it not you who orchestrated this? Ning Yechen responded. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Luo Tianya closely. Observing his steady demeanor and genuine confusion, it appeared he was not lying. Could it be that the pursuit of Luo Ruing was not orchestrated by the temple? At that moment, Luo Tianya ventured to explain. Though I do not comprehend why you seek my daughter, she was taken by a certain faction over a century ago. Since the moment she was taken away, I have not seen her again. She has not returned to the temple of the goddess since. What is the name of the power that abducted her? Ning Yechen inquired in a solemn tone. If it was not the temple of the goddess, then it must be the force that took her away. Luo Tianya shook his head. I do not know who they are. All I am aware of is that their power is extraordinarily formidable, far beyond what our temple of the goddess can contend with. Even the Ice Mirage sacred domain in the northern underworld dares not offend them lightly. They claim my daughter possesses exceptional talent, with the potential to become an empress in the future, and after bestowing many benefits upon our temple, they took her away. The Ice Mirage sacred domain is one of the top sects among the 9 sacred domains, on par with the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. And if even they do not dare to provoke them, it can only be those ancient clans from the immortal realm that have remained hidden for centuries. These ancient beings typically conceal themselves in some corner of the immortal realm, and unless a catastrophe threatens the realm, they usually do not reveal themselves or involve themselves in any matters. Yet they have issued a decree to hunt down Luo Ruing. The immortal realm is vast, said to encompass all manner of rivers and streams, the sun, moon, and stars, being 100 times larger than the mortal realm, making the search for these ancient clans akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Even if one were to find them, it does not guarantee that the clan pursuing Luo Ruing is the same one. A look of displeasure and impatience crossed Ning Yechen's face. His wife's situation was more complex than he had anticipated. However, the fact that those ancient beings have taken an interest in her attests to her extraordinary talent. Otherwise, she would never have caught the attention of such hidden clans. Noticing Ning Yechen's discontent, Luo Tianya mustered the courage to ask with concern, might the demon lord have seen my little daughter? How is she now? Through his conversation with Ning Yechen, he sensed that the demon lord indeed seemed to come seeking justice. Yet there was an undertone of wanting to advocate for Luo Ruing. Moreover, it appeared that the demon lord should be acquainted with his daughter. It sounded as though his daughter was still being pursued. As a father, for the future of his family, he had no choice but to relinquish his daughter over a century ago, a decision that had since become his greatest regret. Now, he was entirely in the dark regarding her fate. Upon hearing Luo Tianya's inquiry, Ning Yechen returned to his senses, hastily adjusting his posture and sitting up properly. His previously haughty demeanor transformed into a warm and amiable smile, tinged with a hint of deference. Initially unaware of the circumstances, he had prepared to dismantle the temple of the goddess with the imposing presence he once held as the demon lord. Now realizing the misunderstanding, he quickly tempered his attitude. After all, the other party was his wife's father, his esteemed father-in-law. Sitting with his legs crossed and resting his chin on his hand had been exceedingly impolite. It was imperative to leave a good impression. At that moment, Ning Yechen felt immensely relieved that he had not rashly eradicated the entire temple of the goddess. Had he done so, it would have resulted in grave consequences. Ahem, esteemed lord of the temple, your daughter is doing quite well, you need not worry. Ning Yechen said with a polite smile, clearing his throat. The attitude displayed now is a stark contrast to the previous one, a complete turn of 180 degrees. Luo Tianya appeared utterly bewildered, his heart filled with trepidation. Why had the demon lord's demeanor shifted so abruptly? It startled him. My lord demon, he began. But Ning Yechen interrupted him with a warm smile, saying, there is no need for such formality, Master Luo. Please, simply call me Yechen. This unexpected invitation to use his name only deepened Luo Tianya's unease. Was it not unprecedented for anyone in the celestial realm to address the demon lord by his given name? Who among them would dare to do so? Yechen? Luo Tianya cautiously ventured. Indeed. Please, speak freely, Master Luo, Ning Yechen replied with evident satisfaction. This familiarity seemed to draw the bond between father-in-law and son-in-law even closer. However, Ning Yechen hesitated to disclose his relationship with Luo Ruiying, deeming it prudent to wait until she accepted his true identity before revealing it at an opportune moment. Luo Tianya was apprehensive about Ning Yechen's sudden overtures, yet his primary concern remained his daughter, Luo Ruiying. With a forced resolve, he inquired, "You must have seen my daughter, correct? Could you tell me how she fares and where she is?" "She is quite well, and there is no cause for concern. As for her whereabouts, I cannot disclose that information at this time," Ning Yechen replied thoughtfully, choosing not to reveal anything about Luo Ruiying's situation. He refrained from mentioning that she had been subjected to grave peril, fearing that such knowledge would only amplify Luo Tianya's anxiety. The moment was not yet ripe for such revelations. Additionally, if he were to disclose her plight, it could potentially incite a catastrophe against the Luo family, as the enigmatic sect behind her abduction could easily annihilate them. Luo Ruiying was acutely aware of this danger, which is why, even in her escape, she had no intention of returning to the Luo family or even sending a word of her whereabouts. She feared the repercussions of her pursuers discovering her connection to her family would spell disaster for them all, compelling her to resolve to flee into the human realm. Luo Tianya, still restless, longed to press further, yet Ning Yechen vanished like smoke, leaving him no opportunity to continue the conversation. With the knowledge that the pursuit was not sanctioned by the Luo family, there was no longer any reason for him to linger. Discovering the true culprits behind this treachery would prove challenging. He could only wait for them to reveal themselves again. The heinous act of extracting his wife's celestial bones and heart would not go unpunished. As he watched Ning Yechen depart, Luo Tianya felt no relief. Instead, a grave expression settled upon him. How could Ruiying possibly know the Demon Lord? Why had the Demon Lord ventured into the celestial realm to inquire about her? What had transpired, and why was she being hunted? An instinct warned Luo Tianya that something dire had befallen his daughter, and he could not remain idle. With a solemn countenance, he called out towards the door, "Come forth." Chapter 29. The Unwakened Ning Yechen in the depths of the night, within the enchanted forest. In a quaint wooden cabin, Luo Ruiying stirred from a prolonged slumber induced by the depletion of her spiritual energy. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the sight of Luo Hongya, curled up in her embrace. Gazing at the serene visage of the peacefully sleeping girl, a wave of tranquility washed over Luo Ruiying, and a tender smile graced her lips as she gently caressed the girl's cheek. However, as she turned her attention to seek out Ning Yechen, she was abruptly startled by the sensation of strong arms tightly encircling her waist. A flicker of panic crossed her face as she turned to discover that it was indeed Ning Yechen, holding her in his slumber. To her surprise, it was she who lay in the middle, not Luo Hongya. In her current side-lying position, Ning Yechen's body was pressed closely against hers. She could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from his back and the gentle, warm breath that brushed past her ear. "This is too close." Luo Ruiying felt her cheeks flush as she attempted to gently pry away his arms from her waist. Regrettably, his grip was steadfast, rendering her efforts futile. How could he sleep so soundly while holding her so tightly? Turning her head, she shot a playful glare at Ning Yechen, then tried to wriggle free from his embrace. However, mindful of Luo Hongya resting in her arms, she was cautious not to disturb the girl, which limited her movements. Consequently, she found herself unable to escape Ning Yechen's hold. Instead, her body continued to brush against his, causing her to feel increasingly warm. At that moment, Ning Yechen's feet found their way onto her form, bringing their bodies even closer together. In the darkness, an unexpected squeeze around her waist made Luo Ruiying's face burn with embarrassment, her heart racing in panic as she nearly gasped aloud. Fortunately, she managed to cover her mouth in time, stifling any sounds that could be misconstrued. After all, the child was asleep in her arms. She could not afford to make any strange noises. What a troublesome fellow. His sleeping posture is utterly chaotic, and his hands are far too restless. Overwhelmed by a mix of shyness and annoyance, Luo Ruiying found herself reluctant to forcefully extricate herself from Ning Yechen's embrace. With no other options, she blushed deeply and softly called out, "Yechen? Yechen, wake up." Despite her repeated attempts, Ning Yechen remained unresponsive, soundly asleep. After several fruitless efforts, Luo Ruiying resigned herself to the situation, allowing him to continue holding her. "Let him hold me, then. As long as he refrains from any further inappropriate actions, I shall endure." Thus, with her hands resting atop Ning Yechen's, she nestled into his embrace and succumbed to slumber once more. In her dreams, a gentle smile graced Ning Yechen's lips. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, illuminating the room. "Wife, wife!" A tender voice called to the sleeping Luo Ruiying. Slowly, she opened her drowsy eyes, only to be met with the strikingly handsome face of Ning Yechen mere inches from her own, causing her to instinctively lean back in shock. Recalling his erratic behavior from the previous night, A frown of playful reproach crossed her features, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. The fellow had caused her to lose a good night's sleep last night. In truth, she had slept soundly. Ning Yechen smiled faintly, seated at the edge of the bed. Extending his hand to gently stroke Luo Ruiying's forehead, and softly inquired, "My dear, does your body still ache?" "I am fine now," she replied. Ning Yechen's tender concern enveloped Luo Ruiying in warmth, and though she initially intended to voice a few words of reproach, she swallowed them back. After all, he had fallen asleep. It was hardly his fault. "My dear, I have prepared some medicinal broth for you," Ning Yechen said, presenting a bowl of restorative concoction, as he had done on countless occasions, bringing the spoon to her lips. This time, Luo Ruiying did not stubbornly insist on feeding herself, but obediently opened her mouth to accept the spoon. Only by restoring her health swiftly could she avert the potential dangers that loomed ahead. Ning Yechen delightedly fed her spoonful after spoonful. Although he could effortlessly heal all her injuries, he refrained from doing so. On one hand, such an act might arouse her suspicion. Brewing medicinal porridge could be explained, but producing elixirs would reveal his true identity. On the other hand, he found her weakened state to be endearingly delicate, allowing him to cherish and care for her vulnerability. After sipping a few mouthfuls of the medicine, Luo Ruiying pondered for a moment before suddenly addressing Ning Yechen. "Yechen, let us pack our belongings and depart from here." This was not a fleeting thought, but rather a well-considered plan after much contemplation. The pursuit by the ghostly husband and his cohorts indicated that her location had likely been compromised. Soon, they might send forth even more formidable adversaries. With her current cultivation, she could not fend off even the ghostly husband, let alone other, more powerful foes. The most prudent course of action was to leave before the enemy arrived. Ning Yechen understood Luo Ruiying's intentions and fears. Although her concerns were entirely unfounded, he nodded in agreement with her wishes. He had chosen to live a life of seclusion here, savoring the joy of ordinary days. Now that he had a wife and child, wherever they went, he would naturally follow. Once they had conferred, they began to organize their belongings in preparation for departure. Luo Ruiying possessed a spare spirit ring, although it was empty. It served perfectly for storing their items. With a mere flick of her arm, most of the room's belongings were swept into the spirit ring. "Oh, my dear, how impressive!" Ning Yechen applauded. "If there is anything else to pack, leave it to me." Luo Ruiying smiled in response. Despite the simplicity of merely organizing the spirit ring, Ning Yechen's praise inexplicably brought her joy. After Luo Hongye awoke, she too energetically helped to tidy up the room, taking little steps with enthusiasm. "My dear, I will go outside to gather our things." "Very well," Ning Yechen replied, observing the mother and daughter with a gentle smile. He created an excuse to leave the room and secretly summoned the Chaos Demon Bull and his companions. "I must temporarily depart from here for a while. I offer you both two choices. Firstly, you may either remain here to oversee everything or accompany me as we depart. The choice is yours." Ning Yechen spoke calmly to the three Chaos Demon Bulls. It would be feasible for them to stay and guard his residence and medicinal garden, or, under the guise of false identities, accompany him to clandestinely protect Luo Ruiying and the others. The three Chaos Demon Bulls exchanged glances, and a decision was already formed in their hearts. "Master, please allow us to stay by your side. We vow to serve you unto death." If it had been before, they would have undoubtedly chosen to remain in the Demon Domain Forest and continue as their Demon King. However, after their recent breakthrough in cultivation and the bestowal of celestial weapons, their minds had shifted. Although staying by the Master's side was fraught with danger and fear, it simultaneously presented an unparalleled opportunity. Chapter 30. My husband is actually quite afraid of heights in the forest. Luo Ruiying swiftly soared through the treetops, cradling Ning Yechen in her arms, while Luo Hongye was bundled securely on her back. To expedite their departure from the forest, Luo Ruiying opted to carry Ning Yechen in a princess hold, effortlessly gliding above the trees. Ning Yechen initially wished for Luo Ruiying to set him down so they could travel at a leisurely pace below, but the comfort of being held was far too delightful, leading him to abandon that thought. As Luo Ruiying hurried on, her vigilant gaze scanned the surrounding woods, ever alert for potential ambushes from enemies or ferocious beasts. Curiously, she had sensed numerous beastly auras prior to her arrival, yet now, not a trace of their presence remained. It seemed as though the beasts had all vacated the area. Even when she sensed them from afar, their auras would swiftly vanish as they fled. She had not exerted any oppressive force, yet merely her approach caused them to retreat at once. This was indeed peculiar, yet she could not pinpoint exactly what felt amiss. "Mother, father, are we leaving this place again?" Luo Hongye inquired, peering up from her perch on Luo Ruiying's back, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Since departing from that dark place, Luo Ruiying had taken her to many locations, each visit brief. This time was no different, but with father present. She truly cherished that little wooden cottage nestled in the woods. Ning Yechen reached out to gently ruffle Luo Hongya's small head, speaking softly. Hongya, father and mother are taking you on a journey. There will be plenty of delicious food and exciting activities. Fun and delicious. Luo Hongya's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face lighting up with anticipation. Can Hongya eat? Of course. Our little Hongya can eat as much as she desires. Ning Yechen assured her with conviction. Yay. Then I want to travel with father and mother. Luo Hongya exclaimed joyfully, dancing with delight. Luo Ruiying watched the father-daughter duo with a blend of exasperation and affection. Whispering in Ning Yechen's ear, you spoil her too much. Is that so? Is it not good? Or are you perhaps feeling a tinge of jealousy, my dear? Ning Yechen smiled as he turned to Luo Ruiying and asked. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully shot him a glare. That is not what I meant. What on earth is this fellow thinking? Always speaking such frivolous words with a straight face. Be careful, or I might just toss him from the sky. How could she ever feel jealous of her own child? The corners of Ning Yechen's lips curled upward as he suddenly wrapped an arm around Luo Ruiying's waist. Burrowing closer to her. Startled, Luo Ruiying whispered, what are you doing? My dear, I am actually quite afraid of heights. I feel a bit unwell at the moment. And only by holding you can I find solace. Ning Yechen declared with utmost seriousness. Upon saying this, he feigned discomfort, closing his eyes and leaning his head against her chest. So soft and fragrant. Could it be that this fellow truly was afraid of heights? Why had he never mentioned it before? Luo Ruiying's face grew even warmer as she bit her lip and gazed down at Ning Yechen nestled in her embrace. Her heart filled with skepticism. They had been flying for quite some time without a word, yet now he suddenly claimed to feel dizzy and fearful of heights. Luo Hongya stared wide-eyed at the pair, curious about their whispered conversation. Since the very beginning, father had been engaging in hushed dialogue with mother. And with their child observing intently, Luo Ruiying felt embarrassed to push Ning Yechen away. What if he genuinely felt dizzy from fear of heights? Shall I set you down for a moment to rest? She asked with concern. No need, my dear. This position is just fine, Ning Yechen replied without opening his eyes. Luo Ruiying. Suddenly, she suspected that he was merely pretending. However, just then, Ning Yechen quietly opened his eyes and changed his tune. My dear. Perhaps it would be best to set me down for now. All right, she responded promptly, lowering them back to the ground and inquiring. Are you feeling all right? I'm fine. I merely need to use the restroom, Ning Yechen said, scratching his head sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed once again, and she timidly asked, Do you want me to accompany you? Ning Yechen's eyes widened in astonishment. What did this mean? He had merely sought a casual excuse to momentarily distance himself from her, yet she suggested accompanying him to the restroom. Luo Ruiying realized that her words could easily be misconstrued and hurriedly explained, I didn't mean it that way. You mustn't misunderstand. I was worried about the beasts in the woods and didn't want you to be alone. Now it all made sense. He had nearly thought his wife was unexpectedly bold. Fear not, my dear. I can manage on my own. You and our child should wait for me here. I shall return shortly, Ning Yechen said with a smile, waving his hand as he swiftly disappeared into the thicket. Though Luo Ruiying remained somewhat anxious. She felt it was indeed inappropriate to follow him. After sensing that no wild beasts or demonic creatures lurked nearby, she obediently waited in place. Upon entering the woods alone, Ning Yechen retracted the smile from his face, his brow slightly furrowed. He sensed a familiar aura, one that had lain dormant for over a century. This presence was lurking 100 miles ahead, seemingly biding its time for their arrival. The Chaos Demon Ox and his companions would likely prove no match for this adversary. It appeared that he had no choice but to confront the situation himself. He despised nothing more than being interrupted during his moments with his beloved wife and child. Forced to leave the warm embrace of his wife, he vowed that they would pay dearly for this intrusion. In an instant, Ning Yechen traversed the 100 miles to the woods, coldly addressing the surroundings. Come out now. The forest was enveloped in utter silence, devoid of any response. Oh, too afraid to show yourselves? Allow me to assist. Ning Yechen's expression hardened as he reached into the void. The void, resembling a mirror, fractured as his hand penetrated, shattering the surrounding space. He grasped a man adorned with peculiar black markings, slowly dragging him from the rift in the void. The man's face was a mask of terror, his limbs thrashing in disbelief. He could hardly fathom how he had been discovered while hiding in the void. With a sharp crack, Ning Yechen effortlessly snapped the man's neck. His gaze icy, he calmly declared, Come forth, lest I pull you out one by one. This time, several distorted spirals emerged from the void within the woods, each revealing individuals marked with the same eerie patterns as the deceased man. The onlookers fixed their gaze on Ning Yechen, their expressions tinged with trepidation. They could not discern the depths of his power. His entire being radiated no trace of spiritual energy, appearing as ordinary as a mortal. Yet, when he struck, he had effortlessly crushed a being of divine stature. The intelligence had been misleading. They had been informed that they were merely confronting a gravely injured woman from the celestial realm. Yet this man was an enigma. Ning Yechen did not hasten to eliminate these individuals, for he had inquiries to make. Considering your affiliations with the demon realm, I grant you a singular opportunity. Reveal your purpose here and who sent you. The unique, sinister markings on their faces, along with the manner in which they emerged from the warped void, unmistakably indicated that these individuals hailed from the demon realm. He was all too familiar with its essence. However, he had not anticipated their involvement. Humph. Now that you recognize us as denizens of the demon realm, prepare to meet your end. Attack. Infernal phantom wolves. The leader, clad in black, shouted furiously, prompting the others in black attire to chant incantations in unison. The void once again twisted, and dozens of massive, pitch-black infernal phantom wolves sprang forth. Their fur shimmered like burning black flames, their crimson eyes glistening with bloodlust, bearing their sharp fangs. Each infernal phantom wolf possessed peak divine prowess. Dozens of spectral wolves were unleashed upon the human realm, each capable of dominating vast territories. Kill him, commanded the foreboding leader with a sinister smile, issuing orders to the spectral wolves. In an instant, the wolves transformed into shadows, racing toward Ning Yechen. With unwavering composure, Ning Yechen remained motionless. Casting a cold glance at the approaching wolves, he uttered softly, "Pierce through." At that moment, the ground erupted with a multitude of sharp spears, resembling bloodied weapons. Their shafts and tips stained with dried crimson. Countless spears stood erect, their points glinting ominously, creating a forest of lethal weapons that exuded an aura of bloodshed and dread. In the blink of an eye, the spectral wolves of divine rank were impaled, suspended in midair like grotesque trophies. Blood flowed relentlessly from the spears. Pooling on the ground below, the leader was left dumbfounded, his pupils trembling in disbelief. The very wolves that could have conquered any realm had been annihilated in an instant by the man before him. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ning Yechen slowly traversed the forest of spears, approaching the leader. "Quick, stop him!" the leader shouted, yet no one responded. Upon turning around, he was horrified to find that his subordinates had also been caught in the deadly crossfire, their bodies impaled, leaving him alive only because the man had deliberately spared him. "Though I know not what you have done, your failure to strike me down directly just now is your gravest error. Come forth, spectral wolf king." The sorcerer from the demon realm slashed his palms, conjuring a blood array with his own dripping essence to summon the spectral wolf king. A wolf, several times larger than its brethren, emerged from the blood-imbued array, exuding a terrifyingly ferocious aura. With triumph etched upon his face, the sorcerer reveled in the success of his summoning. This spectral wolf king, possessing celestial prowess, was among the most formidable entities in the human realm. Although the divide between celestial and divine realms was but a single tier, it was an insurmountable chasm. "Kill him," the sorcerer bellowed, pointing at Ning Yechen. The spectral wolf king lunged, jaws agape, intent on devouring Ning Yechen whole. Yet, Ning Yechen did not even glance in its direction. With a casual swipe of his hand, he struck the enormous wolf, obliterating its head in an instant, causing it to collapse to the ground. The sorcerer was left stupefied, his triumphant smile frozen in disbelief. The celestial spectral wolf king had been dispatched with such ease. Who was this man? His power transcended that of the human realm. Suddenly, thunderous bolts of celestial lightning descended from the heavens, striking Ning Yechen. In that instant, his location was reduced to a bottomless pit, enveloped in swirling dust and debris. The punishment of the heavenly decree had descended. Once again, a smug smile returned to the sorcerer's face, relief flooding his heart. Having been obliterated by the celestial thunder of the Tao, he should have been reduced to mere ashes. Yet, as the dust gradually settled, the figure of Ning Yechen remained unscathed, calmly approaching him. Is it possible for someone to emerge unscathed from the celestial punishment? As Ning Yechen strode closer, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the demon realm man. Just as he reached for something hidden within his garments, an invisible blade severed his arm with precision. The demon realm man let out a horrified scream. In the palm of his severed hand lay a pitch-black communication talisman. With a simple flick of his finger, Ning Yechen summoned the talisman into his grasp. This communication talisman from the demon realm was all too familiar to him. The one in his hand was meant for urgent calls for aid. By shattering this talisman, even across the realms, a plea for help would reach its destination. "Are you attempting to summon assistance?" Ning Yechen inquired, gazing down at the demon realm man prostrate on the ground. With the talisman now in his possession, despair flooded the demon's heart. To his utter astonishment, Ning Yechen tossed the talisman back into his hand and urged, "Call for help, quickly. My wife awaits my return." I am pressed for time. I shall handle this matter in one go. Humph. This was your suggestion. Do not regret it. The demon realm man grinned maliciously, mocking Ning Yechen for his exceedingly foolish decision to grant his enemy the chance to call for aid. Lord Yizhai, please descend upon the mortal realm. Deliver the most terrifying punishment upon those who have offended my demon realm. The demon man shattered the talisman in his hand and shouted towards the heavens. Who dares to offend my kind? In an instant, the void twisted and spiraled once more, and a towering figure clad in dark, demonic armor, standing over 3 meters tall, stepped forth from the abyss. The imposing stature combined with a terrifying aura was immensely oppressive. Of course, this was only true for others. Ning Yechen floated gracefully in midair, locking eyes with Yizhai, and calmly stated, "It is I." Chapter 32. Have you finished your moves? Then it is my turn. Upon witnessing Yizhai's arrival, the demon realm man hastily struggled to crawl to his feet, pointing at Ning Yechen with fury. Lord Yizhai, it is he who has slain my kin. He has offended our demon clan. Useless. You cannot even handle a mere ant. Yizhai scolded the fallen demon man with disdain, kicking him aside before fixing his gaze upon Ning Yechen with utter contempt. To him, the inhabitants of the human realm were merely insignificant insects he could crush at will. For your offense against my demon realm, your life shall serve as atonement. Yizhai, unwilling to squander time, opened his mouth wide, gathering a brilliant beam of light rapidly within. Annihilate, you insect. Demon obliteration. With a thunderous roar, the beam shot forth. The terrifying pressure of spiritual energy tore the void apart, and the earth itself was upheaved, as if the very power of destruction sought to obliterate all in its path. This strike was sufficient to effortlessly decimate an entire city. In an instant, Ning Yechen was completely engulfed by the beam. With a disdainful cold snort, Yi Zheng believed that Ning Yechen must have perished in the beam of light he had unleashed. Just as he was about to turn and depart, he noticed his subordinates gazing at him with horror-stricken expressions, as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Zheng furrowed his brow and followed the gaze of the demon realm man. The next moment, a look of disbelief mirrored on his face, for he beheld Ning Yechen, untouched and standing resiliently in midair, having fully endured the magic obliteration. Not only was he unscathed, but even his garments bore no signs of damage. How could this be possible? Yi Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief. That was his utmost strike in the human realm. Although constrained by the heavenly laws of the human realm, it was still a full-force attack of someone at the immortal level. Your surname is Yi. You wield the magic obliteration. Are you a member of the First Legion of the Demon Realm, the Yi family? Ning Yechen calmly adjusted his disheveled attire and inquired indifferently at Yi Zheng. Indeed, I am the commander of the First Legion of the Demon Realm, Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng replied, holding his head high with pride. The commander of the Demon Realm's First Legion was a prestigious rank, one that commanded an army of thousands. Ning Yechen continued with an air of nonchalance. Is the demon general of the First Legion still that fellow, Yi Tayangshan? Yes, Yi Zheng answered without much thought. Did he summon you? Ning Yechen's gaze sharpened as he pressed further. Should he discover that it was Yi Tayangshan who had orchestrated this, he would not let him off easily. It was not Lord Yi Tayangshan who commanded me, but No, wait. Why am I obliged to answer your questions? Yi Zheng instinctively began to respond, but suddenly realized. Why should he honestly answer this insignificant creature's inquiries? Moreover, from his words, it appeared that he possessed considerable knowledge about their demon realm, even deducing the legion to which he belonged. Who are you to dare demand answers from me? You may speak once you have defeated me. Though uncertain as to how Ning Yechen had survived his magic obliteration, Yi Zheng firmly believed that he must have employed some special means to evade harm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to remain unscathed. This time, he would take matters into his own hands. Swiftly appearing before Ning Yechen and drawing a massive blade from his back, aiming it directly at him, a fierce sword aura descended from the heavens, cleaving through the ground and carving a wide chasm. Yet, contrary to expectations of bisecting Ning Yechen, the seemingly fearsome strike was firmly grasped between Ning Yechen's fingers. 2 fingers had caught his full-force attack. Yi Zheng's eyes widened in shock once more. Had he been away from the human realm for too long? When had the human realm birthed such terrifying power? Have you finished your attack? It is now my turn, Ning Yechen said, applying a gentle pressure with his fingers. With a crisp snap, Yi Zheng's massive blade was effortlessly broken. Yi Zheng stood there in disbelief, staring blankly at the broken blade in his hand. This was an artifact bestowed upon him personally by Lord Yi Tayangshan. How could it be shattered so easily? Could it be that the Lord of Night Sky has gifted him a counterfeit? In that fleeting moment, Yi Zheng began to doubt the authenticity of the formidable blade he wielded. After all, how could a true divine weapon be so easily severed? Ning Yechen raised his palm towards Yi Zheng, who promptly assumed a defensive stance. Despite the astonishment at Ning Yechen's prowess, he felt no overwhelming fear. In the realm of mortals, all were subject to the constraints of the heavenly laws, limiting their cultivation to no more than that of an immortal. Even he, a being of the immortal king realm, was not exempt. The man before him could only unleash techniques commensurate with their shared level of cultivation. Even if he could not defeat him, the reverse held true as well. Yechen was resolute in this belief. However, he soon realized something was amiss. An invisible force began to contort his limbs. This power was formless yet formidable. Even with all his strength, he found it utterly ineffective. His limbs twisted grotesquely, bones cracking audibly, and his demonic armor was wrenched apart. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching cry from Yechen. Since ascending to the immortal king realm and becoming a leader of the demon realm, he had never felt such helpless terror. The power exhibited by the man before him transcended what was expected of an immortal. The constraints of the heavenly laws had no effect on him whatsoever. How could this be? He had never heard of anyone capable of disregarding the heavenly laws. Speak, who sent you? Ning Yechen inquired coldly as he stepped through the void to stand before Yechen. As Yechen hesitated to respond, his body continued to twist uncontrollably. I do not know who the other party is. When that person approached me, they only instructed me to assist in eliminating a woman and abducting a child in the mortal realm. They promised to provide me with a secret elixir to break through to the immortal emperor realm upon completion of the task, so I agreed. Beyond that, I know nothing. In that moment, Yechen finally comprehended the terrifying nature of Ning Yechen. This power was far beyond that of a mere immortal king. Overwhelmed by the severe pain and fear, he hastily shouted in panic. Hearing his words, Ning Yechen released his grip, ceasing to twist Yechen further. He understood that the latter would not dare to deceive him. Given the prior allegiance, he decided to spare Yechen this time. Regrettably, he still obtained no useful information. The other party was exceedingly cautious, never revealing themselves. Ning Yechen frowned in displeasure and spoke to Yechen. Return to the demon realm. Should you dare approach again, prepare to vanish. Otherwise, the entire demon realm will be unable to protect you. Just as Ning Yechen was about to return to Luo Ruing's side, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. What audacity! Suddenly, the void behind Yechen tore open, and a figure stepped through the rift. A figure adorned in a magnificent black robe approached, their hair tied in a high ponytail, cascading long and dark, nearly reaching the ankles. A stern visage hinted at a trace of malevolence. This individual was none other than the commanding demon of the third legion of the demon realm, the night sky deity. Possessing a terrifying cultivation at the level of an immortal emperor, even among the denizens of the demon realm, the night sky deity was a formidable presence indeed. Night Zheng, upon seeing this figure, was overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly crawled to the feet of the night sky deity, his distorted form trembling with eagerness. Great Lord Night Sky Deity, you must stand up for me. This individual has not only offended our demon race, but has also shown disdain for you and the demon realm. With the presence of his superior, Night Zheng was filled with confidence, convinced that the man before him was destined for demise. The night sky deity did not hastily direct his gaze towards Ning Yechen, but first cast a glance at Night Zheng at his feet, frowning as he reprimanded. What are you doing here? I do not recall granting you permission to descend to the human realm unbidden. Please forgive me, Great Lord Night Sky Deity, Night Zheng stammered, not daring to disclose the truth of his motivations. He had been lured by a mysterious figure to eliminate someone in the human realm. He could only stutter and ultimately confessed his transgressions. The Night Sky Deity, upon hearing Night Zheng's confession, coolly replied that upon returning to the demon realm, he would face the consequences of his actions, not delving further into the matter. It was not uncommon for individuals from various realms to intrude upon others, the demon realm being no exception. The Night Sky Deity merely assumed that Night Zheng and his companions were causing mischief in the human realm. At that moment, he was searching for traces of the demon sovereign and had fortuitously sensed the presence of Mo Yen. Out of curiosity, he had come to investigate, only to overhear Ning Yechen's declaration. The Night Sky Deity was infuriated by Night Zheng's defeat at the hands of a mere human. His ire stemmed not only from Night Zheng's unauthorized descent into the human realm, but primarily from the shame of losing. The demon realm held honor and dignity in the highest regard. A loss equated to a loss of face for the entire realm. This was what truly incensed the Night Sky Deity. Initially, he had not intended to intervene. Even in defeat, one must accept their lack of strength with dignity. Yet, Ning Yechen's last words were so audacious that he could not resist making his presence known. He was eager to ascertain who possessed the audacity to speak so arrogantly. Even the 9 great domains of the celestial realm would not dare assert that the entirety of the demon realm could not protect a single individual. The Night Sky Deity's gaze shifted towards Ning Yechen, his expression momentarily frozen in confusion. followed by a slight furrow of his brow as he scrutinized him from head to toe. His eyes widened gradually, and his expression became increasingly intricate, revealing a blend of surprise and trepidation. It has been a long time, night sky deity, Ning Yechen remarked with a disdainful smile, greeting the night sky deity. This incited Night Zheng's displeasure. He struggled to rise, shouting angrily at Ning Yechen, "You audacious fool! Who do you think you are to address the however?" Unexpectedly, the expression of the night god turned exceedingly grim. He seized Night Zheng by the collar, his grip tightening around his face as if to crush his skull. Leaning in close, he fixed Night Zheng with a murderous glare, his voice icy as he spat. "What nonsense are you babbling? Do you wish to bring about my demise? Do you even comprehend who stands before you, you fool?" "Why yes, it is you, Lord Night God," Night Zheng stammered, enduring the pain that nearly split his skull. Confusion etched across his face. "I am not referring to myself, you imbecile." In a fit of fury, the night god forced Night Zheng's head down into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. With this blow, Night Zheng was left gasping for breath. Even in this moment of peril, he could not fathom why the night god was punishing him with such wrath. He had never witnessed his lord's expression of sheer terror before. Was the night god truly afraid of the man before him? Even the surviving figure in black wore a look of utter shock. The illustrious night god, who reigned supreme in the demon realm, was exhibiting fear towards this man. Releasing Night Zheng, the night god cast him aside and, placing his left hand reverently upon his right chest, bowed gracefully to Ning Yechen, addressing him with utmost respect. Night god pays his respects to the demon sovereign. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. It was unfathomable that he had failed to recognize the demon sovereign at first glance. He had even dared to speak disrespectfully. Moreover, his subordinate had seemingly attacked the demon sovereign. Such behavior was a disgrace for one of the foremost demon generals. Night Zheng and the man in black were utterly astonished, staring blankly at Ning Yechen. Could this man truly be the demon sovereign, who had vanished from the demon realm for over a century? There was no doubt about it. Only that esteemed figure could compel the great night god to bow in such subservience. Recovering from their shock, Night Zheng and the man in black hastily knelt, bowing their heads in reverence, trembling as they uttered, We pay our respects to the demon sovereign." At that moment, their hearts were filled with despair and regret. They had dared to strike the demon sovereign. Such an act was utterly unforgivable in the demon realm. Ning Yechen waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of distaste. "Do not address me in such a manner. I am no longer the demon sovereign. But, sovereign, you remain the one and only demon sovereign in our realm. We have been searching for you, awaiting your return. The demon realm cannot exist without you. Please, return with me," the night god implored, his gaze fervently fixed on Ning Yechen. For over a century, they had sought his whereabouts, yearning for the return of their great demon sovereign. "After my departure, did no new demon sovereign ascend?" Ning Yechen inquired, puzzled by the night god's revelation of their ongoing search for him. In the demon realm, strength dictated respect, and countless individuals had sought to claim the title of demon sovereign. Even he, in his time, had to fight his way through many to earn the supreme position. Logically, upon his exit, many should have coveted the title of demon sovereign. Night Sky God nodded slightly, his expression cold and solemn as he replied, "Indeed, after your departure, there were those with nefarious intentions who sought to ascend to the position of demon lord. We have eliminated many of these unsavory characters. They are utterly unworthy to covet your esteemed position, my lord." Ning Yechen was rendered speechless. Did this not imply that the demon realm had been without a demon lord for over a century after his departure? He had assumed that someone would have taken his place long ago. He had prepared himself for a tranquil retirement, relishing the twilight of his life. "My lord, we have all been eagerly awaiting your return. Please, you must accompany me back to the demon realm." Night Sky God earnestly implored Ning Yechen once more. Ning Yechen waved his hand dismissively, his disdain palpable as he unequivocally refused. "No. Any one of you may take the mantle of demon lord. Whoever the demon lord favors may ascend, but I shall not." "Why?" Night Sky God inquired, utterly perplexed. Ning Yechen's face broke into a hopeful smile as he replied gently, "Because I currently have far more pressing matters at hand." "More pressing matters?" Night Sky God echoed, his confusion deepening. What could possibly be of greater importance than becoming the supreme ruler of the demon realm? Moreover, he had witnessed a happiness on the demon lord's face that he had never seen before. Could it be that the demon lord was capable of such joy? Since he had already been found, Ning Yechen felt no need to conceal his intentions. Clearing his throat, he solemnly declared, "I wish to care for my wife and daughter. I have no time to assume the role of demon lord. Do not seek me out again." "Huh? What?" The moment those words left his lips, Night Sky God was engulfed in a tempest of astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. The demon lord had married. He even had a child. This was inconceivable. During his reign, the demon lord had never shown an interest in women. To learn that he now had a child was utterly beyond comprehension. For over a century of seclusion, the demon lord had managed to start a family. If this news were to reach the demon realm, it would undoubtedly create a monumental stir. Night Sky God, still dazed, asked, "Is this truly the case, my lord?" Ning Yechen nodded with a smile, feeling a peculiar joy akin to that of a proud father sharing the news of his newborn daughter. Upon receiving Ning Yechen's confirmation, Night Sky God's astonishment gradually transformed into elation as he hurriedly offered his congratulations. "Congratulations, my lord, on your joyous union, a little princess. I shall hasten to share this exhilarating news with all in the demon realm. We shall prepare to warmly welcome the demon lord's wife and little princess back home." With that, Night Sky God eagerly prepared to relay the news throughout the demon realm. Ning Yechen quickly raised his hand to stop him, casting an exasperated glance his way as he firmly reiterated, "I have said it before, I am no longer the demon lord of the demon realm. I wish to live a secluded life with my wife and daughter, and I shall not return. You need not seek me out again. I yearn for a life undisturbed by anyone, shared with my wife and daughter, do you understand? Should this information reach the night god, it may spell an end to my peaceful existence. The tranquility and happiness I cherish must remain unblemished by external interference." Yet, the night god, reluctant to cease his entreaties, found his words halted by Ning Yechen's icy stare. "There are no buts. Have I been away for so long that you can no longer comprehend my words?" In that instant, Ning Yechen's former aura of the demon lord returned, causing cold sweat to bead on the night god's brow, who dared not oppose him any further and obediently sealed his lips. "Having grasped the situation, you should depart swiftly. My wife has been waiting for quite some time and may be anxious. I must return at once." With a wave of his hand, Ning Yechen prepared to turn away and hastened back to Luo Ring's side. The night god's expression brimmed with curiosity. Whenever the demon lord's wife and child were mentioned, he transformed into an unexpectedly gentle figure. Just as Ning Yechen was about to leave, the night god finally regained his senses and recalled a matter of utmost importance. He was unaware of how his subordinates had offended the demon lord, a grave issue indeed. "Demon lord, please wait a moment. May I inquire if my subordinates have wronged you?" The night god's eyes turned cold, his demeanor darkened, and a terrifying aura of menace enveloped the surroundings, piercing like needles into the marrow. He did not inquire how Night Zheng had offended Ning Yechen, but rather asked if there had been an offense at all. For any transgression against the demon lord equated to treachery, a capital offense in the demon realm. Night Zheng and the cloaked man trembled involuntarily, their hearts sinking into despair. Ning Yechen turned back and nonchalantly remarked, "While they did indeed lay hands upon me, I shall spare them for your sake, as they are your subordinates. It is the fault of my subordinates. They have dared to offend the esteemed demon lord. Their sins deserve death. Please, demon lord, bestow punishment upon them." The night god knelt on one knee, bowing his head in penitence. "How many times must I tell you? I am no longer the demon lord, nor do I hold a grudge against you. Depart swiftly and do not disturb my life." Ning Yechen urged the night god to leave with an air of disdain. No matter how many times he reiterated this, the night god appeared to still regard him as the demon lord, leaving Ning Yechen exasperated. The fervent loyalty of his subordinates was proving to be a double-edged sword. Seeing that Ning Yechen intended no punishment, the night god boldly thrust his hand into his own chest. The offense against the demon lord must be borne. Even if the demon lord chose not to pursue it, he could not forgive himself so easily. Ning Yechen gazed at the night god in disbelief. While he understood the nature of his subordinates, witnessing the unwavering resolve to inflict harm upon oneself left him speechless. The denizens of the demon realm are indeed stubborn. Even when I choose not to pursue the matter, they insist on forcing themselves to accept punishment. It is always like this. Ning Yechen began to suspect whether the denizens of the demon realm inherently possessed masochistic tendencies. After inflicting punishment upon himself, the cold gaze of the heavenly god of night fell upon Yi Zhuang and the man in black, and with a mere gesture, a beam of pitch-black light engulfed and annihilated the man. Subsequently, his palm was directed towards Yi Zhuang. As the commander of the First Legion, Yi Zhuang had offended the demon lord and bore the burden of mismanaging his subordinates. Thus he was to be punished. Furthermore, the transgressions of Yi Zhuang and his companions against the demon lord warranted a death sentence. Yi Zhuang was acutely aware of this reality. He silently closed his eyes, refraining from uttering any pleas for mercy. Upon learning of Ning Yechen's identity as the demon lord, he had already foreseen his own fate. Just as the heavenly god of night was about to act, Ning Yechen interjected, "Enough, enough, spare him. Considering that Yi Zhuang initially did not recognize my identity and posed no threat to my wife and child, I shall grant him clemency this time. My lord, he has offended you. The heavenly god of night replied with a slight furrow of his brow, his hand remaining poised as if reluctant to dismiss the gravity of Yi Zhuang's transgressions. He was merely following orders. Killing him would serve no purpose, Ning Yechen stated calmly. I have chosen not to pursue the matter further. Let him be spared. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes, my lord. This time, I shall let you go. The heavenly god of night relented, albeit with reluctance. His intention had been to execute Yi Zhuang, but since the demon lord had spoken, he begrudgingly allowed him to live. Intending to extract some intelligence from Yi Zhuang regarding who dared to instigate an assault on the demon lord. Having narrowly escaped death, Yi Zhuang hastily expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply before Ning Yechen. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. At the moment he believed his demise was imminent, the demon lord himself had interceded on his behalf, filling Yi Zhuang with profound appreciation. I shall take my leave now. Remember, do not disturb me again. Once Ning Yechen had resolved the matter, he did not linger, departing swiftly after leaving those words behind. The heavenly god of night watched as Ning Yechen vanished, his heart heavy with reluctance. However, he was relieved to have finally discovered the whereabouts of the demon lord and needed to hasten to inform others of this crucial intelligence. Chapter 35. The words of my wife are wise. In the forest, Luo Ruiying was playfully engaging with Luo Hongye while awaiting Ning Yechen's return. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from 100 miles away, and a beam of earth-shattering light flashed before her eyes, intertwined with a dense aura of demons. A demon had descended into the human realm. It seemed there had been a confrontation with someone, although it did not appear to be seeking her out. Nevertheless, even if it was not directed at her, it would be wise to vacate the area without delay. Before long, a celestial thunderclap resonated from the skies, reverberating throughout the heavens. The annihilation of the heavenly Tao's divine thunder? Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes narrowed, her expression turning grave. The emergence of demons indicated that this place had become perilous. Furthermore, the battle had already invoked the heavenly Tao's retribution, suggesting that the power at play exceeded the constraints of the human realm's laws. It was imperative to depart swiftly. Luo Ruiying ceased her weight and hastily ventured into the woods in search of Ning Yechen's figure. Yechen? Yechen? After searching around without discovering any trace of him and sensing nothing with her spiritual awareness, anxiety crept into Luo Ruiying's expression as she shouted into the surroundings. Her greatest fear was that Ning Yechen might have encountered some unforeseen peril. Fortunately, after several calls, Ning Yechen gradually emerged from the other side of the woods. Luo Ruiying sighed in relief upon seeing him and approached, her gaze tinged with a hint of reproach as she said, "Where have you been? You didn't even respond." "Apologies, my dear, I wandered a bit too far and inadvertently lost my way," Ning Yechen replied, scratching his head apologetically. Luo Ruiying carefully examined Ning Yechen and, seeing that he was unharmed, felt a wave of relief wash over her. "As long as you're fine, let us hurry along. It seems there are demonic creatures ahead. Their strength is formidable, and it's quite unsafe. We should take a different route to circumvent them." "Of course, as you wish, my lady," Ning Yechen cheerfully responded as he stepped in front of Luo Ruiying, spreading his arms wide in anticipation of a princess carry. However, this time, Luo Ruiying, her cheeks slightly flushed, turned away. "Let me carry you. I'll just give you a piggyback ride instead." "Ah." Ning Yechen let out a disappointed sigh. He had prepared himself to nestle into his wife's tender embrace, only to find that he would have to settle for merely resting on her back. At that moment, Ning Yechen deeply regretted having left her arms. He blamed Night Jun and the others for their intrusion. Had it not been for their arrival, he wouldn't have had to depart from his wife's warm embrace. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret for letting Night Jun off so easily. What a loss. Ning Yechen resignedly settled onto Luo Ruiying's back. With one arm cradling Luo Hongye and the other bearing Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying leapt gracefully into the air, altering their course as they continued to soar out of the woods. Ning Yechen, resting on Luo Ruiying's back, could feel her warmth and the faint, enchanting fragrance wafting from her flowing black hair, which was truly captivating. Unable to resist, he reached out and playfully lifted her hair, bringing it close to his nose to gently inhale its delightful scent. The strands glided through his fingers, silky and delicate. Luo Ruiying, noticing Ning Yechen's actions, felt her cheeks warm and asked, "What are you doing lifting my hair? How is he being so mischievous from behind?" "Because your hair smells wonderful, and I adore it," Ning Yechen candidly praised. Luo Ruiying, flattered by the compliment, felt a touch of bashfulness but said nothing further, allowing him to tenderly stroke her hair. Luo Hongye, curious, climbed onto her shoulder and began to tug at her hair. Ning Yechen teased Luo Hongye by tickling her ears with the tips of Luo Ruiying's hair. causing her to giggle uncontrollably. This father-daughter duo truly treated her hair as a toy. Luo Ruiying could only smile indulgently, even as she felt a hint of helplessness. The earlier tension and unease dissipated, replaced by the joyful laughter of Luo Hongya. After playfully engaging with Luo Hongya for a while, Ning Yechen recalled Luo Ruiying's earlier mention of the demonic creatures and tentatively asked, "My dear, you spoke of the demonic beings earlier. What do you think of them?" Luo Ruiying was taken aback when Ning Yechen unexpectedly mentioned the demon clan. Her expression instantly hardened, and she replied without the slightest hesitation. The demon clan is vicious and brutal, committing all manner of evil. They are particularly bellicose, revering only the strong. They frequently invade other realms, causing turmoil everywhere they go. Wherever they tread, the ground is littered with corpses, reduced to ruins and flames. They are a truly malevolent and savage race. Ning Yechen, with a complex emotional state, attempted to interject, "My dear, perhaps the demon clan is not as malevolent as you believe." Although what Luo Ruiying said held truth, it was a narrative from centuries past. Since he unified the demon realm, it had transformed significantly. Yet, it seemed the outside world still clung to its antiquated perceptions of the demon clan. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow slightly and earnestly cautioned Ning Yechen, "You have never encountered the demon clan, thus you cannot fathom their cruelty. Their ferocity surpasses your imagination. They show no mercy to anyone, not even their own kin, especially that legendary new supreme of the demon realm, Yechen. It is said that when he unified the demon realm centuries ago, he nearly annihilated half of those who opposed him, utterly ruthless. Following that, he led the demon army to invade the celestial realm, and that war nearly obliterated half of the celestial realm. This illustrates just how bloodthirsty and brutal that supreme of the demon realm truly is. The demon clan venerates him as their demon lord, and all others of his kind follow suit. Should you encounter a member of the demon clan, you must flee far away and never entangle yourself with them. There is not a single good person among them." Ning Yechen replied, "You are right, my dear. I shall remember your words." Hearing Luo Ruiying's high regard for him, he could not help but twitch his face slightly, offering a sheepish smile in agreement. Fortuitously, he had merely tested the waters with his inquiry. Had she truly discovered his identity, it would have been disastrous. The last celestial demon war was instigated by the celestial realm. Yet everyone insisted it was the demon clan that initiated the invasion. He could not explain this to Luo Ruiying. Even if he did, it would not only reveal his identity, but she would likely not believe him. Luo Hongya, nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace, curiously lifted her head and asked, "Mother, are all the demon clan bad people?" "Indeed, they are all wicked. They possess 4 long fangs, 2 horns atop their heads, and several eyes on their faces. They particularly relish children like you, Yi." Luo Ruiying replied with a serious expression. "Woo woo woo. Yi is not tasty." The words frightened Luo Hongya, causing her to hurriedly snuggle deeper into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Observing this, Luo Ruiying revealed a cunning smile, as if her plan had succeeded. Gently stroking Luo Hongya's back to comfort her, "As long as you behave and stay by your mother and father's side, nothing will happen to you. Yi will be good." Luo Hongya nodded obediently, speaking in a soft voice. Luo Ruiying smiled with satisfaction, suddenly noticing Ning Yechen behind her. Preoccupied with gazing into a mirror, she curiously inquired, "Why do you keep looking in the mirror?" "Nothing, just checking to see if I look frightening," Ning Yechen replied, putting away the mirror, feeling a sense of relief within. Fortunately, he bore no elongated fangs, nor did he possess horns or multiple eyes. Chapter 36, The Kindness of My Wife. After nearly half an hour of soaring through the skies, Luo Ruiying, accompanied by Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya, finally exited the demon domain forest. The journey proved to be far smoother than anticipated, encountering not a single beast along the way. Concerned that the prolonged flight might overwhelm Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya, Luo Ruiying decided to descend and take a moment to rest. Just as Ning Yechen and the others settled down, the distant sound of galloping hooves reached their ears. Ning Yechen was not taken aback. He had sensed something amiss ahead. The opponents were of notably low cultivation, and he surmised they were not specifically seeking his wife and child. Thus he refrained from taking immediate action. Upon sensing an approaching presence, Luo Ruiying's nerves tightened, fearing that they might be assassins pursuing her. She instructed Ning Yechen to keep a close watch on Luo Hongya while she ventured forth to investigate. Concealing her aura, Luo Ruiying soared to a branch of a large tree, silently observing the scene below. On the road beneath, 2 individuals were galloping swiftly on horseback. One was a young girl, merely 15 or 16, with a delicate visage, her hair tied in a ponytail, exuding a spirit not inferior to that of a young man. The other was a middle-aged man with a square face, who bore numerous wounds and appeared battered. Following closely behind them was a group of masked figures in dark attire. brandishing sharp blades as they pursued through the trees. The disparity in strength between the two parties was glaringly evident, yet both sides possessed relatively low cultivation, with the highest barely reaching the martial spirit realm. Luo Ruiying quickly deduced that these individuals were not in pursuit of her, but were instead entangled in a fortuitous encounter of assassination. As the pursuers drew near, the middle-aged man urged the girl, "Miss, you must flee. I will hold them off." "No, Uncle Zhang, we must escape together. We are nearly at Nali City," Qi Yuan called out, her voice tinged with reluctance as she looked at the man who had accompanied her throughout her childhood and served as her personal guard. She could not bear to witness him sacrifice himself merely to buy her time. "Humph, none of you shall escape." A figure clad in black leapt into the air, hurling dozens of throwing darts towards Qi Yuan and Zhang He with astonishing speed, leaving them no time to evade. Zhang He instinctively dove to shield Qi Yuan, using his body as a barrier against the darts that were meant for her. They both fell from their horses, which succumbed to the barrage of darts and collapsed lifelessly. Uncle Zhang, are you all right?" Qi Yuan exclaimed, concern etched across her face as she looked at Zhang He, who had sacrificed himself to protect her. Zhang He, having sustained multiple injuries, appeared exceedingly weak. "Miss, do not concern yourself with me. You must flee. Flee. Where do you intend to go?" A dozen black-clad figures descended, encircling Qi Yuan and Zhang He, bloody blades slowly advancing towards them. As Zhang He realized he had been surrounded, despair washed over him. Given his current state, breaking free was an impossibility. Qi Yuan, gazing at the approaching group of men clad in black, displayed not a trace of fear. Rising with her sword in hand, she surveyed the crowd, her heart steeled for the possibility of death. The black-clad figures exchanged glances, their expressions mocking. They were no longer in a rush. A mere girl at the spirit connection realm dared to challenge them? How utterly ludicrous. "Allow me to entertain this young lady." One of the black-clad men stepped forward, dismissively beckoning to Qi Yuan. Enraged, she swung her sword at him, but he effortlessly evaded her attack, turning her attempts into a spectacle of mockery. Truly, she was the useless daughter of the Qi family. Did she really believe she could resist with such feeble abilities? While her talent was lacking, her beauty was indeed remarkable. I wonder what the taste of this daughter of the Qi family might be. The lascivious gaze of the black-clad man boldly roamed over Qi Yuan's form. Why not strip her of her garments first? Such a sight would surely be delightful. The surrounding black-clad men joined in the derisive laughter. Qi Yuan's face flushed with anger as she gritted her teeth and once more swung her sword at the black-clad man. He sidestepped her easily, raising his sword to knock her weapon from her grasp, then kicked her to the ground, clutching her abdomen. Qi Yuan's expression was filled with indignation and despair. Her cultivation was far too weak. She was merely prey for these assassins. No resistance left? The black-clad man slowly approached Qi Yuan, his sword cutting through her clothing. "Miss." Zhang He, lying on the ground, attempted to rise but found another black-clad assassin's foot pressing against him. He could only watch helplessly as Qi Yuan faced her impending humiliation, unable to do anything. The lewd laughter of the assassins ringing in his ears. Unable to bear the sight, Zhang He shut his eyes tightly. Yet, at that moment, the lewd laughter abruptly ceased. When he opened his eyes again, he beheld a stunningly beautiful woman standing before Qi Yuan, sword in hand. The renowned beauty of Nanli City, his own miss, seemed utterly overshadowed by this woman. Even Qi Yuan, a woman herself, couldn't help but gaze in awe at Luo Ruiying. Her heart filled with admiration. Such exquisite beauty exists in this world. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qi Yuan realized that the black-clad man who had stood before her was now lying on the ground, pierced through the heart, his eyes wide with disbelief. When had this woman appeared? How had she dispatched that man? She was utterly taken aback. Luo Ruiying, sword in hand, cast a cold glance at the remaining black-clad men, threatening them with chilling resolve. "If you do not leave now, you will not leave at all." After observing for a moment, she ultimately decided to intervene and save both Qi Yuan and Zhang He. Though she had no desire to meddle, she could not stand idly by while these black-clad assassins employed such vile and despicable tactics. Nearby, in the underbrush, two heads, one large, one small, peeked out, secretly watching Luo Ruiying. The two individuals stealthily following were Ning Yechen and his daughter Luo Hongya. Ning Yechen observed Luo Ruiying, who still intended to spare the black-clad assassins, and couldn't help but shake his head. His wife was still too kind-hearted. Were it him, he would have dealt with them all in a straightforward and brutal manner. Allowing these people to escape would inevitably lead to further troubles in the future. Though mosquitoes pose no real threat, merely being an annoyance that can be swatted away, their incessant buzzing around one's ears can be quite bothersome. Luo Hongya, gazing at the surrounded Luo Ruiying, raised her little head and anxiously asked Ning Yechen, "Father, Are those bad guys going to bully mother? Ning Yechen gently ruffled Luo Hongye's hair, smiling. Rest assured, my dear. Those villains cannot bully your mother. As the group of black-clad individuals regained their composure, they temporarily abandoned their focus on the prostrate Zhang He, swiftly directing their blades toward Luo Ruiying. Sighing softly upon witnessing this, Luo Ruiying's brow furrowed, her eyes flashing with a cold glint. Since they refused to leave, she would not hold back. Exchanging glances, the assassins leaped into the air simultaneously, swords raised to strike at Luo Ruiying. Yet, she remained steadfast, and as the black-clad assassins closed in, her figure glided gracefully, tracing a beautiful arc. A silver crescent blade of light flashed by. Once Luo Ruiying sheathed her celestial sword, the assassins burst forth in a shower of blood, plummeting to the ground simultaneously. Ning Yechen, hiding nearby, had already raised his hand to shield Luo Hongye's view. He could not allow this gruesome scene to frighten his daughter. If his wife were to find out, she would surely be enraged. With her eyes covered, Luo Hongye turned her head, her voice filled with curiosity. Father, your hand is blocking my view. Ning Yechen, smiling, replied, My dear, let us play a little game. Close your eyes. And let us see who can keep them shut the longest, all right? Okay. Have you closed your eyes too, father? Hearing it was a game, Luo Hongye, without a shred of doubt, tightly shut her eyes. Naturally, her father had also closed his eyes. Ning Yechen chuckled, yet he had not truly closed his eyes. The innocent Luo Hongye was completely oblivious. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan stared in astonishment at Luo Ruiying's elegance, her eyes brimming with admiration for her graceful form and formidable strength. So impressive, she thought. With just a single strike, Luo Ruiying had slain several martial masters. And she was so beautiful. Comparing herself to Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan felt a profound sense of inadequacy regarding both appearance and cultivation. After sheathed her celestial sword, Luo Ruiying slowly approached Qi Yuan, bending slightly as she extended her palm. Are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you, sister, for your timely assistance. Qi Yuan expressed her gratitude, grasping Luo Ruiying's hand as she rose. Sister? The term momentarily caught Luo Ruiying off guard. Her age is not insignificant. She could very well be a grandmother by now. Qi Yuan noticed the astonished expression on Luo Ruiying's face and quickly waved her hands in apology, saying, I'm sorry, have I inadvertently offended you? She found Luo Ruiying to be both youthful and beautiful, and instinctively called her sister. Now, she realized that such familiarity was perhaps too forward, especially since the other party did not know her. It was rather impolite to address someone she had just met in such a manner. Luo Ruiying smiled gently and shook her head slightly. It's quite all right. It's merely a term of address. May I continue to call you sister then? Qi Yuan asked eagerly. Luo Ruiying did not refuse and nodded slightly. Wonderful. May I inquire your name, sister? Qi Yuan exclaimed with delight, grasping Luo Ruiying's hand. I am called Luo Ruiying, she replied softly. Is Sister Luo also heading to the southernly capital? Qi Yuan inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. The southernly capital was the nearest and most renowned city in the vicinity, and most travelers in this area were drawn towards it. Luo Ruiying, who was indeed planning to seek a town for seclusion, nodded in agreement with Qi Yuan's words. Yes, my husband and I are preparing to go to the southernly capital with our child. Husband? A child? Sister Luo, you are married? Qi Yuan exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Given Luo Ruiying's appearance, she could hardly fathom that she was already a married woman. Yet, it was true that one could not judge a cultivator's age by their looks. Nevertheless, she wondered which fortunate man had the luck to marry a woman as exquisite as Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled and nodded again, feeling a sense of pride in acknowledging her marital status before another. Just as Qi Yuan was about to continue her inquiries, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the thicket behind Luo Ruiying. Qi Yuan immediately furrowed her brow, gripping her sword with vigilance. Luo Ruiying turned her head as well, but she had already sensed the newcomer and made no move to react. Emerging from the thicket was Ning Yechen, cradling Luo Hongye, his face adorned with a charming smile. My dear, it has been far too long since you returned. I was worried about you, so I brought Yi along. Qi Yuan gazed at the suddenly appeared Ning Yechen, momentarily entranced. Her initial wariness vanished completely. She had never before encountered a man of such striking handsomeness. He bore a gentle and approachable smile, exuding an ethereal grace and a calm demeanor that spoke of his poise. At that moment, Qi Yuan, who had initially pondered which man was fortunate enough to win Luo Ruiying's heart, suddenly felt that the two were indeed a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for one another. Standing together, they seemed to possess an inexplicable resemblance of a married couple. Why did you bring Yi with you? Luo Ruiying chided Ning Yechen with a slight glare as he approached, holding the child. With a wave of her arm, she hurriedly covered the surrounding corpses. This scene is not suitable for children. Luo Ruiying gently lifted Luo Hongye from Ning Yechen's embrace, noticing her tightly shut eyes, and let out a sigh of relief. You may open your eyes now, my dear. No, mother. Why not? Luo Ruiying inquired, perplexed. Because I am playing a game with father. To see who can keep their eyes closed the longest, Luo Hongye replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying immediately recognized it as one of Ning Yechen's playful tricks to coax Luo Hongye into closing her eyes, casting a disapproving glance at him. That man was surely keeping his eyes wide open all along. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that the child had not witnessed the gruesome scene. You can open your eyes now. Your father has already lost. Really? That means I win. Luo Hongye exclaimed, joyfully raising her hands. Suddenly, she noticed Qi Yuan, standing beside Luo Ruiying, gazing intently at her, prompting her to timidly retreat into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Do not be afraid. She is not a bad person, Luo Ruiying reassured, gently stroking Luo Hongye's back. Turning to Qi Yuan, she offered an apology. I am sorry. She is a bit shy. And no, it's all right. I seem to have startled her, Qi Yuan quickly replied, her gaze shifting away in apology. She had not intended to frighten Luo Hongye. The charm of Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen had already captivated her, and she was taken aback by the adorableness of their child, as delicate and enchanting as a porcelain doll. Luo sister, my uncle Zhang and I are also heading back to Nanli City. Why don't we travel together? Not far ahead is our abandoned carriage. As a gesture of gratitude, allow me to give you a ride, Qi Yuan offered, assisting the injured Zhang He while addressing Luo Ruiying. After a moment's thought, Luo Ruiying decided to accept. They were not far from Nanli City, and taking a carriage would help avoid unwanted attention. Chapter 38. Indeed, it is quite terrifying. Nanli City, established at the border of the Demon Domain Forest in the Xianxian Kingdom, was initially created to fend off the assaults of beasts from the borders. Despite its location at the frontier, the city's opulence and size rival those of the kingdom's capital, and it could even be said to surpass it in some respects. The Demon Domain Forest is home to countless beasts, with nearly 100 demon kings among them. The variety of lesser beasts is incalculable, and the mountains are abundant with celestial herbs and spiritual medicines, making it a rich resource for cultivation. It is a favored trial ground for countless cultivators and the ideal place for them to gather materials from beasts and harvest celestial herbs. Naturally, this abundance attracts a multitude of cultivators, establishing a flourishing congregation. The thriving trade of beast materials and celestial herbs has drawn many merchants to settle and thrive there. As commerce flourished, Nanli City became increasingly prosperous. Both mortals and cultivators have made it their home. The Qi family, to which Qi Yuan belongs, is one of the two earliest merchant families to arrive in Nanli City. Within the carriage, upon discovering that Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were not citizens of the Xianxian Kingdom, Qi Yuan began to eloquently elucidate the grandeur of Nanli City and her esteemed Qi family. Her demeanor was one of pride and joy. Yet when she spoke of her family, a shadow of melancholy crossed her features. Just then, the carriage came to a halt, and a voice from outside called out, Miss, we have arrived. Sister Luo, we are here. This is Nanli City, Qi Yuan said with a faint smile, masking her earlier sorrow. As she rose to lift the curtain of the carriage had stopped outside the bustling gates of Nanli City, where a throng of people could already be seen. The dense crowd was queuing to enter, validating Qi Yuan's claims. Indeed, Nanli City was remarkably prosperous. Numerous cultivators zipped past the carriage, soaring directly through the city gates. Soon, the carriage carrying Ning Yechen also passed through the gates and entered the city. Once on the streets of the city, the air was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares, and the vibrant throng of people moved energetically along the streets, creating a scene of splendid liveliness. Luo Hongye, captivated by the cacophony outside the carriage, leaned against Luo Ruiying, her large, curious eyes peering through the window as she took in her surroundings. Having either been hidden away or confined, she had never before witnessed such a multitude or the exuberance of the world around her. Awestruck, she timidly exclaimed, Mother, Father. So many people. Indeed, dear. Would you like to accompany me for a stroll? Luo Ruiying responded with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling Luo Hongye's hair. Upon reflection, she realized she had never taken her child to explore the outside world. Yes. Luo Hongye nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, Miss Qi, for your kind escort. Since we have arrived in the city, we shall take our leave now, Luo Ruiying said, lifting Luo Hongye in her arms as she prepared to bid farewell to Qi Yuan. Are you not coming to my home for a visit, Luo sister? I wish to properly express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance, Qi Yuan inquired eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Luo Ruiying shook her head gently, declining. I appreciate your kind offer, Miss Qi, but we intend to settle temporarily in the city and need to find a suitable place to stay. We wouldn't want to impose. Perfect. I am quite familiar with the residences within Nanli City. Allow me to guide you and share with you the local specialties of Nali City, Qi Yuan exclaimed, clapping her hands with a beaming smile. Ning Yechen narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Qi Yuan with a hint of intrigue. This young lady is quite enthusiastic, he mused. After a moment of careful consideration, Luo Ruiying ultimately nodded in agreement to have Qi Yuan accompany them, recognizing that a knowledgeable guide could save them considerable effort. Seeing her consent, Qi Yuan's face lit up with joy, and she leaned closer to Zhang He, whispering instructions for him to depart first. Zhang He initially appeared hesitant, but eventually nodded in agreement. After Ning Yechen and the others disembarked from the carriage, Zhang He set off alone to return to the Qi family. Come, Luo sister, let me take you on a little tour. In Nali City, there is no place I do not know, Qi Yuan confidently assured, patting her chest with pride. Luo Ruiying cradled Luo Hongya while following Ning Yechen closely behind Qi Yuan. Along the way, countless pairs of eyes were fixated upon Luo Ruiying. With an unparalleled grace and breathtaking beauty, she traversed the bustling streets, embodying a striking and radiant spectacle. What an astonishing woman! Such ethereal charm, it is rare to find another woman in this world who could rival her. The aura she exudes seems to suggest she is a celestial being descended from the heavens. The little girl nestled in her arms is equally exquisite and adorable. Could she be her daughter? Surely not. And that man accompanying her, is he her husband? Unthinkable. What right does that fellow have to win such a beauty? Is it merely because he is more handsome than I am? The crowd murmured in discontent, expressing their deep disappointment. A few individuals, emboldened by their lecherous gazes, dared to flirt with Luo Ruiying. Yet, she was unyielding and with a fierce glare. She unleashed a chilling aura that left those insolent souls gasping for breath on the ground. In that instant, everyone realized that this enchanting woman was a formidable practitioner of profound cultivation. No one dared to provoke her again. Qi Yuan gazed at Luo Ruiying with admiration, leading the group as they wove through the streets. Around them, an unusual matter captured the attention of the crowd. Many cultivators and ordinary patrons seated in the inns were, without exception, engrossed in discussions about a singular event. The atmosphere was notably grave, with hushed whispers circulating. Have you heard? The four illustrious sects of the world, the Confucian Palace, the Martial God Hall, the Puppet Ghost Cave, and the Qingfeng Sword Sect, were all obliterated overnight. This news is known to all. It has spread across the 18 states. Who could possibly possess the power to annihilate four sects in a single night? Truly terrifying. It is said that the four sect leaders happened to be away from their sects, and to this day, there has been no word from them. The crowd continued to chatter, the discussions growing increasingly fervent. This incident has sent shockwaves throughout the realm. The identity of the perpetrator remains shrouded in mystery, rendering the entire affair an enigmatic puzzle. The populace spoke of it with palpable trepidation. Qi Yuan, who had been in the demon domain forest for several days, was hearing about this news for the first time and was instantly struck speechless with shock. She couldn't help but exclaim, the four major sects were extinguished overnight. It is simply horrifying. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, do you think it could be true? If someone truly possesses the ability to obliterate four sects in a single night, their cultivation must be unfathomably powerful. Luo Ruiying nodded in agreement, inwardly reflecting on the hidden talents within the human realm. Ning Yechen also nodded in concurrence, expressing, indeed, it is utterly terrifying. Chapter 39. My husband is not someone you can insult. Qi Yuan led Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying across several streets, enthusiastically explaining the unique features of each one. This street is the most bustling commercial avenue in Nali City. Here, if one has wealth, one can procure anything. This particular street is also a commercial area, though not as lively as the previous one. It offers more accessible goods at comparatively lower prices. In this place known as Tianbao Street, an array of spiritual artifacts, medicinal herbs, and materials from mystical beasts can be found. With a stroke of luck, one might even encounter some beastly companions. Due to Luo Ruiying's formidable cultivation, Qi Yin took the opportunity to show her and her companions around this vibrant street. Within the city of Nanli, no cultivator is unaware of Tianbao Street. The thoroughfare is adorned with a plethora of peculiar low-tier magical items, though many are damaged or counterfeit. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying merely cast a cursory glance before losing all interest. To them, these items were scarcely worthy of being regarded as trash. As Qi Yin and Ning Yechen strolled along the street, they were confronted by several figures approaching from ahead, blocking their path. At the forefront stood a young man clad in resplendent garments, adorned with various jewelry and artifacts, exuding the unmistakable air of a nouveau riche. His expression one of disdainful arrogance. Behind him trailed dozens of attendants, creating quite a spectacle. The vendors in the vicinity changed countenance upon seeing him, hastily avoiding his presence. Wherever he tread, anything in his way was either kicked aside or trampled underfoot, his behavior utterly brazen. The onlookers, though filled with indignation, dared not voice their discontent, even those among them with considerable cultivation. This audacious young man was none other than Jiang Li, the eldest son of the Jiang family, one of the two major trading houses in Nanli City. The Jiang family currently holds dominion over nearly 60% of the commercial establishments in the city, and countless cultivators seek to curry favor with them. They have employed numerous guards, including several formidable beings of the heavenly spirit realm, and their influence is rumored to be unfathomably deep and powerful. No one in Nanli dares to provoke the Jiang family. Jiang Li's gaze swiftly fell upon Qi Yin as he spotted her on the street, a flicker of surprise and shock crossing his features. She has returned. Though taken aback, he quickly donned a condescending smile and approached her with feigned cordiality. Upon his arrival, Qi Yan's countenance darkened, her expression icy as she unabashedly declared, "Humph. Seeing me back, are you disappointed?" "Not at all," he retorted with an air of mockery. "In fact, this makes things all the more interesting." Jiang Li showed no intention of concealing his intentions, boldly implying their family's involvement in the assassination attempt, his demeanor challenging. Qi Yin had anticipated at least some pretense of ignorance from him, yet his audacity was staggering. Fuming, Qi Yin clenched her fists, yearning to retaliate. But the sight of Jiang Li's numerous guards forced her to reluctantly restrain her anger. Confident in his invulnerability, Jiang Li leaned closer, a sinister grin forming as he whispered, "Soon, the Qi family will vanish from Nanli City. Perhaps you should contemplate how to make a living thereafter. The Huaihua Tower is currently hiring. I could certainly provide you with a recommendation. It is believed that with the esteemed title of Miss Qi, she is destined to become the star attraction of Huaihua." Qi Yuan's face turned pale with anger as her hand instinctively grasped the hilt of the sword at her waist. The dozens of guards behind Jiang Li promptly drew their swords in unison. "Miss Qi," Jiang Li remarked with a mocking tone, "it is indeed unlawful to engage in combat within the city." He gestured for his men to sheath their weapons, regarding Qi Yuan with a smirk, showing no respect for her presence. After much contemplation, Qi Yuan ultimately released her grip, abandoning the thought of drawing her sword. With her current abilities, she could not even best a single guard of Jiang Li's. How could she possibly defeat him? "Precisely," Jiang Li grinned, his gaze shifting to Luo Ruiying, who held Luo Hongya in her arms. He had already taken note of her breathtaking beauty while approaching, and upon closer inspection, he found himself utterly captivated. This woman epitomized grace and allure. Ignoring Ning Yechen, who stood beside her, Jiang Li stepped forward with feigned politeness and inquired, "My lady, you appear unfamiliar. I believe we have not crossed paths in Nanli. May I be so bold as to ask for your name?" "I am Jiang Li, son of the Jiang family in this city, and I possess considerable wealth and influence here. If it pleases you, I would be honored to make your acquaintance." Ning Yechen stood beside, his brows furrowed in irritation, fighting the urge to strike Jiang Li down in a fit of rage. How dare he attempt to woo her in front of him? Had Luo Ruiying not been present, he would have lost all composure. "Leave," Luo Ruiying coldly commanded Jiang Li. From the very first glance, she had found his arrogant demeanor and lecherous intentions deeply repugnant. Jiang Li, with his insipid expression and darkened eyes, bore an unmistakable lewdness. Having ensnared countless women in his grasp, had she not wished to live a quiet life in Nanli with her husband and child, she might have been compelled to eliminate him on the spot. Taken aback by Luo Ruiying's outright rejection, Jiang Li initially appeared stunned, but quickly adopted a dismissive smile. He was not perturbed in the slightest. He had encountered many fierce women like Luo Ruiying before, some even more formidable. However, those women, upon realizing his prowess and the Jiang family's might, ultimately succumbed to his charm, willingly yielding to his desires. Observing Jiang Li's lecherous advances towards Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan instinctively stepped in front of her, rebuking him fiercely. "Jiang Li, you shall not lay a hand on Sister Luo. She is already married with children. Do not harbor such foolish dreams. Leave at once." "Married with children?" Jiang Li's gaze shifted to the child in Luo Ruiying's arms before glancing at Ning Yechen, his expression still rife with disdain. "Just this pretty boy?" "Ning Yechen, control yourself. Control yourself." Ning Yechen's hands, clasped behind his back, were on the verge of crushing the wretched fly that dared to disturb him. It had been an eternity since the immortal emperor had spoken to him thus, without trepidation. Luo Ruiying, with her delicate brows slightly knitted and her charming face turning cold, stepped forward to shield Ning Yechen, her voice icy as she declared, "My husband is not one to be humiliated by you." With that, a formidable aura emanated from her, sweeping towards Jiang Li and his entourage. Chapter 40. Render him legless. Jiang Li and his companions were taken aback, instantly recognizing that the spiritual pressure was beyond their capacity to withstand. The terrifying force knocked them to the ground. Just as Luo Ruiying intended to impart a profound lesson to Jiang Li, a figure suddenly leaped out from an unknown direction, positioning himself before Jiang Li and his companions. He was an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, eyes sharp as an eagle, and nose hooked. The old man extended his withered hands, straining to withstand Luo Ruiying's imposing presence, retreating several steps as he struggled to maintain his balance. Such overwhelming pressure. This young lady, despite her tender years, appeared to possess cultivation at least on par with his own, if not superior. Dear young lady, my son meant no offense. I sincerely hope you will not take this to heart. In due time, my Jiang family shall present generous gifts and pay our respects, Zhao Zhuahao said politely, clasping his hands in salute to Luo Ruiying. Aware that her prowess likely surpassed his own, he understood he might not be a match for her. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brows slightly, retracting her aura as she replied coolly, "Are you his protector?" A protector, as the term suggests, is typically a personal guardian assigned by prominent families for the safety of their esteemed descendants. These guardians remain concealed until their charge is threatened. Luo Ruiying was astonished to find that a scoundrel like Jiang Li could afford such protection, indicating the Jiang family's considerable strength. Zhao Zhuahao nodded, acknowledging his role as a protector. Old Zhao, this matter cannot be left unresolved. Capture her at once. Jiang Li, trembling with rage after his fall, pointed at Luo Ruiying and commanded. He had never endured such humiliation in Nanli City. Young master, the family head awaits your return. If you keep him waiting, there will be consequences, Zhao Zhuahao advised Jiang Li, fully aware of his master's temperament and knowing he would not relent easily. He leaned closer, whispering, "Young master, that woman is formidable. If you desire her, I will find a way to bring her to you in the future. For today, let it be." Jiang Li glared at Luo Ruiying, his face dark with fury, yet he couldn't suppress a glimmer of anticipation at Zhao Zhuahao's assurance of acquiring her later. "Very well. I shall spare her for now. When she falls into my hands, I will make her regret it." With that, Jiang Li rose, seething, and called to his guards. As he departed, he cast a lingering, meaningful glance back at Luo Ruiying. "Married, is it? That adds a touch of flavor." Zhao Zhuahao feigned an expression of regret as he smiled apologetically at Luo Ruiying, before discreetly retreating from the crowd's view. "I apologize, Sister Luo, Brother Ning, for causing you discomfort," Qi Yuan said, bowing respectfully to Luo Ruiying. It was evident that Jiang Li had targeted her, had she not insisted on following along. Luo Ruiying and the others would not have been ensnared. Though Luo Ruiying felt helpless, she shook her head to indicate it was of no consequence. If it weren't for the consideration of Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen, she would have been inclined to eliminate Jiang Li right then and there, given his lewd gaze. If the matter could be resolved here, so be it. Should he dare to offend again, she would show no mercy. "Let us take our leave as well." Luo Ruiying called to Ning Yechen, only to find him gazing at her with a foolish grin. "What is the matter with you?" she asked, bewildered. "My dear, I am quite well, just overjoyed that you have finally referred to me as your husband again," Ning Yechen replied, leaning closer to her with a smile. He had been quite upset moments ago, but upon hearing Luo Ruiying declare that her husband was not someone he could humiliate, his heart swelled with joy. This was only the second time since she had sent him away to protect the child that she had used the term of endearment for him. Recalling her earlier words, Luo Ruiying felt her cheeks flush. She had retorted to Jiang Li's insult of Ning Yechen as a pretty boy in a fit of anger. Now, reflecting on it, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, such terms of endearment are quite normal between spouses, and was he really so delighted by a mere phrase? Qi Yuan watched the couple exchange glances, her heart warming at the sight of Luo Ruiying and her husband's affection. Yet, there was a hint of youthful innocence in their bond, despite their having a child. "Will you call me husband like that in the future?" Ning Yechen asked, playfully sticking close to Luo Ruiying. Her cheeks, as radiant as a sunset, turned a deeper shade of red as she softly murmured, "If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly try." It was still a bit awkward for her to address him as husband so openly. Yet, seeing Ning Yechen's happiness, she couldn't bring herself to refuse, merely deferring it to another time. Eventually, when she grew accustomed to it, she would naturally adopt the term. Ning Yechen smiled gently, albeit with a hint of regret, and took Luo Ruiying's hand, leading her down the street. "There is no rush. We have all the time in the world," he said. With one hand cradling their child and the other entwined with Ning Yechen's, the three of them formed a particularly heartwarming scene. Qi Yuan hesitated to approach, feeling somewhat superfluous in their midst. As they strolled along the street, they passed three figures wearing conical hats seated at a stall, enjoying their food. As Ning Yechen's group walked by, the faces of the three demon kings from the enchanted forest emerged from beneath their hats. Indeed, they were none other than the Chaos Demon Ox trio, who had followed Ning Yechen. The three of them had been stealthily trailing behind Ning Yechen, ever vigilant for his command. They had witnessed the recent events unfold. Upon seeing Jiang Li's disrespect towards Luo Ruiying, audaciously referring to them as my lord and pretty boy. They were nearly driven to madness. They genuinely feared that their master might become enraged and raze Nanli City to the ground. The sky-devouring python feigned consuming something. His gaze not directed at Ning Yechen, but rather sending a cold mental message. My lord, shall we eliminate those who have offended you? Spare the one named Zhongli, but render him incapable of further acts. The others, however, must perish. Remember to keep the commotion to a minimum. I wouldn't want my wife and child disturbed during their outing. Ning Yechen's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied with an air of indifference, as if he were merely issuing a mundane instruction. Upon receiving the directive, the three of them silently rose from their stall and made their way towards Jiang Li and his companions. They were puzzled as to why their master wished to incapacitate that individual rather than take his life. Upon reflection, they surmised that their master likely intended to deal with him personally, and they couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Jiang Li. Dying at their hands would at least afford him a swift end, but at the hands of their master, who could predict the outcome? Chapter 41. The master has given orders. You must die. Throughout the journey back to the Jiang residence, Jiang Li wore a grim expression, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Never before had he felt so humiliated. Being intimidated by a woman was one thing, but he had no recourse against her. Damn it! Jiang Li's anger grew with each passing moment. Just then, a ball rolled to his feet. Looking up, he saw a delicate little girl rushing towards him, eager to retrieve the ball lying on the ground. Did I grant you permission to pick it up? Jiang Li coldly remarked, stepping on the ball. The little girl, frozen in fear, mustered her courage and timidly pointed at the ball, saying, Big brother, that's my ball. Can you give it back to me? Your ball? Humph. Do you have any idea how it has sullied my shoes? Jiang Li's voice was harsh, and with a forceful stomp, he crushed the ball, followed by a ruthless slap to the girl's face. He was in a foul mood and decided to take his frustrations out on this innocent child. The little girl flew several meters, her face swollen and blood streaming from her mouth and nose as she lay on the ground, sobbing pitifully. Mommy! As if not yet satiated, Jiang Li strode towards the girl. Behind him, a crowd of guards wore expressions of mockery and sycophancy. Young master, your technique is superb. Your cultivation must have improved significantly. Of course, he is the young master of the Jiang family, endowed with extraordinary talent. The finest in all of Nanli City, indeed. The greatest in the world. Those around them were appalled by Jiang Li's cruelty towards a small girl, their fists clenched in indignation, yet helpless to intervene. It was hard to believe that a cultivator would take pride in bullying a defenseless child, though Jiang Li's cultivation was rather poor. The force of his slap could have endangered the life of the little girl had she not received timely aid. He truly was a beast. Jiang Li reveled in the awe of the surrounding crowd, relishing the admiration of the armed guards behind him. Proudly raising his head as he positioned himself menacingly before the young girl, lifting his foot high, as it appeared that Jiang Li was intent on delivering a fatal blow to the innocent child. A young woman clad in a light blue garment could no longer restrain herself. She grasped the hilt of her sword at her waist and attempted to step forward to intervene, only to be held back by a companion beside her. Sui, do not act impulsively. He is Jiang Li of the Jiang family, and even at our South Li Academy, we cannot provoke the Jiang clan. The power behind the Jiang family is formidable. Are we to stand by and watch this scoundrel murder the little girl? Sui retorted vehemently. If a cultivator cannot even uphold righteousness and save the innocent, then what significance does cultivation hold? Her companion was rendered speechless, unable to counter her argument. In the midst of the argument, a woman rushed to Jiang Li's feet, kneeling before him and cradling the child in her arms, pleading tearfully, Young Master Jiang. The child is innocent and meant no offense. Please, show mercy and spare her. Jiang Li furrowed his brow, initially intending to kick the woman aside. But upon noticing her lingering beauty, a wicked grin spread across his face as he reconsidered. Leaning closer to the woman, his lascivious gaze roamed over her figure. He leered. If you wish for me to spare her, it depends on your sincerity. Sincerity? The woman murmured in confusion. Her family was not affluent. She possessed neither wealth nor anything that would catch Jiang Li's fancy. But as his lewd whisper echoed in her ear, her complexion turned ashen. Madam, for your child, you would do anything, wouldn't you? Though initially uninterested in married women, he found himself stirred, recalling the alluring luo ring he had encountered earlier. Suddenly curious to experience the taste of a married woman, the woman stood frozen in despair, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Families like hers could not withstand the lewd tyranny of the Jiang family. Seeing her silence, Jiang Li brazenly seized her, intending to drag her away. At that moment, the child's father, a middle-aged man clad in tattered clothing and bearing calloused hands, an unmistakable laborer, arrived upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing his daughter on the ground, tears streamed down his face. Witnessing Jiang Li grasping his wife, he rushed over, kneeling in supplication. Young Master Jiang, please spare the two of them. What wrong have they committed? Punish me instead. Get away. Do not disturb my pleasure. Jiang Li kicked the man aside and forcefully pulled the woman away. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Su Yi drew her sword, determined to confront Jiang Li. At the very moment when Su Yi unsheathed his long sword, a ghostly figure darted past the guards behind Jiang Li with astonishing speed. Did something just pass by them? All the guards were expressions of confusion, and in the next heartbeat, their entire bodies ruptured along fissures, cleaved into multiple pieces. Blood gushed forth instantaneously, cascading like rain. Everyone stood frozen in shock, utterly unaware of what had transpired. In an instant, all of Jiang Li's dozens of guards were brutally slain. Ah! Murder, murder! The onlookers, terrified, scattered in all directions. Su Yi and the others were equally stunned and perplexed. Turning to look, they beheld a figure draped in a wide-brimmed hat, slender and serpentine, wielding a sinuous snake sword. Standing tall amidst the blood rain, this individual exuded immense strength. Instantly, a profound fear enveloped Su Yi and the others, rendering them incapable of even capturing the figure's silhouette. The celestial python, wielding an immortal sword, advanced towards Jiang Li step by step. At that moment, Jiang Li, consumed by terror, collapsed to the ground, frantically calling out to his surroundings. Zhao Lao, save me quickly. Zhao Zhuahao leaped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Li, his expression fraught with dread as he gazed at the enigmatic woman before him. May I inquire your esteemed identity? Why have you set your sights on the Jiang family? He asked, his forehead glistening with cold sweat, his gaze fixed intently on the celestial python. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented terror. This fear surpassed even that which he had experienced when encountering Luo Ruiying. He had been covertly observing Jiang Li, but had failed to notice any movement from this individual until it was far too late. Everyone had perished beneath her sword. Such prowess indicated that her cultivation level vastly surpassed his own. It was worth noting that he was a practitioner of the transformation into Immortal's realm, one of the most formidable cultivators in all of Southern State. The celestial python, uninterested in engaging in idle conversation with Zhao Zhuahao, narrowed its icy serpent eyes, delivering a chilling decree of his death. You are sentenced to die by the decree of my master. Chapter 42. I shall return anew a master? Who is your master? Why would they target the Jiang family without reason? Zhao Zhuahao inquired, furrowing his brow. He pondered for a long while. The chaos demon ox casually tossed Zhao Zhuahao's lifeless body aside, disdainfully wiping its hands. Surrounding figures, including Su Yi and others, stood in stunned silence. They were somewhat familiar with Zhao Zhuahao, a genuine powerhouse of the Transcendence realm. Yet, she had been effortlessly crushed to death by a single strike from the burly man who had appeared unnoticed behind her, much like squashing an ant. Jiang Li looked up at the formidable figure of the chaos demon ox, his eyes brimming with terror, rendered immobile by fear. His greatest support, Zhao Zhuahao, was gone. Without her, he had lost his former arrogance, resembling a pitiful, helpless creature, trembling in despair. The chaos demon ox lowered its gaze to Jiang Li, a sinister smile playing on its lips. It's your turn now. I recall my master specifically instructed to treat you with particular attention. Spare me. Someone, please save me. Jiang Li cried out in desperation towards Su Yi and the others, a yellow liquid seeping from beneath him. Su Yi's companions stood frozen, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Yet none dared to draw their swords and advance. They all understood that the two before them, capable of effortlessly annihilating a transcendence realm cultivator, were beyond their capacity to confront. Only Su Yi, summoning her courage, unsheathed her sword and leapt forward. The Nali Academy had a duty to govern the Nali city, and while she harbored a desire for Jiang Li's demise, she could not stand idly by and watch him be slaughtered. That would tarnish the Academy's reputation. As a student of Nali Academy, she could not remain indifferent. Just as Su Yi leapt forth with her sword drawn, another figure suddenly descended from above, blocking her path. This individual, also wearing a hat, moved with astonishing speed, seizing her by the throat. Despite Su Yi's frantic struggles, she was utterly powerless against her assailant, her sword failing to pierce the figure's form. Panic surged within Su Yi as she gasped for breath, overwhelmed by despair. Who was this person? Was she to perish here today? Her master had warned against creating too much commotion, as it would disturb him. Do not kill those who are not the target. The devouring sky serpent cautioned the Titan gorilla, who was preparing to strike. Only then did the Titan gorilla recall Ning Yechen's instructions, tossing Su Yi aside without delivering a fatal blow. As the devouring sky serpent approached Jiang Li, a woman and a middle-aged man clutched their child tightly. Sitting on the ground, fear etched across their faces as they looked at her. The devouring sky serpent disregarded them and directly confronted Zhongli. Please spare me. Whatever they paid you, I'll offer tenfold. No, 20-fold, 100-fold. Zhongli, seeing no one daring to assist him, pleaded frantically, attempting to bribe them. The devouring sky serpent cast a cold glance at Zhongli and simply stated, proceed. Understood. The chaos demon ox stomped heavily on Zhongli's feet, shattering both legs with a sickening crack. The sound of his bones fracturing echoed painfully, his screams mingling with cries of anguish, creating a harrowing symphony of despair. The adult instructed you to incapacitate his third leg, not to render him legless, remarked the celestial python, casting a weary glance at the chaotic bull demon. Is that so? My apologies, I seem to have forgotten. Allow me to try again. The chaotic bull demon lifted its massive foot once more, delivering a precise blow to Zhongli's groin. A deep imprint was left in the ground where Zhongli fell, blood gushing forth. This time, Zhongli did not even emit a cry of anguish. His face turned pale, and he fainted on the spot. The task is complete, let us depart. The celestial python said, glancing at the unconscious Zhongli before addressing the chaotic bull demon and the titan ape. The three figures leaped into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. The city guards and a group of cultivators arrived belatedly, only to be met with a scene of carnage, utterly horrific. Moments later, a state of alarm enveloped the city of Nanli, chaos reigning supreme. Countless guards and cultivators were in pursuit of the assailants. Yet none could uncover the whereabouts of the three culprits. Shortly thereafter, within the Jiang family estate, the unconscious Zhongli was carried back inside. Upon seeing his son, barely clinging to life, the family patriarch, Jiang Zhun, trembled with rage, his gaze dark and accusatory as he pointed at Zhongli and bellowed, "Who did this? Who dared to harm my beloved son so grievously? Who?" Jiang Zhun's only child, Zhongli, had always been cherished. Chapter 43. A beauty in the act of eating. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan guided Ning Yechen and Luo Ring through a unique alleyway. The streets were lined with an array of delectable street food, and the mingling aromas wafted through the air, saturating the entire thoroughfare with their enticing scents. The streets teemed with bustling crowds, many accompanied by their wives and children. This was the most vibrant and bustling food street in the capital of Nanli, where not only the distinctive delicacies of Xinxian could be found, but also culinary delights from various other nations. As Qi Yuan walked ahead, she introduced the various offerings to Ning Yechen and the others. Initially, one might have assumed that powerful cultivators like Luo Ruing would be indifferent to such street food. However, upon arriving at the food street, Luo Ruing deliberately slowed her pace. Having been born in the immortal realm, she was accustomed to consuming celestial fruits and drinking from spirit springs, and had rarely encountered the simple pleasures of mortal snacks. In the immortal realm, beings never needed to cook for sustenance, relying solely on the essence of heaven and earth to nourish their bodies. Even children born in that realm required only celestial fruits and spirit liquids to thrive. Curiously, Luo Hongya, nestled in Luo Ruing's embrace, gazed around with wide, bright eyes, nearly drooling in anticipation. As they passed a stall adorned with fruit candies, Luo Hongya's attention was completely captivated, her small mouth agape in wonder. Observing this, Ning Yechen smiled indulgently and approached the stall, raising 2 fingers. "Excuse me, could I have 2 skewers, please?" "Of course," the vendor replied cheerfully, promptly handing over 2 skewers of fruit candies while praising, "Sir, you are truly fortunate. Your wife and child are as beautiful as flowers." "Indeed, I consider myself quite blessed to have such a lovely wife and adorable child," Ning Yechen responded, his heart swelling with pride. Elated by the vendor's sincere compliment, he decided to purchase everything available at the stall. Behind him, Luo Ruing cast a playful, slightly embarrassed glance at Ning Yechen. It seemed that a single compliment was enough to compel him to buy out the entire stall. "Come, Hongya, enjoy," Ning Yechen said, holding out one of the skewers of sugary fruit to Luo Hongya. The fruit candies consisted of bite-sized pieces of fruit threaded onto skewers and coated with a layer of hardened syrup. Luo Hongya's eyes sparkled with desire. Yet she turned to her mother and asked sweetly, "Mother, can I have some? Your father bought it especially for you. Go ahead and enjoy," Luo Ruing replied, recognizing the longing in her daughter's expression and smiling with affection. Having once missed the opportunity to shower her child with love, her greatest wish now was for her child to live a carefree and joyful life. Without hesitation, Luo Hongya reached out her chubby little hand to take the fruit candy from Ning Yechen, eagerly popping it into her mouth. Concerned about the skewer pricking her child, Luo Ruing gently took the candy from Luo Hongya's hand, removed the candy from the skewer, and fed it to her daughter. Luo Hongya puffed her round, cherubic cheeks, her face radiating a brilliant, joyful smile. Just as Luo Ruing was feeding her with a piece of candy, another string of fruit candies suddenly appeared at her lips. Luo Ruiying raised an eyebrow to see Ning Yechen holding out another string of candies, a charming smile adorning his face as he gazed at her. My dear, this string is for you. For me? Luo Ruiying felt a slight embarrassment wash over her. As a former empress of the celestial realm, would it not be somewhat unbecoming to indulge in such mundane treats, especially when offered by Ning Yechen? Under his expectant gaze, she delicately brushed aside a few strands of hair that had fallen over her cheeks, her face tinged with a soft blush. Gently parting her lips, she accepted the candy, deciding that since no one recognized her true identity, a moment of indulgence was permissible. Her graceful and ethereal movements, coupled with her shyly blooming beauty, captivated Ning Yechen, who could not help but admire her for a moment before exclaiming, My dear, you look truly exquisite while eating. Cough, cough, what nonsense are you spouting? Luo Ruiying, taken aback by his sudden compliment, covered her mouth and coughed a few times, casting a playful glare at Ning Yechen. His unexpected words left her feeling flustered. I speak nothing but the truth. Ask ye if you doubt me. Ning Yechen smiled as he turned to the little Luo Hongya nestled in Luo Ruiying's arms. Yi, does mother look good while eating? Very pretty. Mother is the prettiest. Luo Hongya exclaimed, raising her hands in delight as she chewed on her treat. With the bustling street filled with passers-by, Luo Ruiying felt her cheeks flush even more, shooting another glare at Ning Yechen. The playful banter between father and daughter only intensified her embarrassment. Qi Yuan, watching from the side, felt a mix of shyness and envy. Sister Luo and brother Ning share such a wonderful bond. Only then did Luo Ruiying remember that Qi Yuan was beside her. Slightly embarrassed, she offered the candy in her hand, asking, Would you like some? No, thank you, Sister Luo. Qi Yuan quickly declined, shaking her head with a smile. She then turned to Luo Hongya, saying, If little Yi enjoys these, I know many other delicious treats I could get for you. Would you like that? Having never encountered a child as exquisite, adorable, and well-behaved as Luo Hongya, Qi Yuan felt an undeniable affection for her at first sight. When approached, Luo Hongya, who typically only felt secure with Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen, instinctively nestled closer to her mother. However, upon hearing about more tasty treats, she could not help but steal a shy glance at Qi Yuan, asking softly, Really? Is it true? Of course it is. I would never deceive a lovely little one. Qi Yuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement at Luo Hongya's delicate and endearing demeanor. Finally, she had engaged in conversation with her. Little Yi was simply adorable, and Qi Yuan longed to pinch her chubby cheeks and embrace her for a sweet kiss. Standing aside, Ning Yechen observed the exuberance of Qi Yuan, suddenly realizing that he ought to be more cautious of this girl. After all, it was entirely possible that she might abscond with his child. Ultimately, under the enticing descriptions of delectable treats narrated by Qi Yuan, Luo Hongya succumbed to temptation. With Luo Ruiying cradling her, they wandered through the streets indulging in a feast. Whatever piqued Luo Hongya's interest, Ning Yechen would unhesitatingly purchase for her. Qi Yuan also took the initiative to buy an array of snacks, generously feeding Luo Hongya. Candied hawthorn, glutinous rice cakes, sesame cakes, tofu pudding, and buns. Almost the entirety of the food street had been savored by Luo Hongya. The bond between Qi Yuan and Luo Hongya had also grown slightly closer. After traversing most of the street, the trio found a stone bench to rest. It was not fatigue that prompted this respite, but rather the sheer volume of snacks in their hands, allowing Luo Hongya to savor them at a leisurely pace. At that moment, Luo Hongya sat nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace, joyfully biting into a bun larger than her own face. Luo Ruiying, with a blend of helplessness and affection, produced a handkerchief to wipe the remnants from the corners of her mouth. Just then, a distant cacophony erupted, the sound of alarm bells reverberating throughout the city. The guards within the city hastened towards the source of the commotion, while some fleeing individuals breathlessly relayed the situation to the crowd. Moments ago, 3 mysterious figures had attacked Jiang Li and his entourage. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li's entire group had been slaughtered. Only Jiang Li seemed to have miraculously survived. Chapter 44. This should suffice what? Someone dared to assault Jiang Li of the Jiang family in the heart of Nanli City. The surrounding crowd was left in shock, their mouths agape. The Jiang family wielded immense power in Nanli City, a force so formidable that none would dare approach them. Yet, someone had the audacity to attempt an assassination. Qi Yuan was equally taken aback by this revelation. Jiang Li was surrounded by dozens of martial spirit guards and a protector of the spiritual transformation realm. How could they all have been killed? To her knowledge, there seemed to be no one within Nanli City possessing such formidable strength. Qi Yuan was greatly astonished and puzzled, yet she could not suppress a smile that crept upon her lips, a sense of delight blooming within her. Who would have thought that the Jiang family and Jiang Li would face such a day? Surely, his usual arrogance and tyranny had offended those he ought not to provoke. Truly, he was reaping what he had sown. Luo Ruiying exhibited no change in expression upon hearing the news. She was entirely indifferent to such matters, merely hoping that the ensuing chaos would not disrupt her life. Let us go, it is getting late, and we should select a residence, she declared. Lifting Luo Hongye into her arms and addressing Ning Yechen. They had explored the city sufficiently. It was time to choose a suitable abode to settle down. What kind of house do Sister Luo and Brother Ning prefer? Qi Yuan, as their guide, inquired eagerly. As the daughter of the Qi family's trading house in Nanli City, she was intimately familiar with the shops and rental properties throughout the city. Her family employed stewards in various locations, so as soon as Luo Ruiying expressed her desired type of residence, she would quickly find a fitting option. After contemplating for a moment, Luo Ruiying spoke. If possible, I hope we can find a relatively tranquil place. She held modest expectations for their residence. What mattered most was being together as a family. Qi Yuan pondered briefly and swiftly summoned the steward responsible for property sales. The steward led Qi Yuan, Luo Ruiying, and their companions to a secluded courtyard in the heart of Nanli City. The street outside was deserted, with a few sparse trees standing guard at the entrance, while a gentle stream flowed behind the courtyard, rendering the scenery serene and pleasant. Upon entering through the courtyard gate, they found the space to be spacious and bright. Besides the master bedroom, the backyard contained several auxiliary rooms, a kitchen, and a separate bathing area. The entire estate was nearly as expansive as a small mansion. It was indeed quite nice, though it seemed a tad excessive for just 3 residents. Although she had resided in far more opulent and spacious accommodations in the celestial realm, now as a wife, she needed to consider many practical matters. Living in such a grand house for just 3 people felt wasteful, not to mention the hassle of cleaning and maintaining it. Most importantly, such a large residence would likely incur considerable expenses. Ning Yechen surveyed the surroundings and also found the estate appealing. He gently took Luo Hongye from Luo Ruiying's arms and asked with a smile, "Do you like it here?" "Yi, I like it," Luo Hongye replied joyfully, "as long as I am with mother and father." Ning Yechen affectionately rubbed Luo Hongye's small nose and turned to Luo Ruiying, saying, "My dear, shall we reside here? Isn't this place too expensive?" Luo Ruiying quietly inquired, pulling Ning Yechen aside. She never expected that one day, even the Empress of the Celestial Realm would have to worry about finances. When she fled from the Celestial Realm, her spatial ring was completely seized, leaving her with nothing but her cultivation. Ning Yechen was never troubled by monetary concerns. Purchasing the entirety of Nanli City would be a mere trifle for him, let alone this modest courtyard. "Do not worry, my dear. I still possess a modest amount of wealth," he said, patting his chest with an air of nonchalance. This revelation surprised Luo Ruiying. She had assumed that someone like Ning Yechen, who chose to live in seclusion, would be devoid of riches, as wealthy individuals seldom opted for such a lifestyle. "Steward, my wife and I are quite pleased. We shall take this courtyard. What is the price?" Ning Yechen inquired. The steward, with a cheerful demeanor, approached and asked, "May I ask if the guest intends to stay temporarily or purchase it outright?" "To buy," Ning Yechen replied without hesitation. Luo Ruiying quickly whispered to him, "There is no need to spend excessively. A temporary stay would suffice. We primarily came to Nanli City to evade potential pursuers and may need to relocate soon. So there is no need to waste money on purchasing the entire estate. Rest assured, my dear, it will not cost much." Ning Yechen smiled gently, amused by the situation. Has his wife truly begun to lead a life of meticulous budgeting? She was indeed embodying the essence of a refined and elegant wife. "Esteemed guest, should you wish to purchase the entire estate, it would require 2 million taels," the old steward declared, raising 2 fingers. Without hesitation, Ning Yechen retrieved a small pouch from his bosom and tossed it into the stewardess' hands. "This should suffice." The steward, puzzled, opened the pouch, his eyes widening in astonishment. Inside, it brimmed with an array of scarce and resplendent gemstones. Each stone, in terms of hue and form, was an exceptionally rare specimen, some of which he had never before encountered. Donning specialized glasses to scrutinize the gems, the steward carefully examined one, his expression growing increasingly awestruck. The purity of these stones, if fashioned into jewelry, could fetch prices soaring to several times their current worth. Having spent a lifetime in the Qi family business, he had never laid eyes on such flawless gems. The value of this small pouch far exceeded 2 million taels. Qi Yuan, having approached, recognized the significance of the treasures. Having been raised in the merchant guild, upon seeing the steward holding an entire pouch of such gemstones, her eyes widened in shock as she glanced at Ning Yechen. So, it turned out that Sister Luo's husband was a scion of wealth. "Sister Luo, Brother Ning, these gems are more than enough to cover the cost of this estate. But I cannot accept them," Qi Yuan insisted, returning the pouch to Ning Yechen. "Sister Luo saved my life. Let this estate be my gratitude for her benevolence." "That cannot be," Luo Ruiying began to refuse, but Ning Yechen interjected, narrowing his eyes playfully at Qi Yuan. If I am not mistaken, Miss Qi seems to have a request. Since Qi Yuan had witnessed Luo Ruiying's formidable prowess, her demeanor had become notably warm. Part of it stemmed from admiration and gratitude, yet Ning Yechen discerned hints of hesitation in her expression. It seemed that Qi Yuan's eagerness was tied to a matter she wished to entrust to his wife. Luo Ruiying turned her gaze toward Qi Yuan. Once Qi Yuan realized she had been seen through, she no longer concealed her intentions, bowing solemnly before Luo Ruiying. I indeed have a request, Sister Luo. I wish to implore you to save the Qi family. Save the Qi family? Luo Ruiying inquired, puzzled. Indeed. The Qi family is on the brink of being ousted from the southern city, Qi Yuan replied, her expression somber. In just a few days, there will be a commercial competition between the Qi and Jiang families, which will determine the ownership of the various guilds in southern city. Once, both families commanded half of the guilds, yet in recent years, the Jiang family, bolstered by powerful backing, has aggressively expanded, forcibly seizing our family's enterprises. Now, we govern less than 30% of the guilds. And how do you propose I save the Qi family? Luo Ruiying asked. I wish to ask Sister Luo to represent the Qi family in the upcoming commercial competition. Qi Yuan earnestly beseeched. Conflicts and disputes frequently arise among merchant associations, and once these disagreements escalate, they can easily lead to catastrophic bloodshed or even annihilation of entire families. Consequently, a new convention for resolving such disputes emerged among these associations, the merchant competition. When two associations find themselves unable to reconcile their differences, one party may opt to challenge the other to a competition. Each association wagers a stake and selects a representative cultivator to participate in the contest. The losing party is obligated to honor the wager of the victorious association. This arrangement significantly mitigates the likelihood of covert hostilities stemming from conflicts. This solution was proposed by an entity known as the Treasure Merchant Alliance, a coalition formed by numerous merchant associations aimed at mutual support and development, while also mediating disputes and maintaining stability within the alliance. To ensure fairness in the competitions, representatives from the Treasure Merchant Alliance are typically present as witnesses when a challenge is issued. In this instance, the Qi family proactively challenged the Jiang family to a competition, driven by years of oppression that compelled them to stake everything in hopes of reclaiming their former glory. However, the cultivator who initially agreed to represent the Qi family either abruptly declined or met with untimely accidents. After witnessing the formidable strength of Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan contemplated enlisting her assistance. Though she had not intended to involve Luo Ruiying in the Qi family's conflict with the Jiang family, especially given the additional power backing the Jiang family, desperation left her with no alternative but to seek Luo Ruiying's help. Very well, I shall stand in for the Qi family in battle, Luo Ruiying mused momentarily before gently nodding in agreement. On one hand, this would serve as a token of gratitude for receiving the residence, and on the other, she felt compelled to act against the Jiang family, particularly against someone as formidable as Jiang Li, as their continued dominance in the city would jeopardize the peace and happiness of its inhabitants. Thus, she resolved to assist Qi Yuan in overcoming this perilous challenge. Wonderful. Thank you, Sister Luo. Qi Yuan expressed her gratitude with a deep bow, feeling a considerable weight lifted from her heart. No need for such formality. I shall consider this a fair exchange for the residence, Luo Ruiying replied, shaking her head. Sister Luo, I have one more request to make. Would you take me on as your disciple? I am willing to offer additional compensation. Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment, her expression a mix of hope and uncertainty as she addressed Luo Ruiying. From the moment she beheld Luo Ruiying's resplendent form, she had been captivated. Despite her family's long-standing commercial legacy, she had always harbored dreams of cultivation. To Qi Yuan's surprise, Luo Ruiying was taken aback by the request. After a moment's consideration, she shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry, but I do not intend to take on disciples. Her choice to reside here was motivated by a desire for a peaceful life, and she had no intention of becoming entangled with others, especially while being pursued. Very well. I apologize for the intrusion, Qi Yuan replied, her countenance heavy with disappointment after being declined. From a young age, she sought numerous cultivators to become her mentor. Yet without exception, she was met with rejection. The reason lay in the injuries she sustained in her youth, which left residual harm within her, obstructing her meridians and rendering her incapable of effective cultivation. Qi Yuan believed that Luo Ruiying must have discerned the issues plaguing her, concluding that Qi Yuan was unfit for the path of cultivation due to her lack of innate talent, thus leading to her dismissal. Sister Luo, if a person's meridians are damaged, does that mean they are forever doomed to be unable to cultivate? Qi Yuan asked, a flicker of unwillingness in her gaze as she looked up at Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying, recognizing the subject of Qi Yuan's inquiry from her expression, felt a pang of compassion but responded earnestly. Meridians are the pathways through which cultivators absorb and circulate the spiritual essence of the universe. They are the foundation of cultivation. Without the ability to absorb this essence and circulate spiritual energy within, true cultivation is impossible. One's meridians can be likened to the roads leading to immortality. The denser and smoother your meridians are, the further you can traverse the path of cultivation. Indeed, it seems I am destined to be estranged from the path of cultivation in this lifetime. Qi Yuan replied, her expression growing increasingly despondent. Deep down, she had anticipated such an answer, merely seeking confirmation to quell her own lingering hopes. Well then, Sister Luo, I shall take my leave. Just as Qi Yuan prepared to turn away, a light chuckle from Ning Yechen interrupted. While damaged meridians indeed hinder cultivation, is it not possible to restore them? At these words, Qi Yuan froze, turning in surprise to face Ning Yechen. She comprehended the principle, yet how many in the world possess the ability to heal meridians? She had never even heard of anyone capable of such a feat. Yet, it seemed that Ning Yechen harbored a method to restore her meridians. Brother Ning, can you truly help me heal my damaged meridians? Hope ignited within Qi Yuan, her gaze brimming with anticipation as she looked at Ning Yechen. Somewhat. Ning Yechen said modestly, lifting his chin. Luo Ruiying, intrigued, regarded Ning Yechen with surprise. It turned out he possessed medical skills capable of healing damaged meridians, an extraordinary talent. Previously, as an empress, she could have effortlessly healed Qi Yuan's old injuries, yet now she found herself powerless. And here was a mere mortal seemingly capable of such a miracle? Upon reflection, it made sense. Ning Yechen had prepared medicinal porridge and effective healing soups when she was injured, so perhaps he truly possessed some medical knowledge. Brother Ning, please tell me what I should do. Do I need to prepare any medicinal herbs? Qi Yuan asked eagerly, stepping closer to him, her excitement palpable. She had never felt such exhilaration before. Ning Yechen smiled and shook his head, saying, you need not prepare anything. Merely follow me inside and remove your clothing. I will administer a few needles. Chapter 46. This is absolutely not peeping. At Ning Yechen's words, the atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Right now? As Qi Yuan's face flushed a deep crimson, she shyly lowered her head. Although she understood that Ning Yechen did not mean anything untoward, the prospect of disrobing in front of a stranger was still a source of embarrassment for her. Luo Ruiying slightly furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes fixated on Ning Yechen, revealing her evident displeasure. It was then that Ning Yechen realized his previous remarks may have been somewhat inappropriate. He quickly approached Luo Ruiying while cradling Luo Hongya, seeking to clarify, my dear, please do not misunderstand. I meant to use silver needles to open her meridians and promote the flow of energy. I am well aware of that. I did not misunderstand anything. Luo Ruiying replied with a slight huff, turning her head away. Ning Yechen remarked, you certainly seem upset. My dear, are you angry? He leaned closer to Luo Ruiying, his shoulder brushing against hers, as he smiled and inquired. I am not angry at all. Do not mistake me for one of those overly sensitive and illogical women, she retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Taking Luo Hongya from his embrace, she continued coolly. Do you not possess the means to heal her meridians? You should assist her promptly. Noticing Luo Ruiying's sulking demeanor, Ning Yechen felt an inexplicable sense of joy. After acknowledging her words, he approached Qi Yuan. Miss Qi, please follow me. With that, he entered the room first. Qi Yuan's face turned a deeper shade of red. And after a moment's hesitation, she followed him inside. This was a rare opportunity, regardless of whether Ning Yechen could truly heal her damaged meridians. She felt compelled to seize the chance. It might very well be the last opportunity for her to embark on the path of cultivation in this lifetime. Once inside, Qi Yuan stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. Ning Yechen, however, had already settled cross-legged on the bed and called out to her. Why are you still standing there? Come here. Just turn your back to me and remove your clothes. Oh, Qi Yuan replied. Her nerves evident as she climbed onto the bed, slowly peeling off her garments with her back, turned to Ning Yechen. Disrobing in front of a strange man was undeniably awkward for her, yet she persevered through her shyness, gradually revealing her back in hopes of ultimately pursuing her cultivation journey. In stark contrast to Qi Yuan's bashfulness, Ning Yechen remained calm and unperturbed, displaying no hint of interest even as he gazed at her fair back. In his eyes, Qi Yuan's figure and beauty paled in comparison to Luo Ruiying's. How could he possibly feel drawn to her? He had encountered countless beautiful and enchanting women, yet only the sight of his wife stirred any interest within him. Ning Yechen retrieved a set of silver needles from his robe and laid them out before him, deftly selecting a few slender needles to precisely and swiftly pierce Qi Yuan's meridians on her back. In truth, whether Qi Yuan wore clothes or not was inconsequential to him. He could clearly perceive the flow of energy within each person's body, including the state of their dantian, even through fabric. The reason for requesting Qi Yuan to disrobe was simply to avoid arousing Luo Ruiying's suspicions. It would be rather implausible to accurately insert silver needles into delicate meridians without removing the clothing, as it might raise doubts. He did not even require silver needles. With merely his fingers, he could heal Qi Yuan's meridians. The few needles he inserted were merely for show, intended for the eyes of Luo Ruiying and the others. As Ning Yechen inserted a silver needle into Qi Yuan's back, a slight sting elicited a soft moan from her lips. Meanwhile, outside the room, Luo Ruiying stood at the door, cradling Luo Hongya, her lips slightly pursed, a cloud of discontent shadowing her face. For reasons unknown, a profound sense of unease settled within her heart. Turning her gaze toward the interior of the room, her expression wavered with hesitation. She was curious about the events unfolding inside, but deemed it inappropriate for a dignified empress of the celestial realm to resort to eavesdropping. After all, they were merely tending to injuries. There was no cause for her concern. "Mother, what are father and that sister doing?" Luo Hongya inquired, her innocent eyes gazing up at Luo Ruiying. "Father is helping that sister with her injuries," Luo Ruiying replied gently, a smile gracing her lips. In the next moment, a soft moan resonated from within the room. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes widened instinctively, and she swiftly moved to the window, peering through the crack to observe the scene within. She was simply curious about what was transpiring. Her concern was solely for their safety. This was certainly not an act of peeping, just a fleeting glance. Just one glimpse. Luo Hongya, nestled in her embrace, blinked her large, innocent eyes, filled with wonder. What is mother doing now? Inside the room, each time Ning Yechen inserted a needle, Qi Yuan felt a faint sting, followed by a wave of warmth that compelled her to emit a soft moan. This reaction made Ning Yechen momentarily hesitant to continue. "Miss Qi, please refrain from making such peculiar sounds, lest my wife misunderstand," he remarked, lifting the silver needle with a bemused expression. He had already sensed a pair of eyes fixed upon him from the window, and despite Luo Ruiying believing him to be merely a mortal, the intensity of that gaze was impossible to ignore. It seemed she remained oblivious to the scrutiny. "I apologize. I will hold back," Qi Yuan exclaimed, her face flushed. As she hastily covered her mouth, she recognized that her sounds were rather strange, but each needle's insertion, though momentarily painful, was followed by an indescribable sense of comfort that was difficult to resist. Ning Yechen felt that if he continued this way, his wife would soon burst through the door. Thus, he gathered the remaining silver needles and, with precision, inserted them all at once into Qi Yuan's back. This time, even with clenched teeth, Qi Yuan could not suppress a cry, her face twitching in pain as she leaned weakly against the bed. After a considerable moment, as she regained her composure, Qi Yuan discovered that Ning Yechen had removed all the silver needles from her back and was preparing to leave the bedside. "Brother Ning, are we not continuing? I can endure." With a sense of urgency, Qi Yuan raised her head to inquire. She had presumed that Ning Yechen feared she might not be able to endure, thus concluding the treatment prematurely. Ning Yechen offered a gentle smile and replied nonchalantly, "Continue? It has already concluded." Qi Yuan's expression reflected her confusion, and she tentatively began to circulate her internal spiritual energy. To her astonishment, the energy flowed effortlessly within her, no longer obstructed as it had been previously. The meridians within her body had truly returned to their original state. "Is this real?" Qi Yuan's eyes widened in sheer delight, disbelief etched across her face. She had indeed recovered. The Qi family had expended countless amounts of gold and spiritual stones, seeking the assistance of various renowned physicians and immortal healers, all of whom were at a loss. Yet this man before her had achieved such miraculous results with merely a few needles. The speed of this transformation was astonishing. It felt as though she had merely asked if the treatment had commenced, only to be informed that it had already concluded. Chapter 47. Generations of Healers, Saving Lives. "Thank you, Brother Ning," Qi Yuan exclaimed, exhilarated as she leaped from the bed, eager to express her gratitude to Ning Yechen. However, a graceful figure swiftly positioned herself in front of him, blocking her path. "Miss Qi, your attire," Luo Ruiying gently reminded her. It was then that Qi Yuan realized she was still clad only in a thin, form-fitting white garment, nearly committing an act of impropriety towards Brother Ning. She hastily covered herself. "My apologies, Sister Luo. It was unintentional." Qi Yuan blushed and quickly excused herself, turning to don her clothing. During this time, Luo Ruiying cast a disapproving glance at Ning Yechen. He could only manage a wry smile, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. He had done nothing wrong, nor had he gazed upon her. Once Qi Yuan had dressed, Luo Ruiying approached and took her pulse, conducting a meticulous examination. As she did so, Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Qi Yuan's meridians were indeed unobstructed. How had he accomplished this? With just a few silver needles. He had successfully healed her entire network of meridians. It was nothing short of miraculous. Initially, she had assumed Ning Yechen was merely an ordinary hunter from the mountains. Yet witnessing him produce a wealth of resources and then heal another with a few deft needles was truly unexpected. Thank you once again, Sister Luo and Brother Ning. Qi Yuan expressed her heartfelt gratitude to both. Luo Ruiying had saved her life, while Ning Yechen had reignited her hope for cultivation. Her heart overflowed with boundless appreciation for the two of them. There is no need for such thanks. Although your meridians have recovered, they require careful nurturing for a few days to return to their former state, Ning Yechen advised with a gentle smile. Producing a prescription and some necessary materials from his robe and placing them into Qi Yuan's hands. As Qi Yuan glanced down at the prescription and then at the precious herbs wrapped within, her eyes widened in astonishment. These were exceedingly rare and precious spiritual herbs. Each one possessed remarkable value. The prescription she held was unlike anything she had ever encountered, yet her intuition assured her of its authenticity. It appeared to be a formula capable of nourishing the meridians. The worth of this prescription alone far exceeded that of the entire estate. Yet, he had casually presented it to her. Brother Ning, am I truly allowed to accept these items? Qi Yuan stammered in astonishment. The value of these items was overwhelmingly high. Ning Yechen smiled and nodded. You are in need of these herbs and this prescription. Since I have given them to you, you may use them as you wish. I am profoundly grateful, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan could not contain her emotions and once again bowed in thanks, tears welling in her eyes. With these herbs and the prescription, not only did she find hope for her cultivation, but the Qi family business also gained a new prospect. Brother Ning, may I ask a question? After expressing her gratitude, Qi Yuan inquired with confusion, why are you being so kind to me? They had merely crossed paths outside the city, and this was their first meeting. Yet she received help beyond her wildest dreams. Because Miss Qi, you have treated my daughter well and brought her joy. That is all. Ning Yechen replied with a gentle smile. The gifts he bestowed upon Qi Yuan were of little consequence in return for making his daughter happy. This reasoning was entirely unexpected for Qi Yuan. She had simply bought some snacks to please Luo Hongya. Yet Ning Yechen had gone so far as to heal her meridians and bestow upon her rare and precious herbs and prescriptions. Such generosity surpassed even that of her own family. Indeed, both he and Sister Luo were extraordinary. Initially, she had thought Ning Yechen was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Now she realized he was a true divine physician. Moreover, he was a physician of considerable wealth, generously offering his assistance. Then I shall take my leave. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, farewell. After accepting the herbs and prescription, Qi Yuan respectfully bowed to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, departing the estate with a light-hearted step. She could hardly wait to return home and study the prescription. As soon as Qi Yuan left, Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow and turned to Ning Yechen, asking, why have I never heard of your medical expertise before? The tone and demeanor of Luo Ruiying made Ning Yechen feel as though he had been caught hiding a stash of secret money, facing the wrath of his wife. This inexplicably caused him to feel pressure, a sensation he had never experienced even in the presence of dozens of celestial emperors. My dear, if you did not ask, I would not have mentioned it, Ning Yechen said, slowly moving closer to Luo Ruiying with an ingratiating smile. Luo Ruiying continued to scrutinize Ning Yechen with a critical gaze and pressed on. Then why have you chosen to live in seclusion in the mountains? Ning Yechen's mind raced. And within a mere second, he concocted a plausible explanation. To be honest, my dear, I originally hailed from a very affluent family, with countless members, all of whom have practiced medicine for generations, dedicated to saving lives. However, later unfortunate events led to a state of despair, prompting a retreat into the mountains. Ning Yechen spoke with fervor and poignancy, nearly bringing tears to his own eyes. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's doubts dissipated, and her expression softened considerably. She had not anticipated such a heart-wrenching past from him. I apologize. I should not have inquired about this, Luo Ruiying expressed with genuine regret. It is of no consequence. I have long since moved past it. As long as you are no longer upset with me, my dear, Ning Yechen replied, gently wrapping his arm around Luo Ruiying's delicate waist, gazing deeply into her eyes. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly turned her head away. I am not angry, she protested softly. Really? Who was it that sulked by the window while I tended to Miss Qi's injuries? Ning Yechen teased, tightening his embrace around her, a playful smile gracing his lips. I was not sulking. I was merely concerned about your well-being, Luo Ruiying retorted, her face turning crimson as she realized she had been caught eavesdropping. At that moment, Ning Yechen drew even closer, their bodies nearly touching. save for the small figure of Luo Hongya cradled in his arms. Leaning closer to Luo Ruying's ear, he whispered, "My dear, I am not only skilled in medicine but also quite adept at massage. After a long day, allow me to relieve your fatigue." Chapter 48. Truly a daddy's little treasure. With that, Ning Yechen lifted Luo Ruying and headed towards the bed. "Wait, hold on," Luo Ruying exclaimed, her expression turning frantic. Yet she refrained from resisting too forcefully for fear of injuring him. By the time she gathered her wits, she found herself gently placed upon the bed. "My dear, please remove your clothing and turn over. I assure you, you will find it quite pleasurable," Ning Yechen said softly, leaning close to her ear. He took Luo Hongya from her arms and set the small child down at his feet. Luo Ruying's face reddened to the roots of her hair as she stammered. "Why must I undress for a massage? Because I intend to apply some medicinal ointment to alleviate your fatigue effectively. You may trust me with your body." Ning Yechen replied earnestly. "No," Luo Ruying exclaimed, flustered and refusing him. It sounded rather dubious for a proper massage. Sighing, Ning Yechen's expression fell. "If you truly do not wish to, then it is of no matter." Suddenly, Luo Ruying felt a pang of guilt. Ning Yechen only wanted to provide her comfort, and her outright rejection seemed to squander his goodwill. I still need to tidy up the house. Just a little while, if that's all right," she conceded shyly. Her cheeks aflame. It was merely a massage. He was her husband after all, and it was only natural for him to touch her. There was no need for such resistance. "Very well, leave it to me, my dear." Upon hearing Luo Ruying's affirmative response, Ning Yechen instantly radiated exuberance, entirely shedding the earlier semblance of disappointment. In that moment, Luo Ruying felt a pang of betrayal. Surely, the display of despondency had been feigned. Yet, the words she had uttered could not be retracted. Turning her back to Ning Yechen, she delicately loosened the satin at her waist, allowing her ethereal gown to slip down, revealing the graceful curves of her slender back, her skin as soft as freshly fallen snow. At this moment, she was clad only in a fitted, white floral bodice. Blushing deeply, Luo Ruying cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yechen before gradually reclining onto the bed. They had agreed, just for a brief moment. "Not a problem." Ning Yechen responded eagerly, his hands already coated with medicinal ointment, gently pressing against Luo Ruying's back. His palms glided over her smooth, delicate skin, the cool, silky ointment enveloping her back as his fingers alternated between firm pressure and gentle kneading. Luo Ruying sighed contentedly, closing her eyes. As he applied pressure to various points along her waist, an involuntary, enticing moan escaped her lips. Realizing her reaction, she quickly covered her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. How could she produce such a sound? The child was just beside the bed. It was all his fault. She had not anticipated his massage techniques would be so exquisite. Each area he touched eliciting an unparalleled comfort. When his fingertips glided across her back, she experienced an electrifying shiver throughout her body. Though immensely pleasurable, Luo Ruying bit down on her silver teeth, determined to suppress any sounds. Just as she felt she could hold on no longer, she finally spoke in a soft, delicate tone. That's enough. My dear, we've only just begun." Ning Yechen increased the pressure slightly. Luo Ruying's tender form suddenly ignited with a delightful warmth. It was not painful, but rather unexpectedly invigorating. Unconsciously, she surrendered to the sensations, allowing Ning Yechen's hands to roam freely over her body. Moments later, her cheeks flushed a captivating crimson, her lips parting with heated breaths, her expression becoming enticingly dazed. Ning Yechen, lost in the moment, gazed at her, realizing he might have gone a tad too far. Yet, in this state, his wife appeared irresistibly alluring. In a reflexive motion, he leaned closer to Luo Ruying's cheek. Her heart raced wildly, yet she slightly lifted her head, signaling her lack of intent to resist. Ning Yechen experienced an unprecedented flutter of excitement as he cautiously drew near. Just as their lips were on the verge of meeting, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Luo Hongya's. Daddy is only playing with mommy. I want to play with daddy and mommy too." Luo Hongya, with her round, cherubic face, stretched her arms in a gesture seeking a hug, bouncing eagerly at Ning Yechen's feet. Instantly, both Ning Yechen and Luo Ruying were jolted back to reality, frozen at a fist's distance apart. They exchanged glances, and it was Luo Ruying who, blushing with embarrassment, averted her gaze first. In the depths of his heart, Ning Yechen felt a profound sense of regret. "Oh, my little darling, if only you had arrived just a tad later, the perfect moment would not have been missed." With a light cough, he swiftly bent down to scoop up Luo Hongya. Gazing at her adorably aggrieved, dumpling-like face, he tenderly coaxed, All right, let us have you play with daddy and mommy." Giggling, Ning Yechen playfully tickled Luo Hongya's armpits, causing her to erupt in laughter and squirm joyfully in his embrace. The earlier sense of grievance vanished in an instant. Once Luo Ruiying had dressed, she beheld the joyful interaction between father and daughter, a smile of affection gracing her face as she joined their merriment. The trio engaged in playful antics upon the bed, losing track of time until dusk fell, at which point they all lay down together, completely oblivious to the chores awaiting them. When they remembered, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged a knowing smile, resigned to their shared task. They rose from the bed to tidy up their home, with the ever-obliging Luo Hongya eagerly assisting them. Thanks to Luo Ruiying's remarkable skills, the entire residence was soon immaculate. Furniture floated gracefully into position, restoring order to the space. On her tiptoes, Luo Hongya placed the final small candle on the table, turning to her parents with a bright smile and asking, "All cleaned up? Did I help Daddy and Mommy?" "Of course, you did wonderfully," Luo Ruiying exclaimed with a tender smile, lifting Luo Hongya into her arms to praise her. Although the petite figure of Luo Hongya could hardly contribute much, her eagerness to assist was commendable. Bathed in the warmth of her mother's praise, Luo Hongya beamed with joy. Noticing the beads of sweat glistening on Luo Hongya's brow, Luo Ruiying suggested, "You've worked up a sweat, my dear. How about we go take a bath now?" "Yes, I love bathing with Mommy," Luo Hongya laughed joyfully, then promptly turned to Ning Yechen, declaring, "Daddy should join us. I want to bathe with both Daddy and Mommy." Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen were momentarily taken aback, exchanging astonished glances. At that moment, Ning Yechen could not help but feel a surge of delight, silently exclaiming, "Truly, she is Daddy's little treasure." Chapter 49. Why are you touching the front? That's not permissible, my dear. Luo Ruiying quickly regained her composure and awkwardly smiled at Luo Hongya in her arms. The thought of bathing together with Ning Yechen, with such openness, was something she was not quite ready for. "Why not, Mommy?" Luo Hongya pouted slightly, her bright, clear eyes filled with disappointment. "You promised to bathe with me and Daddy next time. Can't we all bathe together, Mommy?" Upon hearing that it was not possible, Luo Hongya's smile faltered. Luo Ruiying, unwilling to let her daughter down yet feeling embarrassed, sought a reasonable excuse, explaining, "My dear, it's not that Mommy doesn't want to bathe with you and Daddy. I truly would love to. However, our bathtub is too small to accommodate 3 people." She had taken a glance at the bathroom while tidying up earlier. The bathtub in the bathroom was rather modest in size. Accommodating 3 individuals would be exceedingly cramped. This was one of the reasons she felt compelled to decline. However, after Luo Ruiying finished speaking, Ning Yechen vanished in an instant. Mere moments later, he returned with a beaming smile, giving a thumbs up as he proclaimed, "My dear, fret not. I have just discovered a much larger bathtub in another room and have already replaced it." As soon as Luo Ruiying mentioned the tub's inadequacy, he had dashed outside to procure an oversized one and set it up in the blink of an eye. "Really? Is that true?" Luo Ruiying asked, her expression one of bewilderment. She had thoroughly inspected all the rooms while tidying up and had seen no sign of such an enormous bathtub. Could it be that she had overlooked it? "If you don't believe me, you may see for yourself," Ning Yechen replied with a smile. Such a rare opportunity to bathe with his beloved wife and child could not be missed. Half in disbelief, Luo Ruiying cradled Luo Hongya and made her way to the bathing chamber. To her astonishment, the previously narrow bathtub had vanished, replaced by a tub so large it resembled a small pool, nearly occupying the entire room. "Indeed, there is a giant bathtub. But when did you manage to swap it out? That was incredibly swift," she exclaimed, still reeling from the revelation. She had not even noticed the change. Luo Ruiying gazed at Ning Yechen, who wore a look of eager satisfaction. She couldn't shake the feeling that he had been preparing for this moment all along. What was she to do now? It appeared there was no valid reason to refuse. Frozen in place, her mind raced, yet she could conjure no plausible excuse. Luo Hongya joyfully pointed at the grand bathtub and turned to Luo Ruiying, exclaiming, "Mother, it's so big. Now you can bathe with Father every night. Hooray!" Luo Ruiying managed a bittersweet smile, only to turn and discover that, at some point, Ning Yechen had shed his garments, leaving him clad only in pristine white underpants, revealing a robust and athletic physique. "Why have you suddenly removed your clothes again?" Luo Ruiying stammered, her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze and exclaimed shyly. She hadn't even noticed when he had disrobed. "My dear, what are you saying? Bathing naturally requires undressing. Come now, you should also take off your clothes. The water has been prepared in advance," Ning Yechen declared with earnestness. With that, he stepped confidently into the bathtub, submerging himself in the warm water. He had transformed the tub in mere seconds, lining the bottom with self-heating stones that continuously generated warmth. Just pouring in water would soon render the bath as inviting as a hot spring. Luo Ruiying was genuinely taken aback by Ning Yechen's efficiency. He had even heated the water beforehand. She hadn't even been afforded the opportunity to seek an excuse while the water was warming. "Mother, I want to play. As soon as she entered the bath, Luo Hongye gleefully splashed about in the water. Ning Yechen held her small hand, encouraging her to try swimming on the surface. Luo Hongye kicked her little feet energetically, thoroughly enjoying herself. Ning Yechen turned to Luo Ruiying and asked with a smile, "My dear, will you not join us?" Standing at the edge of the bath, Luo Ruiying observed the joyous father-daughter duo. After a moment's hesitation, she finally pursed her lips and turned her back to Ning Yechen to remove her garments. Having just allowed Ning Yechen to apply a medicinal liquid to her skin, which felt sticky and uncomfortable, she decided not to resist any longer. As her ethereal gown fell away, a graceful and exquisite figure was revealed to Ning Yechen's gaze. At that moment, Luo Ruiying was clad only in her undergarments and a delicate bodice, exposing large expanses of her fair skin. The flimsy bodice did little to conceal her proud and elegant form. Ning Yechen found himself entranced, his eyes fixated on her beauty. Whether it was the humid atmosphere of the bath or her own shyness, Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, with crystalline droplets of water cascading down her face. Enhancing her allure, she shot a playful glare at Ning Yechen, who was unabashedly staring, and began to gather her hair, her arms instinctively shielding her chest as she slowly raised her delicate foot to step into the water. Once submerged, Luo Ruiying appeared somewhat anxious and tense, keeping her distance from Ning Yechen while her beautiful eyes occasionally darted over to sneak glances at him. Ning Yechen secretly observed her every move, amused by her adorableness. Despite being an empress of the celestial realm, her shyness was endearing, as if she had never before encountered a man's form, always peeking out of curiosity. When their eyes met, Luo Ruiying hurriedly averted her gaze, pretending to focus on Luo Hongye instead. "Yay, come here, mother will help you bathe." "All right," Luo Hongye chirped, splashing joyfully as she waded to her mother. Luo Ruiying skillfully began to wash Luo Hongye's hair. The little girl sat contentedly before her, eyes closed and wearing a blissful smile. Just as Luo Ruiying was tending to her daughter's hair, Ning Yechen quietly approached from behind. Sensing his presence, Luo Ruiying turned around in a fluster, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "Do not move, my dear. I am merely washing your hair," Ning Yechen replied as he leaned closer, gently removing the hairpin from her head, allowing her lustrous, ink-black hair to cascade down and float upon the water's surface. Ning Yechen tenderly gathered a strand of her hair in his hands, meticulously combing through it. The silky strands felt exquisite, akin to satin, captivating him entirely. When Luo Ruiying realized he was genuinely combing her hair, her tension eased, and a subtle smile graced her lips as she allowed him to continue. In her heart, she playfully chided him, "Honestly, I hadn't planned to wash my hair today." In the bath, while Luo Ruiying washed Luo Hongye, Ning Yechen tended to Luo Ruiying's hair, creating a harmonious scene among the three of them in the warm water. However, the tranquility was abruptly interrupted when a pair of hands unexpectedly grazed Luo Ruiying's back, causing her to tense up in surprise, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "Allow me to assist you, my dear wife," he began, but she vehemently protested, "No, I can manage it myself." Yet, before she could protest further, his hands found their way to her back, eliciting a series of playful yet indignant protests from her. Wait, wasn't it just a back rub? Why are you touching the front?" Chapter 50. The Demon Lord has married. In the demon realm. Within the opulent hall of the demon gods, 12 formidable demon generals sat around an immense, lavish round table, their faces marked by disappointment and despair. There was still no word from the demon lord. "I have dispatched scouts into the celestial realm, yet there remains no sign of the demon lord. Ever since his appearance in the celestial realm, there has been no further news," one of them lamented. "Alas, where could the demon lord have gone?" The conversation among the demon gods was rife with frustration as they recounted their recent search efforts, which yielded nothing but disappointment. If the demon lord wished to remain hidden, finding him was indeed a formidable challenge. They had been searching for over a century. An opportunity had arisen with a trace of the demon lord, yet they still could not discern his subsequent whereabouts. The atmosphere among the demon gods grew increasingly despondent. One particularly robust man, reminiscent of a war chariot, with scars adorning his face and an aura of wildness, spoke up. "I have heard that the demon lord visited the heavenly Tao imperial palace twice. Shouldn't we storm the celestial realm and confront the old man of heavenly Tao for answers? Such an action would undoubtedly reignite the war between the celestial and demon realms. Foolishness." Another interjected. "Do you believe all the ancient ones in the celestial realm have perished?" A radiant woman with golden hair, her fingers twirling a golden halo, cast a dismissive glance at the burly man. "If we must fight, then let us. What is there to fear? Are you suggesting that the queen of severed heads, Chi Huan, is afraid?" The burly man retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Afraid? What a jest. My name echoed throughout the celestial realm long before you even donned your trousers. Qi Huan exclaimed, her anger palpable. In the demon realm, the most intolerable offense was to be mocked as weak or cowardly. Such insults were seen as a direct affront to their honor. Incensed by the taunt from the wild man, Qi Huan gathered her golden hair, rising to confront him. In turn, the wild man slammed his hands on the table, shattering it into pieces as he stood in fury. The two locked eyes, tension crackling between them. However, the other demon gods remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to such occurrences. Several attendants of the demon hall expertly brought forth a new table to replace the shattered one. Enough. With the demon lord absent, have you all grown increasingly unruly? How many times must I remind you not to destroy the furniture? A chilling voice echoed from the shadows, causing Qi Huan and the wild man to sit back down. Chastened. From the darkness emerged a woman of graceful stature, her beauty ethereal and cold. Lady Left Guardian. The assembly greeted reverently upon her arrival. She was Yuqingyu, one of the two great guardians of the demon realm. Her status in the demon realm is second only to that of the demon lord. She serves as both the demon lord's protector and the president of the demon realm. Many affairs of the realm are personally overseen by her. During the absence of the demon lord, the entire domain is maintained under her operation. In terms of both strength and standing, she surpasses the 13 demon generals. Yuqingyu's cold, beautiful eyes surveyed the crowd, only to notice an empty seat. With a slight frown, she inquired, "Where has Night Sky gone? Why is he absent from the demon lord's meeting?" "I believe I heard he went to the human realm in search of the demon lord's whereabouts," spoke another woman, poised and icy in demeanor. Her flawless skin and unyielding expression revealed no hint of emotion, as she cradled a 2-meter-long sword upon her shoulder. "Fetch him back. The demon lord's meeting cannot proceed without him." Upon learning that Night Sky was seeking the demon lord's clues, Yuqingyu's brow relaxed slightly as she commanded. "No need. I have returned," came a voice from the shadows. Night Sky emerged, bowing respectfully to Yuqingyu. "Night Sky, you must understand the significance of the demon lord's meeting," Yuqingyu remarked, her gaze tinged with reproach, before noticing the injury on his chest, prompting her to frown deeply. "You're injured?" The others displayed expressions of astonishment and disbelief. After all, Night Sky was the commander of the foremost legion among the 13 demon lords, renowned for his unparalleled strength in the demon realm. It had been ages since anyone had seen him wounded. Glancing at his wound dismissively, Night Sky replied, "It is merely a trivial injury. It serves as my punishment." "Punishment?" Yuqingyu asked, puzzled. Who in the demon realm could punish Night Sky? Night Sky offered no reply but placed his palm over his chest and reported earnestly to Yuqingyu, "Respected protector, I have encountered the demon lord." Instantly, the crowd fixated on Night Sky, rising in excitement as they clamored. "What? You've seen the demon lord? Quickly tell us. Where is the demon lord now? How is the demon lord? Has the demon lord returned? Where did you meet the demon lord?" Amidst the flurry of questions, Night Sky barely had a chance to speak. Silence. Fortunately, Yuqingyu stepped forward, silencing the crowd. In the current demon realm, only she could command the 13 demon lords. In an instant, Yuqingyu stood before Night Sky, her gaze intense as she urgently asked, "Have you found the demon lord?" "Yes." "Where is the demon lord?" "The demon lord is currently concealed in the human realm." "In the human realm?" Yuqingyu murmured softly. "So, the demon lord has been hiding in the human realm." The others exchanged glances, perplexed as to why their demon lord had ventured to the human realm. "But what of the demon lord? Did he not return with you?" Yuqingyu cast a glance at the back of the night god, her brows furrowing in displeasure as she inquired. This was indeed the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. The demon lord did not return with his subordinates, the night god replied helplessly. "Then you must bring the demon lord back, even if it means binding him," Yuqingyu exclaimed, her voice tinged with frustration. After all, it was no easy feat to trace the whereabouts of the demon lord, and should he escape again, who knew when they would find him next? "I cannot defy the demon lord," the night god reiterated, his expression one of resignation. In the entire demon realm, only Yuqingyu dared to voice such sentiments towards the demon lord, and even then, it was not a matter of courage. For he was simply not a match for the demon lord. Yuqingyu was acutely aware of this and did not harbor any real anger towards the night god. Her frustration stemmed solely from the fear of missing this opportunity to welcome the demon lord back. "Quickly tell me where the demon lord is. I shall seek him out personally," she implored the night god. "Master Left Guardian, the demon lord has instructed us not to disturb his current life." The night god hesitated before replying. "Why? Does the demon lord truly intend never to return to the demon realm?" Yuqingyu's face fell, her fists clenched in discontent. The very notion that the demon lord had expressed such a sentiment left her disheartened. Seeking him out again would imply defiance against him. The other demon deities also hung their heads in despair. Yet the night god surprisingly allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he continued. The demon lord has not abandoned us. He simply has matters of greater importance at hand. Matters of greater importance? What could possibly be more significant than the entire demon realm? The crowd questioned, their faces etched with confusion. The night god gently closed his eyes, his stern features softening into a slight smile as he revealed a monumental piece of news. The demon lord has taken a bride. Chapter 51. The demon lord has descendants. The demon lord is married. Upon hearing this announcement from the night god, the gathered crowd was left utterly astounded, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and shock. It was well known that their revered demon lord had never shown interest in the fairer sex during his reign, nor had he ever exhibited the slightest inclination towards women. Yet now, they were being told that their most respected demon lord had entered into matrimony. Is this truly the case, night god? Even Yechen, who was typically the epitome of calm and composure, couldn't he help but excitedly press the night god for confirmation. The others also fixed their gazes intently upon him, awaiting his answer. How could I deceive you, Master Left Guardian? This matter was disclosed to me directly by the demon lord himself, the night god replied with grave sincerity. Yechen was momentarily taken aback, then, unable to contain her excitement, covered her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. The demon lord has finally come to his senses and has consented to marry. I am so deeply moved. After hundreds of years, I have awaited this moment. She had followed the demon lord from the very beginning, aiding him in unifying the demon realm and eliminating all opposition against him. Alongside him, she ascended to the celestial realm, participating in the cataclysmic battle between the immortals and demons. Even after the conflict concluded, she remained steadfastly by the side of the demon lord, dedicated to his service. Under his reign, the demon realm thrived with unprecedented stability and prosperity. Her heart harbored but one lingering wish, to witness the demon lord wed and establish a lineage. Yet, the demon lord appeared to harbor little interest in women, devoting himself entirely to the betterment of the demon realm and the pursuit of formidable power. She once endeavored to select 30,000 exquisite beauties from the demon realm to enrich the demon lord's harem, only to have them disbanded the very next day by his decree, accompanied by a chastisement that left her profoundly troubled. The continuation of the demon lord's lineage was of paramount importance to the demon realm. Thus, upon hearing the news of the demon lord's marriage, she was overwhelmed with excitement and emotion, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably like a breached dam. The others, much like Yechen, either wiped away their tears or wore smiles of solace. Yechen, too, felt a deep resonance in his heart as he brushed away the tears from his eyes. Even those typically aloof were moved in this moment. They had long awaited this occasion. Were outsiders to witness the high-ranking demons of the realm shedding tears, they would undoubtedly be astounded. These fearsome figures, known for their ruthlessness and indifferent to death, were indeed weeping. Congratulations to the Left Guardian, they proclaimed, joyously welcoming the demon lord's bride. Following the emotional outpouring, the crowd respectfully offered their congratulations to Yechen. As for why they celebrated Ning Yechen's marriage, the reason was simple. Someone had once inquired how Yechen perceived the demon lord, to which she had replied with affection and admiration. The demon lord possesses unparalleled strength. Yet unlike his predecessors, he is not cruel nor tyrannical. He embodies reason and wisdom, striving to rectify the chaos of the demon realm, overflowing with boundless compassion and love for his subjects. Since my youth, I have followed the demon lord, witnessing his ascent to the pinnacle of the demon realm. He is the sole sovereign in my heart, my king, and my child. I shall devote everything to serve the demon lord. Indeed, this woman referred to the demon lord as her child, but she was truly the only one in the demon realm entitled to such a designation. Yechen held a unique status. She was the Left Guardian, second only to the demon lord, overseeing all matters within the demon realm, while also serving as his personal attendant, responsible for his daily care and well-being. Aside from that, she is the only one in the demon realm who dares to incessantly propose various suggestions to the esteemed demon lord. Take, for instance, the matter of marriage. She has not once hesitated to urge the demon lord to wed before the assembly. Whenever he returns later than expected, she insists on inquiring about his whereabouts. On occasions when the demon lord is reluctant to rise from his slumber, it is she who forcibly rouses him. The demon lord, in turn, exhibits remarkable leniency towards her, to the extent that referring to her as mother would not be a stretch, despite her seemingly being younger than him. The demon lord's marriage signifies the resolution of an exceedingly significant matter in Yechen's heart. After the crowd's excitement had somewhat subsided, Night Yechen announced yet another exhilarating piece of news. To report to the Left Guardian, the demon lord is not only married but is now also nurturing a child. What? A child already? Why was this not disclosed sooner? How old is the child? Is it a prince or a princess? Yu Qingyu, filled with exhilaration, grasped Knight Tianxin's collar and urgently pressed for answers, her emerald-like eyes brimming with astonishment and joy. The others, too, were equally ecstatic, their eyes fixed upon Knight Tianxin. The demon lord mentioned it is a little princess. However, I have not seen her with my own eyes, so I cannot ascertain her age, Knight Tianxin replied. How utterly useless. Yu Qingyu disdainfully released her grip on his collar. Such a momentous event should not be shrouded in ignorance. Without knowing the child's age, how could she prepare suitable clothing and gifts? Nevertheless, the revelation that the demon lord has welcomed a child filled Yu Qingyu's heart with overwhelming joy. The demon lord has an heir. Perhaps in the future, she might even assist the little princess. Quickly, disseminate the news of our little princess arrival throughout the demon realm. From this day forth, let there be grand celebrations in the demon realm. Yu Qingyu instructed the crowd, intent on announcing the joyous news to the entire realm. However, Knight Tianxin interjected, Left Guardian, I do not support such an action. Why not? Yu Qingyu inquired, her brow furrowing in displeasure. Knight Tianxin's expression turned grave as he recounted how his subordinate, Yi Zheng, had been incited by a mysterious figure to act against the demon lord's wife and child. Upon learning of this, Yu Qingyu and the others became ashen, a chilling aura of murderous intent swiftly enveloping the entire demon hall. Yu Qingyu's countenance turned frostbitten as she effortlessly crushed the round table, the very air around her seeming to shatter. Well, how dare someone lay a hand on the wife and little princess of our demon realm? Very well, find them, bring them to me. Once I discover who it is, death will be a luxury for them, she declared. Knight Tianxin, your subordinate Yi Zheng has offended the demon lord. He deserves death. However, since the demon lord has personally chosen to forgive him, we shall let it pass. Remember, there shall not be a next time. You and your subordinates are included. A cold glint flashed in Yu Qingyu's verdant eyes, her terrifying aura completely overwhelming everyone present, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Yes, the subordinate understands. Knight Tianxin responded solemnly, bowing deeply. He felt immense guilt and remorse for the offense committed by his subordinate against the esteemed Lord of Demons. Even if Yu Qingyu were to take his life now, he would harbor no resentment. It was only then that Yu Qingyu slightly reined in her murderous intent and promptly abandoned the plan to inform the entire demon realm about the little princess. Not knowing the identity of the adversary, publicizing the matter could potentially bring trouble to the Lord of Demons. The information regarding the little princess is not to be divulged to anyone, since there are those who dare to act against the lady and the little princess. I shall not remain idle. However, the Lord of Demons has instructed us to refrain from disturbing his life. One person present timidly raised their hand and said. The corners of Yu Qingyu's lips curled up slightly as she chuckled, saying, I understand. The Lord of Demons' orders are not to be defied. As long as we do not interrupt the Lord of Demons' life, I have my own means. Chapter 52. The husband's hands are a bit cold in the courtyard. Luo Ruiying sat at the stone table outside, her knees resting on a ball of yarn, her hands wielding knitting needles, completely engrossed in crafting a sweater. Several days had passed since their relocation from Nanli City, coinciding with the onset of winter. Recently, heavy snow had begun to fall in the city, and the weather turned abruptly cold. Thus, she had a sudden inspiration to personally knit a sweater for Luo Hongya. Although she could use her spiritual power to complete the sweater more swiftly and easily, she felt something was lacking and resolved to knit it by hand. She even decided to knit one for him as well. However, once she began, it proved to be far more challenging than she had anticipated. As the Empress of the Celestial Realm, her pride would not allow her to concede defeat so easily. Instead, it ignited her competitive spirit, further solidifying her determination to knit the sweater herself. She could not believe that as the Empress, she had mastered cooking but would be thwarted by knitting a sweater. While glancing at the illustrated tutorial that Qi Yuan had gifted her, she attempted to get started. In recent days, Qi Yuan had often come by, bringing various items. The knitting tutorial was something she had requested from Qi Yuan. As a novice at knitting, Luo Ruiying was not very adept. She frequently turned her head to check the next step, following along as best as she could. Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya were playing in the courtyard, delighting in the snow. Having never seen snow before, Luo Hongya was thrilled and overjoyed to see the white flakes falling from the sky, her little feet crunching in the snow. Father, is this snow? Luo Hongya asked, cupping a handful of snow in her palm, her big, adorable eyes brimming with curiosity. Yes. Yi, this is snow. Do you like snow? Ning Yechen asked as he lifted Luo Hongya into his arms, affectionately holding her. I like it, Luo Hongya exclaimed, looking up with a crescent moon smile. My daughter is truly adorable. Ning Yechen couldn't help but gently rub Luo Hongya's chubby little cheeks. Luo Hongya giggled with innocent delight. her charmingly naive demeanor endearing her even more. Yi, let father teach you how to make a snowman. What is a snowman, father? Luo Hongye asked, her face reflecting pure innocence. Making a snowman means stacking the snow in your hands to form a person. All right, let father show you a demonstration. As he spoke, Ning Yechen rose and began to roll snowballs in the courtyard. Before long, he had crafted 2 spheres, one large and one small. He placed the smaller snowball atop the larger one, adorning it with a charming face. Tada! A snowman. This is Yi, exclaimed Luo Hongye, clapping her hands in delight. Inspired to start rolling her own snowballs on the ground. I want to make a snowman just like daddy's. Given Luo Hongye's petite stature, it was evidently impossible for her to create a snowman of comparable size to Ning Yechen's. Naturally, he joined in the fun, and the father-daughter duo rolled snowballs together in the courtyard. Luo Ruiying watched the playful pair as they frolicked past her, her heart swelling with a blend of exasperation and affection, eliciting a gentle smile. Soon, Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen had collaboratively constructed a large snowman. Yet, Luo Hongye did not stop there. She continued to form another snowball. Yi, do you want to keep building snowmen? Ning Yechen inquired, surprised by her enthusiasm. Now that we have a snowman for daddy and Yi, we still need one for mummy. Luo Hongye replied cheerfully. This unexpected response caught Ning Yechen off guard, and even Luo Ruiying, who was diligently knitting nearby, paused in surprise. They exchanged a glance, both of them smiling with satisfaction. Yi is truly understanding, Ning Yechen remarked. All right, I'll help you create another snowman. Together, they crafted yet another snowman, resulting in 3 figures standing proudly in the courtyard. The 2 larger snowmen flanked a smaller one in the center, each holding a stick, resembling a scene of hand-holding. After finishing the snowmen, Luo Hongye joyfully positioned herself in front of them. Ning Yechen noticed her little hands, tinged with red from the cold, and felt a pang of concern. He gathered her into his embrace, holding her small hands gently. Despite her lineage, Luo Hongye did not truly feel cold. It was merely her hands that had grown a tad chilly. Daddy, your hands are so warm, Luo Hongye said, nestled in his arms, feeling waves of warmth coursing through her. That's because daddy is keeping Yi warm, Ning Yechen replied with a light chuckle, glancing at the poised and graceful Luo Ruiying. An idea suddenly struck him, and a smile played on his lips. Yi, shall we go to mummy to keep warm? Luo Hongye nodded enthusiastically. Ning Yechen quietly carried Luo Hongye to stand behind Luo Ruiying, taking her cool little hand and slipping it down the back of Luo Ruiying's neck. Luo Ruiying shivered slightly, turning to see the mischievous pair, giving Ning Yechen a playful glare. You rascal, she chided. Gently, she took Luo Hongye from Ning Yechen's arms, seating her in her lap, and tucked the child's little hands into her warm garments. It's so warm inside, mummy, Luo Hongye exclaimed, snuggling comfortably against Luo Ruiying. Ning Yechen initially intended to play a mischievous prank on Luo Ruiying, who was engrossed in knitting. To his surprise, she instinctively embraced the child, her hand inadvertently slipping beneath her garment. My dear, Ning Yechen gently called from the side. Luo Ruiying raised her head, looking at him with a hint of confusion. In truth, my hands are somewhat cold, Ning Yechen replied earnestly. Luo Ruiying paused, her cheeks gradually flushing with warmth. She turned her head and pointed inside the room with mild annoyance. There is a stove inside. You should warm your hands there. This rascal, always so playful. Ning Yechen sighed in disappointment, shaking his head. He had anticipated this outcome. His wife was a tad biased. Why could the child have her warmth while he could not? Casting a discreet glance at Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips and extended her palm toward him. It would take too long to warm up by the stove. Why don't you hold my hand instead? Upon hearing this, Ning Yechen quickly cooled his palm and clasped her hand within his own. He regretted his earlier statement. Indeed, his wife was remarkably considerate. Earlier, in an effort to warm Luo Hongye's hands, he had warmed his own, but now he needed to chill them once more to avoid revealing the truth. As his hand enveloped hers, Luo Ruiying immediately felt a gentle chill. Was his hand truly this cold? Hadn't Hongye just mentioned how warm it was? Though puzzled, she dismissed the thought, channeling her inner energy to warm Ning Yechen's hands. Ning Yechen cradled her hand and pressed it against his cheek, a look of contentment gracing his features. Her hands were warm and soft. Just then, a gentle knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Someone's here? After ensuring Ning Yechen's hands were warm, Luo Ruiying rose, cradling Luo Hongye, and opened the door. At the entrance stood 2 men and a woman. One man, robust and handsome, wore an endearing smile, while the other had long, silver hair and an equally appealing visage. The woman possessed a slender figure, her beauty striking and elegant. Dressed in simple attire, they bowed before Luo Ruiying with cheerful expressions, greeting her. We pay our respects, madam. These three were none other than the Chaos Demon Bull, Titan Giant Ape, and the devouring God Python from the Demon Domain Forest. Until now, they had maintained a semi-demon form and were now fully transformed into human appearances for the first time. Madam, Luo Ruiying gazed at them in bewilderment. She had never encountered these individuals before. Why were they suddenly addressing her as Madam? Just as she was about to inquire if they had mistaken her for someone else. Ning Yechen approached from behind and smiled. You have arrived. The trio, upon seeing Ning Yechen, quickly bowed and greeted him. We pay our respects, young master. Young master? Do you know them? Luo Ruiying turned her head, questioning in confusion. Ning Yechen nodded and began to explain. My dear, these three individuals were once servants in my household. Since they intend to stay here for a while, I have summoned them to assist you with household chores. From now on, you may freely instruct them in any matters concerning the home. The arrival of the three Chaos Demon Oxen had been arranged by Ning Yechen in advance. Recently, he had fabricated a background story to share with Luo Ruiying, allowing him to accommodate the Chaos Demon Oxen in their home, where they could serve as guardians while also tending to domestic responsibilities, thus freeing up more of his wife's time. Luo Ruiying did not feel the need for additional servants, as she was perfectly capable of managing everything herself. However, upon learning that they were former servants of his family, she thought for a moment and decided not to refuse their presence. After all, there were plenty of vacant rooms in the house. Leaving them unoccupied would be a waste. You may all come in, she said with a gentle smile, stepping aside to allow the three Chaos Demon Oxen to enter the courtyard. In her arms, Luo Hongye remained as timid as ever, cautiously observing the trio. Hello, miss, the Swallowing Sky Divine Python greeted her warmly, raising a hand. This was the little princess they were destined to serve. There could be no room for error. It was imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship. Hello, older brother and sister. Luo Hongye replied politely, though her voice was soft and shy. Her response struck a chord deep within the hearts of the Swallowing Sky Divine Python and his companions. What was this? It was their first encounter with Ning Yechen's daughter, and previously, they had not dared to look at her. She was so well-mannered and polite. Was she truly the daughter of that esteemed individual? The mere thought of Ning Yechen sent shivers of fear through them. Yet before them stood the petite and adorable Luo Hongye, eliciting an instinctive desire to embrace and protect her. She was, in every way, the antithesis of her father. Of course, this thought was one they dared only entertain internally. Should the master discover it, their fates would be sealed. Once inside the courtyard, Luo Ruiying guided the Swallowing Sky Divine Python and his companions to 3 adjacent rooms. These will be your quarters from now on. Yes, madam, they replied respectfully, bowing deeply. Although they had never served as attendants before, upon learning that Ning Yechen wished for them to masquerade as servants, they had spent the night poring over numerous texts on the etiquette and self-cultivation of servants. They had even discreetly observed the behaviors of servants in affluent households, determined to ensure their performance was flawless and without any flaws. By the way, I do not yet know your names, Luo Ruiying inquired lightly after arranging the rooms. Even though she had once held the title of Empress and resided in the Celestial Palace, she always made it a point to learn the names of her attendants. She was never harsh with her servants. Even if they made mistakes, she would generally overlook them and never make things difficult. She treated each attendant with respect. The 3 Chaos Demon Oxen were momentarily stunned when asked for their names. Oh no, they had not yet contemplated their names. Having concealed themselves in the Demon Domain Forest for centuries, devoted solely to their cultivation, the thought of a name had never crossed their minds. Upon encountering the sky-devouring python, the 3 stood momentarily dumbfounded, unable to articulate their names. A look of perplexity crossed Luo Ruiying's face. Wasn't it merely a name? Why did it require such extensive deliberation? Observing Luo Ruiying's growing suspicion, the sky-devouring python's companions hurriedly fabricated names. I am called Meng Niu. I am by Yuan. And this servant is Kaisei, huh? Meng Niu, by Yuan, Kaisei? Luo Ruiying frowned slightly, finding the names rather peculiar. The sky-devouring python swallowed hard, anxiety tightening in their chests. If they mismanaged this, that esteemed individual would surely strip their skins away. Fortunately, Ning Yechen stepped forward just in time to clarify. My lady, their actual names are Meng Niu, by Yuan. And Kaisei? Oh, Luo Ruiying smiled and nodded, no longer harboring doubts. It turned out their accents had caused her to mishear. She wondered why their names sounded so odd. The trio felt a wave of relief wash over them. Henceforth, these would be their new names, bestowed by the esteemed one. Ning Yechen cast a glance at Meng Niu, by Yuan, and Kaisei, causing them to break into a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. What if the esteemed one became angry? What is wrong with you? Are you unwell? Luo Ruiying inquired, noticing their slight shivers. We are fine, my lady. It's just a bit chilly. Why didn't you say so earlier? I will fetch you some clothes. she replied with a gentle smile, placing Luo Hongye into Ning Yechen's embrace before turning to retrieve garments. Meng Niu and his companions were deeply touched. The lady was so kind, while the esteemed one was truly fearsome. Father, will these brothers and sisters live here from now on? Luo Hongye whispered from Ning Yechen's arms. Yes. They were summoned by your father to keep you company during the nights. Do not be afraid. If they dare to bully you, just tell your father. Ning Yechen spoke softly to Luo Hongye. As he finished speaking, his gaze turned coldly towards Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Se, the implication unmistakable. Should any of them cause distress to his daughter, their existence here would be forfeit. Terrified, Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Se collapsed to the ground, trembling. When Luo Ruiying returned with the clothes and saw the three shivering on the floor, her confusion deepened. Although the weather had turned snowy and cold, was it truly so frigid? Chapter 54. Indeed, you are doomed. After receiving the garments from Luo Ruiying, Meng Niu and the others commenced their duties as attendants. They diligently swept every corner of the estate, chopped wood, and boiled water with fervor. However, apart from Kai Se, both Meng Niu and Bai Yuan exhibited considerable clumsiness in their tasks, often breaking various items. Yet, Luo Ruiying paid little mind to their ineptitude. Instead, she encouraged them to take a break and not exert themselves so strenuously. At this moment, Meng Niu and the two others stood in the courtyard, exchanging bewildered glances with Luo Hongye, who was crouched on the ground, clutching a snowball. They had been tasked by Ning Yechen to entertain Luo Hongye, but they were utterly at a loss about how to engage with a child. While they could easily commit acts of violence, playing with a child was an entirely different challenge. Kai Se, think of a solution quickly. Bai Yuan urged his companion Kai Se, who, with an exasperated glance at Bai Yuan and Meng Niu, retorted, if I had a solution, would I still be standing here? These two were utterly useless. Though Luo Hongye felt a bit intimidated, her father assured her that they were not bad people. Summoning her courage, she raised her snowball and sweetly inquired, brothers and sisters, would you like to build a snowman together? Yes, yes, yes. The three of them nodded vigorously, seizing the rare opportunity to engage in conversation. They would gladly do anything, even muck out a latrine, for this chance. Seeing Meng Niu and the others agree, Luo Hongye beamed with joy and began rolling a snowball on the ground using the method taught to her by Ning Yechen. First like this, and then like that. The three knelt beside her, assisting in the creation of the snowball, while occasionally showering her with applause. Wow, how impressive. You're amazing. Truly gifted. Far smarter than us. Ning Yechen, sitting beside Luo Ruiying, couldn't he help but express his incredulity at the blatant sycophancy on display by these three. Their flattery was so transparent that even the young child was unlikely to be deceived. But seeing how happy Luo Hongye was, he chose to overlook it. Meanwhile, Luo Ruiying watched with a smile, resting her chin on her hand, content to see the child surrounded by playmates. However, as she observed, she noticed someone inching closer to her side, gradually encroaching on her personal space. What are you doing? Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yechen, questioning him, expecting him to retreat. She was startled when he leaned even closer, resting his shoulder against hers. This sudden move took her by surprise. I'm feeling a bit tired and wish to rest my head on my dear wife's shoulder, Ning Yechen said with a gentle smile, eyes closed. Although he enjoyed spending time with the child, he cherished moments alone with his wife just as much. Seizing the rare opportunity for some intimate couple time, while Meng Niu and the others entertained Luo Hongye, he intended to savor it. Once she regained her composure, Luo Ruiying shot Ning Yechen an exasperated look, saying, if you're tired, you should return to the house and rest. But I prefer to be here with you. Ning Yechen replied candidly without opening his eyes. This confession caused Luo Ruiying's cheeks to flush slightly, leaving her speechless. She could only steal a few glances at Ning Yechen's peaceful visage as he rested. Since he enjoys it, let him be. It is merely a moment of resting upon a shoulder, nothing of great consequence. The two figures sat quietly before the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, with the assistance of Meng Niu and his companions, 3 additional snowmen had been constructed, standing behind the original trio. Luo Hongye pointed to the newly formed snowmen with a smile, saying, these are the snowmen for my elder brothers and sisters. Only then did Meng Niu and the others realize that Luo Hongye intended to include them in the winter festivities, nearly moved to tears. The young lady had truly regarded them as part of her family. She was exceedingly kind. Kai Se could hardly resist the urge to embrace the petite Luo Hongye and shower her with affection. However, the thought of her being the daughter of an adult tempered her impulses. Once the snowmen were completed, Luo Hongye engaged Meng Niu and his companions in a snowball fight. Luo Hongye, small in stature and lacking strength, fashioned snowballs that were light and airy, lacking any real density, rendering them largely ineffective. The snowballs could barely reach the feet of Meng Niu and his friends, and at times, they would disintegrate midair. Nevertheless, Luo Hongye reveled in the joyous play. Meng Niu and his companions retaliated by crafting their own snowballs. Yet, they would never dare to throw them at Luo Hongye with any real intent. Even if they had tenfold courage, they would not risk it. Their snowballs were deliberately tossed near her, never truly grazing her. They feigned expressions of regret and sorrow. However, Meng Niu became increasingly engrossed in the game, and without much thought, he launched a snowball that struck Luo Hongye squarely on her little face. In an instant, her entire visage was adorned with snow. Kaisei, Bai Yuan, Meng Niu. The scene froze momentarily, with only the howling winds and swirling snow breaking the silence. At that moment, Meng Niu, shocked, covered his face, his expression reminiscent of the famous painting The Scream. Internally, he felt as cold as the wintry landscape surrounding him. Turning stiffly, Meng Niu glanced at Kaisei and Bai Yuan, his face betraying a question. Am I doomed? Even without uttering a word, Kaisei and Bai Yuan read his expression and solemnly nodded in affirmation. Yes, you are indeed doomed. Despair washed over Meng Niu's face. As he realized his life had reached an imminent end, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing noticed the snow covering Luo Hongye's face and approached her, brushing the snow away. To their surprise, Luo Hongye did not cry. Instead, she wore a joyful, silly grin. The snowball Meng Niu had thrown was not packed tightly, nor was it thrown with force, so Luo Hongye felt no pain. Seeing that she was unharmed and unhurt, Ning Yechen decided against blaming Meng Niu for the incident. Meng Niu was unaware of how Ning Yechen intended to deal with him, his mind already contemplating how he would vanish from the world. After the snow on his face was wiped away, Luo Hongye once again pulled Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing together, exclaiming with a smile, "Father, Mother, let us play together." The three of them, with Yi being the sole child, were supported by father and mother in their frolic. Very well, Luo Ruing replied with a doting smile. Soon enough, the courtyard erupted into a snowball fight, 3 against 3. However, Meng Niu and his companions dared not resist. Neither Ning Yechen, Luo Ruing, nor Luo Hongye could muster the courage to throw a snowball at them. In no time, the trio found themselves engulfed in a flurry of snowballs. Rather than a snowball fight, they resembled moving targets. Chapter 55. Household finances naturally fall under the wife's management. Bang. Bang bang. Just as everyone in the courtyard was thoroughly enjoying the snow, a knock echoed at the gate once more. Kaisei took the initiative to open the door. Outside, Qi Yuan, holding a selection of snacks, raised her hand to greet them, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight of an unfamiliar woman standing before her. Did I knock on the wrong door? She mused, feeling embarrassed as she slightly bowed and managed a sheepish smile. Kaisei said nothing further, merely nodded gently before closing the gate again. Who was that? When Kaisei returned to the hall, Luo Ruing, noticing her solitary arrival, inquired with curiosity. Madam, it was someone who knocked mistakenly, Kaisei replied with a bow. Is that so? Luo Ruing acknowledged, not giving it much thought. Outside, Qi Yuan turned away in confusion, carefully surveying the surrounding scenery and the courtyard, her brow furrowing slightly, lost in contemplation. This is definitely the right house. I've been coming here frequently. How could I have made a mistake? Qi Yuan stepped forward to knock again for confirmation. I'll handle it. This time, Luo Ruing called out to Kaisei and personally rose to open the courtyard door. Sister Luo. Upon seeing Luo Ruing, Qi Yuan immediately greeted her with a smile. I knew it. She comes here often. How could she possibly be mistaken? She could find her way here even with her eyes closed. Miss Qi, please come in. Luo Ruing replied with a smile, having suspected that it might be Qi Yuan at the door, especially since Kaisei did not recognize her. Then I shall not disturb you, Qi Yuan said politely, nodding as she entered the house. Upon entering, she was greeted by Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kaisei, who had opened the door for her, prompting her to ask with curiosity, Sister Luo, who are these individuals? They are servants from my husband's former household. Luo Ruing explained. Qi Yuan nodded kindly toward Meng Niu and the others, recognizing that someone as affluent as Ning Yechen undoubtedly had an extraordinary background. It was only natural for him to have several attendants. However, she was pleasantly surprised by the striking appearances of the three. Both the men and women were exceptionally handsome, standing out even among their peers. Sister Qi, Luo Hongye nestled in Ning Yechen's embrace, sat by the hearth warming her hands. Upon seeing Qi Yuan's arrival, she sweetly greeted her with a polite call. During this period, Qi Yuan frequently visited, always bringing an assortment of snacks that delighted Luo Hongye. Their relationship gradually grew more intimate. As Qi Yuan beheld Luo Hongye, a tender and greedy smile spread across her face, her hands affectionately kneading the soft, chubby cheeks of the little girl. Those round, pudgy cheeks were irresistibly delicate, captivating her completely. The three bystanders, Kaisei and others, could not help but display expressions of envy. How they longed to indulge in the same affectionate gestures towards the young lady. Here, these treats are for you. Little Yi, Qi Yuan said as she finally handed over the bag of snacks to Luo Hongye, akin to a reward for services rendered. Thank you, Sister Qi. Luo Hongye joyfully accepted the bag, eagerly diving into the snacks, and even offering some to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Father, mother, let us enjoy together. Nay, if you like them, just eat to your heart's content, but don't overindulge, Luo Ruiying said with a doting smile. Ning Yechen opened his mouth, allowing Luo Hongye to feed him. After all, it was his daughter who was serving him. How could he refuse? Seeing Luo Hongye relish the snacks brought a satisfied smile to Qi Yuan's face, prompting her to rise and take a seat nearby. Kaisei soon brought her a cup of tea. Thank you. After sipping her tea, Qi Yuan recalled the pressing matter at hand. Nearly lost in the charming aura of Luo Hongye, she retrieved a low-tier spirit ring from her bosom and presented it to Ning Yechen. Brother Ning, during this time, according to the recipe for the healing liquid you provided, my Qi family attempted to have some concocted, which we auctioned through our family business. This is 50% of the profits from the auction. From now on, each month, my Qi family will return 50% of the profits from the sale of the concoction to you, Brother Ning. Upon receiving the recipe from Ning Yechen, Qi Yuan hastened back to her family, commanding her people to research it overnight. They discovered that the recipe was for a rare elixir capable of nourishing the meridians and spiritual energy. Moreover, the required materials were not overly demanding, and the method of concoction was remarkably simple and efficient, with a high success rate. The Qi family scoured every recorded alchemical recipe, but found no trace of such a miraculous elixir. This nourishing liquid was immensely sought after by cultivators, and once produced and sold, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless practitioners. Indeed, as anticipated, the Qi family first attempted to concoct a few batches of the healing liquid, auctioning them through their own establishment. Each batch fetched astronomical prices. Numerous cultivators flocked to participate in the bidding. The once dull Qi family business suddenly thrived, as if resurrected from the dead, bustling with activity. A mere humble recipe had revitalized the Qi family business. Qi Yuan was filled with gratitude towards Ning Yechen, determined to express her thanks and return what belonged to him. However, Ning Yechen was not particularly concerned about the meager sum of spirit stones. He calmly declined, stating, "There is no need. I did not intend to accept any form of compensation for that recipe." Qi Yuan, with a serious expression, insisted, "That is unacceptable. My Qi family has already indebted itself to Brother Ning and Sister Luo in many ways. How could we monopolize the profits from that recipe? Brother Ning, you must accept it." After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yechen ultimately agreed to accept the spirit stones. He considered it a transaction, one that the Qi family's trading company could easily accommodate. Moreover, these spirit stones could serve as a reserve for future household expenses. "My dear, I entrust you with the safekeeping of these spirit stones." Ning Yechen directly handed the spatial ring containing the spirit stones to Luo Ruiying. "For me?" Luo Ruiying queried, perplexed, as she received the ring. "Indeed, all household assets naturally fall under your care," Ning Yechen replied with a smile. "Very well. If you require anything, just let me know." Luo Ruiying responded affirmatively as she accepted the ring. The notion of managing household finances like a traditional matron felt refreshingly novel to her. Qi Yuan observed the affectionate scene between Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, her expression revealing a hint of inner conflict. "What troubles you, Miss Qi?" Ning Yechen inquired, having noticed her disquiet. After a brief hesitation, Qi Yuan spoke, "Sister Luo, tomorrow marks the competition for the Trading Association. I have heard that the Jiang family has invited a formidable practitioner of the celestial realm. If danger arises tomorrow, you must withdraw immediately." While Qi Yuan sincerely hoped for her family's victory, her foremost concern was for Luo Ruiying's safety. If the Qi family lost, they could simply withdraw from Nanli City. Hearing this, both Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying could not help but chuckle lightly, having initially thought her worries were of a different nature. "Miss Qi, fret not. If it is merely a practitioner of the celestial realm, I should be able to manage it," Luo Ruiying confidently asserted. Even against a practitioner of the divine realm, she felt little apprehension. A mere celestial realm practitioner would pose no threat to her. Chapter 56. This couple is surely extraordinary. The following day, the snowfall had lessened, blanketing the rooftops and streets of Nanli City in a pristine layer of white, transforming the entire city into a picturesque winter wonderland. Beneath the Grand Martial Arena, throngs of people gathered in anticipation of a rare and significant competition. Today, the two major trading families of Nanli City, the Qi and Jiang families, were set to compete in a trading association contest. The victors would gain control over the entire commercial landscape of Nanli City, while the defeated might find themselves permanently ousted from the association. The crowd below buzzed with excitement, eager to witness this historic moment, whispering and exchanging opinions. Who do you think will triumph in this contest between the Qi and Jiang families? I would wager on the Jiang family. Indeed, if the Jiang family continues to gain power, Nanli City may very well become their dominion. Absolutely, the Jiang family has always relied on their unique body-refining elixirs, inflating prices exorbitantly. They even press us to sell the materials we acquire from hunting demonic beasts at a fraction of their worth. If the Jiang family gains control over the trading association in Nanli City, how shall we survive? Every day, we venture into the demon domain forest to hunt ferocious beasts, risking our lives for a mere pittance. The Qi clan must not falter. Among those present, the overwhelming majority fervently hope for the Qi clan's triumph. This contest not only concerns the two merchant guilds, but also the future livelihoods of countless cultivators in the entire Nanli City. The Jiang clan, leveraging their formidable influence in Nanli City, has operated with impunity, engaging in the unscrupulous practice of purchasing materials and celestial herbs at low prices only to sell them at exorbitant rates, leaving many in despair and suffering. Presently, the Qi clan stands as the sole resistance, conducting their business with fair pricing that benefits the populace. Should the Qi clan fall, life in Nanli City would become exceedingly difficult for them. Yet, many harbor a pessimistic outlook regarding the Qi clan's prospects of victory today. Overcoming the Jiang clan appears a daunting task. Whispers suggest that the formidable forces backing the Jiang clan have dispatched a powerful elder, rumored to possess celestial realm prowess. The celestial realm. Good heavens. What chance does the Qi clan have? Even if they were to liquidate their assets, they may still be unable to afford the services of such a formidable being. Alas, amidst the collective sighs of concern, the members of the Qi clan made their entrance, capturing the attention of the crowd. Qi Rongchang, the venerable head of the Qi clan, accompanied by Qi Yuan and a host of clan stewards and guards, approached the arena with measured grace. With nearly a century of history, the Qi clan is a venerable merchant guild in Nanli City, renowned for its fair dealings and reasonable pricing. Upon their arrival, they were greeted with resounding cheers from the audience. Go, Qi elder. You must not lose. I firmly support the Qi merchant guild. You must hold your ground. Encouraged by the shouts of support, Qi Rongchang's face broke into a broad smile, nodding in appreciation to the crowd. With their assistance, he gradually made his way to where Luo Ring and Ning Yechen awaited, who had arrived slightly earlier. This marked Qi Rongchang's first encounter with the Ning family, and his aged eyes brimmed with admiration and respect. Ever since Qi Yuan returned to the clan, he had been regaled daily with tales of Luo Ring and Ning Yechen. Initially, he paid little heed until he learned of Luo Ring's remarkable feat of slaying dozens of spirit martial realm cultivators. Subsequently, Ning Yechen had healed Qi Yuan's internal meridians and graciously provided her with the invaluable formula for a rare healing elixir. Qi Rongchang was now convinced that the Qi clan had encountered extraordinary benefactors. He had long wished to express his gratitude in person, but upon learning from Qi Yuan that the couple preferred to avoid frequent disturbances, he had refrained from doing so. Now, upon finally meeting them, his conviction in his assumptions deepened. Having spent a lifetime in commerce, he possessed a discerning eye for character. The lady was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an otherworldly grace, unmistakably of an exceptional lineage. The gentleman, though merely appearing handsome and refined, was no ordinary man. After all, who could heal damaged meridians and produce such a precious formula with ease? This couple was undoubtedly extraordinary. I, Qi Rongchang, head of the Qi clan, am fortunate to have encountered you both. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the assistance you have provided to my clan. Qi Rongchang respectfully expressed his gratitude to Luo Ring and the others, stating that there was no need for the Qi family to be overly courteous, as his assistance to the Qi family merely constituted a transaction with Miss Qi. Luo Ruiying, cradling Luo Hongya, replied indifferently, acknowledging the situation. The elder Qi understood well. Such kindness would be forever etched in the hearts of the Qi family. Regardless of the outcome today, should the two require anything in the future, they were welcome to seek the Qi family, who would undoubtedly offer their fullest support. Qi Rongchang was not naive. A mere residence valued at 200,000 taels was insufficient to persuade Luo Ring to assist the Qi family. Rather, her intervention stemmed from her discontent with the Jiang family and her desire to help the Qi family in their time of need. Thus, the Qi family owed her a debt of gratitude. As the conversation unfolded, the Jiang family had also arrived. Upon the appearance of Jiang Zhen and his entourage, those present instinctively stepped aside, creating a stark contrast to the reception the Qi family had received. Ignoring the crowd, Jiang Zhen strode confidently toward the Qi family, accompanied by his kin and a pale, delicate-looking man clad in white lotus attire. Even Jiang Li, who had lost 3 legs yet had regained consciousness after days of intensive treatment, was present, seated in a wheelchair. Upon spotting the Qi family, a cold smile crept across Jiang Zhen's lips as he approached, mockingly stating, "Old Qi, I see you are still alive. It brings me great joy to witness your robust health." Qi Rongchang discerned the sarcasm in Jiang Zhen's tone and, casting a cold glance, retorted without hesitation, "I am in excellent health. You should be the one preparing for the grave, for I might still be standing long after you fall." Once, when the Jiang family first arrived in Nanli City, they were merely a small trading association on the brink of bankruptcy, saved by the goodwill of the Qi family, which integrated them into their branches. However, it was unexpected that the now empowered Jiang family would disregard past kindness and relentlessly encroach upon the Qi family's territory, nearly forcing them out of Nanli City. Seeing the Jiang family, Qi Rongchang regretted ever having taken in this ungrateful wolf. Humph. Jiang Zhen's expression hardened, but he quickly dismissed it with a scoff, continuing, "It has been years, yet old Qi's sharp tongue remains as astute as ever. In light of past favors, I advise you to concede. Today, your Qi family is destined for defeat. Surrender now and relinquish control of the remaining street shops, and with your assets, you may yet enjoy a peaceful old age. Why gamble everything away? How can you be so certain of our defeat when the competition has yet to commence? Could it be that your Jiang family is afraid?" Qi Rongchang replied with unwavering determination. Even if it meant losing everything, he would not yield. Seeing the Jiang family's arrogance, Qi Yuan stepped forward, unable to restrain himself. "If you wish to consume our Qi family's trading association, you should wait until you've won." Chapter 57. It cannot be him. Humph. You are truly unaware of your own folly. This is a path of your own choosing. After today, the Qi family shall vanish from Nanli City. Jiang Zhen's expression turned icy as he prepared to turn away, only to be halted by a sudden call from Ning Yechen behind him. "Wait a moment." Jiang Zhen came to a halt, furrowing his brow as he turned to face Ning Yechen with a look of perplexity. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Me? I am merely an ordinary house husband. It is my wife who represents the Qi family in the business competition," Ning Yechen replied, stepping forward with a light laugh. Jiang Zhen's gaze shifted to Luo Ruiying, who was cradling Luo Hongye behind Ning Yechen. With a dismissive smirk, he sneered, "Is that so? Then I advise you to persuade your wife to forfeit gracefully. Otherwise, after today, you may find yourself eternally separated from her." Ha ha. The entourage behind Jiang Zhen erupted in raucous laughter, unabashedly reveling in the moment. A bold young man responsible for pushing Jiang Li chimed in, teasingly addressing Luo Ruiying. "Such exquisite beauty should not meet an untimely demise. Why not join the Jiang family and indulge in wealth and splendor? I say, it is absurd for a cultivator to marry a mere mortal. Why not marry me instead? I shall cherish you well." "Indeed, young Master Jiang speaks truthfully. Who knows? We might even bask in your glory and partake in the pleasures," Jiang Gan exclaimed, waving his hand grandly. Jiang Gan was the eldest son of Jiang Ming, Jiang Zhen's brother, having followed Jiang Li since childhood, absorbing none of his wisdom. His lecherous disposition rivaled that of Jiang Li, and his notoriety for depravity even eclipsed his uncle's, while Jiang Li coerced women into submission through various means. Jiang Gan delighted in toying with them before discarding them to his subordinates. Even the wife he had taken would be cast aside once he grew bored, under the pretext of rewarding his followers. Numerous women, unwilling to endure such humiliation, had chosen to end their own lives at his hands. "You are Jiang Gan, are you not?" Ning Yechen's eyes turned frigid with fury upon hearing these words. No one dared to insult his wife and child in such a manner. Concealing his hand from view, he clenched it into a fist, seething with rage. In the next instant, Jiang Gan, whose face wore a brazen, depraved grin, suddenly began to bleed from his orifices. "Huh," he gasped, bewildered, as he touched his nose and found blood streaming from his eyes. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, he violently coughed up blood and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Blood splattered onto Jiang Li, who sat in a wheelchair, prompting a series of terrified shrieks. "Ah, what? What is happening?" This shocking scene startled everyone present, causing the Jiang family to retreat in fear. No one understood the cause of Jiang Gan's sudden demise. Luo Ruiying's expression turned grave as she swiftly placed Luo Hongye into Ning Yechen's arms and approached to investigate. Upon examining Jiang Gan, her countenance shifted dramatically. Her delicate face filled with asto. Ning Yechen, with a visage marked by terror, inquired beside Luo Ruiying. To perform convincingly was imperative, otherwise, should his wife harbor any doubts, it would spell disaster. Initially, he had contemplated annihilating all those from the Jiang family who had mocked him, but such actions would inevitably jeopardize the day's business meeting and might arouse Luo Ruiying's suspicion. Thus, he resigned himself to the thought that he would have to bide his time for another opportunity. "Someone has taken his life, but I am unaware of the assailant." Luo Ruiying stated gravely, feeling a profound sense of helplessness and concern. If the threat were aimed at Ning Yechen, she found herself utterly powerless to intervene. Fortunately, it appeared that the aggressor was not pursuing her. The members of the Jiang family, overly startled, found their hearts in disarray. Jiang Zhen approached Chunro, whispering with trepidation. Holy Envoy, who could it be? Chunro shook her head, her expression equally astonished, for she had not sensed any anomaly either. Her gaze shifted to Ning Yechen. Jiang Gan had abruptly perished after uttering those words. Could it be? Impossible, it simply could not be him. There were no traces of spiritual energy emanating from him, nor any sign of aggression. The true culprit lay elsewhere. Noticing that Chunro too had failed to identify the murderer, Jiang Zhen, filled with concern, suggested, Holy Envoy, shall we postpone today's contest? Unnecessary. The assailant seems disinclined to strike again and has likely departed. The contest shall proceed as planned. We must swiftly secure control over the streets of Nanli City to prevent further complications, Chunro asserted with unwavering resolve. Jiang Zhen, though apprehensive, dared not contradict Chunro's decision and acquiesced to the plan. The Jiang family members silently carried away Jiang Gan's lifeless body. Although this unexpected interruption had passed, it lingered in the minds of all present. Ning Yechen turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhen and articulated his intentions. Master Jiang, during this business meeting, the Qi and Jiang families are wagering the jurisdiction over 40% of the streets in the city, correct? Might we amend the terms of our wager? What? Does the Qi family now regret their stance? Once a wager is made, there is no room for second thoughts. Jiang Zhen scoffed. Assuming the Qi family sought to retract their commitment, Ning Yechen slowly shook his head, his gaze sharpening as he replied, No, 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 Master Jiang, you have misunderstood. I intend the opposite. The wager must include the remaining 20% of street jurisdiction held by your Jiang family. What? You demand that my Jiang family include all street jurisdictions in the wager? On what grounds? Jiang Zhen retorted incredulously. How dare the Qi family propose a wager of less than 40% against my Jiang family's 60%? That is utterly absurd. Such fortune is not found in this world. Ning Yechen, with a light chuckle, proposed. What if the Qi family were to additionally offer the formula for the healing spirit elixir as part of the wager? This statement immediately caught Jiang Zhen's attention, causing a flicker of hesitation. Recently, the Qi family had amassed considerable wealth through the healing spirit elixir, inciting envy within the Jiang family. They had attempted to procure a copy, but had failed to gather all the necessary ingredients to replicate the formula. If one could obtain that prescription and seize control of the entire southernly city, then the healing essence would undoubtedly belong solely to the Jiang family. The price would not be determined at will. However, wagering the entirety of the Jiang family's fortune in southernly city compelled Jiang Zhen to proceed with caution. Holy Envoy, do you have confidence in winning that woman? Jiang Zhen whispered close to Chunro's ear. Chunro fixed her gaze on Luo Ruiying, a sly smile gracing her lips. Rest assured, there is a 99% certainty. Receiving Chunro's affirmative response, Jiang Zhen's expression brightened, and he promptly turned to agree to Ning Yechen's request for a revised wager. Excellent. The Jiang family concurs. Ning Yechen smiled slightly and turned to Qi Rongchang, the head of the Qi family, saying apologetically, I have taken the liberty to represent the Qi family in modifying the wager. Would you be amenable to this? As per your words. Qi Rongchang showed no sign of displeasure regarding Ning Yechen's unilateral alteration of the wager, including the precious prescription as part of the stakes. The Qi family held no grounds for dissatisfaction, as the prescription had been bestowed by Ning Yechen, placing the decision firmly in his hands. Moreover, Luo Ruiying's willingness to fight on behalf of the Qi family was already a matter for which they were immensely grateful. The Qi family also agrees. Qi Rongchang shouted sternly to Jiang Zhen. Under the witness of Han Guangji, the representative of the Treasure Merchants Association remaining in southernly city, the Qi and Jiang families pressed their seals to officially amend the wager. This representative would also serve as the witness and judge for the forthcoming competition. Han Guangji secured the contract of the wager and announced to both families, in the name of the Treasure Merchants Association, this competition shall be conducted with absolute fairness and justice. The contest shall be fought to the death or until one side surrenders. If there are no further objections from the Qi and Jiang families, the competition shall officially commence. Chapter 58. She must return home soon to care for the child. The seats below the stage became increasingly crowded, with numerous onlookers gradually gathering. Upon hearing that the Qi and Jiang families had modified the terms of their competition, the crowd brimmed with anticipation for the outcome. Both families had wagered everything in southernly city. On the stage, the remaining members of the Jiang and Qi families withdrew, leaving only Luo Ruiying and Chunro standing prominently. A barrier enveloped the circular arena, shrouding the entire platform within its protective confines. Battles among cultivators are perilously hazardous, especially when more advanced practitioners unleash their formidable powers, often resulting in earth-shattering repercussions. Thus, contests held within the city necessitate utmost caution. Ning Yechen sat observing with Luo Hongye in his arms, while Qi Yuan occupied the seat beside him. At that moment, Qi Yuan anxiously fixated on the stage, her hands clasped tightly in worry. Little Luo Hongye lifted her small head to gaze at Ning Yechen, her face etched with concern. Daddy, is Mother going to fight that bad person again? Yes, but do not fret, night after night. Your mother is exceptionally formidable. Ning Yechen smiled as he gently ruffled Luo Hongye's hair in reassurance. He was well aware of his wife's prowess. She had nearly slain a peak celestial being with a single sword strike, let alone this minor peak of the human realm. Even in the most unlikely of scenarios, should he covertly intervene, no one would ever discern his actions. He would never allow Luo Ruiying to suffer even the slightest harm. Beside Ning Yechen, Qi Yuan's expression betrayed a hint of guilt. She simultaneously hoped for Luo Ruiying's victory while fearing for her safety. Should Luo Ruiying sustain any injuries because of her, the weight of guilt would be unbearable. How could she ever face Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye again? On the arena, Chen Rou gazed confidently at Luo Ruiying, her arms outstretched and a smile gracing her lips as she beckoned. Come forth, let me witness your prowess. No sooner had her words faded than Luo Ruiying's delicate brows furrowed, and her figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind merely a faint golden mirage. As Chen Rou regained her composure, she found Luo Ruiying's icy crimson gaze mere inches from her own. The celestial sword at her waist was drawn, its resplendent golden light illuminating Chen Rou's face. In that fleeting moment, time appeared to slow to an agonizing crawl. The mocking confidence that adorned Chen Rou's features morphed into sheer terror as her mouth gradually fell agape. How swift! Is she truly of the celestial realm? With a swift motion, the golden sword light sliced through Chen Rou's form, blood erupting forth in an instant. Luo Ruiying had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. She was determined to conclude this encounter with alacrity. After all, she had children to return to. With a cough, Chen Rou spat blood and quickly retreated, creating distance as she unleashed several thunderstorm primordial pearls. The power of these pearls was immense, each harboring a tremendous force of compressed thunder, forged through the might of the heavens. Exceedingly rare, their explosive power could obliterate a cultivator of the transformation realm with a single strike. Yet, he hurled forth more than a dozen at once, his prized and long-held secret weapon, reluctantly employed due to the unexpected strength of this accursed woman. The thunderstorm primordial pearls encircled Luo Ruiying, a menacing aura enveloping her. Thunder! Explode! Chen Rou commanded, fury igniting her voice. The pearls flickered with electric light before detonating in unison. Luo Ruiying, however, remained unperturbed. With a graceful flourish, she reversed her sword and plunged it into the ground. A wave of sword energy rippled outward, enveloping her in a translucent golden aura. Boom, boom, boom. The simultaneous explosions of the thunderstorm primordial pearls unleashed a cataclysmic force, shattering the arena into disarray. Spectators near the stands instinctively recoiled in fear, retreating to safety as a thick cloud of dust enveloped the arena. All held their breath, eyes fixated on the tumultuous scene. Chen Rou clutched her bleeding chest, a sinister smile curling upon her lips. The power of the thunderstorm primordial pearls would surely leave her opponent severely weakened, if not dead. Yet, as the dust began to settle, there stood Luo Ruiying, celestial sword in hand, her exquisite form unmarred, presenting a vision of ethereal grace before the crowd. Not only was she uninjured, but even her garments remained pristine and untouched. How could this be possible? Chen Rou was taken aback, filled with confusion. How could it be that she remained unscathed amidst the dozen heavenly thunder primordial pearls? Below the arena, the members of the Qi family collectively exhaled, their faces adorned with relieved smiles. Ning Yechen, however, maintained a serene smile throughout. Luo Ruiying had nearly recovered from her injuries, having mastered celestial techniques that were unparalleled in the celestial realm. Those few small pearls could scarcely harm her. Moreover, the celestial sword in her grasp shimmered with resplendent golden light, its blade dancing like a shadow in motion, and radiating ethereal brilliance when still, a weapon of extraordinary caliber. Were it not for Chen Rou's initial choice to don a low-tier celestial armor, she would have been cleaved in two by a single stroke. In stark contrast, the expression on the Jiang family's faces was one of utter dismay. The Holy Lotus sect's envoy possessed peak celestial powers. How could he exhibit no ability to resist against that woman? What happened to the promised 99% chance of victory? Jiang Li's countenance darkened further. With his legs incapacitated, he could no longer walk, and he had lost his very essence. This rendered him increasingly irritable and vicious. he attributed all his misfortunes to Ning Yechen and his family. It was their encounter that delayed him on the road, leading to his assassination attempt and his current lamentable state. Thus, prior to the contest, he had specifically instructed Chenro to publicly humiliate Luo Ruiying. The outcome, however, was a complete surprise, one-sided in favor of Luo Ruiying. Chenro was no match for her at all. This revelation was difficult for the Jiang family to accept. At this moment, Chenro also noticed the Luo god sword in Luo Ruiying's hand, her expression one of profound shock. That was undoubtedly a celestial sword. Otherwise, how could it have so effortlessly cleaved through his Xianyun celestial armor? Initially, he had been confident of victory, bolstered by his celestial armor and the heavenly thunder primordial pearls. But he had not anticipated that his opponent wielded such a formidable celestial sword. Chenro's already pale visage became even more ghostly white due to excessive blood loss, his expression darkening to one of grim determination. Envoy, what are you waiting for? Quickly dispatch him. Jiang Li, consumed by rage, bellowed at Chenro on the arena. With his most vital asset gone, he had lost interest in Luo Ruiying. All he desired was to see her perish. Moreover, this contest was crucial for the future of the Jiang family in Nanli City. There could be no room for error. Being addressed in such a manner by a waste was infuriating for Chenro. Once he triumphed in the contest, he would eliminate this useless Jiang family member. Were it not for his meddling, he likely would not have needed to deal with Luo Ruiying at all today. Regardless, he could not afford to lose this contest. Chenro's face twisted with hatred as he retrieved a lotus seed from his bosom and consumed it, a ghastly smile spreading across his pallid face. Ha ha ha, you have forced my hand. Chapter 59, a single stroke to obliterate Ah. Upon swallowing the lotus seed, an explosive surge of violent spiritual energy erupted from Chenro, his spiritual essence soaring, evidently reaching the preliminary stages of divine transcendence. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the members of the Jiang family in the stands could not help but exhibit expressions of delight. The formidable aura emanating from the Holy Envoy signified that he was indeed serious. Quickly, eliminate her, Holy Envoy, Jiang Zhan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Disregarding his status as the family head, all he yearned for was a swift victory, to seize complete control of Nanli City, wishing for no further complications. As the tempestuous energy gradually subsided, Chenro cast a malevolent gaze towards Luo Ruiying, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips. You have done well to force me to this point, but this is where it ends. Even if you wish to surrender now, it is too late. Consuming the holy lotus seed to forcibly transcend to the celestial realm will severely compromise your foundation. It implies that true advancement to the celestial realm in the future will be exceedingly challenging. This was his final trump card. The reason behind his audacious confidence in claiming a 99% chance of victory prior to the contest. However, he had not wished to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Given the circumstances, he would not easily let Luo Ruiying escape. Yet, just as Chenro finished speaking, a radiant golden light enveloped Luo Ruiying's eyes, and the ethereal visage of the goddess Luo materialized behind her. In a swift motion, she closed the distance between herself and Chenro, her cold gaze fixed upon him, as she unleashed her celestial sword with a decisive strike. The divine manifestation of the goddess Luo followed suit, executing a simultaneous attack. This time, Chenro perceived Luo Ruiying's movements clearly but gravely miscalculated her strength. Shock coursed through him as he summoned his spiritual energy to form a barrier, raising his sword defensively. However, the celestial sword of the goddess Luo effortlessly severed his spiritual blade, the golden light gliding past his throat. Even the arena's protective barrier was cleaved asunder by the sword's brilliance. Stunned and incredulous, Chenro stood frozen, grappling with disbelief. How could this be possible? Had he truly been defeated? What manner of woman is this? With such speed and swordsmanship, could she genuinely possess the cultivation of the celestial realm? Chenro was left bewildered, with no opportunity to comprehend further. As Luo Ruiying sheathed her celestial sword, producing a clear chime, Chenro's head rolled from his shoulders. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Chenro was dead? The Jiang family had lost. The peak celestial realm powerhouse had been slain by this woman in merely 2 strikes. Had he not forcibly transcended to the celestial realm moments ago, yet was unable to withstand that one blow? The audience was left in stunned astonishment, their mouths agape. Many had believed the Jiang family was assured victory. Yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. Following a brief moment of shock, the Qi family erupted into exuberant cheers. We won. The Qi family has triumphed. How splendid. Elder Qi. We have emerged victorious. With the Qi family's jubilations echoing through the arena, others in the stands joined in congratulatory exclamations and joyous cheers towards the Qi family. This was the result that most had longed to witness, a true testament to the people's will. Luo Ruiying gracefully descended from the arena, making her way towards Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya. Ning Yechen, cradling Luo Hongya in his arms, approached Luo Ruiying, eager to embrace his wife after her hard-fought battle. Unexpectedly, another figure arrived ahead of him, swiftly leaping into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Sister Luo, I am immensely grateful to you. You are truly remarkable, Qi Yuan exclaimed, tightly embracing Luo Ruiying, tears of joy streaming down her face in an emotional outburst. Luo Ruiying offered a gentle smile, opting for silence. Once more, she forcefully invoked the power of the Luo god, depleting her internal energy. Fortunately, having learned from her previous confrontation with the ghostly husband, and considering Chun Ro's cultivation was not overly formidable, she managed to avoid excessively exhausting her own spiritual power this time. My dear, you have worked hard, Ning Yechen said, cradling Luo Hongya as he approached Luo Ruiying, a light smile gracing his features. Then, he cast an annoyed glance at Qi Yuan, still clinging to Luo Ruiying. This girl truly occupies my space. She has no sense of the atmosphere. Luo Ruiying, with a proud smile, accepted Luo Hongya from Ning Yechen. As a former Empress of the Celestial Realm, it would be a disgrace if she could not handle a mere peak human realm opponent after so long in her cultivation. Just as the family of three prepared to depart, a furious shout echoed from behind. Wait. I do not acknowledge the outcome of this competition. Cheating. She must have employed some despicable means. Otherwise, how could she possibly triumph over the esteemed envoy? Jiang Zheng pointed vehemently at Luo Ruiying, his voice reaching a near hysterical pitch. He was utterly incapable of accepting such a result. Luo Ruiying's victory meant that from this moment forth, the Jiang family would lose all jurisdiction over the streets of Nanli City. The entirety of Nanli City would belong to the Qi family. All his hard work would be in vain. What cannot the Jiang family bear to lose? Planning to renege? Qi Yuan shot a triumphant, mocking glance at Jiang Zheng. She had awaited this moment for a long time. Finally, she would no longer endure the Jiang family's oppression. I will never acknowledge the result of this competition. Jiang Zheng glared at Qi Yuan, his fierce gaze akin to that of a beast, longing to devour her whole. Members of the Jiang family and their guards rushed in, encircling the Qi family. The atmosphere became instantly tense and combative. At that moment, Han Guangji slowly descended from the air, positioning himself between the Qi and Jiang families. His gaze icy as he addressed Jiang Zheng and his entourage, exclaiming, the commercial competition has concluded. Does the Jiang family intend to violate the regulations set by the Treasure Merchant Association? Han Guangji unleashed a powerful aura, causing the Jiang family members to recoil in shock. The competition, witnessed by the Treasure Merchant Association, was undoubtedly fair and just. The Jiang family's actions had already transgressed the rules of the association. The faces of the Jiang family turned pale, filled with trepidation. They had never anticipated that Han Guangji possessed the cultivation of a celestial god. Moreover, the Treasure Merchant Association held influence across the world, a force not to be trifled with by a mere small family like the Jiangs. The onlookers had long grown weary of the Jiang family's arrogant demeanor, and now, having lost the competition, they sought to go back on their word. The crowd, indignant, rallied behind the Qi family, refusing to let the Jiang family retaliate after their defeat. Betrayal begets disdain. The Jiang family has tarnished the reputation of the Merchant Association. Depart at once. The Jiang family swiftly became the target of public scorn, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, universally condemned. The members of the Jiang family clenched their fists in indignation, grunting in frustration before turning away in disgrace. With the presence of the Treasure Merchant Association, inciting further wrath was ill-advised. They would bide their time. One day, he vowed, all present would come to regret their actions. Jiang Zheng seethed with resentment as he contemplated the humiliation inflicted upon his family today. Qi Rongchang, seasoned and jovial, couldn't resist calling out to Jiang Zheng as he departed. I kindly request that the head of the Jiang family prepare the street jurisdiction contract by tomorrow and present it to the Qi family. Jiang Zheng was fuming, nearly exploding with rage, yet he refrained from replying, hastily departing like a stray dog. Chapter 60. She has arrived? Once the Jiang family had vacated the premises, Qi Rongchang turned to Luo Ruiying, bowing respectfully to express his gratitude. Thank you, Fairy Luo, for your assistance. Our Qi family shall forever remember this favor. Had it not been for your intervention on behalf of the Qi family, it is likely that we would no longer exist in Nanli City after today. The members of the Qi family were filled with immense appreciation for Luo Ruiying. You are too kind, Elder Qi. Luo Ruiying responded with a gentle smile, gracious in her demeanor. Fairy Luo, would you and young Master Ning be inclined to visit our Qi family as esteemed guests? I have instructed my servants to prepare a banquet to express our gratitude. Qi Rongchang extended the invitation with a warm smile. Given Luo Ruying's formidable cultivation and Ning Yechen's extraordinary talent, either aspect would be enough to entice the Qi family to forge a relationship. Establishing rapport with a powerful cultivator capable of slaying peak celestial beings with a single strike was undoubtedly a wise decision. Dear Sister Luo, do come to our home for a visit, so that our Qi family may properly express our thanks. Qi Yuan eagerly added in agreement. Faced with the Qi family's earnest invitation, Luo Ruying exchanged a glance with Ning Yechen, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Gently shaking her head, she politely declined Qi Rongchang and Qi Yuan's offer. I truly appreciate the Qi family's kindness, but my husband and I prefer a quieter existence. Moreover, we have already prepared our own meal at home and would not wish to impose upon your family. I imagine the Qi family has much to attend to as well. They had come to Nanli City seeking a tranquil and ordinary life. Their assistance to the Qi family was partly a gesture of goodwill and appreciation for the offered residence, and partly a result of their disdain for the Jiang family. They wished to avoid entanglements with the Qi family. Upon hearing Luo Ruying's refusal, Qi Rongchang and Qi Yuan could not hide their disappointment, yet they did not press further. With the Qi family's success in the Merchant Association competition, the tides had turned in their favor, and there was indeed much preparation awaiting them. Meanwhile, Ning Yechen smiled and advised Qi Yuan, Miss Qi, if you have the time tomorrow, do visit me at my home. Both Qi Yuan and Luo Ruying were filled with curiosity regarding Ning Yechen's request. However, Qi Yuan nodded in agreement, responding, very well, Brother Ning. Ning Yechen offered no further explanation, taking Luo Ruying's hand as they departed. Suddenly, her palm was grasped tightly, and Luo Ruying was momentarily taken aback, her heart inexplicably stirred. She found herself surprisingly unperturbed by the sensation of being led by him. Once she regained her composure, Luo Ruying reciprocated by clasping Ning Yechen's hand. The trio gradually departed under the watchful eyes of the crowd, who reverently parted to make way. Many recognized Luo Ruying as the stunning woman they had encountered days prior. Now, having witnessed her true prowess, no one dared to show her any disrespect. After all, she was a formidable being capable of slaying those at the pinnacle of the celestial realm with a single sword strike. Killing them was as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. Hand in hand, they strolled back to the courtyard, during which Luo Ruying noticed a considerable amount of luggage piled up at the entrance of several vacant houses next door. Numerous servants were bustling in and out, transporting belongings. It seemed the properties had indeed been sold. The rapid sale of all nearby houses overnight was quite remarkable for such a secluded area. Yechen, it appears we have new neighbors next door. I shall take some items to greet them shortly, she remarked. Although the arrival of new neighbors might disrupt their previously tranquil existence, Luo Ruying still intended to adhere to the customs of amiable neighborliness, wishing to extend a cordial greeting to the newcomers. Ning Yechen, of course, had no objections. Just as he was about to agree, he happened to see the gate of the adjacent residence swing open, and a remarkably familiar figure emerged, clad in simple attire. The night deity approached the entrance, appearing almost as an ordinary mortal as he prepared to carry items into the house. Upon noticing Ning Yechen, the night deity's stern visage softened into a slight smile, and he nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further words, as if merely greeting a new neighbor. Ning Yechen was taken aback. What is this situation? That figure must undeniably be the night deity. There can be no mistake. Despite his perfect concealment, Ning Yechen could still discern the hidden strength within him. Upon seeing the night deity extend a gesture of goodwill, Luo Ruying returned the courtesy with a friendly nod. The night deity, however, chose not to engage further, instead retreating into the house while carrying his belongings, displaying remarkable politeness. I shall fetch some fruit and greet him, Luo Ruying decided, planning to return home to gather some fruit before visiting the new neighbor. Ning Yechen, alarmed, quickly intervened. My dear, that is not advisable. Why ever not? Luo Ruying inquired, puzzled by Ning Yechen's sudden agitation. It was the first time she had seen him so visibly excited and tense. My dear, just stay at home with the children. I shall personally go and buy some fruit to greet him. Allow me to handle this matter, Ning Yechen explained sheepishly, gently ushering Luo Ruying back toward their home. If Luo Ruying were to come into contact with the night deity, and perchance discern the truth, or if the night deity were to inadvertently reveal his identity, it could lead to dire consequences. Well, I shall leave it to you. Although Luo Ruying felt somewhat perplexed by Ning Yechen's sudden enthusiasm to personally visit the neighbors, she did not dwell on it, and returned home with Luo Hongya. Upon witnessing Luo Ruying heading towards the house, Ning Yechen swiftly appeared in front of Yi Tianxin. Greetings, Lord Demon Sovereign. Yi Tianxin promptly ceased his tasks, placed a hand on his chest, and bowed respectfully. Ning Yechen, with a stern expression and furrowed brow, questioned, What are you doing here? Did I not instruct you to refrain from disturbing my life? I dare not. Yi Tianxin replied earnestly. Then quickly gather your belongings and return to the demon realm. Do not appear before me again, Ning Yechen commanded forcefully. However, unexpectedly, Yi Tianxin did not comply. Instead, he spoke, Lord Demon Sovereign, I find it difficult to obey. We have been ordered to guard the side of the Lord Demon Sovereign's wife and the little princess, ever ready to await your commands and protect them. Rest assured, we shall disguise ourselves and will not cause you any trouble. Seeing Yi Tianxin dare to defy his orders, Ning Yechen was infuriated and raised his hand to reprimand him, preparing to personally send him back to the demon realm. Yet, as he lifted his hand, he belatedly grasped the implication of Yi Tianxin's words. Wait, what do you mean by we? Apart from you, are there others coming? With his head bowed respectfully, Yi Tianxin replied, Indeed, besides myself, other legion leaders and commanders. The Imperial Guards and the Shadow Guards have been ordered to disguise themselves and lie in ambush throughout the city, ready to heed your summons, Lord Demon Sovereign. Ning Yechen was taken aback. Who issued the orders? Reporting to the Lord Demon Sovereign, it was the Left Guardian. Could it be that she has also arrived? Chapter 61. Are you three pets recently adopted by the Lord Demon Sovereign? Time rewound to the period of the Merchant Association competition. Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying, and the others had already departed, leaving Ming Niu and the others to naturally take charge of guarding the house. Even in Ning Yechen's absence, they diligently cleaned every inch of the home. Once the cleaning was complete, the three of them gathered on the steps of the courtyard, holding feather dusters and cloths in hand. How long do you think it will be before the Lord and the lady return with the young miss? Bai Yuan curiously inquired of Meng Niu and Kai Se beside him. Although the lady's cultivation is merely at the celestial realm, her inner spiritual power is exceptionally profound. She is likely to return soon, Kai Se replied, arms crossed and legs casually crossed. She had witnessed Luo Ruiying secretly employing her spiritual power to wash clothes. The faint golden spiritual energy exuding an unusual pressure that even made her feel a twinge of apprehension. In a life-or-death struggle, she was not entirely confident she could surpass Luo Ruiying. It was evident that the lady's strength was also extraordinary. Meng Niu, with an air of arrogance, pounded his chest and declared, I know not how long the lady shall be away. However, if the master permits me, I could easily dispatch those individuals with a single strike. Foolish ox, you ought to temper your bravado. Should you reveal your identity and jeopardize the master's plans, he will not spare you. Do not forget, the snowball you hurled at the young lady's face has yet to be accounted for by the master. You should be grateful to be alive at this moment, Kai Se retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Meng Niu. She often worried that this foolish creature might inadvertently expose his true identity, which could implicate both herself and Bai Yuan should the master pursue the matter. Upon the mention of Ning Yechen, the pride that had adorned Meng Niu's countenance dissipated, leaving him as wilted as a withering blossom, his demeanor suddenly meek. He recalled his recent mishaps at work, where he had clumsily broken various items, causing him to tremble at the thought that the master might grow weary of him and dispose of him. Rather than concern for when the master and lady would return, Kai Se found herself feeling sympathetic towards the Jiang family. Why provoke anyone, if not the master? The mere thought of Ning Yechen's terrifying presence stirred a sense of pity for the Jiang family within her. Given the master's disposition, he would undoubtedly not let the Jiang family escape unscathed. She surmised that in a matter of days, the Jiang family would likely cease to exist. Bai Yuan nodded in agreement. Days? That seems far too long. If the master so desired, he could eradicate the Jiang family this very moment. Yet, it appears he does not wish to do so directly, Kai Se remarked thoughtfully. The fact that Ning Yechen had refrained from allowing them to take immediate action against the entire Jiang family indicated one thing. He had yet to decide on their outright annihilation. For eliminating them would be a matter of mere moments. As the trio engaged in their idle conversation, a gentle knock echoed through the courtyard. Is someone here? Has the master returned? The three exchanged startled glances, hastily rising to their feet and feigning work, sweeping the floor, wiping the tables. Yet, a sense of confusion enveloped them, logically. The master and lady would not return home without revealing their presence. Why had they heard not a whisper of sound? Before long, the courtyard door creaked open, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman of ethereal grace, her presence commanding as she stepped into the yard. Her keen eyes scanned the surroundings with intrigue as she murmured softly, Is this the abode of the demon lord? After searching for over a century, I have finally found it. Meng Niu and the others regarded the newcomer with bewilderment, ceasing their activities in silence. We thought it was the master returning, and you startled us. Meng Niu expressed his displeasure candidly. Hey, who are you? Do you not know it is impolite to intrude upon another's home? In recent days, apart from Qi Yuan, no one else had visited their dwelling. Upon encountering a stranger, Meng Niu's immediate instinct was to treat her as a trespasser and to shoo her away. Kai Se quickly intervened, eager to prevent any trouble from arising. She approached Yu Qingyu with courtesy, inquiring politely, "May I ask whom you seek?" "The master and his lady are temporarily away from home. Are they not here?" Yu Qingyu murmured softly, her expression tinged with disappointment. Nevertheless, having waited for over a century, she could afford to wait a little longer. Seizing this opportunity, she sought to gain a deeper understanding of the current life of the demon lord. Yu Qingyu stepped into the courtyard, her beautiful eyes curiously surveying her surroundings. Paying no heed to Meng Niu and the others, this prompted Kai Se to furrow her brow slightly. Who on earth is this person, so self-assured? If not for her desire to avoid troubling the master, she would have long since cast her out. As Yu Qingyu prepared to enter the main hall, Kai Se and the others could no longer hold back, positioning themselves in front of her and questioning with displeasure. "May we inquire who you are? It is rather impolite to enter someone else's home uninvited." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyu halted, her calm, beautiful gaze meeting that of Kai Se and the others. And her words left everyone astonished. Sky-swallowing divine python, chaotic demon bull, titan giant ape. To think that remnants of ancient beastly bloodlines still exist in the human realm. Yet, one could sense their power was somewhat lacking. Had they only recently ascended to the realm of immortals? Kai Se and the others widened their eyes, their expressions filled with shock. This person had seen through their disguises in an instant. It is worth noting that they had already attained the realm of immortals, ranking among the pinnacle of cultivators in the human realm. Even Luo Ruiying had failed to penetrate their facade, yet this unexpected woman had done so effortlessly. Although she emitted no trace of spiritual power, she was undoubtedly extraordinary. The expressions of Kai Se and her companions grew solemn as they exchanged glances, resolutely preparing to act. Hearing rumors of someone relentlessly pursuing the lady and a young miss, it was possible that this woman was indeed the culprit. With the master absent, it was their duty to guard the home. They resolved to subdue her first. As they charged at her, Yu Qingyu's expression remained unchanged. She merely uttered, "Lie down." In an instant, Kai Se and her companions felt a jolt to their heads, their bodies seemingly manipulated by an unknown force, compelling them to prostrate themselves on the ground. Their bodies were utterly unresponsive. This was not a result of spiritual pressure exerted through force. She emitted no aura of spiritual energy. Instead, her words seemed to possess an inexplicable enchantment, controlling their bodies and leaving them no choice but to obey. They were utterly powerless to resist. This was only the second individual, since encountering Ning Yechen, to instill such a sense of terror and helplessness in them. Yu Qingyu stood before Kai Se and her companions. Looking down at them, her brows slightly knitted as she remarked with mild disdain, "Too weak. Are you three the newly adopted pets of the Demon Lord?" "Demon Lord? Pets?" Kai Se, bewildered, raised her head in confusion. Could this woman be referring to that esteemed figure? Despite being cultivators in the realm of immortals, they were regarded as mere pets in her words. However, considering that esteemed figures might, perhaps it was not entirely unfounded to label them as such. Chapter 62. My wife has been deceived. After parting ways with Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying entered the courtyard with Luo Hongya in her arms. Upon encountering the wide-open gate, Luo Ruiying felt a twinge of confusion, initially believing that Kai Se and the others had merely forgotten to close it. However, as she stepped into the courtyard and beheld the exquisite and radiant figure of Yu Qingyu, she realized that someone had indeed arrived. Casting a glance at Yu Qingyu, Luo Ruiying then turned her attention to the three individuals sprawled on the ground, inquiring with curiosity, "What is the matter with you? Why are you lying on the ground?" "Madam, miss, you have returned. We accidentally slipped and fell," Kai Se awkwardly explained with a sheepish smile. Just then, Yu Qingyu silently retracted her command, allowing Kai Se and the others to regain their freedom. Their gazes towards Yu Qingyu were imbued with an unprecedented sense of trepidation. If she had wished to harm them, it would have been a mere word away. The simultaneous fall of the three was indeed too careless. Not dwelling on it further, Luo Ruiying looked back at Yu Qingyu and asked, "Who is this young lady?" Since Luo Ruiying had returned with Luo Hongya in her arms, Yu Qingyu's eyes had remained fixed upon the two of them, her beautiful gaze gradually revealing boundless joy and affection. Is she the esteemed wife of the Demon Lord, the lady of the Demon Realm? Such a breathtaking beauty, perfectly matched with the Demon Lord. And the adorable little one in her arms must be the princess of the Demon Realm. Truly enchanting and delightful, reminiscent of the Demon Lord in his youth. She was utterly satisfied, overwhelmed with joy. Yu Qingyu's icy countenance could not suppress the slight upward curve of her lips, betraying an uncontrollable smile. In such a moment, one ought to maintain an air of elegance and composure, yet she found it impossible to do so. To Luo Ruiying, Yu Qingyu's smile appeared deeply suspicious. From the very beginning, this woman had been scrutinizing her and the baby in her arms, her fervent gaze betraying delight. Could it be that she is Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow slightly, immediately heightening her vigilance. Yu Qingyu, undeterred, glided gracefully towards Luo Ruiying, her steps light and dignified. Crossing her legs, she gently placed her palm on her chest and slightly bowed, executing a most elegant greeting. I have the honor of meeting the madam and the little princess. Madam? Little princess? Luo Ruiying tightened her hold on Luo Hongya, regarding Yu Qingyu with a puzzled expression. Just as Yu Qingyu was about to respond, Ning Yechen hurriedly returned. Upon seeing Yu Qingyu, his expression changed dramatically. She has truly come, he exclaimed, swiftly stepping in front of Luo Ruiying and asking you. What brings you here? Ning Cheng, do you know this young lady? Before Yu Qingyu could answer, Luo Ruiying interjected. My dear, she was once a servant in my household. It has been quite some time since we last met. Ning Yechen quickly conjured an explanation. Is that so? Luo Ruiying remarked, scrutinizing Yu Qingyu once more. Although she had previously heard about Ning Yechen's respectable background, she had not anticipated that even his servants would possess such beauty and grace. While she had thought Kai Sei and the others were already remarkably distinguished, it was evident that this young lady's appearance and demeanor surpassed them all. Yu Qingyu exuded an aura of noble elegance and aloofness, strikingly unlike that of a mere maid. In fact, her demeanor could easily rival that of the lady herself. Astutely, Yu Qingyu quickly discerned the reason behind Ning Yechen's attempt to prevent her from speaking. It seemed that this lady was still unaware of the true identity of the demon lord. From Luo Ruiying, she even sensed a faint trace of celestial energy. She was indeed of the celestial realm. No wonder the demon lord sought to conceal his identity. Although Yu Qingyu felt a twinge of confusion regarding why the demon lord would choose a celestial woman as his wife, she harbored no objections. For as long as the demon lord wished to marry and bear children, she would wholeheartedly support his choice. Regardless of whom he chose as a spouse, even if it were a pig demon, she would not mind in the slightest. Upon realizing that Ning Yechen did not wish to reveal his identity, Yu Qingyu promptly followed his lead, bowing respectfully as she introduced herself. I am Yu Qingyu, honored lady. I have served as the young master's personal maid, and at his behest, I have come to attend to you and the young miss. My command. Ning Yechen exclaimed, taken aback. When had he given such an order? Yu Qingyu's words were clearly intended to ensure her stay. Is that so? Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yechen, inquiring. Ning Yechen thought to himself that this was troublesome. If she continued to play along, it would be difficult to find an excuse to dismiss her. Yet, he could not outright deny it, for that would create complications in explaining to Luo Ruiying. With little time to deliberate, Ning Yechen reluctantly nodded in agreement with Yu Qingyu's statement. Yes, my dear, that is indeed the case. But I am not accustomed to being attended to. Upon learning that Yu Qingyu had been summoned by Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying felt her guard lower. Seizing the opportunity presented by her words, Ning Yechen immediately replied, since you are not accustomed to it, I shall have her leave. With that, he cast a discreet glance at Yu Qingyu, silently urging her to depart. However, Yu Qingyu seemed oblivious to Ning Yechen's unspoken command. Her previously icy countenance transformed into one of sorrow, tears poised to fall as she delicately brushed the corners of her eyes. In a mournful tone, she lamented, young master. Ever since you left, I have been searching for you. I am truly delighted to see you again. Yet, now you wish to send me away. I have wandered for so long. If you do not want me, I have nowhere else to go. Ning Yechen was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Yu Qingyu would resort to such a ploy to remain. The esteemed leader of the demon realm, second only to one, was now feigning a pitiful demeanor. Had he not been well acquainted with her character, he might have been deceived. It felt profoundly incongruous. You are not usually like this. Do not embellish your role so carelessly, and you hardly resemble someone who has been wandering for ages. My dear, you must not be fooled by her. Ning Yechen turned to Luo Ruiying, only to find himself even more astonished. Luo Ruiying's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she regarded Yu Qingyu with profound sympathy. It's quite all right. There are vacant rooms in my home. Since you are here, let us reside together for the time being, she gently declared. Taking Yu Qingyu's hand, turning back, she cast a fierce glare at Ning Yechen, seemingly reproaching him for his callousness. How could he summon someone only to dismiss them so heartlessly? Luo Ruiying had once wandered the mortal realm with Luo Hongyi to evade pursuers, so Yu Qingyu's situation resonated deeply with her. Observing this scene, Ning Yechen's first thought was that his wife had fallen for a ruse. Come, miss you. Allow me to show you to a room of your liking, he offered. As Luo Ruiying guided Yu Qingyu further inside. Thank you, madam, Yu Qingyu replied with a slight bow, casting a discreet glance at Ning Yechen, her lips curling into a triumphant smile. Ning Yechen thought, Chapter 63, Safety taken too far. This will be your room from now on. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me, Luo Ruiying kindly instructed as they selected a chamber in the inner courtyard. Thank you, madam. Yu expressed her gratitude with a graceful bow, each gesture exuding poise and respect. This only piqued Lo Ruing's curiosity regarding Ning Yechen's family background. What sort of lineage could produce such an exemplary and courteous maid? Ning Yechen remained closely vigilant beside Lo Ruing, wary of any peculiar actions or words from Yu. With her now consistently at Lo Ruing's side, he found himself devoid of opportunities for private conversation, and his attempts at discreet communication were completely disregarded. It seemed she was fully aware of his reluctance to confront her in Lo Ruing's presence. At that moment, Luo Hongyi, nestled in Lo Ruing's embrace, piped up softly, "Mother, I am hungry. My dear, please assist Yi in preparing something to eat. I shall handle matters here," Ning Yechen interjected promptly, seizing the opportunity as he gently ushered Lo Ruing out of the room. "Very well, you may converse." Lo Ruing thought Ning Yechen wished to catch up with his attendant, and thus took her leave with Luo Hongyi. "I shall accompany the madam." Yu attempted to follow, but Ning Yechen quickly interrupted, "You stay. I have matters to discuss with you." Once he confirmed Lo Ruing had departed, Ning Yechen swiftly closed the door, his brow furrowed and expression stern as he confronted Yu. "What is your purpose here?" "To serve the esteemed demon lord, as well as the madam and the little princess," she replied, immediately adopting a demeanor of utmost respect, her hand resting over her heart. "I am no longer the demon lord of the demon realm. You need not remain by my side. I do not require your service. Leave at once," Ning Yechen commanded, his face set in a serious expression. With their presence, how could he lead a mundane, secluded life with his wife and child? As the serene moonlight cast a gentle glow, Yuqingyo's expression shifted to one of solemnity and reverence. Kneeling on one knee, her hand remained pressed against her chest, and she raised her gaze to Ning Yechen, speaking with utmost seriousness. "You shall forever be the sole supreme of our demon realm. Just as we swore on that fateful day, we shall eternally stand by your side. If you truly wish for us to depart forever, it would require nothing less than your own hand to bring about my demise." Ning Yechen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his hand gently, causing the void surrounding Yu to warp. Yet, she remained steadfast, showing no inclination to resist. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Yechen let out a resigned sigh, conceding, "Rise." At times, he found himself troubled by the unwavering loyalty and fervor of his subordinates, which hindered his desire for retirement. Despite instructing them not to seek him out, they had persisted for over a century. He could never truly bring himself to harm such devoted followers. Yu was undoubtedly aware of this, fully cognizant that he could never lay a hand on her. This realization vexed him the most. "Thank you, Lord Demon Sovereign," Yu replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she rose with an air of nonchalance. "Now, tell me, how many from the demon realm have you brought over?" Ning Yechen settled into a nearby chair, resting his cheek on one hand, his demeanor cold and aloof, reminiscent of the demon sovereign of yore, as he inquired of Yu. The sight of Ning Yechen embodying the essence of the demon sovereign filled her heart with elation. "Reporting to you, my lord demon sovereign, I have summoned all 13 demon gods to the human realm. The 1st, 3rd, and 6th legions are also being mobilized, and will soon arrive in the human realm. The commanders of each legion, along with your shadow guards and the forbidden guard, have already reached the city. I have arranged for each of them to assume concealed identities throughout the city, ready to await your orders. We shall ensure the safety of the lady and the young princess. Of course, we would never intrude upon your life with the lady and the young princess," she added. Ning Yechen interjected, "This already disrupts my existence." He rubbed his forehead, unable to suppress his frustration. The arrival of all 13 demon gods, coupled with 3 legions numbering nearly 100,000, not to mention the additional forces from the shadow and forbidden guards, did not resemble a protective contingent at all. It felt more like an impending assault on the entire human realm. And with this, they expected him to enjoy a tranquil life, minimize the personnel movements within the city. All legions are to return to the demon realm. Ning Yechen cast a sidelong glance at Yu, issuing the command with irritation. The mere mobilization of her forces could easily level the entirety of the human realm. Yu hesitated, expressing her concerns. "Lord Demon Sovereign, wouldn't this compromise our safety? It is already sufficiently secure. In fact, it is overly secure. With you and me present, that is more than enough," Ning Yechen replied, exasperated. His very presence rendered the need for protection moot. Yet Yu had conspicuously summoned such a vast number of individuals. The mere presence of the 13 demon gods already epitomizes the level of celestial emperors, not to mention that Yu has personally arrived. Upon hearing Ning Yechen's last words, Yu felt it was a gesture of trust and smiled faintly, nodding in agreement. "I understand. Everything shall be in accordance with the will of the demon lord." For the time being, Ning Yechen, unable to persuade Yu Qingyu to leave, decided to allow her to stay in his home as a maid. Yu Qingyu was a shrewd and serious individual, and even if she remained, it was unlikely she would disturb his life. Moreover, with Yu Qingyu by the side of Luo Ruiying and her daughter, he could feel a greater sense of security. Her presence was incomparable to that of Meng Niu and the others. I have always been the demon lord's personal maid, Yu Qingyu retorted earnestly to Ning Yechen's earlier remark. Ning Yechen, disinterested in further debate, summoned Meng Niu and her companions, instructing them, "You three, in my absence, will heed her every command." "Yes, my lord." Meng Niu and her companions responded with respectful bows. They were already aware of Ning Yechen's identity as the demon lord and had witnessed Yu Qingyu's terrifying prowess. Leaving no room for dissent, Yu Qingyu furrowed her brows as she looked at Meng Niu and her companions, then turned to Ning Yechen, asking, "Demon lord, if you must keep pets, they should at least be formidable. These three are too weak and utterly useless. They are even inferior to the hellhounds at the entrance of your demon palace. Shall I procure a more capable batch for you from the demon realm?" Upon hearing this, Meng Niu and her companions trembled in fear, their eyes brimming with tears as they looked at Ning Yechen. If the lord no longer wanted them, would they face immediate disposal? Despite their weaknesses, surely they were not entirely without merit, right? They had learned how to wash clothes, cook, clean, chop wood, and make fire. Ning Yechen gazed at Meng Niu and her companions in exasperation. They hardly embodied the demeanor expected of demon royalty. "Let us keep them. I find some enjoyment in caring for them. If that is the case, we shall abide by the will of the demon lord." With Ning Yechen's affirmation, Yu Qingyu did not insist further. "Thank you, my lord." Meng Niu and her companions immediately expressed their gratitude, tears streaming down their faces. The lord had not cast them aside. They had once again managed to survive. Chapter 64. She has always been like this. Meanwhile, Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye in her arms, spooning kanji into the child's mouth, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing toward the inner courtyard. Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu had been conversing in the room for quite some time and had yet to emerge. An instinct told her that the relationship between Yu Qingyu and Ning Yechen seemed unusual, yet she could not pinpoint what felt amiss. She constantly felt an urge to sneak a peek, but hesitated, feeling it would be inappropriate. Had her prolonged stay in the human realm and the mundane life she led caused her to become overly contemplative? Luo Ruiying gently caressed her cheek, pondering. She had not been one to indulge in such thoughts before. Hopefully, she was merely overthinking. Mother-ah, Luo Hongya, comfortably nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace, wiggled her little feet and looked up at Luo Ruiying with her mouth agape, eagerly awaiting her next bite. As Luo Ruiying lovingly smiled, she cast aside the distractions swirling in her mind, continuing to scoop spoonfuls of porridge to feed Luo Hongya. With squinting eyes filled with joy, Luo Hongya playfully swung her little feet, revealing a crescent moon-like charming smile. At that moment, Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu emerged from the inner courtyard. "Father," Luo Hongya called out in a sweet, soft voice. Ning Yechen, with a warm smile, took Luo Hongya from Luo Ruiying's embrace, cradling her tenderly while gently stroking her petite back. Observing this, Luo Ruiying merely smiled softly, reaching for a handkerchief to wipe Luo Hongya's mouth. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Yu Qingyu was instantly moved, tears welling in her eyes, her face breaking into a contented smile. What a heartwarming and blissful moment it was. She had waited long to witness such a scene, and finally, in her lifetime, it unfolded before her eyes. Now, even death held no regrets for her. She yearned to capture this moment, projecting it onto the demon realm for all to sing praises of it. Noticing the tears glistening in Yu Qingyu's eyes, Luo Ruiying, puzzled, inquired, "Miss Yu, what troubles you?" "Madam, I am well. I am simply overwhelmed with emotion," Yu Qingyu replied. "Overwhelmed?" Luo Ruiying questioned in confusion. "Indeed. Witnessing the affection shared between the young master, you, and the young lady fills my heart with indescribable emotion." "Thank you, madam." As she spoke, Yu Qingyu deeply bowed to Luo Ruiying. Without Luo Ruiying, she would have never known when she could witness the moment the demon lord married and had children. Luo Ruiying, bewildered and at a loss, turned to Ning Yechen with a puzzled expression. Ning Yechen, equally perplexed, was unsure how to explain, simply stating, "My dear, do not mind her. She has always been this way. Yu Qingyu has been urging me to marry for decades in the demon realm. Perhaps she is genuinely moved at this moment." Yu Qingyu slowly approached Ning Yechen, her usually indifferent eyes shimmering with affection, fixating on Luo Hongye in his arms. What an adorable and beautiful little princess. She truly inherited the splendid genes of the demon lord. In the future, she would surely rival the presence of the demon lord. Suppressing her eagerness to hold Luo Hongye close, Yu Qingyu asked in a tone bordering on supplication, "Young master, may I hold the young lady?" Her eyes were filled with an unmistakable longing to embrace the child. Ning Yechen found it difficult to refuse her request. If it's merely a hug, then it poses no issue. Just do not startle Hongya. Rest assured, young master. If I frighten the young lady, I shall atone with my life, Yuqingyu replied calmly, as if discussing something trivial. There is no need for such extremes, Ning Yechen replied, exasperated. Luo Ruiying stood by, equally astonished. Was this Miss Yu truly so serious as to speak of atonement with death? Cuddled in Ning Yechen's arms, Luo Hongya gazed curiously and timidly at Yuqingyu. Ning Yechen gently handed Luo Hongya to Yuqingyu, softly advising, do not be afraid. She is neither good nor bad. Initially, Luo Hongya felt a sense of resistance, instinctively seeking refuge in Ning Yechen's embrace. The only individuals she truly trusted were Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. She had never allowed others to hold her. Even when Qi Yuan attempted to embrace her, she would instinctively recoil. However, under Ning Yechen's gentle reassurance, Luo Hongya, though still somewhat fearful, displayed an obedient demeanor, refraining from struggling or crying as Yuqingyu tenderly cradled her in her arms. Yuqingyu held Luo Hongya with utmost care, her face radiating an incredible joy. Her hands trembled slightly, overwhelmed with excitement. She was now holding the child of the demon lord, the little princess of the demon realm. What an honor this was. She resolved to never wash this outfit or her hands again. The resemblance to the young master was striking. Truly, she was my beloved little princess. Yuqingyu remarked with a gentle and affectionate smile directed at Luo Hongya. Ning Yechen, speechless, shot a glance at Yuqingyu and interrupted, wake up, that is mine. If others from the demon realm were to witness her in such a tender state, they would undoubtedly struggle to believe it was their stern and unyielding president. Yuqingyu seemed oblivious to Ning Yechen's words, her eyes still sparkling with delight as she meticulously admired every inch of Luo Hongya. From mere touch and sight, she had likely gauged Luo Hongya's weight and dimensions. Feeling somewhat timid under the scrutiny, Luo Hongya shyly inquired, sister, are you here to play with me? Sister? How delightful it would be if she could call her grandmother. Well, sister will suffice. Upon hearing Luo Hongya's designation, Yuqingyu's expression faltered slightly in disappointment. Yet she quickly embraced the title. Please do not arbitrarily alter the hierarchy. Ning Yechen admonished Yuqingyu once more, exasperated. Standing nearby, Luo Ruiying appeared increasingly perplexed. She struggled to comprehend the situation, questioning whether she had truly heard correctly. Grandmother. Did that imply that Miss Yu wished to assume the role of mother to her and Ning Yechen? Was this something a personal attendant should even utter? Yechen, what is going on? Luo Ruiying sought an explanation from Ning Yechen, her confusion evident. Ning Yechen, at a loss for words, could only reply, do not mind her. She has always been like this. It was difficult not to mind, Luo Ruiying mused silently. Yuqingyu's demeanor felt increasingly peculiar. Yuqingyu, undeterred by her previous remarks, formally and earnestly placed her hand on her heart, addressing Luo Hongya. From this moment forth, I shall remain by your side and that of the lady, dedicated to serving both of you. In that instant, she pledged her loyalty to the demon realm before Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya. Chapter 65. A discomforting night after her bath, Luo Ruiying sat on the edge of the bed, cradling Luo Hongya as she gently dried her damp hair. As soon as her hair was dry, Luo Hongya eagerly turned and burrowed into the covers. Beyond eating and playing, her second favorite activity was to sleep each night alongside Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Daddy, Mommy, good night, Luo Hongya chirped, peeking her little head out from under the blankets. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged a smile, removing their outer garments before joining her on the bed. In the cozy embrace of one bed and a shared quilt, the three settled in for the night, with Luo Hongya nestled comfortably between her parents. Not long after lying down, lulled by Luo Ruiying's gentle caresses, she soon drifted into slumber. Ning Yechen propped his head up with one hand, gazing tenderly at the sleeping child before shifting his gaze to the lovely Luo Ruiying. Noticing his gaze, Luo Ruiying lifted her beautiful eyes in curiosity, asking, why do you keep staring at me? Because you are stunning, my dear, Ning Yechen replied sincerely, the words flowing from his heart. It was indeed the truth. Among all the women he had encountered, Luo Ruiying was the most beautiful. With her hair elegantly pinned up in a mature bun, her exquisite features radiated a refined femininity. Earlier, as she comforted Luo Hongya, she exuded a nurturing glow of maternal affection. Caught off guard by Ning Yechen's unexpected compliment, a faint blush crept onto Luo Ruiying's cheeks. She shot him an annoyed glance, lowering her head and averting her gaze. What is he suddenly talking about? She thought, feeling a touch embarrassed. Observing her bashful demeanor, Ning Yechen felt his heart flutter even more. Despite being a mother to a child over 2 years old, she still possessed the innocent charm of a young girl, a quality he found quite endearing. Ning Yechen gradually leaned closer to Luo Ruiying, the distance between them diminishing. They had been together for a while, yet their moments of solitude were rare, as most of their time was spent playing with their child. Although their bond was steadily growing, there had been no significant progression in their relationship, with Luo Hongye peacefully asleep. This moment presented a rare opportunity for the couple to share intimate whispers in the stillness of the night. Just as Ning Yechen leaned in, ready to close the gap further, Luo Ruying's sudden question froze him in place. By the way, Yechen, was that moon girl really your former maid? Ning Yechen's heart skipped a beat. Why does she ask this? Has she sensed something amiss? Seeing his prolonged silence, Luo Ruying tilted her head in confusion, only to find Ning Yechen now so close that their faces nearly touched. What are you doing so close? She stammered. Oh, I was merely concerned that the blankets might let in a draft, causing you to catch a chill. Thus, I thought it best to huddle closer for warmth. Ning Yechen replied with utmost seriousness. Why is your face so close to mine? In that moment, Ning Yechen's face was merely a fist's distance away from hers, quite intimate. She couldn't shake the feeling that things were not as he portrayed. With an awkward cough, Ning Yechen silently distanced himself a bit and lay down. Regrettably, he had failed. Looking at the disappointed expression on Ning Yechen's face, Luo Ruying felt an inexplicable amusement. What exactly was he disappointed about? She propped herself up slightly, tugged at the quilt, and covered both Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen more snugly. With her cultivation, even the coldest weather would have no effect on her, so naturally, she wished to keep the quilt more for the children in him. My dear, you are truly kind, Ning Yechen said as a satisfied smile spread across his face when Luo Ruying personally adjusted the quilt for him. My wife is so gentle, with a hint of annoyance. Luo Ruying retorted, don't think you can evade my question. You still haven't answered me. Ning Yechen replied, my dear, she was indeed my former personal maid. However, after I left home to live in seclusion, I have not seen her for a long time. He spoke carefully, with no hint of deceit in his words. Yu Qingyu had indeed always been his personal maid in the demon realm. Ah, a personal maid, Luo Ruying murmured thoughtfully, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Her tone filled with an ambiguous curiosity. Ning Yechen's heart raced as he cautiously observed the change in her expression. Surely, she isn't jealous, is she? Fortunately, the jealousy he feared did not manifest. Instead, Luo Ruying simply asked, Yechen, your household servants seem rather extraordinary. I find myself curious about your family background. If it were just Ming Niu and the others, it would be one thing, but Yu Qingyu's grace and beauty are truly remarkable. How could someone like her be your personal maid? This makes me wonder what kind of lineage you come from to cultivate such a maid. Deep down, she felt an indescribable sensation regarding Yu Qingyu. Her intuition told her that this woman was far from ordinary. Yet there was no doubt that she bore no hostility towards them. Rather, she was exceptionally respectful. Noticing Luo Ruying's curiosity, Ning Yechen smiled knowingly and said, my dear, what is there to be curious about? Should the opportunity arise in the future, I promise to take you back to see it for yourself, and then you will understand. Ah, indeed, Luo Ruying did not grasp the deeper meaning in Ning Yechen's words, considering it merely as a visit to her husband's family, as any wife would do. As your wife now, I should properly visit your family. Are there still many people at home? If we are to return, I should prepare some gifts. There is no need to prepare gifts, my dear. When you return, they will be delighted just to see you. Besides, there are quite a few people. You couldn't possibly manage to prepare gifts for everyone. Ning Yechen chuckled awkwardly. With his status as the supreme being of the demon realm, all its inhabitants were essentially his subjects, and their numbers were indeed not to be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruying's curiosity only intensified. Just how many people were there in his family? Ning Yechen, feeling concerned that Luo Ruying would persist in her inquiries, swiftly diverted the conversation. My dear, could you lift your head for a moment? Luo Ruying responded with a hint of confusion, yet she slightly raised her head from the pillow. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yechen extended his arm over her pillow and smiled. You may lie down now, my dear. Upon noticing Ning Yechen's arm, Luo Ruying finally understood his intentions. He desired for her to rest her head upon it. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously reclined against his arm. As soon as her head rested, Ning Yechen gently curled his arm, drawing her into his embrace. Her form nearly sprawled across his chest. Luo Hongye nestled snugly between them, the three of them closely entwined. A flicker of surprise coursed through Luo Ruying's heart. Her cheeks flushed. However, she cast a playful glare at Ning Yechen without pulling away. How do you feel, my dear? Ning Yechen inquired with a smile. It's too hard. Not comfortable at all. Luo Ruying pouted slightly, expressing her distaste. Is that so? Shall I change my position? Upon hearing her words, Ning Yechen contemplated withdrawing his arm to adjust his posture. Yet, Luo Ruying pressed her hand against his arm, closed her eyes, and softly murmured, no need, this is fine. It feels quite nice. The following morning, Luo Ruiying sat before the dressing mirror, meticulously arranging her hair. Her graceful figure on full display. My dear, allow me to assist you. Ning Yechen leaned closer to her ear, his cheek brushing against hers. Do you know how to style hair? Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed as she asked in surprise. If you ask like that, you might be underestimating my abilities. Ning Yechen replied with a gentle smile, taking the hairpin and comb from her hands, skillfully tending to her tresses. Luo Ruiying sat quietly at the mirror, allowing Ning Yechen to style her hair. Although his technique was somewhat clumsy, it was unexpectedly deft, and before long, he had elegantly arranged her hair and secured it with a hairpin. Luo Ruiying gazed into the mirror, slightly astonished by the results. Luo Hongya, brimming with excitement, bounced at Ning Yechen's feet. Daddy, it's my turn now. It's time for the adorable Hongya. Ning Yechen chuckled as he picked up Luo Hongya, placing her in his lap, and skillfully fashioned two delightful buns atop her little head. Luo Ruiying observed from the side, finding the unfamiliar style surprisingly endearing. Just as the hairstyle was completed, a voice echoed from outside the door. Young master, madam, breakfast is ready. Thank you for your hard work, Luo Ruiying replied, lifting Luo Hongya as she opened the door. Standing gracefully at the entrance was Yuqingyu. Upon seeing the charming hairstyle of the little princess in Luo Ruiying's arms, her eyes sparkled with fervor, nearly overwhelming her before she swiftly suppressed it. That was close. I almost couldn't contain myself. The little princess is simply too adorable. She longed to hold the little princess in her arms, just as Madame did. Ning Yechen entered the hall, where a lavish spread of delectable dishes awaited them on the table. Are you truly capable of cooking? Ning Yechen inquired, astonished, as he discreetly communicated with Yuqingyu. In his memory, she did not seem like someone who would possess culinary skills. After the birth of the little princess, I dedicated 3 days to mastering it. Yuqingyu replied, her tone calm. This revelation left Ning Yechen even more incredulous. Was it truly necessary to exert such effort? The notion of the president of the demon realm personally learning to cook was utterly unfathomable. Luo Ruiying also expressed surprise, sampling a few bites, her eyes lighting up with delight. The flavor is indeed quite exquisite. She delicately fed a piece of tender fish to Luo Hongya, who chewed thoughtfully, a radiant smile gracing his face. Delicious. To receive the lady's praise is my honor. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you every day. Upon hearing Luo Hongya's words, a proud and satisfied smile blossomed on Yuqingyu's face. She would be the first, besides the demon lord, to earn the little princess's commendation. Her diligent practice had not been in vain. It was all worth it. Meng Niu and the others stood obediently behind Yuqingyu. Previously, Luo Ruiying did not mind them sharing a seat at the table, but with Yuqingyu present, they felt too intimidated. She had warned them that any behavior unbecoming of their status would result in their disappearance from the world, a threat as terrifying as that of the demon lord himself, and even more stringent towards them. Seeing Yuqingyu and Meng Niu standing firmly, Luo Ruiying smiled at them, saying, you should join us at the table. We are merely your servants, unworthy of sitting with you. Yuqingyu replied with a serious bow. Luo Ruiying, taken aback by Yuqingyu's adherence to protocol, chuckled and reassured her, it's perfectly fine here. There is an abundance of food. Not partaking would be wasteful. Madam, that is unacceptable. It does not align with our status and duties. Yuqingyu resolutely declined once more. Luo Ruiying found herself at a loss with Yuqingyu's stubbornness. Ning Yechen gently patted Luo Ruiying's shoulder, suggesting, my dear, perhaps try a different approach. He then turned to Yuqingyu and stated, you all shall sit down and partake in the meal. That is an order. Yes. With this command, Yuqingyu hesitated briefly before acquiescing, though she wished to refuse. The demon lord's orders were not to be defied. Such commands were absolute within the demon realm. Thus, she had no choice but to comply. Only after Yuqingyu seated herself did Meng Niu and the others cautiously take their places. Luo Ruiying felt a sense of helplessness. Must they all require in order to sit? After all her words, it seemed a single command was more effective. Just as everyone settled around the table, a series of knocks echoed from the courtyard door. Ning Yechen, already aware, knew it must be Qi Yuan. Although he had instructed her to visit today, he had not anticipated her arrival to be so early. Kaisei rose to open the courtyard door, and indeed, it was Qi Yuan, arriving bright and early for a visit. Sister Luo, brother Ning. As Qi Yuan entered the hall, she greeted Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen with boundless enthusiasm and joy. After triumphing over the Jiang family the previous day, the Qi family had been tirelessly engaged in consolidating their authority over the various streets of Nanli City. However, this bustling activity filled the Qi family with immense delight. Since yesterday, a smile had not left Qi Yuan's lips. With a playful spirit, she approached Luo Hongya, crouching down to affectionately stroke the round, cherubic cheeks of the little princess. Sister Qi, stammered Luo Hongya, caught off guard by the sudden affection. Not far away, Yu Qingyu observed Qi Yuan's unabashed display of affection and was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. A flicker of coldness passed through her gaze. How dare she so freely caress the little princess of the demon realm? Such an affront was utterly unforgivable. Yu Qingyu had never dared to indulge in such liberties herself. Lord Demon Sovereign, who is this woman? May I eliminate her? She thought, suppressing the surging tide of murderous intent within her. She cast a cold stare at Qi Yuan, awaiting permission from Ning Yechen. If only the Demon Sovereign would consent, she would make this woman vanish without a trace. Ning Yechen shot a disapproving glance at Yu Qingyu and retorted, absolutely not. To erase someone merely for having touched Luo Hongya's face is excessive. Besides, Qi Yuan's actions stem from her affection for Hongya, which makes it even less justifiable to harm her. Qi Yuan sensed a chill creeping up her spine and turned to meet Yu Qingyu's icy gaze. It was then that she realized there was someone unfamiliar standing behind her. This sister was nearly as striking as Luo, yet there was something fearsome about her. Why did she seem to regard her with such hostility? Had she done something wrong? Chapter 67. I don't quite understand either why you. Hello? Qi Yuan said cautiously, attempting to break the ice. Hello, Yu Qingyu replied curtly, her duty as a servant compelling her to respond politely, although her eyes remained fixed on Qi Yuan with a frosty intensity. Startled, Qi Yuan instinctively shrank back. Who was this woman? She was truly intimidating. Under her gaze, it felt as though she were plunging into an icy abyss, a chill pervading her entire being. Seeking solace, Qi Yuan glanced toward Ning Yechen, her eyes filled with confusion and trepidation. Miss Qi, this is my family's new attendant, Yu Qingyu, who was also my former personal maid. Ning Yechen introduced succinctly. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan regarded Yu Qingyu with even greater curiosity. She had initially thought Yu was a guest of Luo Ruiying or Ning Yechen, only to discover that she was actually his former close servant. She was raised in a wealthy family and had encountered numerous dignitaries, believing she had seen countless distinguished attendants. However, she had never come across a maid with such striking beauty and poise. Even if one were to inform her that Yu Qingyu was a princess from a foreign land, she would harbor no doubt. The fact that even the servants in Ning's household could possess such allure was astonishing, especially when compared to Meng Niu and his companions, who were already quite remarkable. Yu Qingyu, however, left her utterly astounded. Yet, she could not fathom why Yu Qingyu harbored animosity towards her upon their first meeting. Qi Yuan, choosing not to dwell further on the matter, averted her gaze, hesitant to meet Yu Qingyu's eyes, and turned to Ning Yechen, inquiring, by the way, Ning, is there a particular reason for your invitation today? Indeed, Ning Yechen replied with a slight smile. Miss Qi, although the jurisdiction of the streets in Nanli City has now transferred entirely to your family, it seems that the Jiang family has not completely faded from the scene. That is correct, Qi Yuan responded indignantly. While the jurisdiction of the streets has been granted to the Qi family, many merchant associations still choose to align themselves with the Jiang family. They continue to operate under the Jiang name, and the Jiang family's business remains active. Her frustration was palpable at the mere mention of the Jiang family, though the Qi family had successfully acquired control over the streets of Nanli City, significantly undermining the Jiang family's influence in business. A considerable number of merchant associations still opted to support the Jiang family. The contractual agreements for the street shops had yet to expire. Despite losing jurisdiction, the Jiang shops could still function normally. However, when the contracts eventually reached their conclusion, the Qi family could leverage the threat of non-renewal to compel these shops to sever ties with the Jiang family, even if they were reluctant to comply. The Qi family could utilize their jurisdiction to deny them renewal, forcing them to close their doors. Nevertheless, until that moment arrived, the Qi family found themselves at an impasse with the Jiang family and could only strive to persuade those associations still loyal to the Jiang family to join their ranks. Though with limited success, this was the very issue that had been troubling Qi Yuan since yesterday. She could not strike down the Jiang family entirely. She was uncertain of what tactics they might employ in response. Ning Yechen, already anticipating this predicament, continued. I recall that the Jiang family's primary business revolves around the sale of various elixirs and potions. Indeed, over a decade ago, the Jiang family acquired a fourth-tier body refining liquid known as Fire Lotus Essence, the source of their rapid ascendance. This essence is capable of refining one's physique and has garnered immense favor among cultivators. The Jiang family rose swiftly due to this product. With various merchant associations in the city selling Fire Lotus Essence, Qi Yuan stated earnestly, without this elixir, the Jiang family could not have risen so swiftly, placing them above the Qi family. The exorbitant profits from this essence have compelled numerous merchant associations to support the Jiang family. Fourth-tier body refining liquid, you say? Ning Yechen mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Qi Yuan looked on with curiosity, puzzled as to why Ning Yechen had suddenly inquired about the Jiang family's business. After a brief moment, Ning Yechen beckoned to Yu Qingyu. Qingyu, bring me some writing materials. Yes, young master. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Qingyu quickly brought over the pen and paper, presenting them to Ning Yechen. He took the materials and swiftly listed dozens of celestial herbs and spirit medicines. Qi Yuan was perplexed. Sitting beside Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but lean in closer, her curiosity piqued. The more she scrutinized the enumerated celestial herbs and spirit medicines on the paper, the more astonished her beautiful eyes became. This seemed like a formula for a certain body-refining elixir. Moreover, it was a recipe for a spirit liquid she had never encountered before. Having grown up in the celestial realm and perused countless medical texts, she was knowledgeable about various potions and their formulations. Yet, this was the first time she had seen the recipe Ning Yechen had outlined. As she mentally pondered over the list he had provided, she suddenly realized that these celestial herbs and spirit medicines could seamlessly blend together, yielding remarkable effects in refining the roots and meridians. This was at least a 7th grade body-refining spirit liquid. He was not merely scribbling nonsense. Luo Ruiying's eyes brimmed with shock. The formula Ning Yechen casually penned was indeed a 7th grade body-refining elixir, and it had never been recorded before. After finishing the recipe, Ning Yechen handed the paper to Qi Yuan and said indifferently, "This is a formula for a body-refining elixir called Lianxian pill. The end product is a pill that dissolves in water to become a spirit liquid for body refinement. Its grade should be around 7th grade, I suppose. I'm not very knowledgeable about it. 7th grade body-refining liquid." Qi Yuan took the white paper, initially failing to discern its significance. However, upon hearing Ning Yechen's assertion that she was holding a 7th grade body-refining spirit liquid formula, her hands trembled in astonishment. This was a 7th grade body-refining elixir recipe. The worth of such a formula could nearly surpass the entire Southly city, and Ning Yechen had so casually handed it to her. Moreover, he had written it on mere white paper. Observing Qi Yuan's astonished expression, Yu Qingyu couldn't help but find it amusing. Just an ignorant insect. This 7th grade body-refining liquid was already the most basic refining formula that the Demon Lord could conceive, should the Demon Lord wish. Producing a formula above the 10th grade would be effortless. The materials required for the Lianxian pill were not particularly hard to find. I believe that with Miss Qi's family's resources, gathering these materials for mass production should pose no problem. Even if the quality of the elixirs produced is subpar, they should still possess effects above 5th grade. When you return, ensure that the Qi family does everything in their power to procure all the necessary herbs, even if it means purchasing them from the Jiang family at 10 times the price. Ning Yechen continued to advise calmly. Qi Yuan, holding the recipe, blinked in astonishment as her gaze gradually brightened. She immediately grasped Ning Yechen's intention. Brother Ning wanted the Qi family to use this 7th grade body-refining elixir formula to completely suppress the Jiang family's business. Chapter 68. For it has humiliated my wife. Brother Ning, do you mean for my Qi family to refine the Lianxian pill to undermine the Jiang family's business? Qi Yuan asked, looking at Ning Yechen in disbelief. Exactly. Ning Yechen nodded gently. Qi Yuan, being the daughter of a merchant family, was indeed not lacking in intelligence. She grasped his intentions immediately. Before the Qi family acquires a sufficient quantity of materials, they should refrain from hastily refining and selling, lest they arouse the suspicions of the Jiang family. Once adequately prepared, they could then commence the refining process. Moreover, the refined immortal elixirs should not be sold through auction, but rather at a modest price. Qi Yuan should comprehend the rationale behind this. Brother Ning is concerned that if sold at auction, the prices would soar too high, rendering them unaffordable for most cultivators. In such a scenario, even if the Qi family were to launch the immortal elixirs and boost their revenue, they would fail to suppress the Jiang family's fire lotus liquid. Qi Yuan pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, feeling both admiration and astonishment towards Ning Yechen. To undermine the Jiang family's business, Brother Ning was willing to part with the precious 7th grade body refinement liquid and sell it at a low price. It was evident that people would opt for the comparatively inexpensive 7th grade liquid over the exorbitantly priced 4th grade one. This would undoubtedly have a significant adverse impact on the Jiang family's business, making it exceedingly difficult to sell their accumulated fire lotus liquid. Ning Yechen nodded in approval. Qi Yuan's insights aligned closely with his own considerations. However, she had not articulated the entirety of his strategy. Once the Jiang family's business plummeted, the various merchant associations under their influence would find themselves compelled to gravitate towards the Qi family, even if they chose not to join forces with the Qi family. Sustaining their operations would prove challenging. At that juncture, the Qi family could forcibly acquire the associations and shops affiliated with the Jiang family at a remarkably low price. Once the Qi family began selling the immortal elixirs, numerous merchant associations would likely seek collaboration with them. At that point, The Qi family should not rush to acquiesce. They should wait until the others could no longer contain their impatience and voluntarily increase the profit-sharing before agreeing. Furthermore, efforts should be made to acquire the Jiang family's shops at minimal prices. Ning Yechen elaborated to Qi Yuan. To obliterate the Jiang family, he would not need to exert much effort. In the blink of an eye, he could make the Jiang family vanish from existence. The reason he had not taken action against them thus far was not due to any mercy on his part. Instead, he intended to strike once they had lost everything. Qi Yuan was utterly astonished at this revelation, realizing that Ning Yechen had meticulously devised plans for the Qi family's future. Brother Ning, who typically appeared gentle and cultured, possessed such remarkable cunning. Although his strength may not rival that of Sister Luo, his strategies were undeniably formidable. Had he been plotting against the Jiang family since their encounter with Zhongli? He had even gone to great lengths to assist the Qi family in this endeavor. While Qi Yuan understood that Ning Yechen's assistance stemmed from a desire to counter the Jiang family, she felt immensely grateful nonetheless. Luo Ruying, standing nearby, was equally taken aback by Ning Yechen's unconventional approach to dealing with the Jiang family. However, her curiosity was piqued more by how he was able to effortlessly write the formula for the 7th grade body refinement liquid. Yechen, how did you come to know the recipe for this immortal elixir? Luo Ruying could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. It is indeed astonishing that a mere mortal could compose a formula for the 7th grade body refining elixir, which she has never encountered before. In response to Luo Ruying's inquiry, Ning Yechen was well prepared, smiling as he retrieved a notebook filled with alchemical recipes from his bosom and presented it to her. My dear, I fortuitously stumbled upon this manual of alchemical formulas in the mountains. The recipe for the body refining elixir was transcribed from it. Curious. Luo Ruying accepted the notebook and casually flipped through its pages, only to be captivated by the notes inscribed within. Each page detailed different alchemical formulas. While many appeared peculiar at first glance, upon further reflection, they seemed remarkably innovative. The combinations of various celestial herbs and spiritual medicines, though seemingly irrational, hinted at extraordinary effects. Clearly, this was the work of a master experimenting with novel alchemical concoctions, including numerous high-grade elixirs. As Ning Yechen had claimed, the recipe for the 7th grade immortal refining pill was indeed recorded therein. Even the formula for the meridian-nourishing elixir was noted. This conveniently clarified how Ning Yechen could so effortlessly produce the recipe for the meridian-nourishing elixir. In that moment, Luo Ruying harbored no further doubts regarding Ning Yechen. How could a mere mortal possibly attempt to concoct such a plethora of innovative formulas? It turned out he had merely found this notebook. Yet, despite this explanation alleviating her initial skepticism, a wave of concern washed over her. The value of this notebook was extraordinary. It contained a plethora of novel and relatively easier-to-create elixirs. This must have belonged to the esteemed individual who had previously rescued her in the forest. He would likely be anxious about its loss. If the opportunity arises, I shall return it to him. Yechen, this notebook you found must have belonged to a high-ranking individual. Its value is immense and exceedingly precious. Let me take care of it for now. I will return it when the opportunity presents itself, Luo Ruying said to Ning Yechen. Fortunately, the notebook was undamaged, and returning it to the esteemed individual should pose no issue. Ning Yechen nodded with a smile. Very well, as you wish, my dear. This notebook is merely a rough draft of my notes. It is not of great significance. However, it serves perfectly to dispel your doubts. There is no time to waste. Miss Qi should return promptly to prepare the Qi family, Ning Yechen advised Qi Yuan. Yes, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan beamed, her heart brimming with excitement. She tucked away the formula for the immortal refining pill, eager to return and instruct the Qi family to commence preparations. She could hardly wait to witness the Jiang family's reaction when the time came. After placing the formula in her bosom, she felt an insatiable need for security and proceeded to hide it in various places on her person. Yet, no matter where she concealed it, she felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. What she held was not merely a piece of paper, but a priceless recipe for the 7th grade body refining elixir. The weight of this paper was beyond measure. Should others discover it, she might not survive the journey back to the Qi family. After much contemplation, Qi Yuan ultimately resolved to keep the elixir formula securely in her grasp, concealing her hand within her garments. Brother Ning, Sister Luo, I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruying, Qi Yuan cautiously stepped out of the courtyard, her eyes darting in every direction, suspicious of all who crossed her path, as if they might harbor ill intentions towards her. This behavior only served to heighten her air of suspicion, as if she were anxious that others might discover the precious treasure she carried. Qingyu, send someone to protect her discreetly. Ning Yechen conveyed his concerns telepathically to Yu Qingyu. Very well, Yu Qingyu replied with a slight pout, clearly displeased. but complied nonetheless. It was evident that she harbored a genuine desire to eliminate Qi Yuan. After Qi Yuan's departure, Luo Ruiying, puzzled, turned to Ning Yechen and inquired, "Yechen, why do you wish to undermine the Jiang family?" Ever since the last commercial competition, in which the betting terms were altered, she sensed that Ning Yechen was intentionally targeting the Jiang family. Ning Yechen turned to gaze at Luo Ruiying, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Because they have insulted my wife." These words caused a subtle tremor in Luo Ruiying's heart. It appeared that his motives were rooted in his desire to protect her from harm. Chapter 69, I Have a Plan. Days later, in the city of Nanli, snowflakes danced gracefully through the air. After a brief respite, the sky once more unleashed a flurry of heavy snow. The atmosphere within the city was serene and peaceful, while the streets buzzed with unprecedented liveliness. This was due to the impending annual celebration of auspicious snow heralding a bountiful year as the joyous arrival of spring approached. Every household bustled with activity, preparing for the festivities, while vibrant paper cuttings adorned the windows. Brilliant red lanterns were hung high, embellishing every street and alley. Stalls brimming with seasonal goods lined the thoroughfares. And even the monks who resided in the city could not help but be swept away by the jubilant spirit of the mortals. The entire city of Nanli overflowed with a celebratory atmosphere. Yet, within the confines of the Jiang family's estate, a somber and oppressive air prevailed. A few days prior, the Qi family had begun a massive acquisition of various celestial herbs and spiritual medicines throughout the city, offering exorbitant prices. Among the items procured were many herbs of little to no value, devoid of any practical use. Numerous cultivators and herbal merchants had sold their stock to the Qi family at inflated rates. Jiang Zhen, with his astute business acumen, sensed the unusual nature of the Qi family's fervent acquisitions. He spent the night consulting numerous alchemists to analyze the herbs collected by the Qi family, but could not discern what new elixir they were attempting to concoct. It was no wonder the Jiang family struggled to unravel the mystery. The formula for the Immortal refining pill, provided to the Qi family by Ning Yechen, was his own invention, and thus, it existed nowhere in recorded history. Moreover, Qi Rongchang of the Qi family was quite shrewd. He understood that the Jiang family would inevitably take notice, and thus, he mixed many herbs that were not included in the formula among the vast array of acquisitions. Even if the Jiang family devoted their entire lives to research, they would never be able to decipher it. At this moment within the residence of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhen sat in the grand hall, his brow furrowed and his hand resting on his forehead, a visage of exhaustion. With the Treasure Merchants Association as a witness, he felt compelled to cede the jurisdiction of the streets of Nanli City to the Qi family. Upon acquiring this authority, the Qi family wasted no time in ruthlessly suppressing Jiang's business. Many of Jiang's former associates had already shifted their allegiances to the Qi family. To counteract the Qi family's oppressive tactics, Jiang Zhen had been overwhelmed with responsibilities in recent days. Aside from a few caretakers and his brother Jiang Ming, the rest of his family proved to be of little assistance, particularly his son, Jiang Li, who had always indulged in a life of extravagance. Demonstrating no aptitude for business whatsoever, now rendered incapacitated, he spent his days sulking at home, throwing tantrums and breaking things, showing no ambition. Were it not for the fact that Jiang Li was his only son, Jiang Zhen would have been tempted to expel him from the Jiang family. The mysterious assailant who harmed Jiang Li and killed Jiang Gan had yet to be found. The Jiang family was at a loss as to how they had provoked such a figure and whether further reprisals were imminent. Following Qinrou's death, Jiang Zhen and the rest of the Jiang clan lived in constant fear, dreading that the next victim might be Jiang Li or Jiang Gan. This psychological torment left the family utterly worn and distressed. With one problem unresolved, another burden would inevitably descend upon him, leaving Jiang Zhen in a state of constant worry and headache. Just then, Jiang Ming entered the grand hall, greeting Jiang Zhen. During this period, he had been tasked with recruiting alchemists to study the Qi family's peculiar healing elixirs and the various spiritual herbs they had acquired. He was also investigating the identity of the murderer who took his son Jiang Gan's life. Upon seeing Jiang Ming, Jiang Zhen's expression brightened with expectation as he inquired, "You've arrived. What news? Is there any progress in deciphering the Qi family's elixir formula?" Jiang Ming slowly shook his head, expressing his regret. "Unfortunately, no. The types of spiritual herbs acquired by the Qi family are diverse and rather peculiar. I have consulted over a dozen alchemists, yet we have been unable to ascertain the formula in their possession." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhen sank back into his chair, rubbing his eyes in frustration. "If there are no results, then why have you come to see me? The Qi family has sent someone again, offering to purchase our spiritual herbs at 10 times the market price." Jiang Ming stepped forward, producing a list of herbs compiled by the Qi family and handed it to Jiang Zhen. Without even glancing at it, Jiang Jun snatched the list and tore it to shreds, shouting furiously, "Tell the chief family to get lost. Otherwise, I'll send their heads back to them. Even if our herbs rot in the warehouse, we shall never sell to the chief family." Jiang Ming pondered for a moment before stepping forward to persuade him. "Brother, why not raise the price further and sell the herbs to the chief family?" Jiang Jun glared at Jiang Ming, questioning, "You want me to sell those herbs to the chief family?" Jiang Ming nodded solemnly and remarked, "Elder brother, you are aware that we are currently in debt. The primary business of the Jiang family relies heavily on the high-price sale of fire lotus essence. Now that the chief family's Chamber of Commerce controls the lifeblood of the Southernly City's commerce, our Jiang family can no longer afford to drastically lower the prices of the materials needed for fire lotus essence, as we once did. The production costs have significantly increased, and our sales channels have diminished considerably. Recently, we have also placed large orders for fire lotus materials from various regions, agreeing to repay a portion of our debts monthly on credit. Additionally, we must offer a substantial tribute of spirit stones to the Holy Lotus sect each month. While the Jiang family appears affluent, our cash flow is quite extensive, leaving very little capital on hand. Under the pressure from the chief family's Chamber of Commerce, next month's funds will be insufficient to settle the remaining debts. If we fail to pay our debts on time, our credibility will be jeopardized. Once our credibility is compromised, future collaborations with other chambers will become exceedingly challenging." Jiang Jun understood this predicament, which only added to his worries. He had initially believed that the Chamber of Commerce competition would favor the Jiang family, prompting him to order a significant quantity of fire lotus materials on credit. He thought that once they triumphed in the competition, the Jiang family would dominate the commerce and shops in Southernly City, swiftly covering the financial gap. However, to his utter disbelief, they lost, leading to the Jiang family's current dire situation. "Sai, share your plans with me. Since you have suggested selling those herbs, you must have a strategy in mind, right?" Jiang Jun sighed lightly, gazing at Jiang Ming. His younger brother was indeed quite astute, and it was their combined efforts that had brought the Jiang family to its present state. It was truly unfortunate that their sons were not as capable. Jiang Ming smiled slightly, expressing his thoughts. "Elder brother, I have a plan. The herbs acquired by the Qi family are likely intended for the refinement of the healing essence. Since the healing essence does not belong to the category of body-refining liquids, it will not impact our Jiang family's business. We can take this opportunity to raise the price and sell the herbs to the Qi family, while simultaneously accelerating the production of fire lotus essence. When we sell this batch of fire lotus essence at a high price, it will sufficiently bridge the financial gap for our Jiang family. Southernly City will once again belong to us." Chapter 70. Master, there is trouble. Jiang Jun pondered deeply, considering the feasibility of the plan. "Yes, we can agree to sell those herbs to the Qi family. However, we must increase the price and demand that the Qi family supply the materials for fire lotus essence to us." Jiang Jun instructed Jiang Ming. If they could sell a large quantity of fire lotus essence, the Jiang family would surpass this crisis. The Jiang family would soon rise again. Jiang Ming nodded in understanding and was about to turn to address the matter when Jiang Jun inquired from behind, "By the way, what is the response from the Holy Lotus sect?" "The Holy Lotus sect has informed us that the sect master intends to visit in person. He should arrive within a few days." Jiang Ming's lips curled into a sinister smile. Even though the Jiang family was currently in a downturn, they still had the backing of the Holy Lotus sect. As soon as the leader of the Holy Lotus sect arrives, the situation will undoubtedly turn in our favor. He must also find the culprit responsible for the murder of his son, Jiang Gan. It is highly likely that this is connected to the Qi family or that woman named Luo Ruiying. Excellent. Upon learning that the leader of the Holy Lotus sect intends to visit in person, Jiang Jun's gloomy expression dissipated instantly, and he rose with excitement, applauding fervently. Having lost to the Qi family in the commercial competition and with Chun Ro's death, he immediately sent someone to inform the Holy Lotus sect. This humiliation must be avenged by the Jiang family. He will ensure that all those who have mocked or betrayed the Jiang family will come to regret their actions. Let the Qi family revel in their temporary triumph. Once the leader of the Holy Lotus sect arrives, the Qi family will soon vanish from the face of the earth. Not a single one of them, nor Luo Ruiying, will escape his retribution. After the Qi family acquired a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs from the Jiang family, the Jiang family also procured a significant amount of fire lotus essence from the Qi family, hiring numerous alchemists to commence large-scale production. On this day, the Jiang family stocked vast quantities of fire lotus essence in their various shops and further raised the price of the essence. This audacious move immediately incited widespread discontent among the cultivators. Really? Didn't they just raise the price a few months ago? How can it go up again? Indeed. And this time, the increase is substantial. A bottle of 4th grade body refining liquid costs 50,000 spirit stones. Are they out of their minds? Given the inferior quality of the fire lotus essence, hastily produced and substandard, how dare they sell it at such a high price? This is outrageous. Refund us. It seems the Jiang family is just looking to make a quick profit and disappear. A multitude of cultivators gathered outside the Jiang family shops, voicing their grievances. However, upon learning of this, Jiang Jun displayed no concern whatsoever. Instead, he wore a brazen smile, leisurely enjoying tea with Jiang Ming. After sipping his tea, he calmly instructed his subordinates, pay no heed to those people. Let them shout as they wish. Understood. His subordinate, upon receiving the command, promptly turned to leave. The reason Jiang Jun felt so relaxed and at ease was that such incidents had occurred numerous times before. It was merely a matter of letting them vent their frustrations. In the end, they would still have to pay for what they needed. In all of Nanli City, only the Jiang family sold the highest grade of body refining liquid, so he held no worries about sales. Just then, a servant rushed into the hall, visibly anxious and panting heavily. No, this is bad. Master, this is terrible. I'm perfectly fine. What could possibly warrant such urgency? You need to be more composed in your actions, Jiang Jun exclaimed, rising in anger at the sight of the servant stumbling towards him, struggling to articulate his words. I am guilty, but something truly extraordinary has occurred. The servant quivered as he knelt on the ground. Both Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming furrowed their brows, demanding, speak quickly, what has happened? The Qi family has suddenly begun selling a body refining pill called the Immortal refinement pill. The servant blurted out in panic. Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming's expressions suddenly shifted dramatically, their faces filled with disbelief. What? You mean the Qi family has started selling body refining pills? Yes. It is said that this is the Immortal elixir or a 7th grade body refinement pill. The attendant responded. What grade? If you dare to speak nonsense, beware for your life. Jiang Jun, astonished, trembled as he hurriedly approached the attendant, seizing his collar to demand an explanation. That is a 7th grade pill. It is certainly not some trivial merchandise. The value and rarity of a 7th grade pill are extraordinary, a treasure that one could only hope to encounter. There has never been such a thing in the entire Nanli City. Now, to suddenly hear that the Qi family has produced a 7th grade pill, and it just happens to be one for body refinement. It is true, my lord. I would not dare utter a falsehood. The attendant, with a sorrowful expression, replied. Upon receiving the news, he immediately verified its authenticity and hurried back to report. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Jun felt as if his soul had been lost, staggering backward several steps before collapsing to the ground. Jiang Ming quickly rushed over to help Jiang Jun up, offering words of comfort. Elder brother, do not worry. 7th grade pills are not easily refined. The Qi family cannot possibly produce them in large quantities for sale. Even if they manage to refine them, the price will undoubtedly be high, making them unaffordable for everyone. For our Jiang family, the Qi family's 7th grade body refinement pill may not impact the sale of our fire lotus liquid. Just as Jiang Ming finished speaking, a hurried attendant rushed in from outside, kneeling on the ground in a panic. My lord, it is bad. Many cultivators are saying they want to return the fire lotus liquid they purchased from us. The Qi family shops have newly launched 7th grade body refinement pills, priced equally to our fire lotus liquid. Everyone has gone to the Qi family. Additionally, the Qi family has persuaded many cultivators who had originally promised to guard our shops to switch allegiance. Now, many cultivators are causing a ruckus in our shop. What should we do, my lord? Bad news followed one after another, and Jiang Jun felt as though he had plunged into the depths of despair, his expression blank, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Even Jiang Ming could not help but feel a deep sense of hopelessness. He could hardly believe that the Qi family's 7th grade body refinement pills would be sold at such a low price and could be refined in large quantities. With the 7th grade body refinement pills priced so affordably, in comparison, their Jiang family's fire lotus liquid was utterly incomparable. It would not be long before the market for body refinement liquids would be completely monopolized by the Qi family, while their Jiang family's fire lotus liquid, produced at a great expense of materials and funds, would not sell at all. Other purchasing cultivators would also demand refunds from them. It is over, all is lost. Jiang Ming sat down on the ground in despair. At that moment, Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming finally understood. The herbs that the Qi family had been acquiring in bulk were not for the purpose of refining the healing spiritual liquid, but were specifically for producing this 7th grade immortal elixir. They had been deceived. If it could be said that after the business competition, the Jiang family had one last breath left. That final breath had now been snuffed out by their own hands. They had sold a large quantity of herbs to the Qi family, but they simply could not fathom where the Qi family had obtained the recipe. Chapter 71. All for the little princess in the capital of Nanli City. The annual New Year festival has arrived. At the onset of each new year, the city celebrates with grand festivities to welcome the arrival of spring. This festival not only marks the celebration of the new year, but also serves as a prayer for favorable weather and family safety in the coming year. During this time, Nanli City becomes a hub of exuberance, filled with bustling crowds in every street and alley, while various squares host performances and entertainment. The streets are lined with a myriad of stalls, and the air is filled with the vibrant sounds of people and vendors. The falling snowflakes in the sky do little to dampen the spirits of the revelers. Instead, strolling through the snowy landscape offers a unique charm. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying strolled hand in hand with Luo Hongya, while Kai Se and the others followed closely behind Moon Xinyu. It is a rare occasion for the New Year festival, and it is fitting to bring the children to partake in the festivities. Dressed in a hand-knit New Year sweater made by Luo Ruiying, with a small cotton jacket wrapped around her, Luo Hongya appeared particularly adorable, her petite figure round and plump. With her tender little hands held by Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying on either side, her small feet joyfully hopped in the snow. Her sparkling eyes were filled with curiosity as she frequently glanced around, occasionally pointing at various objects and asking questions. "Oh look, a toy stall," she exclaimed, pointing at a colorful rattle. "Daddy, Mommy, what is that?" "Ah, that is a rattle," Ning Yechen replied. "If you like it, I'll buy you one." As Ning Yechen approached the stall to purchase a rattle, he was taken aback when the stall owner lifted his head. Despite his attempts to disguise himself, the owner's robust build and wild countenance were unmistakable. Ning Yechen recognized him instantly as the leader of the 6th Legion of the Demon Realm, the notorious Mad Prisoner. "What are you doing here?" Ning Yechen exclaimed. "And running a toy stall of all things. This doesn't suit you at all. You are the 6th demon god of the Demon Realm." It was a stark contrast to see such a muscular figure, as solid as a rock, holding various toys. The Mad Prisoner, upon spotting Ning Yechen, broke into a broad, sunlit smile, greeting him with a cheerful glint in his eyes and a hearty laugh. "Good sir. What can I assist you with today?" Ning Yechen remained silent, staring incredulously at the Mad Prisoner. His subordinate, the 6th demon god, was selling toys in the human realm. Too many discrepancies for him to process at once. Was this what Moon Xinyu meant by having someone disguise themselves and infiltrate the city? Couldn't they have given him a more fitting identity? Ning Yechen couldn't help but glance back at Moon Xinyu, his gaze filled with questions. "Uncle, I want this," said Luo Hongya. Luo Hongya tiptoed and pointed at the rattle drum held by the exuberant vendor, speaking in a sweet, childlike voice. "Oh, what a delightful little princess. This trinket in my hand is a souvenir, offered to you free of charge." Upon seeing Luo Hongya, the vendor's heart melted instantaneously, his countenance glowing with affection and joy as he gently extended the rattle drum to her. He was exceedingly careful and tender, fearful of startling the little princess. Gaining the favor of the princess of the demon realm would be the greatest honor of his life. Moreover, this windmill is also for the lovely little princess. Along with everything else here, the vendor felt that a mere rattle drum was insufficient, so he plucked an assortment of toys from his stall, handing them to Luo Hongya. As long as it brought her joy, he was willing to part with them all. In fact, he yearned for nothing more than that. However, Luo Hongya found it challenging to hold so many. All right, let's explore elsewhere," Ning Yechen interjected. Concerned that the vendor might overwhelm Luo Hongya with an entire cart of toys, he quickly took her hand and led her away. As they departed, Luo Hongya turned back, flashing a crescent moon smile at the vendor. "Thank you, uncle. Ah, the little princess is truly adorable." He was overwhelmed by her gratitude. This would be the pinnacle of his glory after becoming a demon god. The vendor waved gently at the receding figures of Luo Hongya and Ning Yechen, filled with tenderness. Meanwhile, another group of parents and children approached the vendor's stall, inquiring, "I just heard that the toys here are free. Is that true?" "What? Who said they are free? I don't run a charity here. 200 taels each. Want it or leave." The vendor's demeanor shifted dramatically, now displaying a fierce countenance. Were it not for the little princess and the need to disguise his identity for the sake of the demon lord, he would not deign to serve these insignificant pests. The family recoiled in fear, nearly collapsing, with the children on the verge of tears. The stark contrast in attitude was astonishing. A world apart from how he had treated Luo Hongya. Even if they were not free, 200 taels for a toy was exorbitant. Clearly, he was a swindler. The surrounding onlookers, who had initially considered approaching, were now deterred and kept their distance. On the other side, after leaving the vendor's stall, Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yechen with a puzzled expression. "Yechen, did you find that vendor a bit odd?" "Odd? In what way?" Ning Yechen feigned ignorance. Truth be told, he found it peculiar as well. Luo Ruiying pondered. The vendor's stature clearly suggests he has undergone training. Yet, a cultivator is selling toys at a marketplace. How strange that seems. Moreover, and most importantly, I could not discern his cultivation level. He might even surpass mine. Indeed, the mortal realm is a treasure trove of talents, not to be underestimated. Even a humble vendor selling toys possesses remarkable skills. Luo Ruiying attributes the eccentric behavior of the mad prisoner, who sells toys, to personal interests. For there are indeed many cultivators with peculiar hobbies in this world. Perhaps it is merely an attempt to savor the joys of the mortal experience. After all, she and other cultivators also wander through the bustling streets. However, there is one aspect of the mad prisoner that raises Luo Ruiying's suspicion: his excessive enthusiasm towards Luo Hongye. His fervor is so pronounced that it compels her to exercise caution. At one point, she even questioned whether he might be one of those malevolent cultivators involved in child trafficking. Regardless, it is prudent to remain vigilant. Having left the matter behind, Luo Ruiying continued to hold Luo Hongye's hand while strolling alongside Ning Yechen, immersing herself in the festive atmosphere. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat piqued Luo Hongye's appetite. Following the scent, she spotted a barbecue stall surrounded by a throng of eager patrons, buzzing with excitement. With her wide, sparkling eyes and slightly parted lips, it was as if she might drool at any moment. Ning Yechen, perceiving the child's desire, knelt down and inquired with a smile, "Hongye, would you like some grilled sausages? Not spicy, of course." "Yes, I want some." Luo Hongye's eyes brightened with delight as she nodded earnestly. "However, you've been indulging in too many snacks lately," Luo Ruiying said with a serious tone, not indulging her daughter as she usually would. Recently, Qi Yuan had been bringing an array of treats for Luo Hongye each time she visited. Although Luo Hongye undoubtedly inherited her celestial lineage, her tender age and frail constitution raised concerns regarding her health. "Mother," Luo Hongye pleaded, her large eyes glistening with innocence as she gazed up at Luo Ruiying. In that instant, Luo Ruiying's resolve softened. "Darling, if the child desires it, let her have it," Ning Yechen interjected. "She won't indulge in snacks excessively from now on." "Right, Hongye?" Luo Hongye obediently nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I want to eat so many snacks in the future," she affirmed. Luo Ruiying shot Ning Yechen a knowing glance, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "You spoil her too much. Isn't that what children are for?" Ning Yechen chuckled. "Well, what else are our children for if not to be cherished?" Unable to resist his charm, Luo Ruiying relented. "All right then, but this is the last time." "Yay!" Luo Hongye exclaimed joyfully, her face lighting up with glee. Together, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying led Luo Hongye toward the barbecue stall to join the queue. Behind them, Yu Qingyu diligently took notes with pen and paper, documenting all the things that intrigued and delighted Luo Hongye along the way. Meanwhile, Meng Niu and the others had transformed into a mobile shopping basket, their hands laden with various items. As their turn approached, Ning Yechen looked on and was momentarily taken aback. There stood Yeti, clad in an apron, skillfully grilling an assortment of meats. "Would you like a skewer, dear customer?" The night sky deity lifted his gaze towards Ning Yechen, a slight smile gracing his stern visage. "What are you doing?" Ning Yechen could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired telepathically. "Reporting to the esteemed demon lord, I am merely fulfilling my duties." The night sky deity replied with solemn gravity, his hands busy at the barbecue. "Your duty is to sell barbecue?" "Indeed, demon lord. This is the identity I have assumed in the mortal realm." The night sky deity's expression was one of utmost seriousness. Ning Yechen could hardly suppress his incredulity. First, the sixth demon lord of the demon realm hawking toys, now the first demon lord, the night sky deity, selling barbecue. Didn't they find this utterly incongruous? After all, they were the most esteemed demons of the demon realm. Without a doubt, he surmised that this was all the doing of Yu Qingyu. "It was Qingyu who compelled you to do this, wasn't he?" "Not at all, demon lord. The left guardian merely offered us a suggestion and a choice. Opting for barbecue was my own decision," the night sky deity replied. "Why?" Ning Yechen asked in confusion. It was baffling that, amidst so many possible disguises, he would choose to sell barbecue. The night sky deity provided a compelling answer. "Because the little princess enjoys it." Over the past few days, he had been discreetly observing and discovered her fondness for various snacks. Thus, he resolutely commenced his barbecue training, all to win the little princess's favor. Hearing this response from the night sky deity left Ning Yechen speechless, and he silently raised 2 fingers. "2 sausages, please, not spicy." "Of course." A glimmer of excitement sparked in the night sky deity's eyes as his demeanor turned exceedingly earnest. He poured forth 200% of his skill into every step, mastering the heat, balancing the seasonings, all while considering the little princess's healthy growth. Every action was executed with utmost precision. Yet, despite the meticulousness, his hands moved with remarkable speed, not at all hindering the barbecue experience of other patrons. His hands danced like shadows at the stall, and the fire blazed brightly at that moment. Ning Yechen stood before the stall, utterly astonished. This barbecue technique led him to believe that the night sky deity had secretly honed his skills for decades. He had no idea that his subordinate possessed such talent. If the demon lord of the First Legion were to pivot to selling barbecue, he would surely find a far broader horizon. Meanwhile, standing beside Ning Yechen, Luo Ring began to take notice of the night sky deity. With his unique and austere demeanor, it was difficult for her to forget him. Wasn't he the new neighbor who had moved in recently? To think he was selling barbecue was truly unexpected for Luo Ring. Indeed, one should never judge by appearances. Your sausages, esteemed guest. Shortly thereafter, the night sky deity slightly bowed, elegantly presenting 2 beautifully grilled sausages, their aroma tantalizing. Oh, how much do I owe you? Ning Yechen inquired after receiving the sausages. Although he was fully aware of the other party's true identity, he still maintained the decorum expected of a host, for the individual in question was, after all, a guest. Suddenly, the enigmatic figure known as Night Deity produced a bell from seemingly nowhere and shook it, emitting a series of delicate chimes that captivated the attention of nearby tourists, who turned their curious gazes towards him. With a step back, Night Deity tossed a handful of confetti and proclaimed, "Congratulations to this group of guests. You are our 1000th visitor today, and as such, you are awarded a year of complimentary meals. From this day forth, you and your family may dine here without any charge." Ning Yechen stared at Night Deity in disbelief, harboring grave suspicions that this so-called 1000th guest was entirely fabricated. What a coincidence! It was evident that he was merely avoiding taking his money and concocting an excuse. The onlookers, oblivious to the reality of the situation, began to applaud, congratulating Ning Yechen's family. What incredible luck! A year of free meals. If only I could win such a prize, I could feast until he goes bankrupt, lamented one bystander. Ah, why am I never so fortunate? I've never won a thing. The individual standing behind Ning Yechen felt a profound sense of regret, lamenting, what a pity. That grand prize of free meals almost belonged to me. As the crowd continued to swell around them, Ning Yechen promptly took hold of Luo Ring and Luo Hongya, leading them away from Night Deity's stall. Remaining any longer would surely draw even more attention. Night Deity, undeterred, called after them, "We warmly welcome your next visit." Absolutely not. Ning Yechen thought bitterly. What he desired was a simple outing with his wife and children at the market, yet he found himself surrounded by acquaintances at every turn. "My dear, let us wander over there," he suggested, handing the roasted sausages to Luo Ring and Luo Hongya, before heading toward another part of the street. He resolved to seek a different location. Luo Hongya blew on her steaming sausage, eagerly taking a small bite, her face lighting up with joy. Observing her relish in the treat, Ning Yechen couldn't help but smile. "You should try it. It really is quite delicious." After a delicate nibble of her sausage, Luo Ring shyly offered it to Ning Yechen, her expression tinged with bashfulness. Naturally, he could not refuse a morsel personally offered by his wife. He opened his mouth, taking a gentle bite and savoring the flavor. To his surprise, the vendor's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Chapter 73, Unfamiliar Faces. "Excuse me, dear guest. Would you like to select a piece of jewelry for your lady?" As Ning Yechen strolled through another bustling alley with Luo Ring, he was unexpectedly halted by a vendor seated by the roadside. This vendor, possessing a slender and graceful figure, was obscured by a veil, rendering her features indistinct. Yet she was undoubtedly a woman. Ning Yechen paused, a frown creasing his brow as he was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He leaned closer to the vendor's face and, uncertainly, whispered, "Chi Huan? Chi Huan. Guest, what are you talking about?" "My name is not Chi Huan," she said, a hint of guilt causing her to avert her gaze as she attempted to defend herself. "Ning Yechen. Enough, it must be her," Ning Yechen declared with certainty. Weariness etched on his face. He had intentionally chosen a different location, yet it seemed as though he was surrounded by familiar faces. A casual glance down the street revealed numerous acquaintances. The short-haired man wielding dual sabers to prepare beef balls, the 7th-seat demon lord of the demon realm, Rakshasa. The woman with hair cascading over her face, selling wigs at a stall, the 5th-seat demon lord, FAG, and the vibrant-haired girl performing amidst the crowd, the 10th-seat demon lord, Yen Lily. Moreover, the throngs of people included several elite guards and commanders from the demon realm, already encircling him. Even the seemingly harmless children running and playing were disguised demons. "Qingyu, be honest with me, just how many have you stationed in the city?" Ning Yechen could no longer suppress his curiosity and questioned Qingyu in hushed tones. "Master Demon Lord, as per your instructions, I have only kept the bare minimum in the city. There are a total of 60,000 lurking here." 60,000. Ning Yechen was taken aback. He considered 6,000 excessive, yet Qingyu had arranged for 60,000. Furthermore, these individuals were among the most formidable in the demon realm, ensuring that Luo Ring remained oblivious to their presence. 60,000 cultivators above the celestial realm concealed within Nanli City left Ning Yechen uncertain whether he was in the demon realm or the human realm. Any single one of those 60,000 could easily sweep through any state or territory in the human realm. Ning Yechen found himself at a loss for words. Punishing Yu Qingyu seemed futile, as she had diligently fulfilled her duties. It was challenging to reprimand her. Even if he did, she would likely present a myriad of justifications to persuade him otherwise. Yu Chun, do you know this young lady? Luo Ruiying inquired, observing Ning Yechen as he leaned closer to Qi Huan, scrutinizing her intently. I do not know her. Both Ning Yechen and Qi Huan vehemently denied in unison. Is that so? I thought you two were acquainted, Luo Ruiying remarked, momentarily taken aback. Unbeknownst to her, both Ning Yechen and Qi Huan had nearly been frightened to death moments earlier. Ning Yechen was concerned that Luo Ruiying might detect something amiss, while Qi Huan feared inadvertently revealing the identity of the demon lord, knowing that should she do so, Yu Qingyu would undoubtedly be the first to not spare her. One of the 13 demon lord positions could very well be at risk. Madam, would you care to choose a piece of jewelry? Qi Huan offered with a sheepish smile, casting a furtive glance at Yu Qingyu behind Ning Yechen. Only after confirming that Yu Qingyu showed no sign of concern did she breathe a sigh of relief and suggest to Luo Ruiying. Although Luo Ruiying had once been the Empress of the Celestial Realm, she held no particular desire for jewelry. Initially, she intended to decline outright, but a cursory glance at the array of ornaments drew her in, compelling her to crouch down and examine them. The jewelry displayed at the stall consists of exquisite pieces intricately carved from rare gemstones, some of which are entirely unknown to her. Picking up a bracelet, she marveled at the flawless craftsmanship that exhibited no imperfections. Within the bracelet, vibrant hues seemed to flow languidly, resplendent in their beauty. This appeared to be crafted from the iridescent magical stones that were said to originate from the realm of demons. Moreover, the purity and artistry of this piece were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary artisans. To her astonishment, there were indeed individuals in the human realm capable of sculpting such magical stones. Madam, have you taken a liking to this bracelet? Qi Huan inquired, observing Luo Ruiying's captivated gaze. Rumor had it that both the mad prisoner and the night god had been graced by the presence of the demon lord and the little princess, and such exalted honor could not be overlooked here. Do you fancy this bracelet, my lady? Ning Yechen, squatting beside Luo Ruiying, asked with a smile. He was prepared to purchase it without hesitation if it pleased her. However, these belonged to him in the first place. Luo Ruiying gently set the bracelet down, shaking her head slowly. While the bracelet was indeed splendid, she decided against it. The material was exceptional, and its price would undoubtedly be steep. Upon seeing her prepare to leave, Qi Huan grew anxious and quickly exclaimed, Madam, please wait. We are currently holding a free lottery event. A lottery event? Indeed. The lottery is entirely free, with 4 distinct prizes. The D prize grants a 50% discount on items purchased from this stall. The C prize offers a 30% discount. The B prize provides a 10% discount. And the A prize allows you to choose any item, entirely free of charge. Qi Huan enthusiastically presented a box filled with small balls of identical size. Seeing Qi Huan's exuberance, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment before reaching into the box and randomly selecting a ball, reasoning that participating in a lottery wouldn't take much time. Besides, how often does one actually win? She thought she could simply draw one and leave. Gently crushing the ball in her hand, she extracted the slip of paper within. Upon unfolding it, she was astounded to find it boldly proclaimed she had won the A prize. Before she could even show the slip to Qi Huan, he erupted with excitement, exclaiming, Congratulations! You have successfully won the A prize. You may select any jewelry you desire from my stall, completely free of charge. Ning Yechen, standing nearby, cast a bemused glance at Qi Huan. You knew she won the A prize before she even revealed it, didn't you? He suspected that the box was likely filled entirely with A prizes. Luo Ruiying was utterly unprepared for the serendipity of her casual selection resulting in the grand prize. Now, to decline would seem wasteful after such a fortunate stroke of luck. She surveyed the dazzling array of jewelry once more and turned to Luo Hongya, asking, Yi, is there anything you fancy? Luo Hongya, manifestly indifferent to the jewelry, merely pointed at a hairpin intricately carved in the shape of a rabbit. That little bunny will suffice for me. With a gentle smile, Luo Ruiying picked up the rabbit hairpin and delicately placed it into Luo Hongya's hair. Ning Yechen casually picked up a finely crafted black and white comb from a vendor's stall. Do you like this comb? Luo Ruiying inquired with curiosity. It is a gift for you, my dear. From now on, I shall exclusively style your hair, Ning Yechen replied, turning back to reveal a charming smile as he handed the comb to Luo Ruiying. Her cheeks flushed, and a flutter of emotion stirred within her heart at that moment. Chapter 74. This time, no one can save them. Within the Jiang family mansion, The exterior was ablaze with lights, filled with jubilant laughter and merriment, while the interior remained shrouded in darkness and desolation, echoing a profound silence. There was no trace of festive spirit, nor even a semblance of warmth of home. With the launch of the Qi family's refining elixir, the Jiang family had entirely lost their grip on control within the city of Nanli. Major merchant associations opted to sever ties, leading to the shuttering of numerous shops. A plethora of Fire Lotus liquid lay neglected in warehouses and storefronts, with no one showing interest. Even at significantly reduced prices, no one was willing to purchase the liquid. The Jiang family's previously established reputation had deteriorated considerably. The quality of their Fire Lotus liquid was inconsistent, and trust in the Jiang family had long since eroded. Were it not for the lack of alternatives for body refinement liquids in Nanli, the Jiang family would not have been so brazen. Moreover, the Qi family's refining elixir boasted a remarkable 7th-grade quality. The efficacy of their elixir surpassed that of the Jiang family's Fire Lotus liquid by more than a significant margin, in the realm of 7th-grade pills. The price set by the Qi family was virtually a gift. Even if one were to sell their possessions or labor, they would unhesitatingly choose to procure the Qi family's refining elixir. In contrast, the Jiang family's Fire Lotus liquid, even if offered for free, would likely remain unwanted. For the Jiang family, the tide had irrevocably turned. Most of their servants had already departed, leaving only a handful of guards personally trained by the Jiang family. Jiang Zhen sat alone in the dimly lit hall, his face contorted with rage and resentment. It's all the Qi family's fault. It's that woman's fault. Had she not appeared, Nanli would have been the domain of the Jiang family. We wouldn't have fallen to such depths. While others perceived the Jiang family as finished, he believed they had not yet lost. He still possessed one final gambit, and it would surely be his winning move. Elder brother, the Holy Lotus sect master has arrived. At that moment, Jiang Ming burst into the hall, his face alight with excitement. This was perhaps the most anticipated news the Jiang family had received in days. Quick, invite her in, Jiang Zhen exclaimed, rising in exhilaration. Barely had he spoken when a somber voice resonated from the heavens above. No need, I have come personally. A woman clad in a flowing gown adorned with lotus motifs descended gracefully from the sky, her delicate features accentuated by subtle makeup. Flanking her were 2 other enchanting women, one dressed in green and the other in red. Upon seeing the 3 women, Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming hurriedly approached and knelt, respectfully greeting. We pay our respects to the Holy Lotus sect master and the 2 esteemed envoys. Rise, the sect master commanded. Song Yin cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Zhen, who was kneeling on the ground, and strode into the hall to take her seat. The 2 holy envoys closely flanked her on either side. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming, trembling with trepidation, lowered their heads as they approached Song Yin, daring not to exhale a breath. The Jiang family had formed an alliance with the Sacred Lotus sect, which had dispatched a holy envoy to oversee their affairs. In return, the Jiang family was responsible for managing the capital of Nanli City for the Sacred Lotus sect, providing a monthly tribute of spirit stones and integrating willing cultivators into the sect. This was the agreed arrangement between the Jiang family and the Sacred Lotus sect. However, with the demise of the Sacred Lotus sect's holy envoy, Chenro, the Jiang family had completely lost control over Nanli City and was unable to pay this month's tribute of spirit stones. It could be said that the Jiang family was now of little use to the Sacred Lotus sect. At this moment, Jiang Zhen was filled with dread at the thought of the Sacred Lotus sect's wrath, fearing that they might abandon the Jiang family. In such a case, not only would the Jiang family be incapable of seeking revenge, but their very lives would be in jeopardy. Jiang family head, it has been a while since we last met, and you appear rather unwell, Song Yin remarked coldly, her gaze directed at Jiang Zhen. In response, Jiang Zhen fell to the ground once more, prostrating himself. Jiang Ming hastily followed suit. We beseech the esteemed sect leader for forgiveness. Humph, you still recognize the need for forgiveness. Is this how you repay the Sacred Lotus sect for overseeing Nanli City? Perhaps my decision to support your Jiang family was a grave error from the very beginning. It is the incompetence of the Jiang family. We implore the esteemed sect leader for your mercy. Jiang Zhen dared not deflect the blame and pressed his forehead to the ground, fervently pleading for clemency. Considering the Jiang family's diligent service over the years, consistently delivering substantial tributes of spirit stones and personnel, Song Yin reluctantly chose to grant them this reprieve. Now speak. Who dares to oppose the Sacred Lotus sect? Song Yan's eyes narrowed with fury as she inquired. Since the annihilation of the martial god temple in the southern region, the land had been under the dominion of the Sacred Lotus sect. This was a fortuitous opportunity. She had intended to rely on the Jiang family to seize control of Nanli City as a foundation for the sect's expansion, envisioning a future where the Sacred Lotus sect would govern the entire southern region. Yet, She had never anticipated the failure of her plans to dominate Nanli City. Even her most trusted subordinate had perished. This vendetta must be avenged by the Sacred Lotus sect. Esteemed sect leader, it is the Qi family. They have somehow procured a remarkably powerful woman. This woman, representing the Qi family, brutally slayed the holy envoy, Lord Bai Lian, during the trade competition. My son has been rendered incapacitated, and my nephew met a tragic fate beneath the stage. All of this must be connected to the Qi family. Esteemed sect leader, you must seek justice for Lord Bai Lian and the Jiang family. Jiang Zhen's voice trembled with anguish, tears streaming down his face as if he had suffered a great injustice. Song Yin furrowed her brow deeply, her displeasure evident. Rest assured, this sect leader will make them pay for this grievance. I simply do not comprehend. Even if your Jiang family lost the trade competition, with your control over Nanli City, it should not have led to such a swift downfall, should it? Esteemed sect leader, you may not be aware, but the Qi family has somehow obtained a recipe for the 7th grade body refining elixir known as the Lianxian pill. The materials required for this elixir are not only inexpensive to procure, but can also be produced in large quantities. The Qi family has monopolized the entire market of Nanli City with their elixir of immortality. The fire lotus essence you provided is now utterly unsold, Jiang Zhen lamented. Had it not been for the Qi family suddenly unveiling their elixir, the Jiang family might not have suffered such a complete defeat. A 7th grade body refining pill formula? Is what you say truly the case? Upon hearing this, Song Yan's expression shifted in surprise as she hastily pressed for details. If I utter a single falsehood, I am willing to accept any punishment from the sect leader. Jiang Zhen immediately bowed his head in assurance. Song Yan, deep in thought, allowed a trace of excitement to dance upon her lips. If this were indeed true, the Jiang family's failure could not be blamed entirely upon them. A 7th grade body refining pill formula, with low production costs and the potential for mass crafting, was an exceedingly rare treasure. It seemed her journey here was not in vain after all. She would gladly accept this 7th grade formula. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes as she commanded her 2 protectors, Qinglian and Honglian, take your men and be responsible for eradicating the Qi family. By tomorrow, I want to see them erased from existence. As for the woman who killed my Bai Lian saint, I shall personally deal with her. Yes, sect leader. The 2 protectors replied, departing immediately. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy. The Qi family and that woman were doomed. Han Guangji of the Treasure Merchants Guild had already departed Nanli City. This time, no one could save them. Chapter 75. This is my duty at the festival market. The night was growing late, yet the streets remained bustling with a throng of lively crowds. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying strolled along with Luo Hongye, taking in numerous performances and purchasing various items from the stalls. Although they claimed to have bought them, they spent not a single coin. Either they had won prizes or happened to coincide with the shop's 20th anniversary, where everything was temporarily free. Some even proclaimed that due to the festival, everything was complimentary. After visiting a dozen stalls, it was evident that the people of Nanli City were exceedingly warm and friendly. Even in the face of losses, the shopkeepers remained cheerful and welcoming. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel that their luck today was particularly favorable, winning prizes wherever they went. Could it be that the festival had intentionally raised the odds of winning? She mused, finding it the only plausible explanation. Trailing behind Ning Yechen, Yu Qingyu diligently noted Luo Hongye's preferences while remaining attentive to the interactions between Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Though the reason eluded her, she sensed a peculiar nuance in the relationship between the demon lord and his wife. She had felt this during their time at home, and now, amidst the lively market atmosphere, it was even more palpable. Though they were husband and wife, their interactions resembled those of respectful acquaintances. Their relationship could not be deemed lacking. On the contrary, it appeared quite harmonious. Yet, there lingered an inexplicable sense of something amiss. In the midst of such a vibrant and opulent festival atmosphere, it was an ideal opportunity for a romantic date, yet they had not even held hands. The demon lord and his lady have already welcomed a child into the world, yet their interactions resemble those of star-crossed lovers in their initial throes of romance. Yu Qingyu furrowed her elegant brows, her expression one of perplexity. Could it be that the demon lord is feeling bashful? Given his centuries of solitude, embarking upon matrimony for the first time could indeed evoke such feelings. Although she felt immense satisfaction witnessing the day he wed and fathered a child, her heart yearned to witness more tender moments between the demon lord and his lady. Ideally, they would remain in a state of perpetual infatuation, blessing the world with several little princes or princesses, regardless of how many children they bore. She would wholeheartedly assume the responsibility of nurturing them to become formidable beings worthy of the demon realm's supremacy, rivaling even the demon lord himself. This thought ignited an exhilarating thrill within Yechen, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. Her mind painted vivid images of her future, tending to a multitude of children for Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. How blissful that would be. Meanwhile, Kai Se and the others at her side felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing Yechen's sudden, foolishly enamored grin. They had already witnessed the terror this woman could instill. What could possibly elicit such a fearsome smile? Realizing her lapse in composure, Yechen swiftly regained her usual grace and poise. This was not the time for joy. For the sake of the Demon Lord and the future of the Demon Realm, she resolved to discreetly nudge the Demon Lord in the right direction. Attention, all personnel. Urgent mission, she commanded through a secretive transmission to everyone lurking in Nali City. Instantly, all demon gods, covert operatives, and commanders of the forbidden military stationed in Nali City received the message, their expressions turning grave. An urgent mission? It had been an eternity since the Demon Realm had last encountered such a call to action. All stood at the ready, awaiting Yechen's directive. The transmission involved transforming sound into a unique spiritual force that permeated the minds of others, allowing the sound to echo within their consciousness. This subtle and particular form of spiritual energy was typically difficult to detect, especially when conveyed by those of superior cultivation. However, even the mightiest could perceive it when faced with someone of significantly higher prowess. As Yechen's words resonated, Ning Yechen felt an immediate awareness. Turning his head in confusion, he looked towards her, seemingly inquiring what pressing matter warranted such an urgent mission. Why had he sensed nothing amiss? Yet, Yechen had no intention of elucidating her plans to him. Instead, she simply bestowed upon him a knowing smile. This smile filled Ning Yechen with foreboding. As anticipated, the already bustling crowd suddenly surged, pushing forth a wave of people. The throng squeezed past Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, forcing them into close proximity. In an unforeseen moment, someone accidentally collided with Luo Ruiying, sending her tumbling into Ning Yechen's embrace. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her waist, shielding her within his hold. Luo Ruiying found herself nestled against Ning Yechen's chest, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson. The crowd seemed to have suddenly multiplied. Indeed, Ning Yechen remarked with a shy smile, casting a fierce glare at Yechen. What are you doing? The recently appeared throng, particularly those who pushed Luo Ruiying, were clearly all denizens of the demon realm. With an air of calm, Yechen replied, I am merely assisting you, my Lord Demon Sovereign. There is no need for gratitude, it is my duty. I do not wish to thank you. Moreover, your duties do not encompass this. Ning Yechen reprimanded her in silence. Yechen, undeterred, retorted with conviction, what are you saying, my lord? Matters concerning you and your wife fall under the purview of the demon realm. Hence they are my responsibilities. Although I may have overstepped, you should be bolder and more direct. Your wife would not oppose it. Since my arrival, it seems I have yet to witness the consummation of your union. Silence. Ning Yechen warned. This matter is one I shall handle on my own, without your interference. He felt speechless at Yechen's audacity. It was one thing to urge marriage, but now she was pushing him on such intimate affairs. Though he, too, had his thoughts on it, matters should progress in a measured manner. I understand, Yechen replied with a cheerful tone. Yet her demeanor suggested she had no intention of relenting. Ning Yechen sensed that his words had fallen on deaf ears. Luo Ruiying, rising from Ning Yechen's embrace, noticed the growing crowd and bent down to lift Luo Hongya into her arms to avoid getting separated. Seizing the moment, Ning Yechen took hold of Luo Ruiying's hand. When her palm was suddenly clasped, Luo Ruiying felt a momentary surprise, but upon recognizing it was Ning Yechen, she relaxed and gently reciprocated the grip. In the midst of the throng, holding hands made it less likely for them to be jostled apart. Observing this from behind, Yechen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This was precisely what she had hoped to see. The time had come for the next step. Chapter 76. Is the atmosphere not sufficient? Outside the outskirts of Nanli City, after the midnight hour, a grand fireworks display was set to commence in celebration of the new year. At present, the fireworks convoy had largely assembled outside the city, poised to ignite the fireworks as soon as the hour arrived. With still some time before midnight, those responsible for igniting the fireworks gathered together, sharing drinks and laughter. Suddenly, several shadowy figures appeared behind them. Before anyone could react, they were silently subdued and dragged into the thicket. A strikingly beautiful woman, her expression devoid of emotion and her aura cold, emerged from the darkness of the trees, a long blade slung at her waist. Dozens of shadowy figures trailed behind her. Awaiting further instructions, the woman raised her arm, prompting the figures to begin arranging the fireworks. Once everything was prepared, Yu Lian projected her voice towards Yechen from a distance. Left protector, all is ready on this end. Meanwhile, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying finally navigated through the crowded throng and arrived at a less congested street. Even after stepping away from the bustling crowd, the two seemed to reach a silent understanding, their hands showing no signs of parting. Behind them, Yuqingyu wore a look of contentment. At that moment, she received a communication from Yulian. Excellent. Yuqingyu quietly approached Luo Ruiying and said, Madam, I have heard that the New Year's Eve fireworks celebration is about to commence. Would you care to witness it? The fireworks celebration? Does it not start only after midnight? Isn't it still too early? Luo Ruiying responded, puzzled, as she recalled that the event did not commence so soon. Ning Yechen's first instinct was that Yuqingyu must be secretly plotting something behind his back. She had clearly disregarded his earlier words. In light of Luo Ruiying's confusion, Yuqingyu remained unfazed and explained, Madam, you are unaware that the fireworks celebration has been advanced. Is that so? Luo Ruiying inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. She had heard that the annual New Year's Eve fireworks in Nanli City were truly magnificent, leaving a lasting impression on all who beheld them. Before departing, Qi Yuan had specifically emphasized that she must not miss the midnight display. Yuqingyu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Since we are here, let us go and see, Luo Ruiying said, turning to Ning Yechen with a smile, seemingly seeking his approval. If my wife is interested, then let us proceed, he replied. Although he was uncertain of Yuqingyu's intentions, he could not refuse upon seeing the interest in Luo Ruiying's expression. The two made their way to a small hill prepared for viewing the fireworks, cradling Luo Hongya in their arms. From this vantage point, they could not only gaze upon the myriad lights of the city, but also enjoy the splendid display of fireworks against the night sky. However, when Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying arrived at the hill, they found it completely deserted, devoid of any other souls. How strange, not a single person in sight. Do you think everyone is unaware that the fireworks have been advanced? Luo Ruiying pondered aloud. Little did she know, the area had already been cleared in advance. Yuqingyu communicated with Yulian in the outskirts, stating, the demon lord and the madam are in position. Commence the display. Understood, Yulian responded, immediately relaying the orders to her subordinates. Proceed. With the command given, a group of shadow guards swiftly ignited the fuses they held. In an instant, brilliant bursts of light shot into the night sky, blossoming into a kaleidoscope of colors against the inky darkness. The dazzling fireworks illuminated much of the night, harmonizing beautifully with the twinkling stars above, creating a spectacular celestial display. As Qi Yuan had foretold, the fireworks celebration was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Cradling Luo Hongya, Luo Ruiying gazed intently at the resplendent fireworks and the myriad lights of the city below. Such a serene and harmonious feeling was something she had never experienced in the heavenly realm. Suddenly, she felt that this fleeting essence of mortal life was not inferior to the countless pursuits of immortality sought after in the celestial realm. Nestled in her embrace, Luo Hongya turned his head, joyfully observing the fireworks and the starry sky, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of the blossoming pyrotechnics. Ning Yechen initially intended to reprimand Yuqingyu for her meddling, but seeing how much his wife and child seemed to enjoy it, he decided to let it slide. Meanwhile, others in the city noticed the fireworks lighting up the night sky, pausing in their tracks to gaze upwards in awe. Some quickly realized something was amiss, questioning, Isn't it strange? Has the fireworks festival started earlier than expected? Indeed, why had no one informed them? As the realization struck, families hurriedly made their way toward the hillside where Ning Yechen stood. However, Yuqingyu was determined to ensure that no one disturbed the intimate moment between the demon lord and his lady. A mysterious mist began to rise at the base of the hill, enveloping those who entered it and leaving them disoriented. No matter how they attempted to navigate, they could not escape. Even the cultivators trying to fly out with their swords found it impossible, as the fog seemed boundless, preventing any escape. She sought to create an exquisite opportunity for the demon lord and his wife to connect. Seeing Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying merely standing hand in hand, gazing into the distance without further action, Yuqingyu furrowed her brow. She discreetly sent a message, urging, Demon Lord, you might consider taking a step further with your lady. Such matters depend on the atmosphere. How could there be any romantic ambience with others watching from behind? Ning Yechen reprimanded silently. Though he acknowledged that the atmosphere Yuqingyu had crafted was indeed pleasant, yet, with several onlookers present, the spark was lost. Suddenly, Yuqingyu grasped the situation and turned, her expression stern as she commanded Meng Niu and his companions. You three are too much of a distraction. Leave at once. I'm talking about you. Ning Yechen could hardly contain his exasperation as he relayed this message. Yuqingyu seemed incredulous, as if she could not believe he was referring to her. Understood. Her subordinates complied. In order to afford Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying some private time, Yuqingyu wisely led Meng Niu and the others away discreetly. At last, they departed. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying settled together on the grassy knoll, their arms entwined, silently admiring the blooming fireworks. Although the intention was to create a moment for just the two of them, Luo Hongye still rested in Luo Ring's embrace. With a child present, no matter how perfect the ambience, nothing further could transpire. Nevertheless, the three of them sitting together in such tranquility, enjoying the spectacle, brought its own joy. One that Ning Yechen cherished. Not far off, hidden among the grass, Yu Qingyu and Meng Niu's group cautiously peeked out. Yu Qingyu's brow furrowed in contemplation. Why had the scene she hoped for yet to unfold? Was the atmosphere still insufficient? Chapter 77. Murder and arson are truly my profession. Just as Yu Qingyu pondered how to enhance the ambience for the demon lord and his lady, she suddenly received a message from a shadow guard. Left protector. Someone is approaching the Qi family. Ever since Ning Yechen had entrusted the formula for the immortal elixir to Qi Yuan, he had instructed Yu Qingyu to covertly assign protection to the Qi family. According to the words of the esteemed demon lord, it will not be long before the Jiang family finds themselves in a precarious situation. Indeed, the predictions of the demon lord have proven accurate. Yet, it is precisely at such a moment that her enthusiasm is interrupted. Yu Qingyu's delicate visage instantaneously transformed into an icy demeanor, her noble and ethereal aura resembling that of an empress who wields dominion over life and death. Before Yu Qingyu could utter a word, a voice transmission from Yu Yan, who was in charge of the fireworks outside the city, reported, "Respected Left Guardian, numerous ants are making their way towards the Qi family from the outskirts. Moreover, it seems someone is approaching the direction of the demon lord. Should we eliminate them all? We cannot allow those ants to disturb the demon lord and his lady's rendezvous. Leave the one approaching the demon lord to me. Qi family, Qi Huan and Quanqiu, you two handle this. Remember to leave one or two alive for questioning. Let the rest of those ants vanish. The rest of you, clear out the other ants in the city. Remember, do not make a sound, lest you disturb the demon lord and his lady." Yu Qingyu calmly issued her commands to all her subordinates in the city. All those disguised and lurking within the city promptly received the orders, their eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty and frigid glint. After days of masquerading as mere mortals, they could finally stretch their limbs. They were nearly suffocating. Murder and arson were indeed their rightful undertakings in the demon realm. Many commanders of the demon legions, shadow guards, as well as Quanqiu and Qi Huan, revealed sinister smiles. The directive to leave a couple alive for the Left Guardian might prove to be a challenge. Before the barbecue stall, Yi Tianxin's eyes were colder than ever. He would not allow anyone to disturb the rendezvous of the demon lord and the princess. From this moment on, operations would be temporarily suspended. Yi Tianxin, Quanqiu, and Qi Huan swiftly hung up signs indicating that the stall was closed for business, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the stall owner disappeared, leaving those standing before the stall bewildered, looking around in confusion. Where has the owner gone? Meanwhile, bathed in the glow of the fireworks illuminating the night sky, she could clearly see Ning Yechen's handsome yet composed features. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that he possessed an extraordinary beauty, even among the celestial realm. Luo Ruiying cautiously extended her hand into her bosom, grasping a gift she had meticulously prepared in recent days, though her expression revealed a hint of hesitation. Ning Yechen immediately sensed Luo Ruiying's peculiar behavior and, intrigued, turned to her with a smile, asking, "My dear, what troubles you? Why do you keep staring at me?" "And no, it's nothing," she stammered, suddenly aware that she had been gazing too intently, her cheeks flushing as she averted her gaze, desperately denying his inquiry. The item she held in her hand suddenly felt too embarrassing to reveal. Ning Yechen noticed her hand delving into her bosom as if she intended to retrieve something. Just as his eyes narrowed slightly, someone was approaching from a distance. It seems that the Jiang family, unable to restrain themselves any longer, has come specifically to confront him regarding Luo Ruiying. Their impatience exceeds his expectations, and they have chosen the day of the ceremony to act. What a calculated moment. He had intended to allow the Jiang family to linger a while longer to celebrate the new year, but it appears that such courtesy is now unnecessary. Simultaneously, Ning Yechen received a message from Yu Qingyu. "Lord Demon, someone intends to take action against you and the Qi family. I will resolve this matter immediately." After much contemplation, Yu Qingyu understood that Ning Yechen must have sensed the impending threat, thus she proactively reported the situation to him. After all, it is her duty as the leader of the demon realm. "First, you must ensure that those insignificant pests are eradicated completely, so they do not disturb Ruiying and the child. I will personally intervene shortly." While he could entrust everything to Yu Qingyu, confident in her ability to handle it flawlessly, Ning Yechen still resolved to visit the Jiang family himself. There was someone he felt compelled to meet once more. Yu Qingyu was taken aback by Ning Yechen's decision to take matters into his own hands. A wave of anger, regret, and self-reproach washed over her. As the leader of the demon realm, It was a dereliction of her duty that she required the demon lord to act personally. Had she arranged for someone to eliminate those wretched pests sooner, the demon lord would not have needed to intervene himself. It was entirely the fault of those detestable pests that forced the demon lord to abandon his wife and the little princess, disrupting their rendezvous. She vowed that those pests would regret their actions tonight. With a face as cold as frost, Yechen struggled to contain the fury and murderous intent surging within her. She feared that if she did not restrain herself, she might reduce the entire southernly city to ashes. The trio following Yechen, Ning Yechen, and his companions sensed her terrifying murderous aura up close, rendering them paralyzed with fear, prostrate on the ground. They had never witnessed such a horrifying intensity of intent. Merely being in her proximity made it difficult for them to breathe, as if they were suffocating. "You three, follow me," Yechen uttered coldly before vanishing from sight in an instant. "Yes," Ning Yechen and his companions responded, raising their heads only to find her already gone. Where did she go? My lady, your speed is beyond our capacity to keep up." The trio lamented, feeling utterly helpless. This was quite a challenge for them. To avoid appearing useless to Yechen, they hurriedly summoned all their strength to pursue her. Noticing the stir among his subordinates in the city, Ning Yechen slowly rose to his feet. "Is something amiss?" Luo Ruiying inquired, looking up in confusion. "Nothing to worry about. I suddenly remembered something I forgot to purchase. My dear, please take Yi home. I shall return shortly," Ning Yechen replied with a smile. "Is there something you forgot to buy? Perhaps I should go instead?" Luo Ruiying asked as she stood, holding Luo Hongya. "It would not trouble you, my dear. I have some matters to attend to along the way. Please just take Yi home obediently," Ning Yechen gently urged, cradling Luo Ruiying's face. Under the shimmering glow of fireworks, Luo Ruiying's cheeks took on a delicate blush, and she chose to refrain from pressing the matter further. Yet, a flicker of discontent surfaced as she observed Ning Yechen treating her as if she were a mere child. Cradling Luo Hongya, she turned and took a few steps, only to suddenly recall that there was something she had yet to present to Ning Yechen. As she pivoted her head, she was startled to find that Ning Yechen's figure had vanished. Did he depart so swiftly? Chapter 78. The Consequences of Disturbing the Great Demon Lord and His Lady. In the dead of night, while Nanli City appeared outwardly tranquil, vibrant with song and dance, a tempest of sinister undercurrents churned beneath its surface, rife with peril. Disciples of the Holy Lotus sect scattered throughout the city began to converge upon Ning Yechen's residence and the Qi family, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. However, as they maneuvered through the congested streets, shadows unexpectedly materialized beneath their feet, or ominous figures emerged from the darkened alleyways, pulling them into the abyss of darkness. Those who were ensnared by the shadows remained oblivious to their fate, vanishing from existence without uttering a single sound. Some, while traversing a desolate alley, were suddenly met with swift shadows that severed their throats. They did not even catch a glimpse of their assailants before their eyes widened in shock, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Subsequently, their corpses were dragged into the darkness, the traces of blood meticulously erased, as if nothing had ever transpired. Gradually, some disciples of the Holy Lotus sect began to sense that something was amiss. Having walked together in a group of over a dozen, they turned to find themselves utterly alone. Where did everyone go? One disciple stood there, frozen in place, terror etched upon his face, his gaze darting anxiously in all directions. The next moment, he too was swiftly consumed by the shadow beneath his feet. Passers-by remained oblivious to his sudden disappearance. The street continued to buzz with its vibrant chaos. In another part of the air, a few disciples of the Holy Lotus sect abruptly halted mid-flight. Before them stood a breathtaking maiden, her hair ablaze like flames, her eyes a striking contrast of red and blue. "Who are you?" the leading elder of the Holy Lotus sect demanded, directing his query at Yen Lily. A playful smile danced on Yen Lily's lips. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you shall soon be nothing more than corpses." Upon hearing her words, the elder's expression shifted to one of shock, quickly followed by a fury-laden reprimand. "Presumptuous. In South State, no one dares to speak to the Holy Lotus sect in such a manner. Kill her." With a single command, dozens of disciples surged forward towards Yen Lily. Yet, she remained still, nonchalantly snapping her fingers. In an instant, flames erupted around the bodies of the Holy Lotus sect disciples, including the elder, consuming them entirely. They did not even have time to emit a wretched scream before their souls were extinguished, their bodies reduced to mere white bones. With her formidable power, she could effortlessly turn the disciples of the Holy Lotus sect to ash, leaving not a trace behind. However, she deliberately controlled the intensity of her flames, opting instead to reduce them to skeletal remains. Collecting ornamental skeletons is one of her few hobbies. It has been a long time since she last engaged in this craft, yet her skills in crafting skeletons have fortunately not diminished. Although these dozens of skeletons are undoubtedly of the lowest quality, mere refuse among refuse, they are still passable for filling the bone mountain. Alas, if it were not for the decree of the left guardian forbidding any considerable commotion, she would have relished the opportunity to listen intently to the anguished wails of these individuals as they were slowly incinerated. That would surely be the most exquisite symphony. Meanwhile, near the courtyard of Ning Yechen, the members of the Holy Lotus sect, having arrived early, lay in wait around the courtyard for the arrival of others. However, as time passed beyond the scheduled hour, they still awaited the appearance of their companions. The elder in charge could not help but furrow his brow deeply. Turning to a nearby disciple with a scowl, "Did you not say that the others were already on their way? Where are they after such a long time?" "I do not know," the disciple stammered in response. He had indeed received news that others would soon arrive to join the operation. Who could have anticipated that they would be delayed for so long? This was a command issued directly by the sect leader. How dare they show such negligence in such a crucial matter? Once this is accomplished, I shall not be lenient. Hurry and urge them to converge. Yes, the disciple replied, turning to leave in search of the others, when a chilling voice suddenly echoed from the dark alley behind them. "No need, I have brought them for you." "Who is it?" The lead elder gasped in shock, spinning around with a face full of astonishment and vigilance. To his dismay, despite his peak cultivation in the celestial realm, he had failed to notice someone approach from behind. Yi Tianxin slowly emerged from the darkness, holding several severed heads in his hands, his expression icy as he gazed at the members of the Holy Lotus sect. He cast the heads at their feet with a swift motion. The members looked down and were instantly struck with terror. Those severed heads belonged unmistakably to their long-awaited companions. Each one was an elder of the celestial realm, yet they had perished in utter silence. Who could this person be? The lead elder's face turned pale, his earlier arrogance dissipating entirely as he trembled and asked, "Who are you? Why have you targeted the Holy Lotus sect? You have offended those whom you should not have." Yi Tianxin stepped forward, instantly closing the distance between himself and the group, slowly raising his palm toward them. His gaze as cold as that of a harbinger of death. The elder of the Holy Lotus sect was gripped with dread, wishing to flee, yet found himself paralyzed by fear. As he carefully recalled the words spoken by Yi Tianxin, a realization dawned upon him, sending a wave of terror through him. The person he referred to as those whom you should not offend, could it be this family? Did the sect leader truly comprehend the magnitude of the offense they had committed? At this moment, the elder's heart sank into despair. Filled with the urge to confront sect leader Song Yin regarding why they had been ordered to engage with such formidable individuals. This was an entity that the Holy Lotus sect could not provoke. "Perish," Yi Tianxin commanded. The night god addressed the congregation of the Holy Lotus sect with a tone of indifference. Before the elder of the Holy Lotus sect could attempt to clarify the misunderstanding, he and over a dozen disciples were engulfed by a pitch-black beam of light. A shadowy brilliance flickered through the dark alley, and when the light dissipated, the scene was utterly devoid of any trace. To attempt an assault on the esteemed demon lord and the young princess is indeed a grave favor bestowed upon you, the night god remarked into the void. Were it not for the desire to avoid disturbing the demon lord, he would never have allowed these insignificant beings to perish so effortlessly. Outside the capital of Nanli City, more than 100 elite disciples of the Holy Lotus sect soared through the skies towards the city. They had been on standby outside the city, awaiting the command to enter and annihilate the Qi family. Upon receiving the order from Song Yin, they set off immediately. Meanwhile, along their path, Yu Lian had already taken her position on the ground, accompanied by several shadowy attendants. "Do not engage," Yu Lian instructed her companions, slowly resting her hand on the hilt of her long blade. The hundreds of disciples of the Holy Lotus sect in the sky watched Yu Lian with a mix of confusion and vigilance. A glint of cold light flashed in Yu Lian's eyes, and as the blade subtly emerged from its sheath, thousands of silver rays streaked past the disciples of the Holy Lotus sect without her making any visible motion. In the next moment, every one of the hundreds of disciples was dismembered. Blood and severed limbs rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour of crimson. This was the fate that awaited those who dared to disturb the demon lord and his lady. Chapter 79. Wake up! Outside the Qi residence, the Holy Lotus sect's Scarlet Lotus Saint Envoy, Wang Xian, and the Azure Lotus Saint Envoy, Chao Yu, led a contingent of disciples to the vicinity of the Qi family estate. As they gazed upon the brightly lit house filled with familial joy and heard the harmonious sounds of celebration from within, a cruel smile crept upon their lips. Truly ignorant mortals. Soon, the entire Qi family would vanish from existence. This would be their final celebration. However, they would kindly send them all to another realm to reunite. Just as Wang Xian and Chao Yu exchanged glances and raised their hands to command the assault on the Qi family, they suddenly noticed the surrounding void distort. revealing figures cloaked in darkness emerging from the shadows. Upon closer inspection, they found themselves encircled by dozens of these mysterious individuals. Wang Xian and Xiao Yu were filled with dread, unable to discern the cultivation levels of these strangers. Who were these people? How did they know of their intentions against the Qi family? When did the Qi family acquire such formidable protection? This is not good. We must report this to the sect master immediately. Xiao Yu, we need to split up and retreat. Make sure to inform the sect master. Wang Xian whispered urgently to her companion. Turning her head, she was alarmed to find a golden halo encircling Xiao Yu's neck. Xiao Yu, your neck! Wang Xian exclaimed. Hastily alerting her, Xiao Yu lowered her head and was startled to discover a luminous halo had appeared around her neck. Before she could comprehend the nature of this halo, it suddenly constricted. Xiao Yu was unable to mount any form of resistance. The halo severed her neck as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Her head rolled to the ground. A look of astonishment frozen on her face, while her body remained upright, blood gushing from the severed neck. Drops of crimson splattered onto Wang Xian's face and clothes, causing her to instinctively scream in terror. However, as she opened her mouth, a towering figure loomed before her, coldly gazing at her, a massive hand encircling her entire head. In comparison to that hand, her head appeared remarkably petite. The night has deepened. You must remain silent so as not to disturb others nearby, the mad captive murmured, gripping Wang Xian's head firmly. At that moment, even if Wang Xian wished to scream, fear had rendered her mute. Meanwhile, Qi Huan emerged slowly from the shadows, her enchanting figure twisting as she spun a halo around her finger like a hula hoop, a euphoric grin plastered across her face. She inhaled deeply, savoring the metallic scent of blood that hung in the air, her cheeks flushing with intoxication as she caressed her face, her smile becoming even more fervent. What an intoxicating scent! What shall I do? My excitement is becoming difficult to contain. The mad captive glanced back at Qi Huan, who was nearly lost in her own ecstasy, and with a hint of annoyance, remarked, the left protector instructed us to leave 1 or 2 alive for questioning. You've acted too hastily. There are still many left. Qi Huan shrugged nonchalantly, then turned her gaze towards the members of the Holy Lotus sect, who stood frozen in fear, and playfully inquired, I ask you, who among you is the leader? Tell me, and there will be a reward. It's her. The members of the Holy Lotus sect stammered, pointing tremulously at the lifeless Xiao Yu. How unfortunate! Qi Huan exclaimed, her previously alluring demeanor vanishing as panic washed over her. I accidentally killed the leader. She turned to the mad captive in distress. Typically, the leader possesses the most knowledge, and she had carelessly taken a life. To them, these insignificant beings could be crushed without a second thought, making it impossible to discern who the leader was. If the left protector were to find out, it would spell disaster for her. The mad captive grinned, relishing her plight. After all, it wasn't Timi who killed her. Seeing the mad captive's smug expression, Qi Huan was incensed and accused him. This is your fault. Why didn't you stop me from the start? Huh? Are you blaming me? You couldn't restrain yourself. You foolish woman. The mad captive retorted without a hint of courtesy. The surrounding shadowy attendants dared not interject. You dare to insult me? Qi Huan exclaimed, her indignation palpable. Although it was indeed my fault for making the first move, do you not bear any responsibility in this matter? Qi Huan, though lacking in justification, stood defiantly. The fierce temper of Quang Xiu flared up, and he turned to confront Qi Huan in anger. Unwilling to back down, Qi Huan summoned radiant orbs of light that encircled his arms. Were it not for the ongoing mission and the explicit instruction from Yu Qingyu to maintain a low profile during their disguised identities, the two would have clashed long ago. At that moment, a trembling disciple of the Holy Lotus sect, who was being held by Quang Xiu, cautiously reminded them, that individual you are holding is also one of our esteemed holy envoys. Upon hearing this, both Quang Xiu and Qi Huan paused in their quarrel, their expressions shifting to a cruel yet delighted smile. Is that so? Thank you. Then you are of no further use. The disciples of the Holy Lotus sect felt a chilling wave wash over them, a palpable sense of impending doom enveloping the air. A golden halo expanded rapidly, sweeping past the group before contracting back to Qi Huan's fingertip. In an instant, dozens of Holy Lotus disciples were decimated. Quang Xiu extended his arm, opening his palm to reveal a massive, claw-like transparent hand hovering above the remaining individuals. With a gentle squeeze, all those left were crushed into a pool of blood. Both figures were consumed with a bloodthirsty exhilaration. Had it not been for Yu Qingyu's order to leave 1 or 2 alive, they would have given in to their urges long ago. After dispatching the last of their foes, Quang Xiu prepared to leave with Wang Xian, only to realize that the person in his grasp had grown eerily still. He hastily released his hold, discovering Wang Xian's eyes wide open, devoid of any breath. She had been frightened to death. Both Kuang Xiao and Qi Huan were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Once they regained their wits, terror etched their features. This was disastrous. They had eliminated everyone else, and now the sole survivor had succumbed to fear. How would they report back now? Hey, wake up, Kuang Xiao shouted, shaking Wang Xian by the collar, slapping her face in a desperate attempt to rouse her. This was the first time both he and Qi Huan found themselves so frightened at having taken a life. Chapter 80. If you wish to regard me as his mother, that is acceptable. In the principal's office of the South Li Academy within the city of South Li, a mature and composed middle-aged man sat at a desk. His fingers interlaced, an expression of gravity upon his face. He was Xia Zhu, the principal of South Li Academy. Before him stood a striking woman, equally serious, reporting the urgent situation unfolding within the city. Principal, the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, Song Yan, has personally arrived in the city, accompanied by 2 holy envoys and hundreds of disciples. Each one of them is an elite member of the Holy Lotus sect. Reports indicate that Song Yan has departed from the Jiang family, and the disciples of the Holy Lotus sect have begun to mobilize within the city. I fear that the Jiang family intends to leverage the Holy Lotus sect to strike against the Qi family and the woman known as Luo Ruiying. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhu furrowed his brow, his expression laden with concern. What was destined to occur has finally come to pass. The news of the Qi family's victory over the Jiang family in the commercial competition elicited both joy and trepidation within him. The joy stemmed from the fact that the Jiang family had lost much of their control over the commerce in Nanli City and could no longer act with unrestrained authority to monopolize various resources. However, his concern arose from the Jiang family's alliance with the Holy Lotus sect. Should they inform their allies, both the Qi family and the woman representing them would be in peril. Recently, the Qi family had introduced the Immortal refinement pills, which had completely undermined the Jiang family's foundations, pushing them into a corner. He knew it would not be long before the Jiang family would reach out to the Holy Lotus sect for assistance. Yet, he had not anticipated such swift action, particularly coinciding with the New Year festival. This was the scenario he dreaded most. Tonight would likely be fraught with bloodshed. The Holy Lotus sect would not spare the Qi family and their kin. As the president of Nanli Academy, tasked with maintaining order in the city, how could he stand idly by while the Qi family and their kin faced annihilation? Yet, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Song Yan. Should he intervene, it would plunge Nanli Academy into crisis. If he were to turn a blind eye, he questioned whether he could truly do so. Nanli Academy was established not only to cultivate exceptional cultivators, but also to safeguard the city itself. Allowing the Holy Lotus sect to wreak havoc within the city would render the existence of Nanli Academy meaningless. Linya, summon all the members of the academy immediately. Have them rush to protect the Qi family and their kin. I shall personally seek an audience with Song Yan. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Zhu instructed Linya before him. Had Han Guangji of the Treasure Commerce still been in the city, he could have allied with him against Song Yan. However, it was evident that the Jiang family had seized the opportunity during Han Guangji's departure from Nanli City. Alone, he could hardly contend with Song Yan and would have to devise means to negotiate with her. Otherwise, if he and Song Yan were to clash within Nanli City, the repercussions for the citizens would be unavoidable. Yes, I will gather everyone at once. President, please exercise caution. I have heard that the leader of the Holy Lotus sect has already attained the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Linya nodded, urging Xia Zhu to be cautious, and promptly set about organizing the personnel. A moment's delay could place the Qi family and their kin in grave danger. In the night sky over Nanli City, Song Yan personally led a contingent of disciples from the Holy Lotus sect, hurrying towards Luo Ruiying's location as reported. Meanwhile, a stunningly ethereal figure awaited them amidst the night. Her presence serene, yet commanding. Moon Qingyu's icy, profound gaze scrutinized Song Yan and her companions. Immediately, Song Yan halted, her brow furrowed in concentration as she regarded Moon Qingyu. This woman, she could not see through. Was she affiliated with Nanli Academy? Prior to the commencement of their operation, Song Yan had anticipated that the greatest obstacle would indeed be Nanli Academy. The Academy's president, Xia Zhu, possessed formidable strength at the celestial realm and was certainly not to be underestimated. But she had never heard of the emergence of this woman at Nanli Academy. Who are you? Song Yan coldly inquired of Yu Qingyu. Are you the mastermind behind them? Those people in the city are all yours? Yu Qingyu disregarded Song Yan's questions and directly asked in a frosty tone. Song Yan sneered, boldly admitting, indeed, I am the leader of the Holy Lotus sect, and all those in the city are my disciples. Is that so? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yu Qingyu's icy gaze as she raised her delicate finger and calmly spoke. Burst. Huh. Song Yan, perplexed, was baffled by Yu Qingyu's intentions. However, in the next moment, she heard strange noises from behind her disciples. Turning around in confusion, Her expression turned to one of shock. She saw her disciples, who had been following her, suddenly swell grotesquely, ballooning to an enormous roundness. Each disciple wore a face twisted in agony, desperately extending their arms towards Song Yan, pleading, "Master, please save me." As soon as the words left their lips, dozens of disciples behind her erupted like balloons. Blood and flesh burst forth like fireworks against the night sky. What? Song Yan stood frozen in place, her face pale with disbelief as she looked at Yechen. This time, her gaze no longer held the previous arrogance, only fear remained. "What have you done to my disciples?" she shrieked, pointing at Yechen in a hysterical manner. She had not witnessed Yechen casting any spells, nor did she sense any spiritual energy emanating from her. With just a single utterance, she had caused her most elite disciples to explode and perish. Having practiced for over 300 years, she had never encountered such a method. At this moment, Ning Yechen and the others had just arrived behind Yechen. Witnessing the gruesome scene of blood and flesh flying, their faces turning ashen. Even they, who often fought in the demon domain forest, had never seen such a bloody spectacle of explosions. Yechen slowly walked towards Song Yan, stepping gracefully through the void. Though her demeanor was dignified and elegant, and she bore no trace of spiritual energy, Song Yan felt an unprecedented and immense pressure weighing upon her heart. "Do not underestimate me. I am the leader of the Holy Lotus sect." Song Yan transformed her fear into anger, her hands forming a spell. Yet Yechen merely uttered, "Twist." In the next instant, Song Yan's arms began to contort irregularly of their own accord, the sound of her bones cracking crisply ringing out. Her hand bones even protruded outwards. Ning Yechen and the others, standing nearby, furrowed their brows, feeling a sense of pain just from watching. The excruciating pain twisted Song Yan's expression, leaving only boundless terror on her face. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes as she desperately questioned Yechen. Who are you?" Yechen stepped before Song Yan, finally answering her inquiry. "I am merely a servant of the Supreme Exalted One. Certainly, it is permissible for you to regard me as his mother." Chapter 81. Such a delightful task, why not indulge? A servant mother? Song Yan was utterly bewildered by the cryptic words of Yechen, merely assuming she was jesting. Who would dare to claim to be the mother of their own master? Therefore, you must now pay the price for the decision you made tonight. I shall make you aware of the consequences of disturbing the esteemed demon lord and his lady. The price for interrupting my enjoyment shall be steep. Yechen's expression turned icy, her deep, dark eyes transforming into an enchanting shade of emerald green. Overwhelmed by an abyss of terror, Song Yan fled without hesitation. Yet, how could she possibly escape from Yechen's grasp? As she fled in sheer panic, she dared to glance back. When she turned her head again, Yechen had silently appeared before her. "It seems I should first cripple your legs. Twisted. Wait." Upon hearing Yechen's words, Song Yan's face went pale, and she pleaded for mercy. However, as soon as Yechen's voice fell, her legs were forcefully contorted and broken against her will. The sound of bones snapping echoed horrifically. The agony combined with her overwhelming fear caused tears to stream down Song Yan's face, accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail. "It is too loud. Be silent." Yechen spoke with evident disdain. Song Yan's mouth closed involuntarily, unable to part, only able to emit muffled pleas, her face a mask of desperation. She could not comprehend what kind of person she had provoked. Who is this woman, and from where does she hail? She was utterly perplexed. With her peak cultivation at the divine realm, and the martial god temple already fallen, there should be no one in Nanzhou capable of challenging her. Tonight's plan should have been foolproof. Yet, why had the situation devolved into this? Yechen's emerald gaze fixated on Song Yan, who felt a sudden disorientation. In the next moment, an invisible force began to brutally peel away her hands, scalp, and every inch of her skin. Beneath the skin lay flesh, and beneath the flesh, bones. Her entire being was being methodically stripped away. The excruciating pain rendered Song Yan's existence more torturous than death, her body quaking uncontrollably. Strangely, her mind remained remarkably clear. So clear that she could feel every inch of her skin being torn away in agonizing detail. Helpless against the torment, she convulsed incessantly, her eyes losing their coherence. Just as she was on the brink of collapse, believing she must have perished, a fleeting moment of clarity revealed that aside from her broken hands and feet, she bore no other injuries. What had just transpired felt as though it had been a nightmarish vision. Yet, the despair of witnessing herself being meticulously stripped away remained etched deeply in her consciousness. That sensation was unfathomably real. She could not have been mistaken. What on earth was happening? Song Yan's forehead glistened with cold sweat as she lifted a bewildered gaze towards Yechen. With a gentle smile, Yechen began to elucidate. "Do you feel it?" Your body is being incrementally peeled away in this hallucinatory experience, the agony akin to that of genuine suffering. But fear not. Your true self will not incur any tangible harm. This process will persist in an endless cycle until I choose to release you. Upon hearing this, Song Yan's pupils dilated sharply, her face contorted with terror. She fervently bowed her head in desperation, pleading for mercy, even if it meant her immediate demise. She could no longer withstand such torment. The thought that her true self would remain unscathed while she incessantly relived the horrifying sensation of being stripped away was utterly terrifying. Such a form of punishment was beyond the endurance of any human being. Yuqingyu remained unmoved by Song Yan's anguished entreaties, her demeanor cold and indifferent as she gazed down upon her. Soon, the next round of peeling commenced. To onlookers, apart from her limbs appearing broken, Song Yan's body seemed untouched, devoid of any wounds. Yet, her face was a mask of anguish, tears streaming as she convulsed in midair, resembling a person possessed. In that moment, she was enduring a horrific execution that most could only experience once in a lifetime. Ordinary individuals would typically succumb to pain or excessive blood loss before enduring such suffering. Yet now is the moment to put our plans into action. Although the high priest of the Sacred Lotus sect and his 2 esteemed disciples are personally involved, I am reassured. However, how could I possibly miss the night of the Qi family's downfall? Thus, Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming decided to summon all members of their clan, joining forces with the Sacred Lotus sect to launch a decisive assault on the Qi family, leaving none alive. Esteemed guests, I am profoundly grateful to each of you for answering my call. After we eradicate the Qi family tonight, rest assured that the Jiang family will not be remiss in rewarding all present. I have but one request. The Qi family must vanish from this world by nightfall. Jiang Jun stepped into the courtyard, bowing in gratitude to the assembled crowd. The attendees, brimming with enthusiasm, raised their weapons, exclaiming in unison, "Rest assured, Master Jiang. Tonight, we shall ensure the Qi family's complete annihilation." Indeed, over the years, the Jiang family has treated us with great kindness. It is time we repay Master Jiang. We await but a single command from you, and we shall storm the Qi residence. The crowd was exuberant, their fears cast aside. They had long heard that the Sacred Lotus sect was already backing the Jiang family, and they merely intended to participate for the thrill. Perhaps, should the mission succeed, they might even earn a favor from the Jiang family and receive generous rewards. Such an advantageous opportunity was too good to pass up. Chapter 82. This woman is truly a demon. As Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming gazed upon the spirited assembly, the pent-up emotions they had long suppressed finally found release. Their faces alight with long-awaited smiles. What of their victory in the mercantile competition? What significance did the elixir of celestial refinement hold against the Jiang family's fiery lotus liquid? After this night, Nanli City would remain firmly under Jiang family's dominion. The Qi family was destined to fall before them. It seemed I have arrived at just the right moment. As the Jiang family estate buzzed with anticipation, a sudden ethereal and chilling voice echoed from the heavens. The crowd, puzzled, looked up to see a stunningly cold and beautiful silhouette standing against the dim night sky. 2 men and 1 woman accompanied her, one of the men seemingly carrying another person on his shoulder. "Pray tell, who might you be?" Jiang Jun inquired, his brow furrowing as he stepped forward. Qingyu, uninterested in addressing such insignificant beings, waved her hand, signaling Meng Niu to drop the person he was carrying. Meng Niu, not daring to hesitate, seized Song Yan and hurled her towards the center of the Jiang estate. Song Yan plummeted swiftly from the heights, crashing heavily into the Jiang courtyard. The crowd, perplexed, quickly gathered to investigate. Upon seeing her, they were struck dumb with horror. There lay Song Yan, barely clinging to life, convulsing on the ground. Her face a ghastly mixture of terror, regret, and despair, with dried tears clearly visible on her cheeks. Even more shocking was the sight of her limbs twisted grotesquely, bones and flesh exposed in a frightful display. Some among the onlookers, weak of heart, were so terrified that their legs buckled, causing them to retreat in fear. The high priestess of the Sacred Lotus sect, Song Yan. "High priestess, what has happened to you? Please, say something." The crowd gasped in shock, rushing forward to assess her injuries. It is hard to believe that, in present-day southern state, someone could inflict such grievous harm upon the leader of the Holy Lotus sect. Song Yan, since the disappearance of the martial god temple, the Holy Lotus sect has become the most formidable power in southern state. Jiang Jun was utterly stunned upon witnessing Song Yan's pitiful state, rendered speechless. How could this happen? Was she not sent to eliminate that woman? How could she return in such a wretched condition? As the crowd turned their gazes towards Yuqingyu and her companions, their expressions were rife with confusion, shock, and dread. Yuqingyu coldly surveyed the onlookers from above the Jiang family residence and commanded her allies, Meng Niu and the others, Go. Eliminate all the insects aside from Jiang and his son. Understood. Meng Niu and his companions responded, immediately soaring down into the Jiang family estate. The members of the Jiang family drew their swords, apprehensively watching Meng Niu and his comrades. Meng Niu flashed a charming, radiant smile, brandishing a crimson battle axe. The swift swing of the axe cut through the air like a streak of blood, and those standing in the front row were instantly bisected. In an instant, blood gushed forth in torrents. The blood staining the crimson axe was absorbed, emanating a dim scarlet glow. Were it not for the need to maintain a low profile, Meng Niu would have desired to raise the entire Jiang family to the ground with a single swing. Kaisei wielded a serpent sword, her form slithering through the crowd with remarkable agility. Wherever she passed, bodies were cleaved asunder. The Jiang family members scarcely caught a glimpse of her presence. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan, adorned with dazzling gauntlets, delivered a punch that unleashed a fierce gale, akin to a tornado, sweeping through the Jiang family. Without exception, all were obliterated in its wake. In the blink of an eye, countless members of the Jiang family met their demise. Faced with Meng Niu and his companions, the Jiang family had no chance to resist. Only able to flee in terror, a sense of pride crept upon the faces of Meng Niu and his comrades. At long last, after such a long hiatus, they once again felt the thrill of being the formidable demon kings they once were. Since aligning themselves with Ning Yechen, they had nearly forgotten their status as the strongest of the demon realm. During this time, they had begun to feel as if they were merely well-behaved pets. No, even more obedient than pets. Pets might occasionally exhibit rebellion, disregarding their master's commands, but they dared not do so. However, despite the almost slaughter-like efficiency with which Meng Niu and his companions dispatched the Jiang family, Yu Qingyu furrowed her brow, clearly dissatisfied with their performance. Is this how you serve the demon lord? She reproached, lightly touching down from the heavens, her displeasure palpable as she addressed the trio who were annihilating the Jiang family. Meng Niu and his companions paused in their carnage, bewildered and fearful as they gazed at Yu Qingyu, momentarily at a loss for understanding their misstep, yet too intimidated to question her. Since you three have been taken in by the demon lord, you are considered part of our demonic realm. As members of the demonic realm, you must show no mercy towards our enemies. Yu Qingyu admonished coldly. Meng Niu and his companions remained utterly perplexed. Were their recent methods truly merciful? That was undeniably brutal. I instructed you to eliminate them, but I did not intend for you to simply execute them on the spot. The manner in which you dispatched them with a single stroke rendered them utterly devoid of pain. That is nothing short of a gift to them. Those who offend the demon realm should be made to endure endless suffering and torment, struggling in anguish and despair until their demise. Yu Qingyu's expression was frigid, her eyes glimmering with an icy light, and a terrifyingly sinister smile graced her lips. Despite possessing an exquisitely elegant visage, her words and demeanor sent chills down the spine. Meng Niu and his companions stood frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Very well, allow me to demonstrate our methods from the demon realm. Yu Qingyu's gaze fell upon Jiang Ming, who cowered behind the others in fright, and she spoke coolly. End your own life, and witness your death amid pain and regret. As her words resonated, Jiang Ming suddenly found his body moving against his will. What? My hands. No, I cannot control them. What have you done to me? Someone, please, save me. He cried in terror, as his hands involuntarily grasped a dagger from the ground. Under the horrified gaze of the onlookers, Jiang Ming began to plunge the dagger into his own flesh, starting with his arm, then his thigh, and finally his abdomen. His anguished wails echoed throughout the Jiang residence. His face contorted in fear and pain, until he succumbed to his dread as his abdomen was fully sliced open. A deathly silence enveloped the scene, with Jiang Ming's harrowing cries resonating in everyone's ears, leaving them utterly stunned by the shocking spectacle. Even the seasoned practitioners were left with nothing but boundless terror. Meanwhile, Yu Qingyu observed with a smile of admiration. At that moment, every heart harbored the same thought. This woman is truly a devil. Chapter 83. Yes, it is you. Meng Niu and his companions stood petrified, realizing how their self-proclaimed ruthlessness paled in comparison to Yu Qingyu's cruelty. The remaining members of the Jiang family were already paralyzed with fear, daring not to confront Yu Qingyu, and hurriedly scattered in all directions. Naively, they believed that fleeing would afford them a chance. Yet as they leaped into the air, shadowy figures emerged silently from the void to dispatch those who dared to ascend. No one knew from whence these figures came or when they had lain in wait. Despair enveloped the crowd, who huddled together in a desperate embrace. Having nowhere left to escape, who was in charge of the Jiang family? Yu Qingyu inquired, gracefully advancing, every movement exuding elegance and poise. Without hesitation, the crowd thrust the quaking Jiang Jin forward. Elder, You seek the Jiang family. He is the head of the Jiang family. Yes, yes. He has nothing to do with us. Kindly show mercy, esteemed elder, and spare us. I assure you, I have no acquaintance with the Jiang family. I merely sought a meal. The crowd lamented incessantly, pleading for Yu Qingyu to grant them clemency. Some even proposed extinguishing the entire Jiang lineage in exchange for a sliver of mercy. Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that had the Jiang family not provoked such formidable adversaries, they would not find themselves ensnared in this dire predicament. Sacrificing themselves for the Jiang family was utterly unwarranted. Jiang Zhen turned in disbelief to the crowd, who moments ago had proclaimed their loyalty to the Jiang family, now clamoring for its annihilation. These individuals had once fawned over the Jiang family's past glory, reaping substantial rewards for their servitude. I require only Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li, Yu Qingyu stated coolly. The crowd understood her intent and swiftly extracted Jiang Li from the embrace of several women, unceremoniously tossing him beside Jiang Zhen. Despite the impending doom of the Jiang family and his own paralysis, Jiang Li remained blissfully engaged in indulgence. The wails of despair echoed throughout the residence. Yet he remained oblivious to the chaos enveloping the Jiang family. Jiang Li, disheveled and unceremoniously thrown to the ground, let out a howl of pain, his already disabled legs protesting against the rough treatment. You have revolted. How dare you treat me thus? I am the eldest son of Ti, however. It was then that Yu Qingyu spoke in a serene voice. As a consequence of obedience, I shall ensure your departure is not filled with suffering. You may turn upon one another. Senior, wait. You promised. One person, his face awash with terror, stepped forward to plead for mercy, only to be met with a long blade piercing through his chest from behind. The man turned in bewilderment towards his assailant, who shook his head vehemently, exclaiming, No. It wasn't me. My hands have betrayed my will. As the words left his lips, the assailant was swiftly pierced by several others wielding swords. In that instant, the throng of individuals, previously huddled together, fell into a frenzy of mutual slaughter, each insisting they were not the instigator, begging for a cessation of violence. They all wished to halt, yet found themselves unable to do so. The air was filled with anguished screams and wails, blood gushing forth in torrents. Before long, only one individual remained amidst the myriad of corpses, his body impaled by numerous blades, drenched in crimson. Yet, his hands remained uncontrollably gripping the long knife as it glided across his own neck. Thus, the final soul succumbed to the pool of blood. Jiang Li was rendered utterly dumbfounded by this scene, his legs trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, he comprehended just how terrifying this woman before him truly was. No, spare me. What do you desire? The Jiang family will grant it to you. Jiang Li began to fervently plead with Yu Qingyu. Rest assured, the esteemed demon lord seeks an audience with you. I shall not take your life, just yet, Yu Qingyu replied coolly. Had it not been for the demon lord's express wish to see him, she would have long since found pleasure in ending Jiang Li's life. For his past insolence towards the demon lord and his lady, and for daring to cast such a look upon her moments ago, he deserved to perish 1,000 times over. Demon lord? Jiang Zheng and his son repeated the title, momentarily at a loss as to whom it referred. When had the Jiang family ever provoked such a formidable figure? As the father and son pondered, Ning Yechen gradually descended from the heavens. Surrounding them, hundreds of dark-clad guards emerged from the shadows, placing their hands upon their hearts and bowing in unison, reverently proclaiming, Demon Lord. Yu Qingyu elegantly stepped aside, hand upon her chest, slightly bowing as she softly called out, Demon Lord. Meanwhile, Meng Niu and his companions had already prostrated themselves low to the ground, understanding their place as pets. Ning Yechen walked slowly past the ranks of dark guards, approaching Jiang Li and Jiang Zheng. The two men lifted their gazes, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment, disbelief etched across their faces. It is you, Jiang Zheng exclaimed, trembling as he raised a finger towards Ning Yechen. You are that woman's husband. He could scarcely fathom that the one who so effortlessly vanquished the leader of the Sacred Lotus sect, Song Yan, and annihilated the Jiang family overnight, was indeed the spouse of that very woman. Aside from his handsome and refined appearance, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. When he first laid eyes on Ning Yechen, he scarcely paid him any mind. Jiang Li also raised his head to gaze at Ning Yechen, his expression one of incredulity. The once mocked pretty boy had now transformed into the revered demon lord in the eyes of this crowd. Upon witnessing the audacity of the Jiang father and son, who dared to lift their heads to meet Ning Yechen's gaze, Yu Qingyu's brows furrowed slightly, and she coldly admonished, The demon lord is not someone of your insignificant stature who can be gazed upon. Kneel. At her command, Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li promptly fell to their knees. Their heads bowed, rendered immobile, unable even to lift their gazes. You are unworthy to speak in the presence of the demon lord. Yu Qingyu expressed her dissatisfaction with the disrespect shown by the Jiang family. Were it not for the demon lord's presence, she would have long since made them experience a fate worse than death. It appears you were taken aback by my arrival, Ning Yechen remarked with a cold smile, casting his gaze upon the prostrate Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li. His purpose for coming was to ensure they understood precisely whom they had offended, while also addressing matters left unresolved during his previous encounters with Luo Ruying and Luo Hongya. It is time to reckon with the offenses you committed against my wife, as well as the transgressions against me. With that, Ning Yechen extended his hand towards Jiang Li, who instantly felt his limbs contorting and compressing, gradually folding into a ball. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Father, save me. It hurts. Jiang Li cried out in agony, desperately seeking help from the trembling Jiang Zhen, whose eyes were filled with terror, unable to focus on his son's plight. In truth, he felt nothing but disdain for his incompetent offspring at that moment. Were it not for him, the Jiang family might not have fallen into such ruin today. Decades of their family legacy were being squandered because of this useless son. After compressing Jiang Li nearly into a spherical form, Ning Yechen released his grip, opting not to continue the compression or to end his life just yet. He intended to let Jiang Li endure the torment of his twisted and fractured body. Ning Yechen had long wished to eliminate him after the mockery he faced before, and he now relished the thought of allowing Jiang Li to live a few more days. Witnessing the downfall of his family, he had changed his mind about killing him quickly, letting him wail in regret for a while longer. Ning Yechen's gaze shifted to the kneeling Jiang Zhen, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. I've heard that you specifically informed the Holy Lotus sect of your intention to kill my wife. You even claimed you would spare no one. At Ning Yechen's words, Jiang Zhen's pupils constricted sharply, despair flooding his heart. He was acutely aware of the schemes and preparations he had orchestrated in his home over the past few days. Knowing that he was destined to perish this night, he found a strange sense of calmness wash over him, accepting that the Jiang family of Nanli City would soon vanish from existence, and thus, he felt a sense of resignation. Confronting such a terrifying individual, the Jiang family is fated to meet this end. My lord, may I ask you a few questions? Jiang Zhen implored as he knelt on the ground. A mere insect dares to question the demon lord? Yu Qingyu retorted, her brows furrowing in disdain. The oppressive aura immediately bore down upon Jiang Zhen, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood, as if his very insides were being crushed. Ning Yechen raised his arm, gesturing for Yu Qingyu to withdraw her pressure, and addressed Jiang Zhen with a detached demeanor. Speak, so that you may die with clarity. Thank you, my lord. I only wish to know if the healing spirit liquid and the alchemy pills of the Qi family were granted to them by you. Jiang Zhen, weakly prostrating on the ground, appeared pallid, yet mustered the strength to inquire. Before his demise, he needed to uncover the truth behind the sudden emergence of 2 new elixirs in the Qi family. Otherwise, he would remain unsatisfied. He believed his business acumen rivaled that of the Qi family, possessing a deeper understanding of profit. During his servitude to the Qi family, he genuinely contributed, overseeing a particular street. Under his management, the trade guild on that street had reaped substantial profits, yet he received neither recognition nor reward from the Qi family, but rather reprimands and blame. His keen perception had identified a lucrative opportunity, foreseeing a future scarcity of a rare herb. He had seized the moment to monopolize the acquisition of this precious material, inflating its price manifold. As a result, he faced numerous complaints and dissatisfaction, only to be chastised by the Qi family for his actions. Their ethos centered on benefiting the populace and eschewing exorbitant profits, a principle that stood in stark contrast to his own. Subsequently, when the Holy Lotus sect approached the Qi family seeking cooperation to seize control of Nanli City, they were outrightly rejected. Thus, Jiang Zhen proactively reached out to the Holy Lotus sect, leveraging their assistance to establish the current Jiang family. He was convinced that he should not be outdone by the Qi family. His beliefs were not misguided. After all, commerce exists to generate profit. Ning Yechen was somewhat surprised that Jiang Zhen would specifically pose such a question. His face was etched with an obsession for the truth. Indeed, the healing spirit liquid and the alchemy pills of the Qi family were both bestowed by me. Is that so? Then I do not consider myself defeated by the Qi family. A hint of relief flickered across Jiang Zhen's haggard visage. He then beseeched Ning Yechen once more. My lord, I know that even if I plead for mercy, you will not spare me. I only hope that you can grant my son and me a swift end. Having witnessed the myriad of gruesome deaths within the estate, it was impossible for Jiang Zhen to claim he was unafraid. He was merely an ordinary man, at most having undergone bodily refinement. How could he not tremble with fear? Especially now, whenever he beheld Yu Qingyu's figure, he could not help but shudder uncontrollably, feeling utterly suffocated. Beside him, Jiang Li, in agony, overheard Jiang Zhen's words and, disregarding his own suffering, cried out in terror, "You old wretch! If you must die, do so alone. I do not wish to perish. I implore you, spare me. If you die, I will become the master of the Jiang family. I will give you anything you desire. Just let me live." Upon encountering Jiang Li, who remains unchanged until now, Jiang Zhen's countenance turned pale, filled with a sense of desolation, yet suddenly he felt a sense of release. With such a beast present, it is inevitable that the Jiang family will meet its demise, if not tonight, then surely one day. In a certain light, the Qi family has undeniably triumphed over him. Chapter 85. He is truly too benevolent. Indeed, I could grant you a swift death, but for him, that is simply not permissible. Out of a semblance of respect for Jiang Zhen's apparent resolve, Ning Yechen, in an act of unexpected mercy, permitted him the grace of a quick demise, casting a dagger before him. As for Jiang Li, he would not be so easily excused. The moment he set his sights on Luo Ruiying, it was destined that he would not allow him an easy end. Jiang Zhen cast one last glance at Jiang Li, who continued to writhe in agony, before slowly picking up the dagger from the ground, without hesitation plunging it into his own chest. This calamity was wrought by Jiang Li, and at this juncture, he alone was to blame. As a father, he had undoubtedly failed, yet he had done all that he could for his son. With the dagger piercing his heart, Jiang Zhen quickly collapsed to the ground, devoid of any breath. Seeing this, Jiang Li was consumed by terror, pleading desperately for mercy. "Please, spare me. I will give you the entire Jiang family. I desire nothing but your clemency." Ning Yechen regarded Jiang Li with disdainful coldness, questioning whether he truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. His intent in annihilating the Jiang family was not for the meager possessions they held. Even those paltry assets would be deemed an inconvenience in his demonic realm. What he sought was the price for the offenses he had endured. Ning Yechen gradually raised his hand, preparing to compress Jiang Li into a mere disk. Just as he began, Jiang Li emitted a series of wails akin to a slaughtered pig. To Ning Yechen's astonishment, Yu Qingyu suddenly interjected to halt him. "My lord, might you spare his life?" Why?" Ning Yechen paused in his actions, turning back with a puzzled expression. He recalled that Yu Qingyu was not one to exhibit compassion towards mere insects. In her eyes, most beings in the six realms were akin to vermin. Among all in the demon realm, he considered himself to be the most merciful and direct in his methods, especially compared to others with their peculiar tendencies. Yu Qingyu's icy, beautiful gaze fell upon Jiang Li, and a sinister smile graced her lips as she calmly elucidated, "My lord, this man has not only offended you, but has also disrespected the lady. To slay him so easily would be too lenient. Perhaps I might take him to the execution palace of the demon realm?" The execution palace, as the name suggests, is home to those tasked with executing and interrogating individuals. Their methods are particularly cruel and terrifying, reaching an unprecedented level of horror. Even beings from the celestial realm tremble at the mere mention of the execution palace. Many would prefer death, annihilation of both body and soul, over being captured and interrogated there, for they possess countless ways to make one's life a living hell, ensuring that one would suffer without the release of death. The wails and cries for mercy from within the execution palace have never ceased. Those who have been ensnared within its grasp have never emerged. Even the most resolute souls, once consigned to its depths, find themselves imploring to divulge everything by the following day. It is a place that would churn the stomach of even Ning Yechen upon merely surveying its confines. The execution palace of the demon realm was established in ancient times and has been perpetuated by successive demon lords. Ning Yechen had previously advocated for its abolition on numerous occasions, yet he faced vehement opposition from various demon deities and subordinates. They collectively believed that the existence of the execution palace served to instill a greater sense of dread among those with nefarious intentions and to ensure that those who offended the demon lord would receive their just punishment. Given the inherent chaos of the demon realm, and considering that he had only recently ascended to the pinnacle of its hierarchy, it was indeed necessary to instill fear among the rebellious demon kings scattered throughout the lands. Thus, the execution palace remained intact. It was not until he had departed from the demon realm, with no intention of returning, that he ceased to concern himself with its affairs. If not for Yu Qingyu's mention, he might have entirely forgotten about the execution palace. After deliberating for a moment, Ning Yechen nodded in acquiescence to Yu Qingyu's suggestion. "Very well, I shall entrust it to you. Yes, I assure you, my lord, I shall not let you down," Yu Qingyu replied with delight. In her mind, anyone who dared to offend the demon lord and his consort deserved to be sent to the execution palace. The methods employed by those within the palace were such that even she felt inadequate in comparison. Many of her own techniques were learned from them. Upon hearing Yu Qingyu express her desire to report on the execution process and outcomes, Ning Yechen hastily waved his hand in refusal. That will not be necessary. You might find it unappetizing. Understood, my lord, she replied. Yu Qingyu then approached Jiang Li, instructing the shadowy attendants beside her. Take him to the execution palace and inform the palace master, Tian Xing, that this insignificant creature has offended the demon lord and his consort. He should know what to do. And remember to tell him that I want him to remain alive. If he happens to die, the next one to be executed shall be him. Yes. The two shadowy attendants immediately dragged Jiang Li into the rift of distorted space. Where are you taking me? Let go. Jiang Li, filled with dread, attempted to struggle, yet he was effortlessly seized like a feeble chick and vanished into the void. Awaiting him was a new and exhilarating chapter of existence. With the matters concerning the Jiang family concluded, Ning Yechen turned to hasten homeward to seek warmth beside his wife. Before departing, he caught sight of Song Yan, convulsing on the ground, her eyes vacant, displaying an expression of numbed shock. At that moment, she had just undergone another excruciating ordeal of complete disassembly, locking eyes with Ning Yechen, her gaze pleading desperately, yearning for a swift end. Ning Yechen immediately discerned that Yu Qingyu had once again employed her ocular arts, subjecting her to a cycle of suffering worse than death. Who is she, my lord? This individual is named Song Yan, the leader of the Sacred Lotus sect. She was the one who attempted to harm the consort tonight, and is also the hidden support behind the Jiang family. In the present moment, I have ensured the complete resolution of the ants both within the city and its outskirts. Yu Qingyu replied softly, her voice like the gentle whisper of the moonlight. Ning Yechen hesitated for a brief moment, then raised his hand, causing Song Yan to dissolve into nothingness in an instant. This act granted her a swift and merciful conclusion. In former times, he might not have allowed Song Yan such a swift exit. However, after spending time with Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya, he chose to bestow upon Song Yan a measure of compassion. After all, he did not wish for his beloved daughter and wife to perceive him as excessively cruel. Alas, his kindness knew no bounds. Yu Qingyu was taken aback by Ning Yechen's decisive action against Song Yan. Yet she respected the Lord of Demons in all his decisions and praised him with utmost reverence, exclaiming, "Truly, you are the Lord of Demons. Your benevolence is unparalleled throughout the demon realm. Enough, enough. You are responsible for ensuring that everything is cleaned up afterward. I do not wish for any disturbances tomorrow." Ning Yechen waved his hand nonchalantly, eager to vanish from sight. Yu Qingyu remained behind, directing her subordinates to erase all traces. At that moment, another transmission echoed. Left Protector. More individuals are approaching. Chapter 86. The snow tonight seems to be colder than in previous years. More ants have arrived? Yu Qingyu furrowed her brow, her expression revealing her displeasure. The influx of these ants tonight was beginning to test her patience. Who were they? It appeared they were individuals from the South Li Academy within the city. The shadowy attendant confirmed. Left Protector, should we eliminate them all? No need. Hold your fire for now. I will handle those individuals, Yu Qingyu commanded after a moment of contemplation. Before arriving at the South Li capital, she had already acquired a thorough understanding of its workings. The South Li Academy, as the institution responsible for training cultivators and maintaining order within the city, had likely sensed the unusual occurrences of the night. Although obliterating the academy along with the ants would be simpler, since the Lord of Demons had expressed a desire to avoid unnecessary commotion, she would adhere to his wishes. Should the South Li Academy vanish overnight, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar and potentially lead to unwarranted complications for the Lord of Demons. Therefore, it was best for her to personally attend to the matter. After delegating the handling of the Jiang family incident to her subordinates, Yu Qingyu donned a mask and vanished in an instant. Under the cover of darkness, Xia Jie led a small group swiftly toward the Jiang residence. Yet a look of confusion creased his brow. According to his intelligence, the Holy Lotus sect had mobilized all its members. However, as he traversed the path, he encountered not a single trace of the sect. The city remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any turmoil. Strangely, it appeared as though the entire Holy Lotus sect had vanished without a trace. He had dispatched spies throughout the city, yet none had reported any sign of the sect. This was exceedingly peculiar, leaving him utterly bewildered about the sect's current endeavors. Just as Xia Jie, filled with doubt, was nearing the Jiang estate, a masked figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Who goes there? He inquired. Xia Jie focused his gaze and discerned that he could not detect the slightest aura from the other party. He could not help but ask cautiously. You are the head of Nanli Academy, Xia Jie, are you not? Yu Qingyu replied softly. Indeed, that is correct. May I inquire as to who you are and why you are obstructing my path? Xia Jie furrowed his brow slightly as he questioned her, instinctively regarding her as someone sent by the Holy Lotus sect to impede him. Humph, obstruct you? Do not jest, Yu Qingyu scoffed coldly. I could end your life in an instant. The only reason you are still alive is due to the compassion of the Supreme Being. who has graciously chosen to spare you. Upon hearing Xiajia's assumption that she had come specifically to hinder him, Yu Qingyu emitted a derisive laugh. In the entire 6 realms, there were but a few who could compel her to intervene. This insignificant creature before her was far too self-important. Xiajia, taken aback, displayed a look of astonishment. While he would never claim to be exceptionally powerful, with his status as a celestial god, he was certainly among the elite in Nanzhou, if not the world at large. Apart from Wu Kuang of the Martial God Temple and Song Yin of the Holy Lotus Sect, he felt he was nearly unrivaled. Yet, this enigmatic woman spoke with such arrogance, daring to assert that taking his life was merely a fleeting matter. Moreover, who was this supreme being she mentioned? Could it be someone from the Holy Lotus Sect? Before Xiajia could pose his inquiry, Yu Qingyu continued with an air of indifference. I am here merely to inform you. If you have come regarding the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus Sect, you may return. I have already ensured their extinction. What? The Jiang family and the Holy Lotus Sect have been annihilated. Xiajia and his companions behind him were instantly taken aback, their faces a mask of disbelief. They were all too aware of the might of the Holy Lotus Sect. Otherwise, they would not have approached with such trepidation. Since the disappearance of the Martial God Temple from Nanzhou, the Holy Lotus Sect had stood unchallenged, and yet she claimed to have obliterated them. It had been scarcely half an hour since he received news of the Holy Lotus Sect's mobilization, and now they were completely eradicated? The rapidity of it made him question the veracity of the information. Yet, as he observed the city, which bore no trace of the Holy Lotus Sect, a chill crept into his heart, compelling him to accept the words of this enigmatic woman. Tomorrow, you will learn of the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus Sect's disappearance from the world. This is a minor retribution for their offense against the Supreme Being. Yu Qingyu coldly stated. At that moment, Xiajia felt an overwhelming coldness envelop him, a sense of dread taking root within. Even in the presence of Song Yan, he had never experienced such a paralyzing fear. He could not fathom whom the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus Sect had provoked to invite such annihilation. Understand this and depart before I change my mind and take action against you. Yu Qingyu issued her final warning to Xiajia with a frigid demeanor. Although fear gripped his heart, Xiajia mustered his courage to inquire, May I ask, who is this Supreme Being? Humph. A mere insect dares to seek knowledge of the Supreme Being's name? The Supreme Being abhors disturbances. It would be wise not to probe into matters that do not concern you. Otherwise, perhaps the next to fall will be the South Departure Academy. With that, Yu Qingyu's ethereal form vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Xiaogui stood frozen in shock, unable to regain his composure for a long while. When had such a terrifying force arrived in South Departure City? He had not sensed it at all. Soon, Xiaogui received news that the Qi family and others throughout the city were safe, confirming that the Holy Lotus Sect had been entirely obliterated. It happened so swiftly that he barely had time to react. At that moment, snow began to fall like soft goose down under the night sky, blanketing the city in a flurry. A chill ran through Xiaogui's entire being. Tonight's snow felt notably colder than in previous years. He promptly ordered everyone at South Departure Academy to retreat, advising them to cease any concern for the Qi family and their safety. No further investigations were to be conducted. They were to act as if they knew nothing of the events of the night. After parting from Xiaogui, Yu Qingyu did not immediately return to Ning Yechen's side, but instead made her way to the main headquarters of the Holy Lotus Sect. She had no intention of concealing her presence and entered the sect with a dignified demeanor. The last remaining Golden Lotus Saint envoy stationed there swiftly intercepted her. Who dares to intrude upon the Holy Lotus Sect? He demanded. Yu Qingyu barely glanced at him, responding coolly. In the next instant, the Golden Lotus Saint envoy was torn asunder, dying on the spot. The other disciples of the Holy Lotus Sect were left in stunned disbelief, their faces etched with fear and shock. Their formidable Golden Lotus Saint envoy had perished with but a single utterance. Yu Qingyu, uninterested in wasting further time on these insignificant beings, softly intoned, perish. With a thunderous roar, the vast expanse of the Holy Lotus Sect erupted from its core. A violent shockwave consuming all in its path, the aftershocks felt miles away. What remained beneath Yu Qingyu's feet was now a bottomless abyss. After this night, the Holy Lotus Sect would vanish from the world. As night deepened, snow began to fall unexpectedly. The streets, once bustling, now saw people choosing to return home. The dimly lit thoroughfare becoming tranquil and sparse. Luo Ruiying, cradling Luo Hongya, stood at the street's edge, gazing into the distance. After parting from Ning Yechen, she had not opted to return home immediately, but had chosen to wait on this solitary path leading back, hoping to present the gift she had prepared for him during the New Year festival. Luo Hongya, having followed for a while, had succumbed to fatigue and fallen asleep in her arms. Ning Yechen had initially intended to sneak home directly, but upon seeing Luo Ruiying waiting for him in the snow, He wondered why she did not simply return home, but chose to brave the cold for him. A slight smile crept across his lips as he stealthily descended to the street corner, pretending to just return from the market, and approached her. "My dear, you're back." Did you not say you were going to buy something?" Luo Ruiying's heart inexplicably felt relieved upon seeing Ning Yechen. She felt an unsettling sensation that something significant had transpired in the city tonight, filled with concern and regret for allowing Ning Yechen to depart alone. As an ordinary mortal amidst so many cultivators, he could easily encounter peril. While she awaited his return, her thoughts were not solely on the gift she had prepared for him, but also on his safety. Should he fail to return, she would have no choice but to seek him out herself. However, upon seeing Ning Yechen return empty-handed, curiosity stirred within Luo Ruiying. After all, he had claimed he was going out to purchase something, and she was intrigued to know what it might be. Ning Yechen paused, suddenly recalling that he had concocted an excuse to buy something, yet had returned without acquiring anything at all. Under Luo Ruiying's inquisitive gaze, he explained, "When I arrived, it just so happened that the shop had closed." "Closed? On such a bustling day?" Luo Ruiying inquired, perplexed, though she did not dwell on it too deeply. "Indeed. Perhaps the proprietor took their family out to enjoy the festivities," Ning Yechen suggested, and Luo Ruiying found this reasoning plausible. In the midst of such a lively festival, it was conceivable for someone to temporarily close shop to partake in the celebrations with their loved ones. "All right, my dear, the evening air is chilly, let us hasten home," Ning Yechen said, gently looping his arm around Luo Ruiying's as they began to walk. At that moment, however, Luo Ruiying suddenly felt a wave of shyness wash over her. "Wait, I have something for you," she stammered. Ning Yechen halted, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at her. He had sensed she had something to convey before his departure. Little did he know it was a gift she had prepared for him. Seeing the eager expression on his face only deepened Luo Ruiying's bashfulness. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a beautiful, silvery white, fluffy scarf from her bosom and handed it to him. Initially, she had intended to knit a sweater for him, similar to what she made for Luo Hongya. However, upon completion, she found it lacking in appeal. Unlike Luo Hongya, who was a child and could wear anything, she felt a plain, solid-colored sweater would be rather unattractive. Thus, she ultimately decided to transform the sweater into a scarf, intending to gift it to him during the New Year celebration. Ning Yechen held the scarf with both hands, his face radiating delight. The scarf felt wonderfully warm in his grasp. He had thought Luo Ruiying was solely occupied with crafting winter garments for Luo Hongya, unaware that she had also specially knitted a scarf for him. "You are truly wonderful, my dear." "Thank you," Ning Yechen exclaimed, drawing Luo Ruiying into a heartfelt embrace, his hands encircling her slender waist. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly, but fortunately, she still cradled Luo Hongya in her arms, preventing their bodies from pressing too closely together. All right, let us return home," Luo Ruiying said, her face still tinted with warmth. Witnessing Ning Yechen's evident pleasure in her gift brought her immense joy. This was her first time presenting a gift to someone beyond her family. "My dear, I have one more request. I wonder if you might grant it?" Ning Yechen did not release her, instead locking his gaze upon her with earnest intent. As they strolled through the festival, a child remained at their side, and after admiring the fireworks, they were momentarily disrupted by the followers of the Holy Lotus sect. Seizing the rare opportunity of being alone together, he naturally intended to cherish this moment. What is it?" Luo Ruiying inquired with curiosity. It was uncommon for Ning Yechen to make such a serious request of her. He smiled faintly, leaning closer to Luo Ruiying and whispering softly. Instantly, her delicate face flushed crimson, her expression wavering as she glanced around before hesitantly asking, "And now? Here?" "Indeed," Ning Yechen replied, his smile brightening as he nodded solemnly. After confirming that they were indeed alone, Luo Ruiying, her cheeks still tinged with pink, softly called out, "Husband." Indeed, Ning Yechen had asked her to address him as such, although she had done so a few times in the presence of others. This was her first time uttering it face-to-face in solitude, and it felt somewhat difficult. For some reason, Ning Yechen expressed a desire to hear her say it once more. Since there was no one around, she tentatively gave voice to it. When Luo Ruiying shyly called him, Ning Yechen felt a rush of joy in his heart. Gazing at her exquisitely beautiful, bashful face, he could not resist the urge to cradle her cheeks in his hands and lean in closer. Luo Ruiying's heart raced, inexplicably feeling a surge of tension. She sensed the significance of this moment, slowly closing her eyes and tilting her ruby lips slightly forward. Though she had once contemplated vengeance for the loss of her innocence, she had never truly blamed Ning Yechen. After all, it had been her own choice. Throughout their time together, she had grown to see the goodness in him. He treated both her and the child with care and responsibility, and they had begun to forge a happy life as a family of three. Gradually, She found herself unregretful of that night. This life was one she cherished. And having already surrendered herself to him and borne his child, she had come to regard him as her one and only husband. My dear, I look forward to our future together. Ning Yechen tenderly traced his fingers along Luo Ruiying's delicate, soft cheek, offering a heartfelt confession before leaning in to kiss her enticing lips. A soft, melodic sigh escaped her as their lips met gently, their tongues intertwining in a tender embrace. This was their first profound kiss, both fully aware and present in the moment. Luo Ruiying's cheeks were now adorned with a captivating blush. As their lips finally parted, she gazed at Ning Yechen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with shyness and allure, and she gently nodded, seemingly acknowledging his earlier confession. Chapter 88. Absolutely no strange antics. Just as Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were enveloped in the enchanting atmosphere, a row of heads peeked from the other side of the alley, eyes fixed intently upon the scene. They're kissing. The demon lord and his wife are kissing. Such an important occasion must be documented. Quick, hurry. Inform the left guardian that her plan has succeeded. Where are the fireworks? Prepare the fireworks team. The deities of the night sky were filled with an exuberance that surpassed even that of Ning Yechen, their expressions brimming with joy as they hurriedly began to issue commands. In such a delightful atmosphere, how could one not enhance it with the splendor of fireworks? The denizens of the demon realm, with their backs turned to Luo Ruiying, were inadvertently spotted by Ning Yechen, startling him. How could these rascals be stealthily following him? Ning Yechen shot a fierce glare at the peeping night sky deities, causing them to immediately retract their heads and retreat. Yet, moments later, they curiously poked their heads out once more. Is something wrong? Luo Ruiying inquired, noticing the hint of panic in Ning Yechen's demeanor, which had previously been so fierce. Just as she was about to turn her head to follow his gaze, Ning Yechen swiftly cradled her face in his hands, redirecting her attention. He could not let his wife discover their presence. Under Luo Ruiying's puzzled gaze, Ning Yechen, without hesitation, leaned down to kiss her luscious, ruby-red lips. At that moment, a brilliant burst of light shot into the night sky, illuminating the dark canvas with a kaleidoscope of fireworks. The inhabitants of Naili City could not help but peer curiously out of their windows at the spectacle. How peculiar that fireworks would grace the sky at such an hour. Was there to be a second display tonight? No matter, it was a delightful opportunity to enjoy the view from home once more. As the resplendent fireworks erupted in a dazzling display, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying embraced tightly, sharing a deep, passionate kiss. Time seemed to slip away until they reluctantly parted. The softness and shyness that adorned Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes made her all the more endearing. Ning Yechen found himself momentarily entranced by her beauty. Suddenly, their peripheral vision caught sight of Luo Hongye, who had been peacefully sleeping in Luo Ruiying's arms, now wide awake with sparkling eyes, watching them with curiosity. The child. How did she wake up? Was it the sound of the fireworks that stirred her? Luo Ruiying's neck and cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It was indeed awkward to have their intimate moment interrupted by their child. Yai, you're awake, Ning Yechen responded, his expression equally flustered as he smiled awkwardly at Luo Hongye. Father, mother, what are you doing? Luo Hongye asked innocently, her curiosity unabated. This innocent inquiry only intensified Luo Ruiying's embarrassment. Oh, dear, your father is playing a game with your mother, Ning Yechen explained earnestly, trying to divert the conversation. He had to find a way to navigate this delicate situation. After all, the child was still young and should not be privy to too much. Can I play too? I want to play a game with father and mother, Luo Hongye exclaimed excitedly, tilting her little head and raising her hand in enthusiasm. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged awkward glances before gently planting a kiss on Luo Hongye's adorable cheeks, each on one side. As night fell, Luo Hongye's small face was adorned with a radiant smile, and she affectionately pressed a kiss against the cheeks of Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. The couple exchanged gentle smiles, intertwining their fingers as they made their way home. Let us return home, called out Luo Hongye in a sweet, childlike voice. Hidden in the shadows, the divine beings of the night god looked on with expressions of comfort, their hearts swelling with emotion as tears glistened in their eyes. Oh, how wonderful! With the demon lord and his wife sharing such a bond, it may not be long before we witness the birth of a second little prince or princess. Later that night, in the bedroom, after soothing Luo Hongye to sleep, Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen lay down together on the bed. This time, Luo Hongye was not nestled between them, but rather cradled in Luo Ruiying's embrace. Without the child as a barrier, Ning Yechen could easily wrap his arms around Luo Ruiying's waist, pressing against her back. The child is still asleep. You mustn't engage in anything peculiar, Luo Ruiying said. Her face flushed as she turned away from him, yet she did not resist. Fear not, my dear. It is merely the chill of the night that prompts me to hold you close while we sleep. I assure you, I shall not act in any strange manner. Ning Yechen whispered reassuringly in her ear. Seizing the intimate atmosphere of the evening, he felt it was an opportune moment to deepen their affection. Embracing her in slumber was indeed a rare and cherished opportunity. Luo Ruiying's back was not only warm but also carried a delicate, enchanting fragrance that captivated him. He relished the moment. Sensing that Ning Yechen genuinely wished only to share this warmth, she gradually relaxed. Upon hearing his explanation about the cold, she instinctively shifted slightly backward, pressing her delicate form against his chest. With her body heat, she would surely keep him warm. However, this tender closeness, akin to a little bird nestled in a man's embrace, stirred within Luo Ruiying a unique feeling. She had never imagined that one day she would find herself lying in a man's arms like an ordinary woman, sheltered by him. Especially when that man was but a mortal, my husband, should there come a day when I am no longer here. You promise me that you will raise Hongya to be an ordinary child, Luo Ruiying said lovingly, caressing the sleeping Luo Hongya in her arms, her head gently resting against Ning Yechen's chest. She cherished the life she was living, yet the more she adored it, the more she feared losing it suddenly. The celestial realm was likely still searching for her and her daughter, and she worried about dragging Ning Yechen into their troubles. Moreover, she was merely prolonging her life with a false heart, uncertain of how long it would sustain her. She even contemplated the notion of leaving alone, entrusting the child to Ning Yechen, perhaps to draw the attention of the celestial realm. Yet, the thought of parting from her child and the life she had now filled her with deep reluctance. Noticing Luo Ruiying's apparent despondency, Ning Yechen tightened his embrace around her waist, speaking softly, "My dear, do not entertain such troubling thoughts. Everything will be well with me by your side. As long as my husband is present, both you and the child shall remain unharmed. No one can inflict any more pain upon you." Upon hearing Ning Yechen's words, Luo Ruiying felt a subtle tremor in her heart, quickly followed by a charming and reassuring smile that crept across her face. It was truly remarkable that a mere mortal would dare to claim the protection of her and her child, who belonged to the realm of the divine. Yet, rather than feeling disdain, she was filled with joy. His mere proclamation was more than sufficient. Luo Ruiying nestled comfortably in Ning Yechen's embrace, gradually succumbing to slumber. However, not long after, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, displaying a mixture of playful annoyance and shyness, casting a fierce glance at Ning Yechen, who was peacefully asleep behind her. How could this man, while asleep, be so restless with his feet and hands? The following morning, a startling revelation swept through the city of Nanli. In a single night, every member of the Jiang family had vanished without a trace. The estate was left eerily vacant, devoid of any sign of life. Some speculated that the Jiang family, knowing they could no longer remain in Nanli, had discreetly relocated under the cover of darkness. Yet, this theory was swiftly challenged by others. Almost everything within the estate remained untouched, suggesting a hasty departure was unlikely, given that the Jiang family, including their guards and servants, numbered in the hundreds. How could they have exited the city so silently without anyone noticing? Others proposed that the Qi family must have had some formidable force supporting them, which had clandestinely dealt with the Jiang family, erasing them from existence overnight. However, this conjecture was met with skepticism, as most regarded it as mere folly. If the Qi family had such backing, would they have endured years of suppression by the Jiang family? Moreover, it was well known that the Jiang family was backed by the Holy Lotus sect. After the inexplicable disappearance of the martial god Hall, the Holy Lotus sect had emerged as the most powerful force in the southern region. Who could possibly contend with the might of the Holy Lotus sect behind the Jiang family? The mystery surrounding the Jiang family's disappearance became the talk of the town in Nanli, leaving many bewildered. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying resided, the family gathered joyfully to enjoy breakfast together. Luo Hongye did not sit in the familiar embrace of either Luo Ruiying or Ning Yechen to be fed, but instead chose to sit beside Ning Yechen. On her other side was Yu Qingyu, who carefully spoon-fed Luo Hongye with tenderness. When Luo Hongye accepted the porridge that Yu Qingyu offered her, a gentle smile of satisfaction lit up Yu Qingyu's cool demeanor. The little princess had eaten the food she prepared. The moment filled her with profound emotion. This would undoubtedly add a brilliant chapter to her legacy in the demon realm. She was determined to embrace her responsibilities as the leader of the demon realm and nurture the little princess as if she were her own granddaughter. Luo Ruiying sat nearby, curiously observing Yu Qingyu. Ever since her arrival, she often found herself inexplicably drawn to her. In addition to her impeccable and graceful demeanor, she approaches her tasks with utmost seriousness and reliability, maintaining the household in perfect order. She commands great respect and courtesy, particularly showering affection upon Luo Hongye, suggesting a special fondness for children. Whenever an opportunity arises to care for a child, her excitement is palpable, as if she cherishes them, as if they were her own. Sister Yu, I want more, Luo Hongye exclaimed, leaning towards Yuqingyu, her mouth agape. Overjoyed, Yuqingyu fed her porridge, then gently wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. The little princess is still growing, so she must eat well. Surely, in the future, she will become a figure of great significance, rivaling even the demon lord. Perhaps I should prepare some precious medicinal dishes or procure some divine beast meat to nourish her. As Yuqingyu contemplated Luo Hongye's dietary regimen, a knock echoed through the courtyard. Undoubtedly, it could only be Qi Yuan. Lo sister, Ning brother, little Yi. Upon entering, Qi Yuan greeted Ning Yechen and Luo Ring before joyfully dashing to Luo Hongye, as was her custom, to fondly pinch the adorable, chubby cheeks of the little girl. No matter how many times she gazed upon her, little Yi was irresistibly cute, her soft face captivating Qi Yuan's heart. However, Qi Yuan soon felt a chilling gaze boring into her from behind, causing her to shiver. Turning around, she found Yuqingyu glaring at her coldly, her spoon being crushed into fragments by her delicate grip. This beautiful older sister is quite terrifying. Did she just crush that spoon with a single hand? Is this truly something an ordinary maid could accomplish? This must be a threat. Surely. Qi Yuan's face turned pale with fear. To this day, she remained perplexed by Yuqingyu's animosity towards her. Suppressing her murderous intent, Yuqingyu telepathically inquired of Ning Yechen, Demon Lord, may I eliminate her? You have already posed this question before. Denied. Ning Yechen replied, exasperated. If every person who dared to pinch his daughter's cheeks were to be slain, there would be a considerable shortage of inhabitants. Meng Miao and the others sat nearby, gazing at Qi Yuan with a mix of envy and admiration. This woman was truly fortunate. Not only could she boldly pinch the little princess's cheeks, but she also remained unharmed, especially considering Yuqingyu's evident murderous intent towards her. Miss Qi, come sit with us, Luo Ruiying invited, patting the empty seat beside her and smiling warmly. Qi Yuan quickly joined Luo Ruiying, avoiding eye contact with Yuqingyu. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she couldn't shake the feeling that this beautiful older sister harbored deadly intentions towards her. Once seated, Qi Yuan composed herself and, with a serious expression, informed Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, Sister Luo, Brother Ning, you may not yet know, but something significant has occurred in the city. Last night, the Jiang family seemingly vanished into thin air, disappearing from Nanli City overnight. Even the people from Nanli Academy have stated that this matter is beyond investigation. While she felt a sense of relief at the disappearance of the Jiang family, the incident was undeniably bizarre. In a single night, the sprawling Jiang family, comprising hundreds of individuals, vanished without a trace or a whisper of disturbance. It is important to note that the past few days were filled with festive celebrations, and the streets were bustling with people, yet no one noticed the Jiang family's absence. Based on her understanding of the Jiang family, they did not seem like the type to leave willingly and without a trace. The Jiang family has vanished? Luo Ruiying expressed her astonishment. That's not all, Sister Luo. I heard that the Holy Lotus sect was also annihilated overnight. Qi Yuan continued, her voice tinged with trepidation. That sect was the largest in southern province after the Martial God Hall. Strange occurrences in southern province have been on the rise recently. First, the Martial God Hall, and now the Jiang family and the Holy Lotus sect, with no one aware of who is behind these incidents. Luo Ruiying's expression turned contemplative. She held little interest in the Jiang family. Had it not been for Jiang Li provoking her, she would have turned a blind eye to their actions. Her assistance to the Qi family in the commercial competition was merely a response to her disdain for the Jiang family's behavior. In her heart, she had already resolved that if the Jiang family dared to provoke her again, she would ensure their complete eradication from the world. However, it seemed someone had acted before her. The ability to make the entire Jiang family evaporate overnight without her noticing demonstrated the extraordinary prowess of the opponent. Chapter 90. How did she know? Luo Ruiying felt an unsettling sensation that there might be a mysterious force lurking in the city, one she had yet to perceive. She could only hope that this entity would not become entangled with her. All she desired was to lead a simple life with her family. Noticing Luo Ruiying's furrowed brow and worried demeanor, Ning Yechen gently grasped her hand, offering her a charming smile. A sense of comfort washed over Luo Ruiying, and she returned a faint smile. Qi Yuan had been quietly observing the interaction between Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. Upon seeing their hands intertwined under the table, she couldn't help but display an ant-like smile. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but it seemed that the bond between Sister Luo and Brother Ning had grown even stronger. To avoid disrupting this pleasant atmosphere, Qi Yuan refrained from discussing any troubling matters and instead inquired, by the way, Sister Luo, Brother Ning, did you go to the fireworks display last night? Yes, we did. It was truly beautiful, enchanting, Luo Ruiying replied with a nod. Feeling grateful to Qi Yuan for recommending the event, did you and Brother Ning go up to the hillside? Qi Yuan asked curiously. Yes. Is there something wrong with the place I chose? Luo Ruiying responded, puzzled, not understanding Qi Yuan's line of questioning, as the hillside was the designated spot for watching the fireworks. However, it seemed there were hardly any spectators last night. Noticing Luo Ruiying's confusion, Qi Yuan clenched her delicate fist, indignantly stating, Sister Luo, the location you went to was indeed correct. However, for some unknown reason, the fireworks display was unexpectedly moved forward last night. The person responsible for igniting the fireworks was found early in the morning, asleep in the bushes. The handiwork of some mischief maker. This has prevented everyone from ascending. Some individuals flitted about in the mist all night, unable to escape, only to be discovered at dawn, exhausted and collapsed at the foot of the mountain. Now, many cultivators in the city are on the hunt for this prankster. Because of the fog enveloping the mountain last night, not a single person ventured to the hillside to admire the fireworks. Upon hearing that Luo Ruiying had actually ascended, Qi Yuan was taken aback. Upon reflection, it was likely due to Luo's formidable strength that the mist could not ensnare her. Luo Ruiying, intrigued by who would orchestrate such a prank, instinctively turned her gaze towards Yu Qingyu. Last night, it was she who informed her of the fireworks festival being moved up. How could she know? Yu Qingyu sat calmly in her seat, elegantly lifting her teacup to take a delicate sip, appearing entirely unconcerned. Only Ning Yechen was aware that this entire situation was undoubtedly orchestrated by her father, mumbled Luo Hongya, who had eaten her fill, as she burrowed into Ning Yechen's embrace from the adjacent chair, settling comfortably in his arms. Ning Yechen indulgently tightened his hold around Luo Hongya, affectionately ruffling her small, adorable head. Her little head, round and smooth, was delightful to touch. Luo Hongya squinted her eyes in joy, thoroughly relishing the moment. It was only in the presence of Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying that she displayed such unreserved happiness. Through their time spent together, Qi Yuan observed that Luo Hongya seemed to remain perpetually by Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying's side. She exhibited an extreme shyness towards strangers and showed little inclination to bond with others, let alone engage and play with peers. Even Qi Yuan had to rely on the allure of delicacies and prolonged companionship to gradually gain Luo Hongya's affection. It seemed that Luo Hongya was overly dependent on Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. Luo Jia, Ninggu, after the new year. It will soon be time for the annual recruitment at Nanli Academy, Qi Yuan suddenly proposed after some contemplation. Nanli Academy is renowned throughout the South State, featuring specialized classes for cultivation, as well as schools for children and dedicated preschool classes. Should we enroll little Yi as well? Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen exchanged a moment of surprised hesitation at the suggestion of sending Luo Hongya to a preschool. They were well aware that she cherished being close to them and had grown somewhat overly reliant on their presence. However, this was also a consequence of Luo Hongya's early experiences. From a young age, she had either hidden away in various places or been confined in dark dungeons, never having interacted with others. With little sense of security or support, she naturally felt averse to strangers. It was precisely for this reason that Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were so indulgent towards her. While both Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying delighted in Luo Hongya's attachment, they also hoped that she would eventually engage more with others and gain a broader understanding of the world. After all, which parent does not wish for their child to become more cheerful and lively? Regarding Qi Yuan's proposal, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were indeed contemplating it earnestly. However, the thought of sending Luo Hongya to a school, away from their side, made them feel both reluctant and anxious, especially for Luo Ruiying. Whenever Luo Hongya was out of her sight, a sense of unease would envelop her. The idea of parting with her for most of the day was something she could hardly bear. Therefore, both she and Ning Yechen needed to consider Qi Yuan's suggestion with great caution. Noticing the concerns and reluctance of Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan patted her chest and cheerfully declared, Sister Luo, Brother Ning, there's no need for you to worry. I will also enroll in Nanli Academy, and I will take good care of Xiao Yi there. However, this statement immediately drew disdainful glances from Yu Qingyu, who looked upon her with palpable derision. How could this insignificant creature dare to claim she would protect their most precious little princess of the demon realm? Yu Qingyu's scornful gaze was unmasked, and Qi Yuan quickly became aware of it. Perhaps it was merely her illusion, but this beautiful older sister seemed to regard her with a look akin to that of observing an insect. Suddenly, Qi Yuan felt an inexplicable blow to her self-esteem. Miss Qi, if you intend to join Nanli Academy, do you not plan to take over the family business? Upon hearing that Qi Yuan also wished to enroll in the academy, Luo Ruiying curiously inquired. Qi Yuan's expression turned serious, and with resolute eyes, she replied, Thanks to Sister Luo and Brother Ning, the Qi family is thriving. Even if I am not needed, it would not pose any issue. Moreover, thanks to Brother Ning, I can now resume my cultivation. Thus, I wish to pursue my childhood dream of becoming a formidable practitioner, just like Sister Luo, previously hindered by damaged meridians. Her cultivation had been arduous. Now that her meridians had fully recovered, it was only natural for her to join Naley Academy and embark on the path of cultivation. The journey of cultivation may not be an easy one, but Miss Qi must strive diligently. Observing Qi Yuan's genuine determination and passion, Luo Ruiying smiled and offered words of encouragement. Qi Yuan's talent was not lacking, and with perseverance, she might indeed achieve great things in the future.